start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 Nangguangyao, a man actually practices charm. Meng Xiaojun brought Lu Changsheng to the side hall of Xianzhu Peak. Xiaojun, how have you been these years? Lu Changsheng asked with concern after he sat down. He had asked Nangguanmili before about the situation of Meng Xiaojun and his daughter Nangguangyao. But the other party was unwilling to say more and basically just brushed it off. Besides, even if he knew that Meng Xiaojun was in good condition, he should still show some concern when they met now. Master treats me very well. Meng Xiaojun's jade hands were crystal clear, pouring tea and water for Lu Changsheng, telling him about her general situation. After returning that year, although Master knew about the love laku, he did not blame her and still regarded her as his own daughter. The only thing worth mentioning was that he had another junior sister, and he had to take care of her on weekdays. When talking about this junior sister, Meng Xiaojun hesitated and wanted to tell Lu Changsheng that this was his daughter. But Master did not want her to tell anyone about this matter. Once Lu Changsheng knew about this, he was afraid that it would annoy Master, and even make Master want to kill Lu Changsheng. Moreover, Nangguangyao had also hinted to her about her father in her early years. If Lu Changsheng suddenly appeared, it would have a significant impact on Nangguanyao's life. Junior sister. Lu Changsheng heard this and knew that she was talking about Nangguangyao. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Yao. How is she? Meng Xiaojun was stunned and said in surprise, Lu Lang, do you know Yao? Lu Changsheng nodded and said directly, I came to Jin State this time. On the one hand, I wanted to see you, and on the other hand, I also wanted to see Yao. Meng Xiaojun was delighted and sweet when she heard that Lu Changsheng wanted to see her this time. Just as she was about to continue speaking, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from outside. Sister Xiaojun. A graceful girl with a purple veil came in. She was wearing a beautifully crafted purple brocade dress, and her long black and beautiful black hair was lightly tied up, like a waterfall, soft and loose, giving people a fresh and refined beauty. Although the exquisite and beautiful face was half covered by the purple veil, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes like stars, it still couldn't hide her peerless grace, and even added a bit of mysterious hazy beauty to her. Buzz! Seeing this girl, Lu Changsheng's heart instantly surged with a mysterious blood induction. He felt that the two of them were a little closer in the dark. Knowing that she was his daughter, Nangguangyao. Thinking that he had never seen or cared about her since she was born, he felt ashamed, guilty, and distressed. His mind moved slightly, and his magic power flowed, and he restrained his breath a little more, so that Nangguangyao would not feel the blood breath from him. He hadn't seen him for decades, and he didn't know how this daughter felt about his father who he had never met. Expectation, disgust, or hatred, so he should slowly get in touch with her first, and then see the situation and show his cards. Hey, Sister Xiaojun, is this your friend? Nangguangyao looked at Lu Changsheng, looked up and down, and said aloud. It was no coincidence that she came here suddenly. She had just heard the report that her sister Xiaojun was holding a man and called Lu Lang. Naturally, she was surprised and wanted to come over to see what was going on. But for some reason, when she saw this elegant and handsome middle-aged man who smiled faintly at her, she felt a sense of inexplicable intimacy. However, this inexplicable intimacy did not make Nangguangyao feel close to him instinctively, but instead made her wary of Lu Changsheng. Why would I feel close to him? Is it the charm technique? The girl knew her character very well. Except for her mother and sister Xiaojun, everyone else was an outsider. She would never feel close to a stranger she met for the first time. Through the mysterious induction of the skills and the Wuqi Xiangxian body, she felt a bit of charm from Lu Changsheng. A grown man, actually practiced charm techniques. Although Nangguangyao did not reject the man's practice of charm techniques. But there were traces of charm techniques in the other party's words and deeds, and he was obviously not a good person. Maybe Sister Xiaojun was charmed by this man. At this moment, Nangguangyao had already labeled Lu Changsheng a villain. Lu Changsheng didn't know that he had left a bad impression on his daughter the moment they met. The main reason was that the immortal appearance technique, peach blossom goo, and the effects of the immortal body of heavenly fragrance had been perfectly integrated into every part of his body. Unless he completely sealed it with the 9 treasures Ruai bone, and then used the magic weapon to disguise himself, he would not be able to completely conceal his charm. Xiachen. He sent a voice message to Meng Xiachen, indicating that she should let Nangguan Yao chat here, but not to reveal his identity. Well, this is my friend, Yao, you can call him Senior Lu. After a slight hesitation, Meng Xiachen stepped forward and took Nangguan Yao's arm to sit down beside her. Yao has met Senior Lu. Although Nangguan Yao had a bad first impression of Senior Lu, she still looked around and smiled sweetly, which made people feel good about her. Miss Yao. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, and then he didn't know what to say. After all, the father and daughter had never met before, and their living environments were completely different. Even if they were looking for a topic, they didn't know what topic to start with for a while. Fortunately, Meng Xiachen was there. She spoke up to briefly introduce Lu Changsheng to Nangguan Yao, saying that he was her good friend and that he just happened to come to the fairy spider market to see her. So Senior Lu knew Sister Xiachen in Jiang country. Is Senior Lu also a cultivator from Jiang country? Nangguan Yao's starry eyes were bright and clear, giving people a sense of liveliness, cuteness, and innocence. They subconsciously relaxed their guard and felt close to him. I guess so. Lu Changsheng nodded with a smile, and saw that there was a sense of charm in the girl's words and deeds. What do you mean by I guess so? The girl's lips, as delicate as petals, pursed slightly, and her voice seemed to be a bit coquettish. I used to be, but cultivators like us are at home all over the world, so it's hard to say which country the cultivator is from. Lu Changsheng saw that the little girl was testing him, and smiled calmly and naturally. Senior Lu has been to many places, and besides Jiang and Jin, where else have you been? Nangguan Yao was like a curious girl who was full of novelty about everything. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling, as if flowing with admiration, making people dizzy and a little bit floating. Even though Lu Changsheng knew that the little girl's words and deeds were charming, such a look still made him feel very satisfied. I have been to Jiang, Yu, Liang, and Yuan. Lu Changsheng began to talk nonsense seriously. Anyway, he hadn't been there, and Nangguan Yao certainly hadn't been there either. With his own knowledge and experience, it was no problem to fool a little girl. The 3 of them talked and laughed. Most of the time, Nangguan Yao was asking, Lu Changsheng was talking, and Meng Xiachen supplemented a few words. During the whole process, Nangguan Yao seemed to be full of curiosity, but she was trying to find out information about Lu Changsheng's situation in a roundabout way. If Lu Changsheng had not reached the level of Danji, had a clear mind and a certain amount of experience, he would really be led by his daughter. If it were a younger generation of the same age, wouldn't my daughter treat him like a dog? Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and for a moment he didn't know how to evaluate his daughter. Smart, quirky, good at disguise, and knew how to use her own advantages. But when he thought of his daughter smiling so sweetly in front of everyone, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt unhappy. Senior Lu, Sister Xiachen, there are still things to do in the market. I'll go there first and talk later. After more than half an hour, Nangguan Yao stood up and said. She could see that Lu Changsheng was a watertight person, and Sister Xiachen was covering for him, so it was difficult for her to ask about the other party's situation. It's better to talk about it here first, investigate the general situation, and gossip about Meng Xiachen and Lu Changsheng later, and remind Meng Xiachen about the other party's situation. It's my first time meeting you, and we had a good chat. I don't have any gifts, but this is a little gift from me. Lu Changsheng took out 3 talismans from his storage ring and gave them to Nangguan Yao. This time, he prepared a gift for his daughter, Xiangxiangu. But this was their first meeting, so it was impossible for him to give such a precious gift. Otherwise, even a fool would see that there was something wrong. This is a 3rd-level talisman. Nangguan Yao looked at the talisman in front of her and said in surprise. Although she had a mother who was a Jiandan, she was not short of elixir talismans and a top-level spiritual weapon. But the 3rd-level talisman was still very precious to her. Lu happened to be a talisman master, and I also drew some talismans on weekdays, so you can keep it. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, with an elegant and handsome face. Thank you, Senior Lu. Nangguanyao looked a little hesitant, then smiled, accepted the talisman, thanked him and left. Huh? Seeing Nangguanyao leave, Lu Changsheng suddenly let out a long breath. To be honest, he was still a little nervous when facing this daughter just now. During the process, he wanted to ask her what she thought of her father, what plans she had for the future, her views on the two paths of good and evil, etc., but he was afraid that the girl would be alert, so he didn't say anything in the end. Lu Lang, Yao probably came here because she was worried about my situation. Meng Xiaochen also breathed a sigh of relief and said to Lu Changsheng. She had been worried that the father and daughter would show their flaws while chatting, and then show their cards and recognize each other. It's not that she was afraid of the two recognizing each other. On the one hand, she was not sure about Nangguanyao's attitude towards Lu Changsheng. On the other hand, she was also worried that after her master came back, he would know that Lu Changsheng and Nangguanyao recognized each other, and thus have murderous intentions towards Lu Changsheng. That's good. Lu Changsheng chuckled. In his early years, he was worried that his daughter would not be bullied in the Five Poisons Church. Now it seems that there should not be many people who can bully this daughter. And with Nangguang Li around, generally high-level cultivators will not bully the weak. Xiaochen, tell me about Chao. Lu Changsheng squeezed Meng Xiaochen's slender jade hand, then took out the spiritual spring from the storage ring, brewed another pot of spiritual tea, and spoke. He wanted to ask Nangguanyao just now, but she just came over, so he now has limited knowledge of this daughter. Yao has been very clever and smart since she was a child, and she learns everything quickly. Meng Xiaochen nodded gently, and told Lu Changsheng about Nangguanyao's personality, temper, hobbies, and some interesting things in her childhood. At the same time, Fengshi Management Center. Lu Wuming, 9 levels of foundation building. Nangguanyao looked at a name on the Fengshi registration list, thinking. Then, she checked the whereabouts after entering the Fengshi through the Jade Book and the Identity Jade card handled by the other party. When she saw Lu Changsheng enter the Fengshi and go to an intelligence shop, her starry eyes condensed slightly. A moment later, Nangguanyao came to the intelligence shop and asked Lu Changsheng what intelligence information he had bought here before. By my intelligence information. Nangguanyao was surprised and astonished when she heard the news. She didn't expect that the first thing the other party did when he came to the market was to buy her intelligence information. Who is he? Nangguanyao thought about meeting the other party and felt inexplicably friendly. When the other party chatted with her, he always smiled, spoke gently, and was full of patience, like a magnanimous and generous elder, with thoughtful eyes. But when she thought of the relationship between the other party and her sister Xiaochen, she shook her head again. Lu Wuming after a moment, Nangguanyao's starry eyes were shining, and she silently recited the name. If she said that before, she was curious about the relationship between Meng Xiaochen and the other party. Then now, she is curious about Lu Changsheng's identity information and wants to know what the other party is doing in the fairy spider market. The next day, Lu Changsheng thought about how he should find an opportunity to talk to Nangguanyao. But after thinking about it, there is really no good reason, it's too abrupt. Immediately, he and Meng Xiaochen came to the fairy spider market to stroll around and appreciate the local customs here. I came to Qingyun State this time, and I have been on the road all the way, and I haven't stopped to experience the situation here. Walking on the street, except that most of the cultivators have bad breath, some are full of evil spirits, some are full of evil spirits, and some are full of bloody breath, the others are similar to the cultivators of Qingyun State. This is normal. Qingyun State is a world of magic cultivation, but most people practice magic skills. But practicing magic skills does not mean that these people are all bloodthirsty and have problems with their brains. During this process, Meng Xiaochen also introduced some differences between the two countries to Lu Changsheng. Qingyun State does not prohibit martial arts. There are both magic and righteous martial arts. It's just that relatively speaking, there are more people practicing magic skills. On the one hand, the soil is like this, and on the other hand, the speed of magic skills is faster, which is suitable for casual cultivation. Meng Xiaochen wore a purple dress, with a beautiful face, like a dream, and people looked at it with a sense of confusion. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, knowing that compared with the righteous martial arts, the speed of practicing magic skills is generally much faster. It's just that it will be much more difficult when facing a breakthrough. Moreover, if the magic skills want to condense a perfect foundation in a high-grade golden elixir, it will be several levels more difficult than the righteous skills. However, for casual cultivators, these don't need to be concerned at all. However, not all magic skills can be practiced at will in Jin state. Many magic skills are also banned. Meng Xiaoqin continued to speak, saying that even Jin state does not allow the practice of magic skills that can be improved by killing people. After all, for the forces of the magic, whether mortals or cultivators, they are all resources, so how can they allow others to kill at will? If a certain force does such a thing in its own territory, other forces will turn a blind eye. However, apart from casual cultivators, few people practice this kind of skills. Because under normal circumstances, only when the giant breaks through the nascent soul will there be a heart demon tribulation and a thunder tribulation. But if you practice this kind of skills, build a foundation and break through the giant, it is possible to trigger the heart demon tribulation and thunder tribulation. Therefore, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through the giant by practicing this kind of skills. Only some casual cultivators who are desperate will practice this kind of skills. This kind of skills usually leak out, and it is also the intentional act of some forces, right? Lu Changsheng said casually. For example, the advanced skills of Jiang state are controlled by the 4 major immortal sects and family forces, and it is difficult for independent cultivators to obtain channels. He does not believe that Jin state has not done such a thing. Well, for example, the Qingyun Sect often releases some skills. If someone practices such skills, they will be killed and refined by the Qingyun Sect in the future. Meng Xiaoqin nodded and said. He. Lu Changsheng shook his head and smiled. Sister Xiaoqin. At this time, a purple-dressed girl floated over, and then saw Lu Changsheng, and said with a surprised face, Senior Lu, you are here too. Sister Xiaoqin, there is something I need you to deal with. As for Senior Lu, let me take him around. The girl still had a purple veil on her face, and she was wearing a gorgeous purple dress, which made many cultivators in the market look respectful, admiring, and loving, but they did not dare to watch too much, for fear of blaspheming the beauty. Of course, there was also a cultivator who looked at Nangguan Yao in a wretched manner in the early years, and as a result, his eyes were dug out and thrown out of the market. Meng Xiaoqin heard this and looked at the cute and well-behaved girl in front of him. His heart paused, suspecting that the other party had realized something. After all, the other party has been smart and eccentric since childhood. Now that Lu Changsheng suddenly appeared, it is normal for the other party to be suspicious. Xiaoqin, you go first. I just want to talk to Yao. Lu Changsheng said to Meng Xiaoqin in a voice transmission. Lu Lang, Yao may have guessed your identity information. You should be a little more careful. I don't know what Yao's attitude towards you is. Meng Xiaoqin said in a voice transmission, then nodded to Nangguan Yao and flew towards Xianzhu Peak. In this case, I'll have to trouble Miss Yao. Lu Changsheng looked at the purple-skirted girl in front of him and said with a chuckle. How could he not see that there was something wrong with the other party? Even in his opinion, this so-called coincidence was created by the girl on her own initiative. But since the other party wanted to talk to him, he didn't mind talking to her. What do you want to see, Senior Lu? The purple-dressed girl blinked her starry eyes, bright and brilliant, like the brightest stars in the night sky. The guest follows the host's wishes, just take a stroll. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. The two walked on the street. How long will Senior Lu stay in the fairy spider market this time? Nangguan Yao asked casually. It may take some time, I'm not sure about the details. Lu Changsheng said. Will Senior invite Sister Xiaoqin to leave with you? The girl looked at Lu Changsheng and said. It depends on Xiaoqin's intention. Lu Changsheng said casually, then tilted his head to look at the girl and asked, Miss Yao, have you practiced a charm skill? Yao did practice this skill, but it was not intended to seduce Senior. Nangguan Yao's beautiful eyes were misty, and she said a little aggrievedly. She thought that the other party's means were indeed extraordinary, and he could see the traces of her charm. You know, she was a pure and fragrant body, and she seduced Wuhan. After saying that, she looked at Lu Changsheng, tilted her head, and said with a cute face, I see that you, Senior Lu, seem to have also practiced a charm skill. Lu Changsheng was stunned. But thinking about his own situation, it is reasonable to say that he has practiced a charm skill. I studied it a bit in my early years. He smiled and said, without explaining. It is very rare for men to practice the charm skill. The purple-skirted girl's pink lips curved and smiled sweetly. It just happened that I got this inheritance at the beginning, and then I studied it for a while. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, if Miss Yao is interested, we can discuss it. While the two talked, they found a restaurant to sit down. Nangguan Yao took the initiative to pour tea and make water for Lu Changsheng, but Lu Changsheng raised his hand to stop him, indicating that he could do it himself. With a flick of his hand, he took out his usual tea set from the storage ring, and then made tea skillfully. This is the tea that Lu got when he traveled to Wu Kingdom. Miss Yao can taste it. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. This tea was obtained from Master Bai Feng, and it is a third-grade tea. As for the water, it is the spring water from his own spirit ice spring. He used this kind of tea to fulfill his words yesterday. In addition, he subconsciously took out something good in front of his daughter. This tea is really delicious. The girl took a sip and said with a smile. If Miss Yao likes it, I still have some left. Use it as a tour guide fee. Lu Changsheng chuckled and handed the remaining small can of tea to the other party. Chapter 477, You are so brave to touch my daughter in front of me. No, it's too expensive. My mother said that we can't accept things from others casually. Nangguan Yao looked cute and obedient, and refused repeatedly. It's okay. This little tea is not worth much. Besides, Xiaochen is busy. I may have to trouble Miss Yao next time. Lu Changsheng said with a soft look and a smile. Thank you, Senior Lu. Nangguan Yao declined twice, and then accepted it with a smile. Soon, the two of them drank tea and chatted. From the charm technique to other techniques and related practices. Although Lu Changsheng did not practice the charm technique, his current insights into the techniques made it too easy for him to instruct a little girl who had built a foundation. Even if the other party had a mother who had achieved Dan formation, and her vision was far beyond that of ordinary people, she was still several levels behind Lu Changsheng. In this process, Lu Changsheng talked about ordinary charm techniques and seductive techniques to the 7 emotions and 6 desires, which aroused other people's minds. The 6 desires arise from the heart, and immortals and demons can be transformed in a single thought. I just happen to have a technique called the 6 desires heart demon technique. If Miss Yao is interested, you can study it a little bit. Lu Changsheng said, taking out a technique jade slip from the storage ring. This technique is very top-notch, but it is too dangerous to practice, so it has not been placed in the family library. However, this daughter in front of him is eccentric and gifted, so she can try to practice it. Given her situation, if she can practice this technique, her combat power and charm will be twice as effective with half the effort. Ah, isn't this too precious? Nangguan Yao blinked her pretty eyes, looking innocent and cute. What's the matter? Lu and my friend are very compatible, so there's no need to be polite. Lu Changsheng smiled and gave the technique jade slip to the other party. Then he explained some key points and notes, indicating that if there are any questions or doubts, you can ask him directly. Thank you, Senior Lu. Nangguan Yao said with a smile. Goodbye, Senior Lu. The girl waved to Lu Changsheng with an innocent face, and then left. It seems that my daughter has guessed my identity. Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguan Yao's figure, squinted his eyes, and murmured in his heart. He had read the information about this daughter before, and had a general understanding of this daughter from Meng Xiaochen, knowing that she was not as innocent as she seemed. But today, she was completely like an innocent, cute little girl who had not experienced the world in front of him. It was obvious that she deliberately disguised herself to make him relax his vigilance and then understand him. Is this a test? Lu Changsheng touched his chin, then shook his head and chuckled. Now that he had nothing to do, he didn't mind playing with his daughter. Sister Xiaochen. Nangguan Yao did not return to her residence, but rushed to find Meng Xiaochen in front of Lu Changsheng. Yao, how was your chat with Senior Lu? Meng Xiaochen looked at the girl in purple skirt with a doting face. Sister Xiaochen, this Senior Lu, is he my father? Nangguan Yao took Meng Xiaochen's arm and tilted her head. She was smiling, but her expression was very calm, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. Bang! Meng Xiaochen's heart jumped suddenly, thinking that Yao had guessed Lu Lang's identity. The other party not only has a charming face, but also a pair of eyes that can see through people's hearts. When she met Lu Changsheng before, she probably had this guess. Now that they are getting along, I am afraid that it has been confirmed. Yao Yao knows. As if she was afraid that Meng Xiaojun would be embarrassed, the girl did not force her to give an answer, and said with a smile. Then she leaned on her arm and said in a sweet voice, Sister Xiaojun, what kind of person is this Senior Lu? Meng Xiaojun's Lu Changsheng in her heart has been naturally beautified countless times, but when she told Nangguan Yao Yao about it, she didn't know how to start for a while. However, looking at the innocent look of the girl with a smile, she still slowly opened her mouth and expressed the image of Lu Changsheng in her mind. Dao Yalu is not only handsome, but also talented and knowledgeable. He has made extraordinary achievements in many fields, not only in cultivation, but also in many fields. He can calmly deal with and solve any danger. He is broad-minded, humble, insightful, and has a keen eye for everything. He is philanthropic and responsible, like a modest gentleman. He not only has the ambition to swallow the sky, but also has delicate tenderness. Hearing Meng Xiaojun's words, Nangguan Yao Yao was a little confused. She thought, has Sister Xiaojun been poisoned? How can you praise someone like this? But thinking that Meng Xiaojun would never deceive herself, she actually felt that such outrageous words were somewhat true. On the one hand, during today's chat, she could feel that Senior Lu's knowledge was completely unlike that of a cultivator at the 9th level of foundation building. His insights into cultivation were no worse than her mother's, and even better. On the other hand, she knew her mother's character very well. She couldn't figure out what kind of man would make her mother fall in love with him and give birth to her. In her early years, she always felt that the other party had conflicts and hatreds with her mother, so her mother said that she had no father. But if it was such an impeccable and perfect man, it seemed reasonable for her mother to fall in love with him. After saying almost everything, Meng Xiaojun asked the girl in purple skirt, Yao Yao, how was your chat with Senior Lu? It was very good. Senior Lu not only gave me a can of tea, but also gave me a book of exercises. Nangguan Yao Yao smiled and shared what happened today with Meng Xiaojun. Although she did not point out their relationship, she always talked about everything with Meng Xiaojun. The two talked and laughed like sisters. Sister Xiaojun, please keep it a secret. After saying almost everything, Nangguan Yao Yao blinked at Meng Xiaojun and said, okay. Meng Xiaojun touched the girl's crystal and soft hair, full of pampering. It was night. Lu Lang, Yao Yao has confirmed your identity, but she doesn't want to recognize you yet. I guess she wants to get to know you better. Meng Xiaojun, wearing a purple dress and with delicate features, snuggled in Lu Changsheng's arms and said softly, well, let her be. Lu Changsheng chuckled. Since his daughter wants to get in touch with him again, he doesn't mind. Just think of it as brushing up some goodwill in advance. Anyway, according to the time, Nangguang Millie will not be back for another month or two, so there is no need to rush. When Yao Yao was a child, she often asked about her father, but the master kept silent, and then Yao Yao rarely asked. Meng Xiaojun continued, telling some things about Nangguang Yao Yao's childhood. The other party was protected very well by Nangguang Millie when he was young, and he was truly innocent. But Nangguang Millie also knew that in a place like the 5 poison sect of Jin State, if a person's personality is too simple and naive, it is not a good thing. So as Yao Yao grows older, he will gradually take his daughter to see the dangers of the world. Lu Changsheng listened to these words. Not only did he understand Nangguang Yao Yao, but also changed his impression of Nangguang Millie. Although this woman is a demon cultivator, she is still very competent as a mother. I think it is for this reason that she chose to give birth to Yao Yao, and she was so nervous when she heard that she was going to see Yao Yao. In the following days, Nangguang Yao Yao would come to Lu Changsheng to chat from time to time. In addition to asking about the 6 Desires Heart Demon Sutra, she would also ask about other practices, or some things related to practice. Facing these, Lu Changsheng replied patiently. He even showed his daughter his skills in alchemy, refining, making talismans, puppets, music, spiritual cooking, wine-making, etc. In this process, every time he showed a skill, Nangguang Yao Yao's beautiful eyes would shine again and again, with admiration looking at Lu Changsheng. It was at this time that Lu Changsheng felt that he had few skills and techniques. If he also knew how to raise goo, refine goo, poison, etc., he could show off in front of his daughter again. When does Lu Lang plan to confront Yao Yao? That night, Meng Xiaojun asked Lu Changsheng softly. She could see that the father and daughter had been getting along very well these days, and Nangong Yao had a certain liking for Lu Changsheng as a father. Yao should still want to know what happened between me and her mother back then, and is worried that recognizing each other will make her mother unhappy. Lu Changsheng shook his head softly. After spending these days together, he also knew why Nangong Yao was unwilling to point out the relationship. Compared with her father, she was more inclined to her mother. But this was normal. I have only known her for such a long time, how could my position in her heart be better than Nangong Mili? Master went to Jin State before, and has not returned yet. Meng Xiaochen heard this and whispered, her beautiful eyes a little worried. Not only was she worried about her master's situation, but she was also worried about her master meeting Lu Changsheng. She should be back in about a month. Lu Changsheng said so. Ah! Meng Xiaochen was stunned, and looked at Lu Changsheng with surprise and said, Lu Lang, how did you know? I met her before, and I wanted to come with her to see Yao, but she didn't want to, so I came here first. Lu Changsheng didn't hide anything from Meng Xiaochen, and said directly. Ah! Lu Lang, you met the master. Meng Xiaochen was even more confused. Lu Lang had already met the master, and he wanted to come with the master to see Yao. But didn't the master want to take action against Lu Lang when he went to Jiang Kingdom this time? Why didn't he do it, and Lu Lang came to the fairy spider market first? She was very confused. Lu Lang, the master. Meng Xiaochen said, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know how to start. Although she was in love with Lu Changsheng and cared about him wholeheartedly, she also had deep feelings for her master Nangong Mili. Thinking that nothing had happened between the two, she didn't want the two to continue to have conflicts. Don't worry, I have already broken through the Qingzhu stage, so there is no need to worry about your master. Lu Changsheng naturally understood what she wanted to say, and chuckled. What, Lu Lang, you have already broken through the Qingzhu stage? Meng Xiaochen looked at Lu Changsheng with surprise when she heard this. You know, she broke through the foundation building stage earlier than Lu Changsheng. Moreover, after coming to Jin State, she practiced a 10,000 poisons heart-devouring art through the heart-devouring goo, and tapped the potential of her own 1,000 threads and 10,000 poisons body. She made rapid progress in cultivation and had already broken through the 9th level of the foundation building stage. But it is still unknown how long it will take to break through the Qingzhu stage. On the one hand, it is necessary to consolidate and temper the foundation. On the other hand, it takes a lot of preparation to break through the foundation building stage. Even if she is the true disciple of the 5 Poison Sect and has a master of the Qingzhu stage, she must accumulate enough task contributions in exchange for Ninjing pills before she can be sure to break through the Qingzhu stage. It will take at least 10 years, or even 20 or 30 years to finish all these things. But Lu Changsheng, at this moment, has already broken through the Qingzhu stage. This speed is simply amazing. That's right. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. As expected of Lu Lang, he is extraordinary. Meng Xiaochen's beautiful eyes were stunned, full of admiration and pride. Her beloved had broken through the Qingzhu stage at this age, and she was also proud of him and happy for him. But Master's cultivation had already broken through the middle stage of Qingzhu. Lu Lang, you still have to be careful. She continued to remind him. It means that although Master was seriously injured in Jiuxiao Xiancheng in his early years and his natal spider was killed, he still has some tricks that are hard to guard against. Don't worry, I'm sure. Lu Changsheng didn't say much, but just said it in a calm tone. But Meng Xiaochen heard an unquestionable confidence in his calm tone. Yes, she quietly nestled in Lu Changsheng's arms, and her originally hanging heart was completely put down, and she felt a sense of peace in her heart. On this day, Lu Changsheng and Nangong Yao left the fairy spider market and went out to play. After all, the fairy spider market is so big. The two of them had already visited all over the place in the past month, so Nangong Yao took him out for a walk when she saw that Lu Changsheng had just arrived in Jin State. Senior Lu, there is a place called Tiguili Jiuda in the scattered cultivator base in front. It is very delicious. I have been here several times with Sister Xiaochen before. Nangong Yao was wearing a purple dress, with a veil covering her face, and her eyes were shining. Very cute. Lu Changsheng could see that the other party's current appearance was not a disguise, and she was indeed relaxed and lively. Through previous chats, he knew that Nangong Yao rarely left the market alone on weekdays. When she went out to play, She would either go out with her mother Nanguang Mili or Meng Xiachen. Now that she was going out with him, she was so relaxed, which meant that she accepted him in her heart. But thinking of Nanguang Mili who was about to come back, Lu Changsheng had a headache. After all, if the other party came back and said something bad, all his efforts would be in vain. Haha, then go and try it. Lu Changsheng smiled and said with a soft look, planning to confront his daughter later. After all, if Nanguang Mili wasn't there, he would still be willing to continue playing with his daughter like this. But with Nanguang Mili as an unstable factor, now that the heat is almost right, there is no need to drag it on. The two of them came to a small village, talking and laughing. Nanguang Yaoiao brought Lu Changsheng to a small shop with a signboard Tigui Li Snacks. It can be seen that the owner has a lame leg. Senior Lu, how does it taste? Nanguang Yaoiao said with a smile. Well, it's delicious. Lu Changsheng looked at the scorpion centipede in front of him, twitched his mouth, and said aloud. To be honest, the taste is okay, but he really has no interest in this kind of food. Seeing this, Nanguang Yaoiao's eyebrows and eyes curved, and his face was full of smiles. At this moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly turned his head and saw a restaurant in the distance. I saw a thin old man with gray hair next to the window on the second floor of the restaurant, looking here. Jidan cultivator. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, his heart moved slightly, and realized that this was a Jidan cultivator. And the other party was obviously looking in his direction just now. How could a Jidan cultivator appear in such a key refining cultivator's stronghold? The thin old man also noticed Lu Changsheng looking at him, and his eyes, like green beans, rolled around, captivating people. Who is this person? The old man frowned. The other party was able to discover him, so he was definitely not an ordinary cultivator, and was likely a Jidan cultivator. But he didn't have such a Jidan cultivator in his impression. Could it be that Nanguang Mili asked someone to protect her daughter? The old man's turbid eyes glowed with a faint green luster. Although Nanguang Mili said to the outside world that this daughter was picked up. But the appearance of the mother and daughter, as well as Nanguang Mili's usual baby look, many people guessed that this was her biological daughter. In any case, this is an opportunity. As long as this girl is captured and cannot return to the sect, Fanger will have one less competitor. Wait until this matter is over, and then let her go. Even if Nanguang Mili comes back afterwards, there is nothing to say. In the old man's narrow eyes, his eyes rolled around, and he thought to himself. As for Lu Changsheng next to him, he didn't care too much. Although the other party might be a Jidan cultivator, it was only a possibility. Besides, even if he was a Jidan cultivator, there were still differences in level. Are you here for Yaoiao? Lu Changsheng retracted his gaze and observed the old man's situation through Tai's soul. He realized that the other party's target was his daughter Nanguang Yaoiao. But his daughter was noticed by a Jidan cultivator as soon as she left the market? Isn't this too coincidental? And why did this person notice Nanguang Yaoiao? Spirit body? It shouldn't be. Nanguang Yaoiao's pure and fragrant body was covered by a treasure by Nanguang Mili, and it was difficult for ordinary people to see it directly. Nanguang Mili's enemy? He has been paying attention to Nanguang Yaoiao, and now that the other party has left the market, he is ready to take action? No matter which one it is, Lu Changsheng naturally wants to solve this trouble for his daughter at this time. And in his opinion, this is a good opportunity. Just in time to show off a little in front of his daughter, and then take the opportunity to reveal his identity. Perfect. Lu Changsheng made up his mind, thinking about how to be more handsome later. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, realizing that something was wrong. The air seemed to be poisonous. Lu Changsheng immediately realized that the air was poisonous. The next moment, plop, plop, plop. The figures beside him suddenly fell to the ground one after another. Senior Lu, be careful, it's poisonous. Before Lu Changsheng could speak, Nanguang Yaoiao realized that it was poisonous, and immediately held his breath, covered his body with magic power, and said in a voice transmission. Buzz, a thin old man with gray hair and a centipede scar on his face walked slowly. He was obviously slow, but in a blink of an eye he came to Lu Changsheng and Nanguang Yaoiao several feet away, looked at Nanguang Yaoiao and said, Nanguang nephew, uncle has something to do, come with me. I wonder what Uncle Fengwu wants to see Yaoiao. Nanguang Yaoiao felt that her magic power was a little sluggish, but she still kept a calm expression, and said with a well-behaved and cute face. 5 Poison Sect, Feng Wu Envoy. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He didn't know much about the 5 Poison Sect. He only knew that the leader of the 5 Poison Sect was Yuan Yingzhenjin, and under him were 5 great envoys, Lingsh, Yuchen, Xiansu, Fenkin, and Shangxi. All 5 were Jindan's Henren, and Nanguang Mili was the Xiansu envoy. Now Nanguang Yao called the old man in front of him Uncle Fenkin, which meant that the other party was the Fenkin envoy of the 5 Poison Sect. But why did this Fenkin envoy attack Nanguang Yao? Even if it was the demon sect, it wouldn't do such a thing for no reason, right? Don't worry, Uncle just asks you to stay for a while. The Fenkin envoy stood with his hands behind his back, his body slightly hunched, and said in an old and hoarse voice. Yao needs to inform Mother about this matter. If Mother agrees, Yao will listen to Uncle's arrangements. Nanguang Yao still had a well-behaved face and said in a sweet voice. But the palm in the sleeve already held several talismans. Haha, little girl, there's no need to play tricks, just follow me. The old man sneered and raised his hand lightly. Nanguang Yao's methods are naturally outstanding among her peers, but in front of him, a Jindan's Henren, she can be said to have no escape. Buzz! Nanguang Yao suddenly felt a breeze blowing, and her magic power could not be used, and her body could hardly move. Old thing, you are so brave to touch my daughter in front of me. At this time, Lu Changsheng next to him stood up, looked at the Feng Wu master in front of him, and said calmly. Senior Lu. Nanguang Yao was not surprised to hear this, but said anxiously, Uncle Feng Wu will not hurt me, you must. She knew that the old man in front of her would not hurt her life, but it was not certain for Lu Changsheng. However, before she finished speaking, Lu Changsheng stretched out his warm and generous palm, stroked her hair, and said in a gentle voice, Yao, Daddy is here, don't be afraid. Chapter 478 Nanguang Yao, Dad is quite awesome. Dad is here, don't be afraid. The gentle and mellow voice was like a spring breeze blowing gently on the ear, which made Nanguang Yao look startled, and an unprecedented comfort and peace surged in her heart. She raised her head slightly and stared at Lu Changsheng in front of her. Even though she had known that Lu Changsheng was her father for a long time, the sudden recognition still made her a little dazed. Are you really my father? Nanguang Yao's lips opened slightly, her beautiful eyes were stunned, with excitement, surprise, joy, nervousness, desire and other emotions flowing. Haven't you guessed it? Lu Changsheng said with a smile, no longer covering up the isolation. In an instant, there was a blood connection between father and daughter, forming a wonderful resonance and intimacy. Huh? Are you Nanguang Mili's man? Feng Wuxi was also a little surprised when he heard this. After looking at Lu Changsheng for a few times, he laughed in a low voice. I didn't expect Nanguang Mili to find such a man, it's really interesting. As one of the messengers of the 5 Poison Sect, he was naturally very familiar with Nanguang Mili. Knowing that this woman is extremely charming and beautiful, but her heart is as vicious as a snake. She never speaks well to men, but only uses men to work for her, and then abandons them after using them. The Lu Changsheng in front of her can only be considered good-looking, and his cultivation is only in the early stage of Jindan, but he can be favored by Nanguang Mili and give birth to a child. Dare to talk to me like this, I want to see what you can do. Otherwise, today's recognition of father and daughter will become a separation. The old man's voice was hoarse and harsh, erratic. He pinched his hands, causing a strong wind to rise from all directions and sweep towards Lu Changsheng. Daddy, be careful. Nanguang Yao reminded hurriedly. Although she didn't know the strength of her cheat father, she knew that the old man in front of her was unfathomable and no worse than her mother. Noisy. Lu Changsheng suddenly looked at the wind centipede master. His elegant and handsome face instantly became majestic and cold. His eyes were like torches. 2 golden lights shot out, piercing through the sky and earth, breaking through the hurricane, and killing the old man. How dare you? The wind centipede master shouted coldly. A bamboo stick with 12 centipedes coiled on it appeared in his hand, and he hit it lightly. Hiss, 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 the 12 centipedes seemed to come alive, baring their fangs and claws, spitting out black mist, making it difficult for the golden light to advance. Boom. However, the next moment, a big hand with the yin and yang energies and clear textures appeared in the sky at some point, rolling down and majestic. This big hand was like an ancient hill, filled with surging and terrifying power, suppressing the wind centipede master, making him feel heavy and terrified, and his body immediately disappeared like smoke. Huh? Lu Changsheng's eyes were like torches, piercing, and he instantly captured the other party's location. He also noticed that there was a colorless and odorless poison in the air, far more poisonous than before, like a bunch of small snakes coiling around him. He snorted coldly, and the Wuxian Baolin appeared behind his head, flowing with brilliant light. Boom boom boom. The Wuxian Baolin burned like a round of flames, forming a resonance with the yin-yang domain, protecting Nangguanyao, and then suppressing the old man. Buzz, the erratic and strange wind centipede instantly felt an invisible magic power imprisoning and suppressing him, and his magic power was sluggish. How is this possible? He looked at Lu Changsheng with horror, not expecting that the other party, who was in the early stage of Dan formation, would have such strength. Looking at the big hand rolling down towards him again, he hit the centipede stick in his hand, and the 12 centipedes roared like 12 dragons, baring their fangs and claws, blocking the yin-yang key's great capture. However, he found that the pressure of this yin-yang big hand was getting heavier and heavier like an ancient sacred mountain, and he whistled softly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a giant centipede like a ground dragon broke out of the ground in the distance, creating a hurricane, as if it was going to take Nangguanyao away. Looking for death? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng's 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest shone brightly, and his whole body's magic power roared like a tsunami. The big hand that suppressed the old man suddenly burst out with a powerful magic power like the abyss and the sea, as if the 9 heavens were directly knocked down, and the old man vomited blood and could not move. Boom. At the same time, the black centipede in the distance was also suppressed by the mysterious yin-yang divine light that revealed a powerful aura, and it cried out. Go. The wind centipede master had disheveled hair, looked embarrassed, and was horrified in his heart, knowing that he was no match for Lu Changsheng. Immediately, his body was like smoke, erratic, and he wanted to escape. Can you leave? Lu Changsheng looked cold, his brows and sea of consciousness were shining brightly, emitting golden rays of light. He took a step forward, and the yin-yang domain was urged to the extreme, interweaving a yin-yang Dao diagram, fixing this piece of void like a cage. Then he appeared in front of the old man, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and suddenly blasted out, smashing his bones all over his body, spitting blood, and his true elixir dimmed. At this moment, Nangguanyao next to him was stunned. This. Isn't my cheap father too powerful? ? You know, this wind centipede is one of the messengers of the 5 poison sect with my mother, and his strength is unfathomable. But now, in just a few rounds, he was beaten by his father to spit blood. Daddy! She shouted hurriedly, signaling Lu Changsheng not to kill. After all, this is the territory of the 5 poison sect. If you kill the 5 poison sect wind centipede here, you will cause big trouble. Lu Changsheng naturally understood this truth, and used the yin-yang key great capture to suppress and imprison the old man. Then the Wuxian Baolin burst into brilliant rays of light, and the realm appeared, suppressing the wind centipede. As the other party was a Jindan's Henrin of the 5 poison sect, it was indeed difficult for him to kill him under the current circumstances. Moreover, the other party came to attack his daughter for no reason, and there must be a reason. It would be better to wait for Nangguanyao to come back and deal with it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark centipede like a ground dragon not far away saw this scene, roared, and black air filled the air. It struggled frantically with a yin-yang mysterious light like a hill, trying to escape. Like this 3rd-level demon king, the intelligence is no less than that of a human. Knowing that he is not Lu Changsheng's opponent, he should go back for help. However, how could Lu Changsheng let it escape? He slapped his magic hand suddenly, and there was a rumble, and dust rolled, and then he performed the yin-yang key great capture. Boom boom boom, the huge body of the centipede was held in the hand of the yin-yang hand, and it exploded with a bang, black gas rolled, and black blood splashed. After the opponent's vitality was half dead, Lu Changsheng used the yin-yang key to capture it into a fist-sized sphere and put it into his palm. Yao, it's okay. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter with a calm face and said in a gentle voice. Daddy, you are so powerful. Nangguanyao looked at Lu Changsheng in front of her and said excitedly, her beautiful eyes like stars were full of admiration and respect. If it was said that the admiration, respect, and admiration she had for Lu Changsheng, her cheap father, had some acting elements before. But at this moment, the look she gave Lu Changsheng was completely true, full of sincere admiration and admiration. The main thing was that it was too amazing. The famous Qingyun Henren in his own sect, the Wind Centipede Envoy, was actually powerless in front of his father and was suppressed in an instant. Seeing his daughter like this, Lu Changsheng's mouth curled up slightly. Even after decades, he still liked his wives, concubines, and children looking at him with admiration, which satisfied his male chauvinism. Moreover, this daughter was different from other children. Her appearance at this moment made him feel very comfortable. He secretly thought that the Wind Centipede Envoy came at the right time today. Yao, why did this person attack you? Lu Changsheng put his palm on his daughter's fragrant shoulder and used the yin-yang magic to remove the remaining toxins for her. This Wind Centipede Envoy's methods were extraordinary. Without a sound, he made the air full of poison. He was now in the flesh, so he was naturally fearless. But his daughter was still affected. Daddy, I don't know either. Nangguan Yao shook her head and said. She suspected that something happened in the sect, or something happened to her mother, so the other party suddenly attacked her. But she was not sure about this matter, so she did not speak out or guess. Wait a few days, when your mother comes back, let her see it then. Lu Changsheng said directly without asking more questions. Mother? Does Daddy know where Mother is? Nangguan Yao was concerned when she heard this. After hearing about the Qingyun's secret realm, she has been worried about her mother's situation. Your mother was delayed by something, and she will probably be back in a month or two. Lu Changsheng naturally would not say that he was the culprit who caused Nangguan Millie to not come back. I originally wanted to come with your mother, but your mother happened to have something to do, and I couldn't wait, so I came first. It's just that Dad is sorry for you. I haven't been by your side since I was a child, so I don't know how to recognize you these days. Lu Changsheng sighed and said with self-blame. It's okay, Daddy is so powerful, he must have a lot of things to do. Nangguan Yao was very considerate. Under the guidance of her mother Nangguan Millie, she has an understanding of human nature. Knowing that her father is now feeling guilty about her, if she is spoiled, she will gradually wear away her father's love for her. And the more well-behaved and sensible she behaves, the more her father will love her. Lu Changsheng touched her soft black hair and said nothing. This daughter seemed to be well-behaved and sensible, but he could see that she was trying to please him. This made him feel that there was still a gap between the father and daughter. However, it was normal that they had not yet cultivated their relationship after only meeting for such a long time. Looking at the mortal cultivators who had fainted in all directions, Lu Changsheng placed his palm on his chest, and suddenly the 9 treasures Ruai Bone shone with light, exuding a surging mysterious aura. Buzz buzz buzz, tadpole-like symbols intertwined and performed one after another, and then a third-level sweet rain talisman was cast, causing sweet rain and dew to fall with healing divine light. Today's incident was caused by his father and daughter. If he didn't care, these people would not wake up in a 99% chance and turned into a pile of dry bones. So in the face of this situation, Lu Changsheng was willing to take action to clean up the mess. Nangguan Yao, who was standing next to him, was stunned and surprised when she saw her father's behavior. In her opinion, these people were just low-level casual cultivators and mortals, and they would die if they died. Why go to so much trouble and waste a third-level talisman to save people? You know, a third-level talisman is enough to buy these people's lives. Born as a human, you should do human things. They encountered this disaster because of us, so if you can help, help. Lu Changsheng glanced at his daughter, touched her head and said. Daughter understands, trouble daddy. The purple-skirted girl immediately nodded her head vigorously, with a look of being taught. In her heart, she has a better understanding of her father. Born as a human, you should do human things. This is completely different from her mother's point of view. At this moment, she is more curious about the things between her father and mother. Let's go back first. Lu Changsheng didn't say much, and took her back to the fairy spider market. Let's see if Meng Xiaochen was affected by this trip. He and Nangguan Yao went out. After the two came back, the market did not encounter any situation. Then, Lu Changsheng told Meng Xiaochen about the previous things. What? The Wind Centipede came to attack Yao? Meng Xiaochen exclaimed when she heard this. Some time ago, Lu Changsheng told her that he had broken through to the Qingyun stage, which already surprised her. Now Lu Changsheng actually said that the Wind Centipede came to cause trouble, and then was suppressed by him. This. Meng Xiaoqun was confused and dazed, and felt that she was hallucinating. After all, she knew the strength of this wind centipede better than Nangguan Yao. He had already broken through to the middle stage of the Qingzhu stage, and in his early years, he destroyed an entire Qingzhu family by himself, with amazing combat power. But now, he was easily suppressed by his lover. Doesn't this mean that his master is no match for Lu Lang? Nangguan Yao, who was standing next to him, was a little surprised to see Meng Xiaoqun so surprised. Then he was excited and danced with his hands to tell her what happened at that time. Yes, Sister Xiaoqun, you didn't see it. At that time, Daddy. Meng Xiaoqun was a little worried that this matter would cause trouble for Lu Changsheng, but she was relieved when she heard that her master would be back in a month or two. However, she still suggested that Lu Changsheng and Nangguan Yao could go out and play for a while and wait for the master to come back. After all, it was okay if no one in the sect asked about it. If the sect suddenly had something to ask Feng Centipede and realized that something was wrong, it might cause trouble for Lu Changsheng. Great. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately gave a thumbs up to Meng Xiaoqun's assist. He had thought that Nangguan Millie was coming back, and he would find a reason to take his daughter out to play and cultivate more feelings. Now the legitimate reason is here. Yao, what do you think? Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter and asked for her opinion. Yao listens to Daddy. The girl blinked her eyes and said obediently. Okay. Lu Changsheng smiled, and then said to Meng Xiaoqun, I will take Yao out to play for a while and then come back. If you have anything to do, you can crush this talisman, and I will be able to sense it then. As he spoke, he took out a sensing talisman from his stored ring. The next moment, he seemed to think of something, and took out a blank jade slip, left a message in it, and then handed it to Meng Xiaoqun and said, if your master comes back and asks, you give this to her. Okay. Meng Xiaoqun nodded, feeling that something must have happened between her lover and her master in Jiang country before. At this time, Lu Changsheng was obviously very natural when talking about his master. Come, Yao, is this the gift that Daddy prepared for you? At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of the gift he prepared for his daughter, and took out a jar from his pet bag. Ah, the gift that Daddy gave Yao before. Yao already likes it very much. The purple-skirted girl had curved eyebrows, and a pair of beautiful eyes like stars looked at Lu Changsheng like crystals, and there was also admiration and joy flowing. That's not a gift. This gift is specially prepared for Yao by Daddy. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Yao, thank you Daddy. Nangguan Yao was like a little girl who got candy, her eyes full of expectation and radiance. Apart from anything else, this daughter provides the most emotional value to people. Hey, is this a goo worm? Nangguan Yao opened the jar and saw a thumb-sized, pink silkworm with a wilted appearance. Yes, this goo is called Xiangxiang goo. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Xiangxiang goo. Nangguan Yao opened her lips slightly, a little surprised. Her spirit body is a pure Xiangxiang body. Her father suddenly gave her a Xiangxiang goo, and she really didn't believe that it had nothing to do with her spirit body. Moreover, she felt a strange resonance from this goo worm. I heard from your mother that you have the immaculate heavenly fragrance body. When this insect was first refined, its effect was somewhat similar to that of the immaculate heavenly fragrance body, which can make people's skin fragrant. When the insect is in the second stage, the fragrance effect will be further improved, making people reluctant to hurt it, and weakening the hostility and killing intention by 3 points. When the insect is in the third stage, even if the enemy is facing it, they will be more soft-hearted and show mercy. If it can be promoted to the fourth stage, it can even improve the luck and opportunity in the dark, and be favored by heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng introduced the effect of the heavenly fragrance goo in a gentle voice. After Nangguan Yao introduced it, her face was full of surprise. Even though she was just a foundation-building cultivator, she was clearly aware of the power of this insect. The effect in the early stage might be just average. But after the fourth stage, it can actually improve the luck and opportunity, which is amazing. In terms of the luck of heaven and earth, this insect is at least a top-level earth spirit insect, and may even be a heavenly spirit insect. And the most important thing is that this insect is a perfect match for me. The general effect in the early stage will have the effect of 1 + 1 = 3, or even 4, on herself. Daddy, is this really for me? She held the Xiangxiang goo, her eyes shining. looking around, and asked with joy. Of course, do you like it? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Yes, Yao likes it very much, thank you, Daddy. Nangguang Yao nodded happily, and kissed Lu Changsheng on the face excitedly to express her gratitude. Meng Xiaojun, who was next to her, saw the deep love between father and daughter, and felt a little sour in her heart. Lu Lang came to visit himself at Yao and prepared such a precious gift for Yao. But he had nothing. Yao, you are a little tired today, go back and rest first. Tomorrow Daddy will take you out to play and help you refine this Xiangxiang Gu. Lu Changsheng now has sharp five senses, and noticed Meng Xiaojun's emotions, and smiled at Nangguang Yao. Then he held Meng Xiaojun's white and delicate hand, indicating that he had prepared a gift for her. This pill is called Po Evil Pill, which can break all kinds of poisons, seals, curses, forbidden magical powers, etc. It may be able to remove your love laku. Lu Changsheng said directly. This pill was won by him in a lottery in his early years, and it has been gathering dust. Now thinking of Meng Xiaojun's situation, he thought of giving this pill to her to see if it can remove the love laku. On the one hand, Lu Laozu disdains to capture a woman's heart through such means. On the other hand, it is also for the sake of Nangguang Mili and his daughter Nangguang Yao. After all, the love laku has always been a thorn in Nangguang Mili's heart. Removing Meng Xiaojun's love laku is also considered to remove this thorn. And if his daughter knew that Xiaojun, who has always taken care of her, was infected with a love laku, it would be difficult for him to explain it. Or if he and Meng Xiaojun have a child in the future, the child will know that their mother is still infected with a love laku. It's a headache just thinking about it. Does Lu Lang not want Xiaojun anymore? However, when Meng Xiaojun heard the effect of this pill, she suddenly looked sad and said with red eyes. Huh? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He never expected the other party to be like this. I just give you the right to choose. He shook his head and said. No, Xiaojun thinks this is good. Meng Xiaojun threw herself into Lu Changsheng's arms, hugged him tightly, and shook her head. At this moment, Lu Changsheng also clearly realized the domineering nature of the love laku. He did not force it, and planned to wait for Nangguang Mili to come back and give it to the other party together. After all, this was what he had planned before. However, seeing that Meng Xiaojun had taken good care of his daughter over the years and that she looked a little lonely, he took out the pills in advance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 What? Lu Changsheng and Yao went out for fun? The next day, Lu Changsheng took his daughter Nangguang Yao out for a trip. Yao, where do you want to go? Lu Changsheng looked at the girl in the purple skirt and asked with a smile. Yao doesn't know either. Mother never let Yao go out for a long journey to gain experience. Can Daddy take Yao to see it? Nangguang Yao was wearing a simple and elegant purple luo skirt today. The delicate embroidery on the hem of the skirt was like a butterfly dancing on the petals, vivid and lively. The waterfall-like black silk was combed into two simple and playful big braids, and the whole person exuded a fresh and refined, sunny feeling. Go out for a long journey, gain experience. Lu Changsheng touched his chin when he heard this, then nodded and said, okay. After the words fell, he raised his hand and rolled up his daughter and soared into the sky, entering the nine heavens Gangfeng layer. Buzz! The mysterious light of yin and yang surged, like a layer of gauze wrapped around his daughter, flowing slowly. Daddy, is this the nine heavens Gangfeng layer? Nangguang Yao's eyes were shining, her nose was small and delicate, and her mouth was always filled with a cute and sweet smile. She held her father's arm, her tender lips slightly opened, and she looked around, and said with a curious look, well, didn't your mother bring you here? Lu Changsheng glanced at the girl's delicate and white face, and smiled. My mother said it was too dangerous. The girl curled her pink lips. Your mother is right. Lu Changsheng would not say bad things about Nangguang Mili. Giant and cultivators can travel in the nine heavens Gangfeng layer. But if you bring someone with you, you will encounter enemies on the way, and it will be dangerous, so you have to be distracted, which is indeed a big danger. But with Dad here, it's not a big problem. Lu Changsheng patted the pet bag, and suddenly a golden light filled it, accompanied by a terrifying breath. Cry. The golden-winged skyrock, which was shining all over and seemed to be cast in gold, appeared. In the early years, even if Lu Changsheng was a giant and cultivator, it would be troublesome to take his daughter on a long trip. But now with a golden-winged skypang, it is much more convenient to go anywhere. Daddy. Nangguanyao looked at the golden-winged skypang in front of her, and suddenly felt a terrifying and dangerous aura, and subconsciously hugged Lu Changsheng's arm tightly. Don't be afraid, this is Daddy's pet. Lu Changsheng patted her palm, indicating that there was no need to be afraid. Then he took Nangguanyao to the back of the golden-winged skypang. Is this Daddy's pet? Although Nangguanyao could not see the strength of this golden-winged skypang, she knew from its appearance and momentum that the strength of this golden-winged skypang was far superior to the third-level centipede of the previous wind centipede envoy. She looked at the elegant and handsome Lu Changsheng in front of her, and her heart was extremely surprised. What kind of background did her father have? Not only did he easily suppress the wind centipede envoy, but he also gave her the ragu insect Xiangxianggu, and such an amazing pet. Although the father and daughter have been together for a month, the father in front of her is still full of mystery in her eyes, and even more mysterious. Let's go, Dad will take you to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range for training. Lu Changsheng said. The 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range is endless, and there are also branches in Jin State. So I thought of taking my daughter here to gain some experience, and see if there are any third-level monster kings to hunt. Swish, the golden-winged skypang spread its wings and suddenly shot out, like a golden rainbow, tearing through the endless strong wind. Wow wow wow, Nangguanyao saw that the strong wind was torn apart by the golden-winged skypang at such a high speed, and she immediately exclaimed excitedly. If it weren't for the mysterious yin and yang divine light to protect her, she felt that this strong wind would be able to tear her into pieces. Daddy, so fast. Her fair and delicate face was faintly flushed, like a powder-made jade, and her starry eyes kept looking around, excited like a bird out of a cage. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter and felt a little amused. At this speed, the other party might not be able to see anything clearly. With a flick of his finger, a mirror appeared in front of his eyes, and a scene like a chess game with falling stars appeared below. Yao, if you want to go somewhere, just tell me directly. Lu Changsheng said to his daughter. Thank you, Daddy. Nangguanyao's eyebrows were curved, and a charming arc was drawn at the corners of her mouth, showing her innocence. At this time, she looked at Lu Changsheng's elegant and handsome face, and suddenly said, Dad, this is not your real face, right? Look at my memory. Lu Changsheng slapped his forehead and forgot that he had been disguised. Immediately, a chaotic air flowed on his face. The originally elegant and handsome middle-aged man instantly turned into a 20-year-old young man with fair skin, handsome face, deep facial features, and extraordinary temperament. Wow, Daddy is so handsome. The girl looked at her father's handsome face, which seemed to be flowing with fairy light. She immediately held her face with both hands, her beautiful eyes sparkling, like a little fangirl. She felt that she didn't look like her father before. Although she looked more like her mother, it was impossible that she didn't inherit a little bit of her father's appearance, right? Now seeing her father's true appearance, it suddenly dawned on her. She also roughly understood why her mother liked her father. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's exaggerated appearance and laughed a little. But this appearance really maximized the emotional value. He smiled and rubbed her head and said, My Yao is still the most beautiful. This is not a lie. The daughter in front of her is indeed impeccable in appearance. She has completely inherited the exquisite facial features of her mother Nangguang Li, and she is naturally beautiful. But compared with Nangguang Li, she is not so charming and coquettish. Her facial features grow together just right, giving people an indescribable beauty, fresh and refined but with a little charm. Hey, it's all good genes from my parents. Nangguanyao's purple skirt was covered with crystal clear yin-yang mysterious divine light, which was hazy and very beautiful. Hey, this seems to be Wuxin Ridge. At this time, she saw a mountain range below and said aloud. Do you want to go and see it? Lu Changsheng didn't know what Wuxin Ridge was. His understanding of Jin State was limited to the situation of several major forces. No need, this is a spiritual place under the jurisdiction of the Five Poison Sect. I have been here with Sister Xiaojin before. Nangguangyao said aloud, introducing the situation here to Lu Changsheng. In this way, the father and daughter talked and laughed on the golden-winged sky pang. Then Lu Changsheng began to help his daughter refine the Xiangxiang gu. It is not easy to refine such a Xiangling gu. Even if many ordinary cultivators obtain it, it is difficult to refine it. But with Lu Changsheng's help, it is naturally not a problem. Buzz. 7 days later, Nangguangyao successfully refined the Xiangxiang gu. However, this gu worm has never been cultivated in Lu Changsheng's hands, and even often starves. Therefore, after Nangguangyao finished refining, there was no obvious effect. It takes a period of cultivation before the effect can be gradually seen. Thank you, Daddy. Nangguangyao was very happy with this gu worm. She felt that Xiangxiang gu was improving her spiritual body. At this time, she looked at the endless mountains in front of her and said in a greasy voice, Dad, is this the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Did they say that there are many monsters in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Why didn't I see a single monster? It is very far from the fairy spider market to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Even for a giant and cultivator, it takes half a month, but the golden-winged sky pang arrived in just 7 days. Sometimes Lu Changsheng didn't know whether his daughter was really stupid or still pretending to be stupid. He laughed out loud and said, monsters are very sensitive to breath. The breath of the golden pang is pervasive, so naturally no monster dares to appear. Besides, this is just the outer area of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and the number of monsters is not large. The blood effect of the golden-winged sky pang makes him a king when he enters the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Before, Lu Changsheng entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to hunt the Demon King and intercept the spiritual veins, which still required some effort. But now with a golden rock, through blood suppression, the third-level Demon King can be weakened by 3 points. Yes, the girl suddenly realized, and then laughed cutely. Her big eyes kept looking at the mountains in front of her, full of endless curiosity and exploration. Daddy, can you catch a mount for me? She suddenly pulled Lu Changsheng's sleeve, her eyes full of hope. No problem. Lu Changsheng smiled and snapped his fingers. The golden-winged skyrock immediately spread its wings in the air, swooped down towards the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, rushing and tearing the air. Third-level Demon King. How could a third-level Demon King appear here? From a distance, the demon beast that was originally roaring was suddenly frightened and trembled, unable to move. When some monks who hunted demon beasts in the mountains saw this movement, their hands and feet were cold and they dared not move. I don't know why a third-level Demon King appeared in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. There seems to be someone on this Demon King. Hiss, is this the spiritual pet mount of a giant's henron? Dare to be so ostentatious in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? It is definitely not an ordinary giant's henron. A foundation-building demon hunting team looked at the distant golden-winged sky pang, their eyes full of horror, envy, respect, and admiration. It would be great if I could become a giant's henron in this life. Someone was full of emotion and yearning. Giant's henron, you really dare to think about it? If I can condense a fake pill, it would be a great honor for my ancestors' graves. Alice, my wish is much smaller. I just need to earn enough spirit stones to settle in the Dark Evil City. The Dark Evil City? Your wish is not small either. A house in the city costs at least more than 100,000 spirit stones. This group of foundation-building cultivators chatted and sighed for a few words, and then continued to move forward cautiously. My father is really strong and domineering. Although Nangguangyao has never been to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he still knows a lot about it. Seeing his father rushing on the road so unconcealed and wantonly, he was also full of emotion. During this process, she looked around with her beautiful eyes to see if there were any good monster mounts. In fact, she didn't have too many ideas about mounts. If she really wanted one, her mother Nangguangyili would have prepared it for her long ago. She simply thought that since she had come to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, she had to find something to do. And asking her father for help more often could also give him a sense of being needed, thus cultivating the relationship between father and daughter. Jin Peng, restrain your breath a little. At this time, Lu Changsheng said to the golden-winged sky pang. If the other party was allowed to emit spiritual pressure like this, no monster would dare to appear except the third-level Monster King. Since he was accompanying his daughter to train and catch monsters, he could only find second-level monsters. Even if he suppressed the third-level Monster King, his daughter would not be able to subdue it. It was even difficult to subdue a second-level monster. Cry. The golden-winged sky peng cried out, and the body with a dazzling luster dimmed a lot, and the demonic aura dropped from the third level to the second level. As a third-level monster king, it was naturally no problem to disguise the aura. However, under such disguise, the strength and speed would be affected to a certain extent. As the golden-winged sky peng's aura was restrained, some fierce birds and monsters gradually appeared, roaring and snarling at Lu Changsheng, thinking that the other party was invading their territory. The bloodline grades of these monsters were not bad, and Lu Changsheng also took his daughter to capture and hunt monsters. When he saw some similar monsters, he would give his daughter a chance to try and see how strong she was. After a while, Lu Changsheng watched his daughter fight with a bear monster, and thought to himself, the methods of the 5 poison sect are not good at direct fighting. Nangguangyao's methods are also mainly based on poison, supplemented by charm. Facing such monsters, they are even somewhat restrained. It is not as simple and direct as sword cultivation and talisman cultivation. However, the other party is a pure heavenly fragrance body, and it is impossible for her to practice other skills, so she can only prepare more methods for her. Ah, Daddy, help me. Nangguangyao saw that the bear monster was not poisoned and kept approaching him, and immediately shouted for help. Puff. Lu Changsheng flicked his finger and killed the bear monster instantly. Wow, Daddy is so awesome. The girl immediately looked at Lu Changsheng with admiration, staring at him with stars in her eyes. You're a little exaggerated. Lu Changsheng smiled and flicked her smooth forehead. No way, I'm really sincere. Haha. Just like that, Lu Changsheng took his daughter to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, hunting monsters and collecting natural treasures like a tour. Wow, Daddy is so awesome. Wow, this barbecue is so delicious, how did Daddy make it? Daddy, another mineral vein. During these days, Lu Changsheng's skills in spiritual slaughter, spiritual cooking, and dragon hunting were all displayed, causing Nangguangyao to exclaim throughout the whole process, and she was brilliant. Although the daughter's appearance and expression were fake. But I have to say that with her, the whole process was indeed much more joyful, and I didn't feel bored at all. This day, outside the fairy spider market, a noble woman in her 30s, with a beautiful and enchanting appearance, breathtaking curves, and wearing a purple gauze skirt, fell from a high altitude, with a hurried look and a little dusty. Greetings to the Sky Spider Envoy. Greetings to the Master. The monk stationed in the market saw this enchanting and peerless woman and hurriedly saluted. However, Nangguangmili did not even look at these people. After opening the market formation, he turned into a rainbow light and flew in. Flying is naturally prohibited in a market like this. But for Nangguangmili, she is the rule here. After she arrived at the fairy spider peak, she saw that the communication talisman in her hand did not move, and an ominous premonition suddenly surged in her heart, and then she took out another communication talisman. A moment later, Meng Xiaojun hurried over, saw Nangguangmili, and shouted with surprise, Master, you are back. Xiaojun, where's Yao? Nangguangmili nodded slightly and asked. On her way back, she had a sudden thought and had an ominous premonition. So after crossing the border, she rushed back with all her strength. But now seeing that her daughter Nangguangyao is not on the market, the ominous premonition in her heart is getting stronger and stronger, and the whole person is a little nervous. Meng Xiaojun saw her master looking so exhausted and realized that something was wrong. After so many years of getting along, she knew that her master cared a lot about his image. Even when facing a life and death crisis, he would keep his appearance and clothes. But now that her master came back in such a hurry, and just after coming back, he was nervously concerned about Yao's situation, there was obviously something wrong. She said hesitantly, Master, Yao is fine. She went out to play with Lu Changsheng a few days ago. What? Nangguangmili heard this, and her beautiful and enchanting jade face changed immediately. She had guessed before that this ominous premonition might come from Lu Changsheng. Unexpectedly, it was true. Lu Changsheng had come to the fairy spider market and kidnapped her daughter. When did this dog man come? How could Yao go out to play with him? Nangguangmili said immediately, clenching his hands, and a faint aura of Jinden-level magic power filled his body, making Meng Xiaojun a little difficult to breathe. Lu Lang has been here for almost 2 months. Meng Xiaojun replied quickly. How is this possible? Nangguangmili was surprised and full of disbelief. He and she parted at the border, so even if the other party was a little faster than him, it couldn't be that fast, right? Unless he didn't delay at the border at all and rushed on with all his strength. But there was a place of absolute spirits on the way, which was very time-consuming, so he had to rest anyway. By the way, Master, Lu Lang said that when you come back, Master, you will give this jade slip to you. Meng Xiaochen saw her master like this and knew that something must have happened between him and Lu Lang. It is even possible that the master came back in such a hurry because he was worried that Lu Lang would do something to Yao Iao. Did master lose again at the hands of Lu Lang? Meng Xiaochen thought that her master might find trouble with Lu Changsheng on this trip to Jiang State. And the wind centipede was suppressed by Lu Lang before, so if her master went to find trouble, wouldn't it be like an egg hitting a stone? Nangguang Millie took the jade slip. Millie, your husband and Yao Iao will go out to play for a while, don't worry. There was only a simple sentence from Lu Changsheng in the jade slip. The voice was full of tenderness, but in Nangguang Millie's ears it was full of the meaning of a villain's success and teasing. Lu Changsheng. Nangguang Millie gritted his teeth, and the jade slip in his hand turned into powder with a bang. Master, don't worry, Lu Lang has no ill will towards Yao Iao. Before, the wind centipede. Meng Xiaochen saw this and hurriedly spoke up to tell about the previous attack by the wind centipede on Nangguang Yao Iao. What? Tan Laogi attacked Yao Iao. When Nangguang Millie heard this, her narrow and long Danfeng beautiful eyes were suddenly filled with cold murderous intent. However, after knowing that Lu Changsheng suppressed the wind centipede, in order to avoid trouble, he took his daughter out to play, and she let go of her worries. Just thinking about Lu Changsheng and her daughter together, her heart was still up and down, uneasy. Xiaochen, what has Lu Changsheng done in the market these days? She asked Meng Xiaochen with a frosty face. Chapter 480, Qingyun Sect, Kunpeng swallowing the sky demonic art. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. On a cliff, Lu Changsheng and his daughter Nangguang Yao Iao sat on a dark golden tiger fur blanket. In front of them was a large cauldron, filled with rosy clouds, purple air flowing, and fragrant. This was the meat of a third-level monster beast, the purple fire queen Yu, and each piece of meat was flowing with crystal light. In addition, there were a bunch of spiritual medicines and natural treasures in the pot. This was no longer a spiritual meal. It was completely refining a furnace of pureless precious medicine. The fragrance of the medicine was overflowing, and ordinary people would feel refreshed and full of energy after smelling it. This was Lu Changsheng's own thinking through the spiritual chef, alchemy skills, and the medicinal bath method that Honglian taught in his early years. To put it bluntly, it was to boil various natural treasures, monster flesh and blood, through the assistance of the monarch and ministers, into medicinal food, and then adjust the taste through cooking skills. However, if this behavior was seen by other third-level spiritual chefs and medicinal dietitians, they would definitely scold it for wasting heaven's gifts. After all, the flesh and blood of the third-level monsters are rare and hard to come by, but they were stewed in a pot by Lu Changsheng. Okay, we can start eating. Lu Changsheng flicked his fingers to slightly restrain the thunder dragon flame under the furnace, and said to his daughter with a smile. Woo. Nangguang Yao Iao couldn't wait, holding the jade bowl, picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth, not caring about her ladylike image at all. At first, she was still reserved and very elegant. But after spending a long time with her father Lu Changsheng, she knew that he was a casual person. If they survived in the wild, there was no need to pay attention to so many red tape. Daddy, it's delicious. Nangguang Yao Iao looked at her handsome father in front of her, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and said with an intoxicated face. This was not an empty statement. The meat of the third-level monster is a top-grade ingredient. And Lu Changsheng only picked the essence. The meat tasted excellent, was extremely translucent, and contained a majestic essence. As soon as she swallowed it, a strong medicinal power surged in her body. These days, she has been eating and drinking well with her father, and she feels that her cultivation foundation has improved a lot. If she wants, she can break through the 5th level of foundation building at any time. Eat more if it tastes good. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, and he also served a bowl of soup to taste. The effect of this kind of medicinal food is not inferior to that of 2nd-level elixirs, and can even be compared with some 3rd-level elixirs. If consumed for a long time, it will not only increase cultivation, but also have the effect of washing the marrow and removing hair, and condensing the foundation of the physical body. so Lu Changsheng also plans to prepare a few meals after returning home. However, this kind of medicinal food must be eaten by at least foundation building cultivation. Ordinary people, or key training cultivators, may not be able to digest it if they eat a little. Nangguang Yao's mouth was full of oil, her little face was red, and her body was flowing with crystal light, as if bathing in a layer of divine clouds. After eating almost everything, Nangguang Yao's flawless body suddenly burst into a rosy glow, and was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. Lu Changsheng saw that his daughter's cultivation realm was about to break through on its own. The other party has been eating and drinking these days, and has accumulated a great deal of medicinal power. It is normal for the realm to break through on its own now. Daddy! Nangguang Yao shouted to Lu Changsheng, put down the bowl and chopsticks, and sat cross-legged. She could have broken through a long time ago, but she had been suppressing her cultivation realm. Since she has reached the limit now, she will no longer suppress it. Don't worry about breaking through, Lu Changsheng said with a smile, and let the golden-winged sky rock perch in the sky to prevent people or monsters from disturbing her. Boom! It is unknown how long it took. Nangguang Yao's body was shining, and a surge of magic power emanated from the sea of Qi and Danshan. Her cultivation broke through from the 4th level of foundation building to the 5th level of foundation building. Yao, congratulations on your cultivation. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter and smiled. It's all because of the good feeding by Daddy. The girl's face was delicate and tender, and there was a faint blush. She blinked her big eyes and laughed. Lu Changsheng knew that his daughter had already reached the peak of the 4th level, and he just accelerated this step. Dad, Mother seems to be back. At this time, a jade token appeared in Nangguang Yao's hand and said to Lu Changsheng. In addition to the normal communication talisman, she and her mother also have a sensing jade token, which can be used to confirm each other's situation. At this time, the jade token sent a sense, indicating that his mother should be back, or she is reporting safety to him. Oh. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, thinking that Nangguang Millie, this woman, came back faster than he expected. It's okay, I left a letter for your mother, so don't worry. If you want to go back early, we can start the return journey now. Lu Changsheng could imagine Nangguang Millie's anxious look at this time. Although he wanted to tease the other party, he didn't deliberately delay going back, or take his daughter back to Jiangguo directly. On the one hand, when mother and daughter meet, the daughter will sooner or later realize that her relationship with her mother is not so good. So there is no need to do this kind of thing to affect the image in her daughter's heart. On the other hand, the daughter and her mother Nangguang Millie have a deeper relationship, and it is impossible for her to give up her mother and go back with herself. Moreover, through these days of getting along, Lu Changsheng knew that this daughter seemed innocent, simple and cute, but in fact, she was very thoughtful and had her own ideas. If he told her the details of his family, unless Nangguang Millie was willing to go to Qingzhu Mountain, she would most likely not want to go to Qingzhu Mountain. But Nangguang Millie would never be willing to come to Qingzhu Mountain. Besides, her personality was not compatible with Qingzhu Mountain. Even if Nangguang Millie was willing to come to Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng himself was a little worried that it would cause trouble for the family. However, seeing that everything was fine for his daughter here, Lu Changsheng did not have such a strong idea to take his daughter back, and felt that it was natural. Anyway, now that there was the golden-winged sky pang, it would be convenient for him to come and see them. Yet, Yao, don't worry, it depends on what Daddy arranges. The girl did not know that her mother was extremely anxious at this time, and said cutely. In that case, let's go all the way back, or see where else you want to go. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. At this moment, Nangguang Millie learned from Meng Xiaochen about the situation of his daughter and Lu Changsheng these days, and he was extremely angry. He thought that this dog man was really full of bad water, and he thought he had changed his nature. There is not a single word of truth in this dog man's mouth. Nangguang Millie gnashed his teeth and cursed. Meng Xiaochen, who was standing next to him, saw that her master was so angry, and for some reason, she actually heard a bit of a quarrel between husband and wife from his words. Xiaochen, when Yao comes back, you must inform me as soon as possible, and I will go back to the sect. Nangguang Millie saw that her daughter was not there, and did not stay for long. She was going to go back to the 5 Poison Sect to deal with the matter of the Wind Centipede envoy. Moreover, she was out on a mission this time, and now that she was back, she also needed to report it as soon as possible. Yes, master. Meng Xiaochen responded seriously. After Nangguang Mili returned to the Five Poison Sect, she came to the Five Saints Temple to pay her respects. After a long time, the door of the temple opened with a bang. Meet the leader. Nangguang Mili walked into the hall gracefully in a purple gauze skirt. Looking at the girl in the hall, who seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old, wearing a silver crown and hairpin, a gorgeous purple-red brocade robe, and bare feet, she immediately bowed and saluted. Sky Spider Envoy, you are back. I already know about the Qingyun secret realm regarding the Jiang Kingdom. Did you gain anything in the secret realm? Although the girl's voice was tender and crisp, it revealed a majestic vicissitude that was inconsistent with her age. Report to the leader, Nangguang Mili said, telling what she saw in the Qingyun secret realm. As for how she escaped from the Qingyun secret realm, she did not elaborate. After all, it would be better if such things were not mentioned. The Five Poison Sect leader would tacitly rely on the trump card and life-saving means to escape. But if you are vague or make up lies, it is not so easy to deceive a Yuanying's engine. Well, the sect will record a merit for you for this matter. The Five Poison Sect leader has fair skin like jade, delicate and exquisite appearance, and a tender voice full of majesty of a superior. Although Nangguang Mili did not gain anything on this trip, but the result of Qingyun's secret realm was beyond everyone's expectation, so he still had some credit. It's just right that you're back. Not long ago, I had a meeting with Qingyun Sect. The little girl looked at Nangguang Mili and told a secret. Qingyun Sect. When Nangguang Mili heard this, her beautiful and charming face was suddenly startled, full of surprise. She naturally knew the name of Qingyun Sect, which was one of the top forces in the southern wilds. The Five Poison Sect was a hegemon in Jin State, with a Yuanying's engine sitting in the seat. But compared with the top forces in the southern wilds, such as Qingyun Sect, it was completely not enough. Master, the Qingyun Sect came, is there anything? Nangguang Mili asked in a low voice. Although the Five Poison Sect was a demonic force, it was only a small witch compared to these top demonic forces, and there was basically no contact with them on weekdays. Now that the Qingyun Sect suddenly came, it was obvious that something was wrong. You don't need to worry about this. The Qingyun Sect came this time to prepare to select a few seedlings to enhance the relationship between the two sects. The Five Poison Sect master looked at Nangguang Mili and said, Yes, master. Nangguang Mili did not ask any more questions and responded respectfully. Before, Tam Laogi attacked Jiao, was it because of this matter? After walking out of the Five Saints Temple, Nangguang Mili's phoenix eyes were narrow and long, with a dark luster, and she murmured to herself in her heart. But when she thought of the people from the Qingyun Sect, who were going to pick a few seedlings from the Five Poison Sect, she bit her delicate red lips with her pearly teeth, and her face changed from cloudy to bright. Lu Quanzhong was wearing a black cloak and driving a flying shuttle. It seemed that there was a kunpeng looming under his feet, galloping madly, drawing a long rainbow in the sky. However, before he galloped far, he felt a bone-chilling chill coming, as if a pair of cold and strange eyes were staring at him. Looking up, he saw that there was a white bone throne in front of him at some point. On it sat an old man in a black robe with a skinny figure, scarlet eyes, a terrifying face, and a breath of abyss and hell. Ghost Demon Master. When Lu Quanzhong saw the old man, he was immediately horrified and his muscles tensed. Hey, Junior, I didn't expect you to recognize me. The old man in black robe stared at Lu Quanzhong in front of him with scarlet eyes, leaned forward and said with a grim smile. As he spoke, Lu Quanzhong felt that he was enveloped by a cold and chilly aura. Invisible ghost hands appeared from all directions, grabbing his limbs and pinching his throat, making him unable to move and unable to breathe. Run, keep running, aren't you very good at running? Why don't you run away? The ghost demon sat on the white bone throne, his voice was cold and piercing, as if it came from the netherworld, freezing the soul of others into ice. Lu Quanzhong's face turned pale in an instant, his magic power was disordered, and his muscles all over his body seemed to cramp, shaking uncontrollably. This is the gap between foundation building and core formation. Even if he practiced the yin-yang 5 elements Kunpengju, had many trump cards and methods, and even killed the peak foundation building cultivators. But facing the core formation cultivator, in the face of absolute strength, he still had no power to fight back. Young man, don't worry. I won't kill you so easily. I will make you live a life worse than death, and let you experience the pain of being devoured by thousands of ghosts. Then I will refine you into my 10,000 souls banner to sacrifice to my son's spirit in heaven. Ghost Demon Master slowly stretched out his dry palm, and his scarlet eyes shot out two cold rays of light. Lu Quanxian suddenly felt a cold ghost hand pinching him tightly. He groaned and spit out blood. The gap is too big. The gap between the foundation building and the pill formation is too big. Even if he still has a trump card in his hand, he can't use it at this time. Hey, Ghost Demon Master looked at Lu Quanxian in front of him and laughed sinisterly, which made Lu Quanxian's whole body tingle, as if cut by a knife. His blood boiled, and his heart twitched. Old Ghost Li, you coward finally got caught by me. At this moment, a burly giant who was a foot tall appeared and looked at Ghost Demon Master. His voice was powerful and thunderous, and he shouted loudly. Well, old Ghost Zhenshin, why are you here? When Ghost Demon Master saw the giant, his pupils, which were as red as ghosts, suddenly shrank. As a demon master, he naturally had many enemies. The giant in front of him was one of his enemies, and he was a very feared enemy. A dark gourd with a ferocious pattern coiled around it immediately appeared in his hand, and he pulled the plug out of the gourd towards Lu Quanxian. Whoosh whoosh, in an instant, a cold wind blew, and a ghost appeared in the gourd, pulling Lu Quanxian directly into the gourd. Facing this gourd trick, Lu Quanxian had no power to fight back. I caught you today, I don't know where you can escape to. The giant looked at Ghost Demon Master and roared wildly, and the sound was like the roar of thousands of giant beasts, shaking the earth and making the air explode. The body, which was as tall as a foot, became stronger, and rushed towards Ghost Demon Master like a wild dragon. Swish, Ghost Demon Master was very clear about the giant's strength. Not only did he have the giant in cultivation, but he also had the third stage mid-stage body refining. He was simply overbearing and difficult to deal with, and he directly drove the White Bone Throne to flee. But the giant spent so much effort, and even deliberately used Lu Quanxian to lure Ghost Demon Master. How could he let him escape so easily? Boom boom boom, the two fought for several rounds. Ghost Demon Master looked embarrassed. Looking at the giant with a figure like a hill and covered with magic patterns, he shouted coldly, Old Ghost Zhenshin, do you really think you can defeat me? That's right, if I don't beat you to shit today, you'll have shit clean. The giant raised his hands and feet, and there was a terrifying and unstoppable force. The magic skills that Ghost Demon Master had easily suppressed Lu Quanxian before were completely ineffective in front of him, and he could only keep fleeing. At the same time, in the dark gourd of Ghost Demon Master, Lu Quanxian was sucked into the gourd, and his body instantly became cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He smelled a strong smell of blood and stench, and his whole body instinctively felt uncomfortable and wanted to retch. He held his breath and looked at the situation here. It was dark in all directions, like the netherworld hell, with countless demonic energy, ghost energy, and blood evil energy surging and rolling. Under his feet was a pool of blood plasma, slowly eroding his vitality and blood essence. Bang! Lu Quanxian immediately made a seal with both hands, and a five-colored fish appeared in his palms and hit the dark wall, but did not cause any damage. This should be a magic weapon. I want to break it out now, but it's probably as difficult as ascending to heaven. Lu Quanxian's face was ugly, knowing that he couldn't break this gourd with his current strength. The only hope was that another giant in Zhenren would kill Gemo Zhenren. But this person doesn't look like a righteous cultivator. Even if he kills Gemo Zhenren, he won't be kind enough to let me go. Lu Quanxian knew that he couldn't pin his hopes on others, so he continued to observe the situation here. This plasma, as well as this demonic energy, bloody evil energy, will continue to erode my body and rob me of my blood and mana. If this continues, I will be melted into plasma in just 10 days or half a month. After a moment, Lu Quanxian realized that this gourd was not that simple. He only had a few days. If he failed to escape from the gourd, he would be dead. But in the current situation, even if he escaped from the gourd, there were still two giants Zhenren outside. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to fight. He looked at the plasma and bloody evil energy in front of him, and after thinking for a moment, his narrow eyes were filled with fierceness, and he made a decision. Before, he had solved the problem of poisonous miasma erosion in the Black Mist Swamp through the Kunpeng Swallowing Heaven demonic art taught by his uncle, thus escaping danger. Now facing difficulties, he thought of this technique again. He planned to practice this magic technique directly, using the plasma and bloody evil energy here to practice. If his cultivation broke through the late stage of foundation building, he might be able to fight for a glimmer of life with his trump card. Although practicing this technique would bring endless troubles, he did not hesitate at all in the current situation. Lu Quanzhong had already understood the Kunpeng swallowing heaven magic technique clearly. He sat cross-legged in the blood plasma and began to practice this magic technique. Buzz buzz buzz, as Lu Quanzhong's technique was practiced, mysterious runes like tadpoles gradually emerged from his body, and his 84,000 pores were like black holes, exuding a terrifying aura. Blood-colored fish appeared around his body, roaring and snarling, and then merged into a hideous and terrifying Kunpeng phantom. Roar! Kunpeng roared to the sky and opened his huge mouth like a black hole. In an instant, rolling demonic energy, ghost energy, and bloody evil energy poured into Lu Quanzhong's body. Chapter 481 Xiaochen, help me find someone. His name is Lu Quanzhong. Hiss! As soon as the evil spirit entered his body, Lu Quanzhong showed a look of pain. On the body with mysterious runes, blood spots seeped out from the pores. This evil spirit, ghost spirit, and blood evil spirit were violent and chaotic, cold and piercing, and extremely fierce. They were completely incomparable to the poisonous miasma of the black mist swamp. The moment it entered his body, it madly eroded and destroyed his meridians, flesh and blood, like a knife and saw, and he was in excruciating pain. Kunpeng swallows the sky. Lu Quanzhong's face was hideously distorted, and the phantom of Kunpeng behind him roared and roared, with a dark blood light, like a black hole, swallowing the rolling evil spirit, ghost spirit, and blood evil spirit, and refining it into the energy needed for Kunpeng's magic. Boom boom boom, Lu Quanzhong's body was rumbling, and a series of crisscrossing blood-colored veins spread on his skin, releasing terrifying blood light, interweaving with the mysterious runes, and flowing strangely and dazzlingly. He gritted his teeth and began to practice yin-yang 5 elements Kunpengju. This technique is divided into 2 parts, and they need to be practiced together to maximize the power. Moreover, if you do not practice the yin-yang 5 elements Kunpengju, and only practice the Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon art, it is very easy to go astray, even affect your mind, and encounter heavenly punishment. Buzz buzz buzz, as the 2 techniques are running at the same time, a stream of 5 colored fish swims out of his Qi Danshan, flows around his body, and forms a balance with the Kunpeng demon shadow with a dark blood light. However, during this process, Lu Quanzhong realized that something was wrong. At this time, the initial fusion of the 2 techniques will affect the efficiency of the Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon art and cannot maximize the effect. There is no time for me to fuse the 2 techniques into one. And here are all demonic energy, ghost energy, and blood evil energy, and it is difficult to maintain balance. Lu Quanzhong's body is covered with strange veins, glowing with dark blood light. Originally, practicing the Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon art is very dangerous, and you need to find a quiet place to practice in seclusion. But now he is facing the dilemma of death and has no choice at all. It's too late to hesitate. If I can't escape from here before the ghost demon real person is alert, there is only one way to go. He made a prompt decision, gave up the yin-yang 5 elements Kunpengju, and used all his strength to operate the Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon art. Boom boom boom, the 5 colored fish dissipated, and the phantom of Kunpeng opened the abyss and roared. Countless demonic energy, ghost energy, and blood evil energy flowed into the black hole like Kunpeng's huge mouth, as if casting a deep abyss black hole, making the dark blood light more and more intense. Lu Quanzhong's face was hideous and painful, cold sweat dripping, and blood permeated his body covered with strange veins. The whole person was extremely terrifying. Although this process was painful, he could clearly feel that his cultivation was improving crazily, and he was about to break through to the 6th level of foundation building. Although this improvement may lead to a superficial realm and an unstable foundation. But he was deeply aware of the horror of this technique. As long as he let go, he would definitely make great progress. No wonder my uncle told me not to practice this technique before I break through the Jinden stage. Once you practice this technique, it's like walking on a road of no return. Before, Lu Quanzhong thought he could keep his original heart and would not lose himself in the power. But now, practice is to cultivate the mind. Only power is eternal. Invincible power will naturally nourish the invincible mind. What I need now is to improve in the shortest time. Only in this way can I fight for a glimmer of life. Lu Quanzhong's cold eyes were filled with dark blood, and his expression was firm. At this moment, he threw all the foundation, side effects, and self-loss behind him. Because only when you are alive can you consider other things. 9 Heavens Gangfeng Lair. A golden rainbow light tore through the endless Gangfeng, Knowing that Nangguang Mili was back, Lu Changsheng did not stay outside with his daughter Nangguang Yaoyao for too long. After playing for a few days on the return journey, seeing that his daughter was eager to return home, he hurried back to the fairy spider market with all his strength. At this moment, a surge of magic power suddenly came out of nowhere, causing Lu Changsheng to pause slightly. Well, who has broken through again? Lu Changsheng could feel that it should be one of his children who broke through to the middle stage of foundation building. But he remembered that none of his children who were in the foundation building stage at home should be qualified to break through to this realm. He silently thought in his heart and opened the system to take a few glances. Name, Lu Quanzhen, lifespan 60/169, talent, 4th grade spiritual root, cultivation, 6th level of foundation building, talent, fighting compatibility, 69%. Well, Quanzhen has broken through to the 6th level of foundation building. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He remembered that 2 years ago, his son Lu Quanzhen had only broken through to the 5th level of foundation building. Now, in 2 years, he has broken through to the 6th level from the 5th level. This speed is really amazing. But he also noticed that his son's lifespan is much shorter than before. As a foundation building cultivator, he only has a lifespan of 169 years, which is definitely short-lived. What has Quanzhen been doing these years? Lu Changsheng frowned. Although many cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation would use the secret method of burning life when they encounter dangerous situations. But this thing can't be used often. Using it too much will not only shorten your life, but also affect your foundation, causing sequelae that are difficult to solve. Thinking that his son might still be in Jin state, he planned to let Meng Xiaojin investigate later to see if he could find Lu Quanzhen. Otherwise, he was really worried about his son's situation. Dad, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Nangguang Yaoyao next to him was very good at observing words and expressions. When he noticed that his old father frowned, he immediately said with a well-behaved concern. Nothing. Lu Changsheng smiled and said. Qingzhu Mountain. Well, why is it so lively outside? In a courtyard at Bian Peak, Yu Fei, who was pregnant with a big belly, heard the movement outside and was a little curious and surprised. After a while, she knew that it was the son of Lu Liaozhu, Lu Xingjun, who had tied the knot with a woman. Sister Yu Fei, there is a happy event at home today, do you want to go and see it? At this time, Lu Maoyan and Lu Changsheng came over and looked at Yu Fei who was pregnant. Thank you, Sister Lu, I am not feeling well, so I won't go to join in the fun. Yu Fei stroked her belly after 10 months of pregnancy and shook her head. Although she was much older than Lu Maoyan. But marrying Lu Changsheng as a concubine, she naturally had to call Lu Maoyan sister. Fair, you have a good rest, your husband will come to accompany you later. At this time, Lu Changsheng next to him nodded with a smile and said softly, and then went to Bian Villa with Lu Maoyan. At this time, Bian Villa was decorated with lights and colors, and it was full of joy. Xingjun, congratulations to you. Congratulations. Brother, happy wedding. Lu Xingjun was gifted and easygoing. He was also a doctor and alchemist, so he was very popular. Of course, Lu Xingjun was the first Lu family member to break through the foundation building stage and get married early, so the Lu family attached great importance to this marriage. Meet father, and meet the mountain master, meet the queen. Meet ancestor Lu, Madam Lu. Seeing Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoyan coming, all the Lu family members and guests immediately bowed respectfully. No need to be polite. Although Lu Maoyan looked young, like a young girl, she was dignified and generous, with a sense of grace. With the arrival of the two, the wedding began to proceed in an orderly manner. Although it was not a big event and too many people were invited, the Lu family is now famous, and the surrounding family forces will come uninvited when they hear the news. Not to mention being on good terms with Qingzhu Mountain. It is worth it to meet Lu Xingjun, the alchemist of the Lu family, and get familiar with him. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Send to the bridal chamber. The atmosphere in Qingzhu Mountain is really extraordinary. Now the ancestor Lu Changsheng is still in his prime, and there is a body refining genius like Lu Pinggan, who has the seed of Dan formation. Maybe in the future, he will really have the hope of being ranked among the Jinden family. After Wang Yanjing and Lu Xingjun finished bowing to heaven and earth and were sent to the bridal chamber, they felt a little emotional. Then, Thinking of their current situation, they sighed deeply. Sister Jing. After a long time, after Lu Xingchen finished toasting, he came to the bridal chamber and saw Wang Yanjing sitting upright in a phoenix crown and bridal robe, and shouted happily. The two called each other fellow Daoists in their early years. But after getting familiar with each other, Lu Xingchen found that Wang Yanjing knew a lot, so when they were together, they often asked each other for advice and gradually called each other Sister Jing. We are husband and wife now, Wang Yanjing said in a dignified sitting posture. Oh, it's time to drink the wedding wine. When Lu Xingchen heard this, he immediately realized it, called the maid, used the jade scale to lift the veil, and then drank the wedding wine with the other party. Wang Yanjing looked at the gentle and elegant young man in front of her. Her expression was slightly dazed. She didn't expect that she would choose to get married one day. You know, in her early years, she met many men who were better than Lu Xingchen. But she was devoted to cultivation at that time and had no thoughts of love between men and women. This time, she was seriously injured, her cultivation level fell, and she lived a dull life that she had never had in her early years. Her mentality and thoughts have also changed drastically. This can be regarded as meeting the right person at the right time. Wang Yanjing thought with a smile on her face. Sister Jing. After Lu Xingchen finished drinking the wedding wine, he looked at Wang Yanjing in front of him with a happy expression. He didn't expect that he would get married after saving the other party. Call me wife, Wang Yanjing said unhappily when she saw him so infatuated. Oh. Lu Xingchen hurriedly smiled and called out, wife, husband. Wang Yanjing smiled gently and called out softly, with a bit of shyness in her eyes, which was beautiful. As soon as Lu Changsheng and Nanguang returned to the fairy spider market, a purple figure rushed over, hugged Nanguang and said with a face full of longing and worry, Yao, are you okay? Nanguang Millie, what do you mean? Lu Changsheng was immediately upset when he saw this scene. He brought his daughter back as soon as possible, but you were so nervous, as if you were guarding against thieves, making him, the ancestor Lu, think that he would harm his daughter. Humph. Nanguang Millie subconsciously wanted to greet Lu Changsheng warmly. But thinking of his daughter next to him, he swallowed the words and snorted coldly. Mom, I'm fine. Dad took me to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for training and caught 2 spirit pets for me. Nanguang Yao instantly realized that the relationship between her parents seemed not to be very good. She pretended not to know and said with a cute smile. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Nanguang Millie was a little surprised when she heard this. You know, it takes more than half a month to go from the fairy spider market to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, even if she tries her best. But Lu Changsheng and his daughter Nanguang Yao only went out for a month. At this time, the two still have time to play and catch spirit pets? At this moment, Nanguang Millie can be sure that Lu Changsheng should have some kind of flying magic weapon or mount, which is very fast. Thinking that the other party has such a mount magic weapon, but he didn't take it out when he was traveling with her, Nanguang Millie was a little annoyed. Could it be that this dog man deliberately humiliated me on the way? Nanguang Millie thought of the experience on the way, and felt humiliated and angry in her heart. Her clear Danfeng beautiful eyes glared at Lu Changsheng fiercely. Yao, mother has something to tell you. She didn't look at Lu Changsheng for much, and immediately took her daughter away. Daddy. Nanguang Yao looked back at Lu Changsheng and blinked her big eyes, indicating that she would see what her mother said first. Although she was close to her mother, she also had a good impression of Lu Changsheng, her father, after spending time with him. Seeing the relationship between her parents, she wanted to understand it, or act as a middleman to ease the tension. Go ahead. Lu Changsheng smiled. With his daughter beside him, he was too lazy to argue with Nanguang Millie. Otherwise, he would have to tell her why the millstone was so red. Wait. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of the wind centipede envoy suppressed in his Wuxian Baolin, and shouted to Nanguang Millie. What's the matter? Nanguang Millie had a graceful figure, beautiful curves, and a charming face that was as cold as frost, without a good expression. Bang! An old man with disheveled hair, a disheveled look, and a centipede scar on his face was thrown to the ground by Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng would naturally not treat this wind centipede envoy as gently as he treated Nanguang Millie. In order to prevent the other party from making trouble in the Wuxian Baolin, he would directly punch him and break all the bones in his body. Then, under the double restraint and suppression of Yin Yang Yiki Great Capture and Wuxian Baolin, He injured his soul with Tai's soul, causing the whole person to faint. This person has troubled Joao before, you deal with it. Lu Changsheng said directly. He believed that Meng Xiaochen had already told Nangguang Mili about this matter, so he was too lazy to say more. I will take care of this matter. Nangguang Mili did not show any more disdain, and raised her slender jade-like palm lightly, and directly rolled up the Feng centipede who was like a dead dog and left. Although this person was also an envoy of the Five Poison Sect, they did not have a good relationship. Moreover, the other party dared to attack her daughter. If she had not considered the rules of the sect, she would have killed him directly. Master. At this time, Meng Xiaochen rushed over and shouted to Nangguang Mili respectfully. Xiaochen, I have something to do. Nangguang Mili originally wanted to call her apprentice Meng Xiaochen away. But thinking that Meng Xiaochen was now affected by the locking love goo, her soul had already been affected. Moreover, Lu Changsheng was willing to unlock the love goo for Meng Xiaochen before, so he swallowed his words back. I have something to tell Yao, you receive him temporarily. Nangguang Mili said coldly. Yes, master. Meng Xiaochen looked happy immediately. These days, she has been troubled by the relationship between Lu Changsheng and her master. She felt that she was caught between the two of them, and was simply in a dilemma. Hearing the master's words at this time, she felt that the relationship between the two was not as stiff as she imagined, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaochen, I have something to ask you. Lu Changsheng looked at Meng Xiaochen and said. Just yesterday, he saw his son Lu Quanzhong's cultivation level break through again through the system bonus. From the 6th level of foundation building to the 7th level of foundation building. In just a few days, he broke through the 6th level of foundation building from the 5th level of foundation building, and now he has broken through the 7th level of foundation building. This speed is amazing. For such a thing, he is naturally happy to see it. But the problem is that he saw that Lu Quanzhong's lifespan has been reduced again. This situation is a bit weird. The cultivation level has broken through madly, but the lifespan is constantly decreasing. So Lu Changsheng wanted to investigate his son's situation through Meng Xiaochen to see what was going on. Yet, Meng Xiaochen and Lu Changsheng came to a side hall, poured tea for him, and asked what was going on. Xiaochen, I want you to help me find someone. Lu Changsheng said. Lu Lang, you say. Meng Xiaochen's beautiful eyes with a purple luster were full of Lu Changsheng's figure, and she was happy. As long as she was with Lu Changsheng, even if the two of them didn't say anything, she felt happy. His name is Lu Quanzhong, and his cultivation is in the middle stage of foundation building. Lu Changsheng flicked his fingers, and a water mirror appeared, showing the appearance of his son Lu Quanzhong. Lu Quanzhong. Meng Xiaochen looked at the appearance in the water mirror, frowned slightly, and felt that she seemed to have seen it somewhere, but she had no impression. By the way, he also has a 6-winged golden silkworm. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng added. What? 6-winged golden silkworm? Meng Xiaochen heard this and suddenly remembered that she had seen the other person on a wanted poster. Then she exclaimed, Lu Lang, has this person also practiced poison skills? Poison skills? I don't know about that. How come you have seen him? Although Lu Changsheng knew that his son's practice method was yin-yang 5 elements Kunpengju, he hadn't seen him for so many years and didn't know anything else. I should have seen him. Meng Xiaochen thought of how she had chased the other person before, bit her lips with her pearly teeth, and said aloud, some time ago, there was a cultivator named Chu Changsheng who made a lot of noise because he was wanted by the ghost demon real person. Because he was carrying a 6-winged golden silkworm, I also paid attention to him and even met him. Chu Changsheng. When Lu Changsheng heard this name, he was immediately sure that this person was his son Lu Quanzhong. After all, who uses their real name when they are out? And this name is only one character different from his uncle Chu Changsheng. It should be him. Xiaochen, can you tell me what's going on with the wanted order for Demon Ghost? Lu Changsheng asked immediately. Chapter 482 Nangguang Mili, this bastard only has his daughter in his eyes. I don't know much about this matter either. I only know that he killed the son of Ghost Demon Master in his early years, so he was wanted by Ghost Demon Master. Meng Xiaochen shook her head and said softly. She knew about this matter because Nangguang Yao wanted the 6-winged golden silkworm, so she paid attention to it. Then a year ago, A news suddenly came out that this person was chased by Ghost Demon Master's disciple Tang Li and a group of foundation building cultivators. Not only did he successfully escape, but he also killed Tang Li, who was at the 9th level of foundation building, causing a sensation. Ghost Demon Master was furious and offered him a reward for several giant and spiritual objects and a blood ghost condensing evil pill. Meng Xiaochen continued. Lu Changsheng looked surprised. He didn't expect his son to make such a big fuss in Jin State. Not only was he wanted by a giant and master for many years, but he was also hunted by more than a dozen foundation building cultivators. At this moment, he probably knew what was going on with his son's lifespan. It is estimated that he has been fighting with others or running for his life in these years. How can this kind of life not be short-lived? However, his son's record also surprised him. Being chased by a 9th level foundation building cultivator with more than 10 foundation building cultivators, he not only managed to escape, but also killed one person. Although he didn't know the strength of these people. But as a disciple of a giant's Henren, this Tang Li must be extraordinary, not the kind of straw bag foundation building. Lu Lang, who is this person? Meng Xiaochen looked at Lu Changsheng's worried eyes and asked in a low voice. He is my son. Lu Changsheng let out a long breath and said in a deep voice. Sure enough. Meng Xiaochen was somewhat fortunate that she didn't keep chasing him at that time. She pursed her lips and said a little uncomfortably, in the early years, I didn't know his relationship with Lu Lang, so when he appeared in the fairy spider market half a year ago, I also attacked him. It's okay, Xiaochen, do you know where he is now? Lu Changsheng didn't blame the other party. If Meng Xiaochen knew that Lu Quanzhong was her son, she would definitely not do it, and she would even protect him. So he couldn't blame the other party for this kind of thing. He just wanted to know where Lu Quanzhong was and what was going on. The other party's cultivation level was crazy, but his lifespan was constantly decreasing, which meant that there was something wrong with his current situation. You may get some kind of opportunity, but you may also encounter danger. I don't know about this either. I will send someone to investigate now. Meng Xiaochen said immediately. Okay, Xiaochen, thank you for your help. If you have any news, tell me as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng nodded. Seeing Meng Xiaochen walk out, he was still a little worried. He took out a blood-attracting talisman and smeared his blood and Chu Xianxian's blood on it. But this blood-attracting talisman can only sense the location of Nanguan Yao and cannot sense other bloodlines, which means that Lu Quanzhong is thousands of miles away, or in some secret cave. At the same time, in another hall, Nanguan Yao held her mother's arm with an innocent face, caring about her trip to Jiang State. But when she talked about her father, Nanguang Mili immediately said with a frosty face, don't associate with this person in the future. Why? I think daddy is very good. Nanguang Yao became more and more curious about the relationship between her parents, and tried to speak well of her old father. She took out the Xiangxiang gu that Lu Changsheng had given her and said, Mother, look, this is also a gift from my father. Just tell me what you want. Nanguang Mili saw that her daughter had only known Lu Changsheng for 2 months, and she began to speak for this bastard, and she felt a little sour and jealous. However, when she saw the crystal clear, fragrant pink silkworm in her daughter's hand, her beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and she saw something wrong. This is. She held the Xiangxiang gu in her hand and looked at it carefully. At the same time, the gu in her body awakened, and an inexplicable throbbing breath came. Xianling gu. Nanguang Mili's beautiful and enchanting face was full of surprise. Although she was a giant's Henren, she still didn't have a Xianling gu in her hand. On the one hand, Xianling gu was precious and rare, and it was very hard to get one. On the other hand, it was too difficult to get a Xianling gu that matched her. If the gu worm was not suitable for her, even if it was a Xianling gu, it would be a waste of time and energy to cultivate it in the end. She saw that the pink insect exuded a fragrant scent that made people feel relaxed and happy, and instantly realized that this insect and her daughter were somewhat compatible. Is this the dog? Your father gave it to you. She looked at Nanguang Yao with a look of surprise. You know, the Xianling gu is extremely rare. This dog man not only got a Xianling gu, but also matched it with her daughter's physique. It obviously took a lot of effort, which shows that he really misses this daughter in his heart. But the next moment, she thought of the other party when he was with her. He knew how to abuse her in every way, without any gifts, but he was so concerned about his daughter. Humph, this dog man really only has his own children in his eyes. Nangguang Li thought of the early years when Lu Changsheng abused her in every way, but when he knew that she was pregnant, his attitude immediately changed, and he was tender and affectionate, and his heart was sour and melancholy. Yes, Daddy said that this insect is called Xiangxianggu, and the effect is similar to my Wuki Xiangxiang body. Nangguang Yao's eyebrows were curved, and she introduced the effect of this Xiangxianggu to her mother with a well-behaved and cute face. On the one hand, it was to speak well of the old father. On the other hand, it was to ask her mother to identify the situation of this goo worm. When the Xiangxianggu is in the fourth stage, it needs divine incense. Others believe in the incense and cultivate it. Is this the will of heaven? Nangguang Li heard this and murmured to herself. Through her daughter's words, she realized that this goo worm and her daughter are a perfect match. As long as this Xiangxianggu is refined into a life goo worm and cultivated well, the effect of her daughter's Wuk Xiangxiang body will reach an unprecedented level in the future. Moreover, the effect of this Xiangxianggu is very similar to the inheritance of Lineage sect. Mother, what is the will of heaven? Nangguang Yao heard her mother's words, blinked her big eyes, and was a little confused. Mom came to you, and there is something I want to tell you. Nangguang Li took a deep breath and said seriously. 5 days ago, the envoy of the Immortal Lotus Sect, the White Lotus Master, came to the Five Poisons Sect. This trip is for the affairs of the sect, and on the other hand, it is to select a few people to go to the Immortal Lotus Sect to enhance the relationship between the two sects. Nangguang Li told his daughter about the Immortal Lotus Sect. Immortal Lotus Sect? Hey, why do I seem to have heard of this name somewhere? Nangguang Yao heard this and tilted her head, feeling that it sounded familiar. The next moment, her starry eyes suddenly understood, her pink lips slightly opened, and she asked, Mother, is it the Immortal Lotus Sect where the Immortal Lotus descended to the world and saved all living beings? Yes. Nangguang Li nodded, and said with a serious face, the world is like a prison, all living beings are suffering, reincarnation is endless, and worries are endless. Have pity on us. The Immortal Lotus descended from the sky, escaped from the sea of suffering, and enjoyed eternal happiness, the Holy Mother of Lotus, the hometown of the vacuum. The Immortal Lotus Sect is one of the top forces in the southern wilderness, with a great master sitting in charge. In the battle between good and evil, countless good and evil cultivators were brought to the hometown of the vacuum by the Immortal Lotus Sect. Yao, you have a pure natural fragrance body, which is very suitable for the inheritance of the Lineage sect. If you can join the Lineage sect and obtain the Lineage sect's signature technique, the Lotus Magic Sutra for saving the world, you will most likely be able to break through to the nascent soul stage in the future. Nangguang Li stroked his daughter's long black hair, her beautiful eyes showing some yearning. Although she was the Sky Spider envoy of the Five Poison Sect, she was not very sure about breaking through the nascent soul. If his daughter could join the Lineage sect, her future would be far better than the Five Poison Sect, and she would have a high probability of breaking through the nascent soul. If she is motivated enough to become the saint of the Lineage sect and is vigorously cultivated by the Lineage sect, then the nascent soul is a foregone conclusion, and she may even become a great lord in the future. The peak nascent soul cultivator is also known as the Great Lord by the world. For thousands of years, there have never been great lords in the immortal cultivation countries like Jin, Zhang, and Yu, and they all stopped at the early stage of the nascent soul. Lineage sect Nangguang Yao's starry eyes were shining, and she was a little moved. As one of the top forces in the southern wilderness, it would be a great blessing for her to join the Lineage sect. But if she joins the Lineage sect, she will have to part with her mother. The reason why Tan Laogi attacked you before was because of this. He wanted to prevent you from participating in this selection and reduce a strong enemy for his grandson. Nangguang Li's beautiful eyes were shining with a cold luster as she continued. After knowing about the visitor from Lineage sect, she guessed why Feng Wuxi wanted to take action against her daughter. Others did not know her daughter's physique, but Feng Wuxi, as one of the Jindans Henren of the Five Poison Sect, had long known that Nangguang Yao possessed some kind of spiritual body, a charming body. This physique was very consistent with the inheritance of Lineage sect. If his grandson competed with Nangguang Yao, he would most likely not be an opponent. So he wanted to take action against Nangguang Yao to eliminate a strong enemy for his grandson. Mother, this matter has not been decided yet. If I join Lineage sect and just become an ordinary disciple, then I might as well not go. Nang Guangyao said with a smile without being sentimental. If there was a chance and the conditions were good, she would naturally choose to join Qingyun Sect. But if she was just an ordinary disciple, then it would be meaningless. With my Yao's talent, how could she be an ordinary disciple? Nang Guangmili's beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with maternal rhymes, and she pinched her daughter's fair face with doting. Most parents are proud of their children. Nang Guangmili is the same. And Nang Guangyao is indeed Nang Guangmili's pride. She has high hopes for her and believes that her daughter will have the potential to reach the nascent soul stage in the future. The purple-skirted girl laughed in the arms of the beautiful woman, and then continued, "Mother, you haven't told me what's going on with father. Is there any conflict?" "Humph, don't mention this man." Nang Guangmili felt sour and unhappy when she heard her daughter mention Lu Changsheng. After all, the daughter she had raised for so many years spoke for this bastard after only 2 months, which made her feel like her little cotton-padded jacket was leaking air. Moreover, she could say before that she could satisfy whatever her daughter wanted. As a result, this bastard was obviously well prepared, and after a barrage of sugar-coated bullets, she was no match for him at all. "If mother doesn't like it, I won't mention Yao. Don't be angry." When Nang Guangyao saw her mother like this, she immediately hugged her and spoke coquettishly. When Nang Guangmili saw her daughter like this, her heart softened suddenly. She thought it would not be a bad thing for her daughter to have some contact with Lu Changsheng. Although she scolded the dog man all day long, she knew Lu Changsheng's character after getting along with him for so long. This man is very tolerant and tolerant of his own people. Even if she was against him and scolded him every day, except for humiliating herself, he did not do anything, and even warmed up the golden elixir for her. As for the treatment of children, there is nothing to say. It would be a good thing if her daughter could get along with his father more. But when she thought of her precious daughter talking and laughing with Lu Changsheng, she was very unhappy, worried that her daughter would be abducted by this dog man one day. But thinking of the matter of the Qingyun Sect, Nang Guangmili touched her daughter's head, and said softly, "You go and say goodbye to him, and then go back to the sect with me." Yes. Nang Guangyao did not mention her father again, and responded obediently. Daddy. Nang Guangyao saw Lu Changsheng, who was dressed in a black robe and had a tall and slender figure outside the hall, and immediately trotted forward and called out in a sweet voice, "Yao." When Lu Changsheng saw his precious daughter, he immediately turned around and shouted with a smile. Then he looked towards the main hall, and saw Nang Guangmili, who was wearing a luxurious purple dress, tall, with her arms folded across her chest, with a proud, cold and noble look on her face. He thought that this woman did not tell his daughter too much about the things between them. Otherwise, if the other party really wanted his daughter to hate herself, she only needed to exaggerate, and there would always be a gap between the father and daughter. However, after getting along for so long, he also knew that Nang Guangmili was an extremely arrogant woman and loved her daughter very much, so she would not do such a thing. Moreover, the other party had a proud and arrogant personality. Under the heating of his conquest, his cold heart was melted a little, but because of his personality, he still kept up his airs. "Daddy, have you done anything to let down mother? Why does mother get angry when I mention you?" Nang Guangyao said with a sweet smile, as if joking. She had been with Lu Changsheng before, and knew that her father had an easygoing personality, and that the topic of his mother was very calm and natural. Lu Changsheng glanced at Nang Guangmili, who was not far away, smiled and rubbed his daughter's head, and said in a gentle voice, "There are some small conflicts between your mother and I, but don't worry, Daddy will solve it." He naturally didn't want his affairs with Nang Guangmili to affect his daughter and have a negative impact on her. Daddy, you really did something to let down Mom." Nang Guangyao opened her pink lips slightly, looking at her father in surprise. Then she wrinkled her delicate and exquisite nose, pouted and said, "Who told you to be daddy? Tell me, what's the matter? I'll go and persuade Mom later." At the end of the words, she lowered her voice, tiptoed slightly, and said close to Lu Changsheng, looking very cute, "Children should not worry about adults' affairs." Lu Changsheng flicked her fair forehead with some amusement. "HMPH, Stinky Daddy, I was kind enough to help you, but you hit me. I'm not going to pay attention to you." The girl puffed up her delicate little face, like a delicate flower in bud, and her voice was a little coquettish and aggrieved. Okay, Daddy was wrong." Even though Lu Changsheng knew that his daughter was acting, his heart softened when he saw her so aggrieved and charming. As the saying goes, the crying child gets the milk. And Nangguang Yao's personality is naturally lovable. Yao. Nangguang Mili, who is not far away, saw his daughter talking and laughing with Lu Changsheng, and speaking in a coquettish tone, and he was immediately unhappy and shouted. His daughter used to act coquettishly only to him, but now she is acting coquettishly to this dog man, making her feel like her beloved thing was taken away by someone. Daddy, my mother and I have to go back to the church, and we can't accompany you during this time. Nangguang Yao immediately stuck out her pink tongue and said with a cute face. Is there something wrong? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He and Nangguang Yao had just returned, and the other party was going back to the Five Poison Sect with Nangguang Mili. It was obviously a coincidence. Mom said that the envoy of the Qingyun Sect is coming, and we need to go there. Nangguang Yao said so. Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng's expression froze when he heard the name. He had heard Ling Zixio mention this name. Thousands of years ago, 7 top demonic forces formed an alliance, set off a war, and swept across most of the southern wilderness immortal cultivation world. Among these 7 demonic forces, there was the Qingyun Sect. Logically speaking, the Qingyun Sect is very far away from Jin State, separated by several immortal cultivation countries, so how could it come to the Five Poison Sect? Let's go, Yao. Nangguang Mili looked cold, and stepped forward and shouted to his daughter to leave. Goodbye, Daddy. Nangguang Yao seemed to be afraid that her mother would be angry, so she just whispered and waved her white and tender palm. Yet, Lu Changsheng responded with a smile, planning to ask Meng Xiaochen later what was going on with the Qingyun Sect coming to the Five Poison Sect. A moment later, Meng Xiaochen came back and told Lu Changsheng that she had sent people to investigate the news about Lu Quanzhen. Not only through the Five Poison Sect channels, but also sent people to other markets to purchase information about Lu Quanzhen. Xiaochen, thank you for your hard work. Lu Changsheng held her fair jade hand and thanked her. Then he continued to ask, Xiaochen, do you know what is going on with the Qingyun Sect coming to the Five Poison Sect? The Qingyun Sect came to the Five Poison Sect? Meng Xiaochen was stunned. She didn't know about this. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng didn't ask any more questions. He planned to ask Nangguang Mili or his daughter Nangguang Yao later. 3 days later, Lu Changsheng felt a strong magic power surging out of thin air. Through the system, he saw that his son Lu Quanzhen had broken through the 8th level of foundation building. This speed is no longer amazing, it is completely terrifying. Looking at the system panel, his son's lifespan was reduced by another 13 years. He realized that there was definitely something wrong with the other party, a big problem. At this time, Meng Xiaochen told Lu Changsheng a piece of news. Lu Quanzhen appeared in a black market in Black Demon Mountain 3 months ago, and then his identity was discovered and he was attacked and killed. Moreover, there are rumors that Ghost Demon Master came out of seclusion and personally went to hunt down Lu Quanzhen. Ghost Demon Master personally took action. Lu Changsheng's face condensed slightly, realizing that his son's situation is very dangerous now. The other party's crazy improvement in cultivation may be related to Ghost Demon Master. Is there any information about the whereabouts of Ghost Demon Master? Lu Changsheng asked immediately. If Lu Quanzhen continues to break through like this, there will definitely be big problems. I have sent people to investigate the whereabouts of the Ghost Demon Master, but it will take some time. Meng Xiaochen bit her lip lightly and could feel Lu Changsheng's worry. Where is the largest intelligence organization in Jin State? I'll go there directly. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and said directly. In his son's situation, he no longer had the patience to wait here for information to come back. Lu Lang can go to Guiyao Xiancheng and find the Shadow Building to buy relevant intelligence information. They were established by the Shadow Sect and mainly do assassinations and intelligence eavesdropping. They are very well informed. Meng Xiaochen said immediately, introducing the situation of this fairy city to Lu Changsheng. The main thing is that Lu Quanzhen appeared in the Black Demon Mountain before, which means that he may be close to this area. Okay, I'll go there now. If you have any news here, immediately crush the jade talisman I gave you, and I will rush back as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng nodded and said in a deep voice. Then he quickly left the fairy spider market, released the golden-winged sky pang, and then looked at the map and rushed to the ancient Yuxin city as quickly as possible. Chapter 483 Lord By Leon, a beauty of national beauty and heavenly beauty. 5 Poison Sect. On a mountain peak surrounded by clouds and colorful colors, a temple stands like a dormant emerald poisonous scorpion. The main hall is strange and gorgeous, full of grand and ancient atmosphere, and colorful vines are everywhere. You can see many snakes, centipedes, and spiders crawling among the vines and trees, and the creepy sound of rustling makes the whole temple shrouded in a strange and unpredictable atmosphere. At this time, a group of serious and respectful figures stepped on the jade steps and came to the front of the temple. Mother Nangguanyao's dress today is completely different from the past. A simple purple dress covered with spiders and butterflies embroidered. The jade neck, white hands, slender waist, ankles, all wear exquisite colorful silver ornaments. The black and beautiful long black hair is woven into a complicated braid, and she wears an ancient and heavy silver crown, which makes the whole person less innocent and cute, and more mysterious and weird. This is the attire of the 5 Poison Sect. Usually, they will only dress like this on important occasions. Nangguang next to him and other 5 Poison Sect monks are all like this. However, compared with her daughter Nangguanyao's dress and silver jewelry are more complicated, gorgeous and heavy. Don't be nervous. Nangguang smiled and signaled her daughter not to worry. But having said that, she herself was a little nervous. After all, what happened next might be related to her daughter's future. Come in. After a moment, a crisp, childish, and majestic voice sounded in the palace. Yes. These people immediately bowed, then gave a few instructions to the young men and women next to them, and entered the palace with respectful and solemn faces. The palace is empty and deep, with many lifelike poisonous insects, snakes, scorpions and poisonous beasts painted on the walls, and filled with an indescribable smell of poisonous poison, which made all of their poisonous insects much more active at this moment. Greetings to the leader, greetings to the White Lotus Master. Greetings to the leader, greetings to the White Lotus Master. Greetings to the leader, greetings to the White Lotus Master. Everyone entered the depths of the hall and immediately saw a 7 or 8-year-old girl with a beautiful face and delicate figure sitting above, and a beautiful figure who seemed to be bathed in holy light. However, they did not dare to look at it for too long. The moment they came in, they all bowed and saluted, fearing that they would be disrespectful. Master. At this time, the leader of the 5 poisons looked at the White Lotus Master next to him, with a bit of respect in his words. Although both of them are Yuanying cultivators. But Yuanying also has different levels. Yuanying cultivators like the White Lotus Master, even if they are only the head of the Immortal Lotus Sect, their identity, status, and strength are not comparable to her, the leader of a sect. No need to be polite, raise your head. The voice of the White Lotus Master was like a wisp of breeze, and like a white cloud, soft and agile, refreshing, making the cultivators in the field feel relieved, relaxed physically and mentally, and peaceful and natural. Is this the method of the Immortal Lotus Sect? All the people present were 5 Poison Sect monks, so they naturally knew many unorthodox methods. Through these heart-stirring words, they realized the horror of this White Lotus Master. With just a wave of his hand and a foot, he could capture people's hearts. Is this the leader and the White Lotus Master? Nangguanyao'il raised her head slowly, and only then could she see clearly the appearance of her own leader and the envoy of the Immortal Lotus Sect. Although she was a disciple of the 5 Poison Sect and her mother was the Sky Spider envoy of the 5 Poison Sect, it was her first time to see the leader of the 5 Poison Sect. However, she had known the appearance of the leader of the 5 Poison Sect for a long time, and she was not too surprised. But when she looked at the White Lotus Master, her expression was startled and a little dazed. The White Lotus Master was very beautiful, and could be described as a fairy. She was wearing a white lotus dress, outlining endless graceful curves, and her skin was as white as ice and snow, releasing an indescribable dignity and holiness. Her face, body, every inch of skin, and even every strand of hair, all flowed with strands of white and flawless luster, as if bathed in a layer of hazy holy light. The moment she saw her, Nangguanyao'il felt her holy breath coming towards her. At this moment, her body and soul seemed to be full of filth, and she wanted to kneel down in front of her to purify her soul. Not only her, but other 5 Poison Sect monks, and even Nangguang saw this White Lotus Master, and they were slightly dazed and felt an inexplicable throbbing. However, as giant and masters, they quickly woke up and were shocked. It's too weird. This White Lotus Master is so weird. Just sitting still, a face-to-face can arouse and affect their minds. At this moment, They have a better understanding of the horror of the Immortal Lotus Sect. White Lotus Master had a faint holy smile on his lips and looked at the people in front of him. When her eyes fell on Nangguanyeo, her crystal clear and holy eyes were instantly rippled, and she looked surprised and suspicious, eyebrows like moths, starry eyes, fragrant skin, delicate and charming, extremely beautiful, shining like spring flowers. How can this person have so many beautiful appearances? Wait, national beauty. This is the national beauty, the fragrance, the integration of all kinds of beauty. Bailian Zhenjin looked at Nangguanyeo in front of him, looking at her eyebrows, eyes, facial features, slender jade body, beautiful eyes with surprise. This is not simply praising Nangguanyeo's beauty, but the art of physiognomy of the Xianlian sect. The inheritance of the Xianlian sect skills pays great attention to appearance. Even human appearance is divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, such as flowery and moon-like appearance, lotus emerging from the water, peach blossoms on the face, beautiful expression, ice-like skin, and so on. With any kind of beautiful appearance, practicing charm skills can achieve twice the result with half the effort and become a disciple of the Xianlian sect. If you have all kinds of beautiful appearances, high-level beautiful appearances, it is very suitable for the inheritance of the Xianlian sect. Among all kinds of beautiful appearances, the most beautiful is the beauty of the country and the fragrance of the sky, which is the most beautiful among all the flowers and the most beautiful among all the fragrances. Such a seedling is hard to come by even for the Xianlian sect. It's so beautiful, it's really so beautiful. Not only is it a beauty of the country and the fragrance of the sky, but it also has a spiritual body. The whole body is spotless, clear and flawless, and the body is fragrant. This is a spotless body of heavenly fragrance. She kept looking at Nangguanyeo in front of her, her eyes full of appreciation and joy. I didn't expect that I would be able to meet a seedling of beauty of the country and the fragrance of the sky on this trip. If I accept her as a disciple and bring her back to the sect to cultivate her well, my lineage will have one more nascent soul seed. With this girl's talent, she can break through the nascent soul in the future and even compete for the position of the saint. The only thing that made her feel sorry was that Nangguanyeo had already broken through the foundation. If she hadn't practiced yet, or had just started practicing, she would be perfect and impeccable. The 5 poison sect leader, who was wearing a purple and red dress and bare white jade feet, followed the gaze of the White Lotus Master and looked at Nangguanyeo with a somewhat surprised look on her face. She knew a thing or two about Nangguanyeo's situation. 3 days ago, Nangguangmili reported to her about the Wind Centipede envoy. She said that her daughter had the immaculate heavenly fragrance body, so she was attacked by the Wind Centipede envoy. She wanted to say a few good words for Nangguanyeo, but she didn't expect that the White Lotus Master would like her at first sight. But even if it was the immaculate heavenly fragrance body, it wouldn't make the White Lotus Master so demeanor. What's your name? The White Lotus Master was surrounded by a holy light, and came to Nangguanyeo, and said softly. Reply to the Master, my name is Nangguanyeo. Nangguanyeo faced the White Lotus Master, and for some reason, she actually had the same feeling as when she saw her father's true face. Like a spring breeze, she felt close to him, without any majesty or oppression. She knew that this was to cultivate the art of enchantment to perfection. Nangguanyeo. Bailian Zhenjin smiled and said, you deserve to join my Xianlian sect. Are you willing to be my disciple? What? This. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was horrified and looked at Nangguanyeo with disbelief. Unexpectedly, in just a short moment, Bailian Zhenjin would accept Nangguanyeo as his disciple. You know, in the world of cultivating immortals, the relationship between master and disciple is extraordinary and represents inheritance. Although many demon cultivators use the name of accepting disciples to plot against their will. But the Bailian Zhenjin in front of him is a Yuanying Zhenjin. This level of cultivators are loyal to their words and will not easily be contaminated by cause and effect. It is highly likely that they will not do such things under the name of accepting disciples. At this moment, all the Jindans Henrin present looked at Nangguangmili with envy. Nangguanyeo was favored by Bailian Zhenjin and accepted as a disciple. Nangguangmili, the Sky Spider envoy, will also rise in the status of the 5 poison sect and go further. The other key refining and foundation building disciples looked at Nangguanyeo with envy and jealousy. Because they all knew that this was an opportunity to make a breakthrough. If they were favored by the White Lotus Master and accepted into the Qingyun Sect, becoming a bridge between the two sects, it would be equivalent to obtaining a chance to form a pill, and there is a high probability that they would be able to break through the Jinden stage in the future. But Nangong Yao was not only favored by the White Lotus Master, but also actively accepted as a disciple by the other party. What a chance! It was simply a supreme chance. Even Nangong Mili was in a trance at this moment, thinking that she had heard it wrong. After all, she only grasped that her daughter would be selected into the Qingyun Sect, and she did not expect that her daughter would be directly favored by the White Lotus Master and asked to be accepted as a disciple. Yao is lucky to be favored by the Master. I don't know what virtue and ability Yao has to be favored by the Master. Nangong Yao pursed her delicate lips lightly, looking surprised, excited and a little panicked. The little girl has a good character. She didn't directly accept my offer to accept a disciple. Bai Lian's Henjin saw that Nangong Yao was not as surprised and frightened as she seemed. She was actually asking him the purpose of accepting a disciple. However, she didn't care about this and even nodded secretly. After all, in addition to talent and beauty, Bai Lian's Henjin also had to test her character when accepting a disciple. However, Nangong Yao had a spiritual body and was a beauty. Once she was brought back to the sect, I'm afraid that other Yuanying's Henjin would compete with her. So I temporarily ignored the character test and directly accepted a disciple. Do you know anything about the Qingyun Sect? Bai Lian's Henjin had a peerless face, and his body was flowing with a dignified and holy hazy white light, which was very sacred. The world is like a prison, all living beings are suffering, reincarnation is endless, and worries are endless. Pity us, the world, the fairy lotus descended from the sky, escaped from the sea of suffering, and enjoyed eternal happiness, the lotus mother, the vacuum hometown. Nangong Yao immediately bowed his hands and saluted, with a respectful look on his face, and said sincerely, "He." With a faint holy smile on his face, Bai Lian's Henjin chuckled. The sound seemed to be close at hand, and it seemed to come from the horizon. Although the doctrine was like this, she also knew the image of her Qingyun Sect in the hearts of the Five Poison Sect and other demon sects. My Qingyun Sect is different from other sects in accepting disciples. We not only value spiritual roots and talents, but also appearance. Bai Lian's Henjin's voice was delicate, calm and comfortable. He said slowly, there are 3, 6, and 9 levels of appearance. Among all kinds of beautiful appearances, the most beautiful appearance should be the appearance of a country with a natural fragrance. And you are the appearance of a country with a natural fragrance. She looked at Nangong Yao and said, appearance of a country with a natural fragrance. Although the cultivators present knew about the Qingyun Sect, they did not know much about it. I just knew that the Qingyun Sect had very strict requirements for appearance. Nangong Yao in front of her was indeed impeccable and flawless. I don't know how many disciples of the Five Poison Sect admired her. But just based on her appearance, she was favored by Yuanying's Henjin. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Nangong Mili was extremely excited when she heard this. She was sure that her daughter would join the Qingyun Sect because she knew that her daughter's spirit body was compatible with the Qingyun Sect. But she never expected that the Qingyun Sect also had the saying of observing appearances. And her daughter was the head of all appearances. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of pride and arrogance in her heart. After all, this was her daughter, Nangong Mili, who perfectly inherited her stunning appearance. Moreover, your spirit body and the beauty of the country are a perfect match, and perfectly fit the inheritance of my Qingyun Sect, so I am also happy to see you. The smile of the White Lotus Master was holy and charming, and his voice was full of poetic beauty, which made people instinctively feel good about him. Spirit body. When the cultivators in the field heard this, they suddenly looked enlightened. They realized that Nangong Yao's spirit body was very unusual. Only in this way could a Yuanying master open his mouth to accept disciples. It's so hidden. These people looked at Nangong Mili and thought to themselves. For so many years, they had not heard about Nangong Yao's spirit body. A beauty of the country and heavenly fragrance. Nangong Yao herself was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that her appearance would actually fit the inheritance of the Qingyun Sect. Moreover, this Balian's Henjin said that her spirit body and the beauty of the country and heavenly fragrance were a match made in heaven. Doesn't that mean that her spirit body can be seen at a glance? You know, when she was young, Her mother found rare treasures for her to cover her spirit body so that people couldn't see it. A beauty of the country and heavenly fragrance. Isn't my mother the same? She said with a look of joy and surprise, looking at her mother Nangguang Mili. Mother. Balian's Henjin heard the meaning of Nangguang Yao's words, looked at Nangguang Mili, and commented in a soft and calm voice, your mother also has all kinds of beautiful appearances, peerless appearance, glamorous, beautiful and charming, but she is not a beauty of the country and heavenly fragrance. The Nangguang Mili in front of her is indeed good-looking and has all kinds of beautiful appearances. If she had joined their Xianlian sect in her early years, she would have had a promising future and could be regarded as a true inheritance. But now Nangguang Mili has already formed a pill. Even if she joins the Xianlian sect, she can only be listed as an outer sect. Besides, she came to the Five Poison sect this time, not to poach people. How could she leave with a giant and cultivator? And Nangguang Yao is already an adult, and he wants to accept her as a disciple and completely return to the Xianlian sect, so he wants her to have less contact with her relatives. Master's Henjin, Yao has now broken through the foundation building stage. If she becomes your disciple, will it have any impact? Nangguang Yao pursed her lips and continued to speak, looking a little nervous. Your cultivation method is also in the same vein as our Xianlian sect. As long as you are willing to become my disciple, I can open the Xianlian pond for you as an exception, wash away the lead, refine the foundation, and perfectly transfer to the inheritance of my Xianlian sect. Balian's Henjin heard that this girl was fighting for benefits for herself, and didn't care at all. Such a seedling is indeed worth her spending a lot of resources to cultivate. And in her eyes, it is a good thing to know how to actively fight for benefits for yourself. What in the world of cultivation doesn't rely on yourself to fight for? The strong will always be strong. Only by daring to fight and fighting, can you climb to the peak of the immortal way. If you are timid, have a bad character, and become a disciple in a daze, she will look down on you. Besides, she came to the Five Poison sect this time to lay out the future plan. When the great catastrophe comes in the future, the disciples must dare to fight. Only in this way can you stand out on the future catastrophe, become the saint of the immortal Lotus sect, and gain enough benefits for your Balian lineage. However, other cultivators in the field saw Nangguang Yao hesitated and asked about the conditions when facing this Henjin to accept her disciples, and they simply wiped a swat for her. They felt that this girl didn't know what was good for her, and she felt that she was bold and full of devilishness. Yao. Nangguang Mili shouted anxiously, fearing that his daughter would continue to delay and annoy the Balian's Henjin in front of him. After all, the Xianlian sect is a sect of the devil, and it is extremely evil. The Balian's Henjin in front of him, although he is a demon, is full of holy light, as if to purify her body, mind and soul, and is also full of evil intentions. She was really afraid that her daughter would annoy the other party. If the other party attacked her daughter, even she, as a mother, would not be able to stop him. Yao is nervous and curious. Please don't blame me, master. Nangguang Yao heard the words and quickly changed her words. While speaking, she knelt down in front of Balian's Henjin, and solemnly performed the apprenticeship ceremony and said, Disciple Nangguang Yao, I pay my respects to master. What's wrong with this matter? Accepting disciples is not a one-sided opinion. Balian's Henjin said with a smile, stretched out his palm with holy white light, gently lifted Nangguang Yao, and said, Since you are willing to worship me as your master, I will hold a ceremony for you to worship me after returning to the sect. For a Yuanying's Henjin like her to accept disciples is naturally not a trivial matter, and the sect must be notified. In addition to this aspect, she is also ready to investigate Nangguang Yao. Look at the specific character of the other party, decide whether to be an ordinary disciple, or to enter the room to teach personally, and whether to hold a ceremony to accept disciples. Thank you, master. Nangguang Yao immediately responded with a well-behaved face. However, everyone in the field knew that this girl was not as innocent as she seemed. Master Wudu, thanks to your great blessing, I will accept a good disciple. I will take these people to Xianlian sect, and we can visit each other often in the future. At this time, Master Balian looked at the master of the Five Poison sect next to him and said, Although these people were originally chosen by her, but her choice to accept disciples naturally had a different meaning. She needed to repay this favor, so she took everyone to Xianlian sect. Thank you, master. The other people were ecstatic when they heard this. They didn't expect that they were all chosen. Master, you are polite. The girl said with a smile. These people who were brought here are all disciples of the Five Poison Sect with a good family background and have deep feelings for each other. Even if they go to Qingyun Sect and their hearts are set on Qingyun Sect in the future, they still have relatives and elders in the Five Poison Sect, and there will be a relationship between the two sects in the future. Then, she looked at Nangguang Millie, who was wearing a purple dress, and said, Sky Spider Envoy, you gave birth to a good daughter. Now that Nangguang Yao has become a disciple of the White Lotus Master, she will pay more attention to Nangguang Millie. It is Yao's blessing to be a disciple of a master. Nangguang Millie said respectfully. You have all kinds of beautiful appearances, and you are also destined to be with my Qingyun Sect. I have a technique inheritance and magic weapon here, and I will give them to you. If you have achieved success in your cultivation in the future, you can come to the Qingyun Sect, and I will give you another opportunity. Upon hearing this, the White Lotus Master looked at Nangguang Millie, raised his jade hand lightly, and a technique inheritance and a White Lotus seed fell in front of her. Since she wanted to accept a disciple, she naturally had to leave a good impression on both parties. Of course, this inheritance and magic weapon also told Nangguang Millie that before he had completed his cultivation, he should not come to the Qingyun Sect to find his own disciple. Thank you, Master. Nangguang Millie naturally knew what he meant, and did not dare to refuse. He accepted the jade slip and magic weapon. Disciple, say goodbye to your family and friends. Master Balian looked at Nangguang Yao, and then at the others. His expression was calm, dignified and holy, and he said lightly, you can go too. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Nangguang Yao and the other 5 people bowed respectfully. Then these people looked at Nangguang Yao, all with a flattering look. Even though they had the same status as Nangguang Yao in the Five Poison Sect before. But now that Nangguang Yao has been accepted as a disciple by the White Lotus Master, there is a huge difference in their status. Mother, Yao can't be with you anymore. Nangguang Yao said with red eyes after she and Nangguang Millie walked out of the hall. You have been well behaved and sensible since childhood, but when you go to the Immortal Lotus Sect, you need to be careful in what you say and do, and please the Master more. Nangguang Millie's beautiful eyes also turned red, and her face was full of reluctance. Her daughter has been brought up by her since she was a child, and the longest time they have been apart was when she went to the Qingyun secret realm. But now, not long after returning from Jiang Kingdom, she has to say goodbye to her daughter again. And it's unknown how long it will take for them to see each other again. Mother, my daughter still wants to say goodbye to Daddy. Nangguang Yao bit her lips lightly and said to her mother. Okay, Mother will take you there. Nangguang Millie did not scold her daughter. She used her magic weapon and took her daughter to rush to the fairy spider market with all her strength, so as not to delay the time of the White Lotus Master. Nangguang Millie and her daughter Nangguang Yao rushed to the fairy spider market, but they did not expect Changsheng to have left. Ancient and Netherworld Fairy City? What is he doing in Ancient and Netherworld Fairy City? Nangguang Millie frowned and said. Changsheng wanted by the Ghost Demon Master is the son of Lu Lang. Lu Lang heard that the Ghost Demon Master personally went to hunt down Changsheng, so he thought of going to Ancient and Netherworld Fairy City and looking for Shadow Building to buy the Ghost Demon Master's intelligence information, so as to find Changsheng. Meng Xiaojun explained. Nangguang Yao next to her was stunned and a little confused. Unexpectedly, the black-robed young man with 6-winged golden silkworm was actually her half-brother? That Changsheng is my brother. She looked at Meng Xiaojun in surprise. That's right, his real name is Lu Quanzhen, the son of Lu Lang. Meng Xiaojun shook her head and smiled bitterly, then comforted him softly. Yao, I have already told Lu Lang about this matter. We didn't know his identity at the time. When you see him in the future, just apologize. Lu Quanzhen? How many unknown children does this dog man have? Nangguang Millie was also a little surprised. She had heard Meng Xiaojun mention it in her early years about Changsheng and paid a little attention to it. She knew that this person's strength was very extraordinary. As a casual cultivator, he was not only fine under the wanted by the ghost demon real person, but also rose strongly. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be the son of Lu Changsheng. Before in Jiang State, she investigated Lu Changsheng's detailed information. She knew that he had a son who has a genius in body refining, named Lu Pingan. At the age of only 60, He had a quasi-third level body refining, which was amazing. He also had a daughter named Lu Wongshu, who inherited the so-called talisman inheritance of this dog man. Not long after breaking through the foundation, she killed 6 foundation building cultivators alone. Even if these 6 foundation building masters were all strawbag foundation building masters, they were still very extraordinary. In addition to these 2 people, she got information that Lu Changsheng also had a son named Lu Qingxun. This boy was extremely talented in swordsmanship. He worshipped the Qingyun Sect of Yu State and went to the Qingyun Sect to ask for swordsmanship. He was invincible among his peers. Under such circumstances, now there is another son named Lu Quansun. If his daughter Nangguang Yao is counted, what kind of shit luck did this dog man have to give birth to so many talented heirs? You know, if an ordinary family has such a child, it can prosper for 100 years. 5 at once, even if this dog man's ancestral tomb exploded, it wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Even if this dog man is a peerless Taoist body, it's not so exaggerated, right? Besides, should his Taoist body be in the field of dual cultivation? How can it be so amazing for fertility? Nangguang Mixi murmured in her heart. She guessed that Lu Changsheng was some kind of peerless Taoist body in her early years. Especially after seeing Lu Changsheng break through the Jinden, she was even more convinced. But the more she understood Lu Changsheng, the more confused she was, and she couldn't see through him. I feel that the Tao body can't explain the situation of this dog man at all. How long has Lu Changsheng been gone? Send a message to let him come quickly. Nangguang Mili didn't think much, and said immediately with a cold face. Although she didn't want Lu Changsheng to contact her daughter, she felt that her daughter was about to go to the Qingyun Sect, and she should say goodbye to him. Yes, master. Meng Xiaoqin saw that the master's expression was urgent, and without asking more questions, she immediately crushed the Jade talisman given to her by Lu Changsheng. Sister Xiaoqin, I will go to the Qingyun Sect soon. This trip is also to say goodbye to you. At this time, Nangguang Yao looked at Meng Xiaoqin and said softly. Although she has always called Meng Xiaoqin sister, she has always been like a mother in her heart. She takes care of her and loves her no less than her mother Nangguang Mili. Going to the Qingyun Sect. Meng Xiaoqin was surprised. Only the top leaders of the 5 poison sect knew that the White Lotus Master came. Even Meng Xiaoqin didn't know about it. Well, Nangguang Yao pursed her pink lips and simply told the story of the Qingyun Sect and the White Lotus Master. Meng Xiaoqin was stunned for a moment, then she forced out a smile, full of worry and reluctance, saying, Yao, congratulations. When you go to the Qingyun Sect, you have to take care of yourself. She stroked the girl's long black hair and gently instructed. Even though she knew that the girl was very thoughtful and likable, she was still a little worried. After all, Nangguang Yao had never left her and Nangguang Mili for so many years. Don't worry, Sister Xiaoqin. Nangguang Yao said with a smile. Her smile was not as cute as usual, but beautiful and bright. Meng Xiaoqin looked at the purple-dressed girl in front of her and felt that she had matured a lot in an instant. In this way, the 3 of them waited for Lu Changsheng to come back. At this time, Nangguang Yao looked at her mother and said, Mother, there are some words that my daughter shouldn't say. But my daughter is going to the Qingyun Sect this time, and I don't know when I can see you again, so I hope you can be happier. Nangguang Yao pursed her pink lips and said softly. It's okay, Yao, just say whatever you want to say, Mother is listening. Nangguang Mili was a little depressed, but she forced a smile and said with love. Although my daughter doesn't know what happened between mother and father, she can probably guess 1 or 2. Through these days of getting along, my daughter can see that although father is easygoing, he is actually very arrogant in his bones. Even if he owes you mother, he can completely humble himself and apologize. Mother, your character is the same, you won't take a step back. My daughter is not advising you to forgive your father, but I hope you can each take a step back, which will be good for you and father. Nangguang Yao looked at her mother and said softly. Although she looks innocent and ignorant on weekdays, it doesn't mean that she is really simple and ignorant. She sees many things clearly and thoroughly. It's just that this appearance is full of deception. She also likes to be a child who never grows up in front of her mother. Nangguang Mili was slightly startled, then she stroked her delicate face with some satisfaction. Her beautiful eyes were full of maternal charm, and she said, Okay, mother will listen to Yao. Actually, Daddy is easy to coax, mother just needs to say a few nice words. Of course, Yao Iao knows that mother will definitely not be able to say it, but daddy feels indebted to mother. As long as mother lowers her attitude a little bit, I think daddy will realize it and be willing to make concessions, and then mother just needs to make a little concessions a little bit more. Nangguang Yao Iao held her mother's arm, and she was as innocent as usual, pinching an inch between her index finger and thumb, and said in a coquettish tone. Okay, Nangguang Mili also felt that his daughter had grown up at this time, pinched her fair face, and said with a smile. Meng Xiaojun, who was next to him, was a little nervous when she heard this. She secretly thought that only Nangguang Yao Iao dared to say this. If it were someone else, the master would definitely be furious. However, she felt that master's trip to Jiang State must have had some unknown things with Lu Lang, and his attitude had changed. It was unknown how long it had been. Nangguang Mili looked at his anxious daughter and said softly, Yao Iao, it's time to go back. Nangguang Yao Iao did not speak, and after a long time, she looked at Meng Xiaojun with some disappointment and said, Sister Xiaojun, please give this jade slip to daddy when the time comes. Okay, Yao Iao, don't worry. Meng Xiaojun took a deep breath and nodded, but couldn't help sighing in her heart. Nangguang Yao Iao went to Qingyun Sect this time, and if she wanted to come back, it would probably take at least decades. Lu Lang just recognized Yao Iao, and now they have to separate again, and I don't know when they will see each other again. Let's go, mother. Nangguang Yao Iao said to her mother, without delaying any further. Even if the White Lotus Master values her very much, delaying too long will easily leave a bad impression on the other party. Well, just as the two of them walked out of the fairy spider market, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. It's barely 2 in 1. I'll pay it back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chapter 484, with the help of his good daughter, Lu Quanzhen established the 9th level of foundation. Lu Changsheng had just returned to the fairy spider market when he saw Nangguang Mili and Nangguang Yao Iao in a hurry. He quickly called out, Yao Iao, Mili. Daddy. Nangguang Yao Iao was surprised when she heard this. Nangguang Mili beside him was also startled and relieved. Yao Iao, what are you doing? Lu Changsheng saw that Nangguang Mili and his daughter looked a little hurried. Daddy, Yao Iao came here to say goodbye to you. Nangguang Yao Iao held her skirt with both hands and bit her lips. Say goodbye. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly. He had just come to Jin State for a short time. Why did his daughter say goodbye to him? Yesterday, the envoy of the Fairy Lotus Sect, the White Lotus Master, accepted me as a disciple. I will go to the Fairy Lotus Sect soon, so I can't accompany my parents anymore. The purple-skirted girl raised her head slightly, and her beautiful eyes, as bright as stars, turned red. Fairy Lotus Sect? White Lotus Master. Lu Changsheng wanted to ask what the Fairy Lotus Sect was doing in the Five Poison Sect. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, his daughter was favored by the Yuanyingzhenjin of the Qingyun Sect and accepted as a disciple. What the hell is this? Nangguang Yao Iao pursed her delicate lips and briefly told the situation of the Qingyun Sect. Then she said with a smile that Daddy don't worry, she will take good care of herself. Alice. Lu Changsheng sighed after hearing this. In fact, it is a good thing for him that his daughter joins the Qingyun Sect and becomes a disciple of Yuanyingzhenjin. This means that his daughter will definitely form a pill in the future, and there is a high probability that she will break through the Yuanying. But he is still a little worried about going to this kind of demon sect. But things have been decided, and he can't change it. Don't be sad, Daddy. When Yao Iao has achieved success in cultivation, she will come back to visit Daddy and Mother. The girl looked around and smiled sweetly, stretched out her slender white jade hand, held Lu Changsheng's palm, and came to her mother's side. Then he said innocently, Yao Iao's only hope is to see Daddy and Mommy in harmony after returning. While speaking, he held his mother's fair jade hand and put their palms together. Okay. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter, then at Nangguang Mili, thinking that which father would not like such a sensible little cotton jacket? Nangguang Mili did not reject it at this moment, and cursed the dog man, shook off Lu Changsheng's palm, and let his daughter do this. After finishing, Nangguang Yao Iao still felt that something was missing. After thinking for a while, he whispered to Lu Changsheng, Dad, don't use disguise at this time. Lu Changsheng laughed dumbly, and the chaotic air flowed on his elegant and handsome face, and restored his true appearance. If Daddy is willing to worship in the Qingyun Sect, maybe he will provoke the sect's supreme elder to accept disciples. Nangguang Yao looked at her father's handsome appearance, blinked her eyes, and laughed and joked. Although this was a joke, it was not false. The main reason is that Lu Changsheng's temperament is too extraordinary. Just like a splendid orchid or a jade tree, a banished immortal descends to the earth, making people feel like being bathed in the spring breeze, and the heart is moved when looking at him, and a sense of closeness arises. Although Nangguang Mili next to him is unhappy with Lu Changsheng, he also agrees with his daughter's words. Although this dog-man's appearance and temperament are not as holy as Balian's Henjin, directly hitting others' body, mind and soul, it is not much worse. Before, when she was in the Qingyun secret realm, she was influenced by this dog-man. Even in her opinion, with this dog-man's urine, he will break through the nascent soul in the future, and his charm may be more amazing than that of Balian's Henjin. Yao, when you go to the Qingyun Sect in the future, you must take good care of yourself. If you encounter any trouble, be patient and give in for a while, and write a letter to Daddy. Lu Changsheng smiled and said with a gentle face. Then he took out a thick stack of talismans from the storage ring and said, "Be more careful when you go out. You lack means, and these talismans can be used to support yourself." Daddy. Nangguang Yao looked at so many talismans and was a little surprised. When they were in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range before, Lu Changsheng had said that she had few offensive means and that she could prepare more talismans. Then he gave her a stack of talismans. Now there was another thick stack, with at least 40 or 50 talismans. And judging from the appearance, these talismans were all top-level, second-level and third-level talismans. Nangguang Mili, who was standing next to him, was also a little surprised by Lu Changsheng's handiwork. After all, third-level talismans were precious. Even she could hardly get dozens of them at once. So this dog-man is really a talisman cultivator. Nangguang Mili looked at Lu Changsheng in surprise with her beautiful eyes. There is a complete 6 Desires Heart Demon Sutra in it. You must study it carefully when you practice, and don't be impatient. In addition, this technique is called Immortal Posture Sutra, which will help you go to the Qingyun Sect. If necessary, you can also hand it in and exchange it for benefits in the sect. Lu Changsheng took out 2 more jade slips and handed them to his daughter. Before, when he taught his daughter the 6 Desires Heart Demon Sutra, he only taught the first 2 levels. Now that the other party is about to go to the Qingyun Sect, he will no longer keep it privately. As for the Xianziju, his daughter may not be able to use it with her appearance. But since the Qingyun Sect values this, he also wants to try his best to help his daughter. If it doesn't work, the effect of this skill can probably be exchanged for good benefits in the Qingyun Sect. Daddy. Nangguang Yao's starry eyes were stunned. She could feel her father's selfless love for her and was very moved. It's not that you can't come back after going to the Qingyun Sect. If you don't have time, your mother and I can still visit you in the Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng said tenderly, then looked at Nangguang Mili again and pinched her smooth jade hand. Well, Yao, you keep it. Mother can also come to the Qingyun Sect to visit you in the future. Nangguang Mili glared at Lu Changsheng, but did not shake him off. She responded with her beautiful eyes full of love. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was indeed sincere to his daughter and had no selfish motives, her impression of Lu Changsheng also changed. I think if this bastard man wasn't always sweet-talking, lustful, and humiliating me, he wouldn't be bad. Yeah, the girl saw that the relationship between her parents had eased a lot, and her smile was as beautiful as a flower. Then she said to Lu Changsheng with an apologetic look, Dad, Yao already knows about Brother Quanzhen. If you find him, please apologize for him on my behalf. Yao didn't mean it at the beginning. It's okay. There is no acquaintance without fighting. Daddy will introduce you to each other in the future. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Yes. Nangguang Yao nodded vigorously. Then he looked at his mother again, blinked his eyes, and said pitifully, Mom, if you have time, please help find Brother Quanzhen. He is wanted by the ghost demon real person, and he thinks he is very dangerous. Nangguang Mili knew that his daughter was giving him a way out and creating an opportunity to ease the relationship with Lu Changsheng. If it was in the early years, she would never care. Even in her opinion, Lu Changsheng's son, it was good enough that she didn't kill him, but he still wanted her help. But now, facing her daughter's expectant eyes, her beautiful eyes were full of gentleness, and she nodded and said, Okay. Thank you, Mother. Nangguang said happily immediately. Why thank you, mother. Nangguang Mili's voice was gentle, her face was full of doting, and she didn't look like a witch in the past. But when she looked at Lu Changsheng, she immediately looked cold and noble, and her voice was indifferent. I will send Jiao back, and then I will send someone to investigate Lu Quanzhen's news. If there is any news, I will rush over as soon as possible, and you can continue to go to Gu Iao Xianchen. Even if she had changed her mind about Lu Changshen, she still didn't look good to Lu Changshen. Okay, in that case, I'll trouble you. Lu Changsheng didn't care about the other party's attitude. You have to eat one bite at a time. If it weren't for his daughter's words, even if this woman had been melted a little, she would not be able to help him find his son. But at this moment, he had a clear understanding of the weight of his daughter in Nangguang Mili's heart. He understood why Nangguang Mili was so nervous when he heard that he was going to see his daughter, as if he was under stress. Daughter is the reverse scale in her heart. Yes, Daddy, you have to take care of yourself. Yao will miss you. Nangguang Yao heard this and did not continue to talk to Lu Changshen. Her trip to the fairy spider market was delayed for a long time. Okay, when Daddy and Mommy have time, I will come to visit you. Lu Changsheng said seriously. As soon as the voice fell, Nangguang Mili drove the magic weapon and shot out, cutting through the sky and disappeared. Huh? Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled for a long time, feeling a little inexplicably melancholy in his heart. However, he was also a little fortunate to think that he came back in time to say goodbye to his daughter. Otherwise, after today's separation, I don't know when I can meet my daughter again. At this moment, he thought of his children who were far away in the Qingyun Sect of Yu State. Now there's the Qingyun Huang Lotus. After returning home, you can try to transplant the strange prison demon flower into the Qingyun Huang Lotus, and take Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaahun to Yu State to visit their children. Moreover, with a golden-winged sky peng, it would be very convenient for him to travel to Yu State. Lu Changsheng did not think much about it and entered the market. He knew that Meng Xiaochen had sent him a message about his daughter's farewell, so he did not say anything. He just asked her to tell Nangguang Mili about Lu Quanzhen's information later, and to inform Nangguang Mili directly if there was any news. Then he left on the golden-winged sky peng and headed for Gu Iao Xianchen. On the purple flying handkerchief. Yao, mother has nothing to give you, so you keep this Mi Xiansu. Nangguang Mili did not know what gift to give to her daughter for a while. After all, her daughter had everything she needed. Lu Changsheng said that his daughter lacked offensive means. In fact, she had already prepared many trump cards for her daughter. It was just that Nangguang Yao had gone to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range with Lu Changsheng before, so it was impossible for her to kill a monster to train and use such trump cards. Besides, her daughter became a disciple of Yuan Yingzhenjin, so she would not lack anything in the future. So she thought about it and gave the Mi Xiansu that Lu Changsheng gave her to her daughter. Through experience, she knew that this Mi Xiansu was very good at camouflage. Ordinary Jinden's Henren cannot see through the disguise. With this Mi Xiansu, my daughter went to Qingyun Sect, and it would be much more convenient for her to go out for training. Mi Xiansu. Nangguang Yao looked at the egg-sized bead in front of her, which was gray and misty. Well, Nangguang Mili erased a brand on it and introduced the effect of this Mi Xiansu to her daughter. At the end, she added, this Mi Xiansu was also given to your mother by your father. It's just right for you now. Daddy gave it to mother. The girl blinked, her eyebrows curved, and laughed. Is this a token of love from daddy to mother? Token of love. Nangguang Mili was startled, and felt that it was really a bit like that. But thinking that the dog man's attitude towards her changed drastically, it was all because she was pregnant with her daughter, she snorted and said, it's just an ordinary treasure. Since it's a token of love from daddy to mother, how can my daughter have the nerve to keep it? Nangguang Yao laughed and waved her hand. But Nangguang Mili still put the Mi Xiansu in her hand, and gave her some valuable heavenly spiritual materials in the storage ring to prevent her from lacking spiritual stones and flowers in the Qingyun Sect. A mother worries about her son when he is thousands of miles away, and she only hopes that he will be safe. Even though Nangguang Mili is cruel and ruthless in the eyes of many cultivators, she is a mother who wants to give her daughter the best when facing her daughter Nangguang Yao. At this moment, in the netherworld blood evil gourd, Lu Quanzhen sat cross-legged in the blood plasma. His face was painful and hideous, and his body was covered with strange veins with dark blood light. Behind him, a Kunpeng demon shadow roared, and its huge mouth swallowed the rolling demon energy, ghost energy, and blood evil into its body like a black hole, and continued to refine it. But this kind of energy is obviously far beyond Lu Quanzhon's tolerance. No matter how domineering Kunpeng's swallowing magic power is, it cannot devour it so crazily. At this moment, Lu Quanzhong was like a demon head, with scarlet blood in his eyes, and his black hair was gray and the ends of his hair were blood red. Not enough, far from enough. He could feel a demonic intention, dark ghost energy, and blood evil aura eroding his flesh and blood, and even eroding his sea of consciousness. If he continued like this, he would have problems, completely crazy, and turned into a human demon. But he had no way out. If he stopped, although it would be relieved, he would just sit and wait for death, unable to escape from the gourd. He could only continue to improve his strength and wait for an opportunity. Wait for the moment when the ghost demon master opened the gourd, or he would reach his limit completely, and then use the Kunpeng burning blood method, the trump card method, to fight to the death and break the gourd. Ancient and secluded Immortal City. After Lu Changsheng arrived at the Immortal City, he immediately went straight to the Shadow Pavilion to buy information related to Chu Changsheng and the ghost demon master. But there was not much information about Chu Changsheng, which was similar to the information collected by Meng Xiaochen. After all, no matter how famous a foundation-building cultivator is, it is impossible for someone to pay attention to him all the time. He looked at the information about the Ghost Demon Master again. Seeing that Ghost Demon Master came out of retreat, he personally hunted down Lu Quanzhong. 10 days ago, he appeared in a place called Black Rock Mountain and was being hunted down by Zhenshin Master. Seeing this, he bought another piece of intelligence information, and then he knew that Zhenshin Master was a casual cultivator with extraordinary strength. He and Ghost Demon Master were old enemies and often squatted on each other. It's too difficult to find someone through these intelligence information. Lu Changsheng looked at the intelligence information and felt a little irritated. Without his own power, it is difficult to obtain intelligence information about Lu Quanzhong and Ghost Demon Master in the first time by relying on intelligence forces such as Shadow Pavilion. Even if there is news about the two, when the news comes, the two are already gone. I hope Quanzhong is fine. Lu Changsheng could only pray in his heart, and then pay Shadow Pavilion to help find the whereabouts of Lu Quanzhong. It has to be said that this kind of intelligence organization charges a lot. Finding Lu Quanzhong, a foundation-building cultivator, will cost 30,000 spirit stones at the beginning, regardless of whether there is any result. If there is relevant information, the price will be determined according to the situation. As it was related to his son's safety, Lu Changsheng did not save the spirit stone and waited for news in Guayaoxin City. At the same time, 5 Poison Sect. After her daughter left with Balian's Henjin, Nanguang Mili also mobilized her own forces to collect news about Chu Changsheng and Ghost Demon's Henren. A few days later, she received a message that Ghost Demon's Henren was being blocked by Zhenshin's Henren in the Black Evil Valley. Zhenshin Old Demon. Nanguang Mili's beautiful eyes were dark and crystal clear. As a giant and cultivator, she naturally knew the grudge between Ghost Demon's Henren and Zhenshin's Henren. In the early years, in a secret realm, Ghost Demon's Henren severely pitted Zhenshin Old Demon and took away his opportunity. From then on, the two had a grudge. Although Zhenshin Old Demon was stronger than Ghost Demon's Henren, he was afraid of the Yinming Ghost Sect and did not dare to kill Ghost Demon's Henren, so he often beat him severely. It was because of this that Ghost Demon's Henren spent decades recuperating from his injuries and his cultivation did not improve at all. It was also a joke in the Giant's Henren circle. In that case, let's first confirm whether Ghost Demon Master has found this Lu Quanzhong. After thinking for a moment, Nanguang Mili prepared to go to the Black Evil Valley. After all, it is much easier to find Ghost Demon Master than Lu Quanzhong. If Lu Quanzhong hides in a mountain range or a small town, it will be difficult to find his whereabouts unless you invite a fortune teller. It is better to confirm Lu Quanzhong's situation through Ghost Demon Master first. Ancient Yuxin City. Lu Changsheng has been paying attention to and waiting for the intelligence information of the Shadow Pavilion these days, and there is always an ominous premonition lingering in his heart. Buzz! At this moment, a stream of mana suddenly surged into the body, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Congratulations to the host's first offspring for breaking through the 9th level of foundation building and getting a chance to draw a high-level lottery. 9th level of foundation building. When Lu Changsheng heard this, his face changed, and he immediately knew that his son Lu Quanzhong had broken through again. Name: Lu Quanzhen, lifespan 60/93, talent, 4th grade spiritual root, cultivation, 9th level of foundation building, talent, compatibility of fighting, 69%, damn it. Lu Changsheng saw the system panel in front of him, and there was no joy on his face. His son's cultivation broke through the 9th level of foundation building, and his lifespan is less than 100 years. If he continues, I'm afraid his lifespan will be completely exhausted. This situation is definitely problematic. For a moment, Lu Changsheng didn't even have the mood to draw a lottery. But thinking that the lottery might get some treasures that can be used to investigate the situation of his children. System, draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng's heart moved slightly, and a crimson virtual lottery disc emerged, and then began to rotate. After a moment, golden light fell on the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine bone, Great Wilderness Dragon Spine. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A golden spine pattern emerged from the lottery disc, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Dragon Spine. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly and looked at the system space. Great Wilderness Dragon Spine, grade, 4th grade, description, one of the 9 great divine bones of the Divine Bone Sect. This bone is indestructible, can enhance the strength of the flesh, absorb the power of heaven and earth to repair the body, and can also be transformed into the Great Wilderness Dragon armor. At least the 3rd grade of body refining can be refined. Lu Changsheng looked at the reward in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head somewhat bored. This kind of divine bone is indeed good, but for him, it is a bit tasteless to eat and a pity to throw it away. And the current situation of his son Lu Quanzhen makes him not very interested in this kind of reward. The valley was covered with dark clouds and there was no sun. Boom boom boom, a giant man like an iron tower stood up, raising his hands and feet to cause a terrible shock attack. The mountain collapsed, the air was distorted, and the stone pillars on the ground were raised and exploded into powder. Puff. The ghost demon master hidden in the valley groaned, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he immediately performed the netherworld blood ghost escape. The whole person disappeared like a faint blood-colored shadow. Old Ghost Li, you only know how to run away? Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times now. I might be in a good mood and let you go. Zhenshin Master was tall, like a human-shaped barbarian dragon. He sneered loudly, and his voice was like rolling thunder, rolling between heaven and earth. Although his strength was far superior to that of the Ghost Demon Master, it was not easy to kill him. Besides, the other party came from the Qingyun Sect, so he did not dare to really kill him. After all, he sought revenge on the other party, settled the grievances, and severely injured him. The Qingyun Sect could not say anything. He was not willing to be his enemy for a Ghost Demon Master. But if he killed the Ghost Demon Master, then the meaning would be very different. It was like a naked slap in the face, a slap in the face of the Qingyun Sect. If a sect's giant master was killed, and the sect could not avenge him and get back the face, its reputation and prestige would be affected. So every time he blocked a Ghost Demon Master, he would seriously injure him. Damn old Ghost Zhenshin, sooner or later, I will pull out your tendons and skin you, and practice it into the 10,000 souls banner. The Ghost Demon Master looked embarrassed and furious, gritting his teeth and cursing, but he did not dare to pause for a moment and fled madly. In decades, it was not the first time that he was blocked by this Zhenshin old demon. He knew that the other party was just trying to humiliate him and seriously injure him. He didn't know how long he had been running away, but the Ghost Demon Master's hideous and terrifying face turned pale, gasping for breath, and suddenly he smelled a strange breath. He looked suspicious, and immediately made a seal with both hands, and the whole person was like a blood shadow in the underworld, shuttling along the breath. After a while, Ghost Demon Master saw a pool of black evil spirits rolling in front of him. Is this the Eye of Hell? Ghost Demon Master was surprised when he saw this evil pool. He didn't expect that he was so lucky to encounter an Eye of Hell here. This Hell Evil Spring can not only extract several damn-forming spiritual objects, Hell Evil Key. It can also warm his Hell Blood Evil Gourd, making this magic weapon go further and be promoted to a mid-grade magic weapon. Immediately, a dark gourd appeared in his hand, and he wanted to put the Eye of Hell into it. I don't know how this kid is doing. At this time, he thought of Lu Quanzhen who was put into his gourd. At that time, Zhenshin Master appeared and the situation was urgent, so he directly put Lu Quanzhen into this gourd. Now that he has recovered, he remembered that ordinary foundation-building cultivators will be melted into blood plasma in 10 days at most after entering his gourd. And calculating the time, Lu Quanzhen has been put into his gourd for almost a month. It would be too easy for this kid to die easily. Then, the moment he opened the gourd, the ghost demon real person's heart was alarmed and realized that something was wrong. He saw a blood-colored demon shadow rising into the sky. Kunpeng burning blood method. Lu Quanzhen's eyes were scarlet, his hair was gray, and his body was full of demonic energy and blood. He suddenly shot out of the netherworld blood evil gourd, and then threw out a third-level talisman in his hand. Boom boom boom, the third-level thunder talisman was instantly activated, and Lu Quanzhen, the user, was also affected. He was in great pain, his clothes and armor were torn, and he vomited blood. In this lightning moment, he sprinkled out the prepared magic-breaking needles, and then activated the substitute talisman in the Sea of Consciousness. This is one of his last trump cards. Buzz! The substitute talisman burned with a bang, turning into a mysterious force that wrapped Lu Quanzhen, forming a substitute puppet on the spot, and then the whole person broke through the air and moved. Want to escape? Ghost Demon Master was also a little unprepared for the sudden third-level Thunder Talisman and the magic-breaking needle. But seeing that Lu Quanzhen was not only alive, but also he had a great improvement in his cultivation, he realized that the other party had a great opportunity and a great secret, so how could he let him escape? He immediately risked his injury and opened the magic domain to suppress Lu Quanzhen, who was escaping through the air. Buzz buzz buzz, hundreds of ghosts marched at night, and thousands of ghosts roared, forming a netherworld hell. Kunpeng swallowed the sky. Lu Quanzhen's whole body was surging with magic power and demonic energy, almost comparable to a fake pill. Behind him, a Kunpeng demon shadow roared and broke through the magic domain of Ghost Demon Master. But the effect of the substitute talisman had already consumed its energy under the magic domain, and it could only break through the air and fly. Old Ghost Li, so you were hiding here. At this moment, Zhenshin Master, who was tall and as tall as an iron tower or a small mountain, stood in the air, and his voice rolled like thunder. Seeing Lu Quanzhen flying through the air, he frowned slightly, and suddenly grabbed Lu Quanzhen in his hand like the five-finger mountain. Swish! The six-winged golden silkworm suddenly flew out from Lu Quanzhen's sleeve and killed Zhenshin's Henren. The golden light was brilliant and violent. But facing a giant's Henren, a body-refining cultivator, no matter how magical the six-winged golden silkworm was, it could not cause any harm to Zhenshin's Henren. Well, this is a six-winged golden silkworm. Zhenshin's Henren looked at the six-winged golden silkworm full of bloodthirsty and brutal aura, looked at it twice, and smiled happily. This kind of exotic insect is a top-notch item even for him. It can not only be used as a spiritual pet, but also for refining tools and alchemy. You kid are the Chu Changsheng who killed Li Laoge's son. Good boy, you are brave. Then, he looked at Lu Quanzhen, whose eyes were scarlet, his face was pale, and his body was thin, and laughed loudly, like thunder. But the next moment, he frowned and saw that something was wrong with Lu Quanzhen. Tisk, 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 what did you do? The netherworld demonic energy, the dark ghost energy, and the blood evil energy filled your limbs and bones, and even polluted your Danshan Dao foundation. Your magic power is even more violent and chaotic, rushing against your meridians. Zhen Bianzhen was amazed, thinking that Lu Quanzhen was a ruthless person who could make himself look like this. After all, without a ruthless spirit and the ability to bear, ordinary people really can't do it. Lu Quanzhen couldn't speak at this time. His whole body was burning with pain, like a lingqi knife saw, and he roared in a low voice like a beast. His condition was already extremely bad, and he used the life-threatening method of Kunpeng burning blood method. Now that he was suppressed by Zhen Bianzhen, the secret method stopped working, and the sequelae appeared immediately. Not only was his essence in blood depleted, and his magic power was chaotic, but the demonic energy, ghost energy, and blood evil energy in his body also began to run wild, eroding his flesh and blood consciousness. Damn it! Ghost Demon appeared and saw Lu Quanzhen fall into the hands of Zhenshin's Henren. His face was extremely ugly. In order to catch Lu Quanzhen, he spent a lot of thought, time and energy. But one careless move, he actually let him escape from his hands. If this gets out, a foundation-building cultivator escaped from his hands, I'm afraid he will become a complete laughingstock. And now that Lu Quanzhen has fallen into the hands of Zhenshin Old Demon, it goes without saying that this matter will spread throughout the Jin Kingdom's immortal cultivation world in no time. Old Ghost Li, You are such a waste. You actually let a foundation-building junior escape from your hands. Ho ha ho ha. Zhenshin's Henren saw Ghost Demon's Henren and immediately laughed loudly, causing Ghost Demon's Henren's face to twitch. At their point, they are very particular about face. Losing to Zhenshin's Henren, at least the opponent's strength is here. But being escaped by a foundation-building junior is simply shameful. Swoosh, just as the two were confronting each other, a purple cloud suddenly fell from the sky, on which stood a woman with a cold and charming face, wearing a purple luxurious dress, and with amazing curves. She saw the Ghost Demon Master and Henshin Master in the field, and then looked at Lu Quansen and Henshin Master's hand. Chapter 485 Nangguang Millie, this bastard is finally here. Ghost Demon Master and Henshin Master were a little surprised to see Nangguang Millie, wondering how he got here. Such a sudden appearance was obviously not a coincidence. Hey, isn't this Xiansu Master? What are you doing here? Zhenshin Old Demon saw Nangguang Millie's charming face and breathtaking curves, licked his lips, and a bit of heat was revealed in his eyes. Nangguang Millie looked at Lu Quansen and Henshin Master's hand, frowned, and saw that he was Lu Quansen. With a cold phoenix eye, he said in a cold voice, Zhenshin Master, this person has some connection with me. Name a price and I want him. Huh? Zhenshin Master was surprised. I didn't expect Nangguang Millie to come for Lu Quansen. This kid not only subdued the six-winged golden silkworm and other exotic insects, but also escaped from Li Laoga's hands. He is obviously not simple, and he has a great opportunity and a big secret. Now that Nangguang Millie has come to find this kid, it shows that he is not ordinary, and he may have an unknown opportunity. Zhen Bianzhenren thought to himself, realizing that Lu Quansen was not simple. Huan Yan looked at Nangguang Millie in front of him unscrupulously, and then laughed wildly and said, ha ha ha, Zhenren wants this kid, okay. As long as you help me kill Li Laoge, I will give this kid to you, how about it? Since he knew that Lu Quansen had a great opportunity secret, he would naturally not hand it over easily. Zhen Bian Laoge, I fuck your mother. Gimo Zhenren immediately cursed. Then he said to Nangguang Millie, Master Xiansu, as long as you help me suppress this old ghost, you can ask for anything. I owe you a big favor. I don't want to get involved in your affairs, I just want this person. Nangguang Millie was wearing a purple luxurious dress, tall and beautiful, revealing a cold and domineering aura. She came here to confirm whether Lu Quansen was in the hands of Master Gimo. Unexpectedly, Lu Quansen was not on the hands of Master Gimo, but in the hands of Old Demon's Henshin. Compared with Master Gimo, Old Demon's Henshin is much more difficult to deal with. As a casual cultivator, he has no ties and has a third-level mid-stage body refining. He is usually domineering and unscrupulous, and is very difficult to deal with. Tisk, I don't want to get involved, this is a bit difficult. The Old Demon's Henshin looked at Nangguang Millie's hot and moving figure, and suddenly grinned and said, I heard that Xiang Ziongshin was deeply in love with you in his early years, serving you at every turn, and even blew up his own elixir for you. It's simply pathetic and ridiculous. I have heard of the reputation of the real person for a long time, and I want to see his style. As long as the real person is willing to accompany me for a few days, this kid will be given to you. How about it? You are looking for death? Nangguang Millie's phoenix eyes were full of murderous intent. If it were someone else, if they dared to look at her so unscrupulously and aggressively, they would have been dug out of their eyes and chopped off to feed the dogs. In other words, she was concerned about the strength of the Old Demon's Henshin and did not want to argue with him, so she suppressed her anger. Now that the other party is teasing like this, it means there is no need to continue chatting. Woo woo woo. Nangguang Millie raised her fair jade hand slightly, and a crystal-clear purple jade flute appeared in her hand, lying beside her red lips, and the terrifying flute sound rang out. Hiss hiss hiss. A purple sky spider phantom that was dozens of feet long appeared and rushed towards Zhen Bianzhenren. However, Nangguang Millie also knew that it was impossible for her to suppress Zhen Bianzhenren, and she instantly crushed Lu Changsheng's sensing jade talisman. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely not ask Lu Changsheng for help. But this was him saving his son. What did it have to do with her? The little girl is really strong. I like such strong women. Zhen Bian Old Demon laughed wildly, his iron tower-like body muscles swelled, rumbling, like a roaring beast. A dark golden ferocious iron tower appeared on his head, bursting with a vigorous breath, and struck the purple sky spider horizontally. Hoo hoo hoo. The purple sky spider roared, and countless purple silk threads intertwined with the sky and the earth. forming a net of heaven and earth. Then countless snakes and insects appeared, carrying an overwhelming tide of poisonous gas and rushing towards this ancient old demon. Buzz buzz buzz, the ancient old demon's figure was pressing, and the dark gold iron tower was trembling, like a volcanic eruption, with rolling black gas filling the air and surging. At this time, he noticed several invisible spider silks trying to take Lu Quanzhong from his hands. He immediately threw his big hand and suppressed Lu Quanzhong, whose face was hideous and painful and pale, into his magic weapon to prevent him from being taken away by Nangguang Mili. Puff! Lu Quanzhong, who was already seriously injured, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood under such spiritual pressure, and the whole person almost fainted. But his tenacious vitality was still holding on, gritting his teeth tightly, thinking about whether he could still survive. But in the current situation, he really couldn't think of any other means to get out. The only way was to do his best to survive in the hands of this ancient old demon and wait for an opportunity. I can't die yet. My life has just begun. I still have to witness the rise of my family. I have an agreement with my uncle. I want to break through the Jiandan stage and even the Yuanying stage. Lu Quanzhong's eyes were scarlet, his face was hideous, and his consciousness was a little blurred. Let's go. At this time, Ghost Demon Master saw Nangguang Mili fighting with Zhendian Master, and immediately turned into a ghostly blood shadow and left. He is now injured. Even if he joins hands with Nangguang Mili, he can only repel Zhendian Old Demon at most. But Nangguang Mili, this woman, is not a good person. If he repels Zhendian Old Demon, he will bleed heavily if he really asks him for rewards and benefits. Huh? Zhendian Master saw that Ghost Demon Master wanted to escape, and immediately scolded Nangguang Mili, "Stinky woman, get out of here." Although he was interested in Nangguang Mili, he knew his own strength and it was impossible for him to capture the other party. It is better to continue to trouble Ghost Demon Master than to fight her to death. Nangguang Mili's phoenix eyes were cold, and she did not stop him, but just chased after him, thinking of taking the opportunity to snatch Lu Quanzhong away. She looked at the old demon's henshin in front of her, and suddenly said in a cold voice, "Old demon's henshin, do you know the identity of this boy?" She saw that Lu Quanzhong was in a bad situation now, and it would be difficult for her to snatch him away, so she planned to delay time and wait for Lu Changsheng to arrive. "Humph, what identity has nothing to do with me, do you really think I'm scared?" The old demon's henshin said with a defiant face. If Lu Quanzhong had any identity and background, he could be wanted by the ghost demon for so long and become half-crippled like this? So he directly regarded Nangguang Mili's words as a lie to him. Just like this, the three began to fight. At the same time, a golden rock bird with a brilliant body, bursting with golden light, and filled with demonic energy, was constantly tearing the void, setting off hurricanes, and flying towards Nangguang Mili. Hurry! Lu Changsheng, dressed in a dark brocade robe, stood in front of the golden-winged sky peng with a solemn expression. The moment Lu Quanzhong used the substitute talisman, he sensed the general direction of his son. Just after leaving the ancient Yuxin city and preparing to look for him, he received a message from Nangguang Mili and immediately knew that Lu Quanzhong was in a very dangerous situation. Cry! The golden-winged sky peng screamed and set off a fierce hurricane. The body that seemed to be cast in gold was dazzling, and the wings were like two golden swords, filled with peerless sharpness. When it stretched out in the air, it tore the void with a swish, swish sound. When passing a mountain that soared into the sky, it directly cut a mountain off with a bang. At this moment, the speed of the golden-winged sky peng has surpassed the late stage of the Jiandan, and is almost comparable to the escape speed of the Yuanying's engine. If Lu Changsheng had not had the third-level body refining, the strong wind force formed by the speed would have scraped his flesh and blood apart, leaving no bones. Black Evil Valley. You bitch, if you continue to pester me, I will kill you. The old demon's henshin was extremely tall, like an iron tower mountain, full of oppression. He was originally crushing the ghost demon. But now Nangguang Mili, this woman, has been interfering beside him, trying to snatch Lu Quanzhong from time to time, causing him to become more and more irritable, and a violent emotion surged in his heart. Huh? Where did he go? After a moment, the old demon's henshin saw that the breath of the ghost demon disappeared, and he didn't know where he hid. He immediately looked at Nangguang Mili with a gloomy and terrifying face. It's all because of you, this bitch. Since you like to pester me so much, I will fulfill your wish. As he spoke, his body clanged like an iron tower, and he rushed towards Nangguang Mili, his eyes full of murderous intent. Although the magic skills he practiced were powerful and domineering, they had a shortcoming that would affect his emotions. He didn't want to get too entangled with Nangong Mili. But at this time, he was furious, and a violent emotion of fighting against heaven and earth surged in his heart, and he just wanted to vent it fiercely. This is also the reason why he often squats on the ghost demon. Because long-term cultivation will lead to the accumulation of many negative emotions. When he attacks the ghost demon, he will be very happy and can eliminate the negative emotions in his heart. Otherwise, even if he holds a grudge, he will not spend so much time and energy squatting on the ghost demon. Bang! Nangong Mili raised his hand lightly and sacrificed a smooth, delicate, thin and invisible spider web. The overwhelming and terrifying power of this ancient old demon hit this spider web, and most of it was immediately removed, making it difficult to advance half an inch, and felt a toxin flowing through the skin. But the next moment, his fist burst out with endless and vigorous breath, as if burning a blazing demon flame, making the spider web like boiling water, sizzling sound, and the luster dimmed a lot. Woo woo woo, Nangong Mili continued to play the jade flute, and the purple sky spider phantom emerged, spitting out a net of heaven and earth, and countless poisonous insects killed this ancient old demon. But facing the tyrannical and overbearing body of this ancient old demon, she could only retreat step by step. Like her daughter Nangong Yao, she was not good at direct attack and fighting. Moreover, in the Battle of Jiuxiao Immortal City, her natal sky spider was killed by Yun Jianfeng, resulting in a great loss of strength, and she has not recovered yet. Otherwise, facing a body-refining cultivator like Zhenshin old demon, she could let the sky spider fight in front and attack by other means. Not to mention killing Zhenshin old demon, there is at least a 50% to 60% chance of winning. Damn, how long will it take for this dogman to arrive? Nangong Mili cursed in her heart with a frosty face. If she continues to fight, the magic weapon in her hand will be scrapped. And if she leaves in a mess today, I am afraid that other forces will know that her combat power has been greatly damaged soon. Bitch, what are you waiting for? Although Zhenshin old demon was furious and violent at this time, he was still rational. Seeing that Nangong Mili did not confront him head-on, and was retreating step by step but not running away, as if to delay time, he realized that something was wrong. HMPH, I will naturally let you speak. The voice of the old demon's henshin was low and hoarse, like thunder rolling, and the black giant fist with knotted muscles covered the sky, and fell together with a dark gold iron tower, suppressing Nangong Mili. Nangong Mili's phoenix eyes were murderous and extremely cold. He pinched his hands, and the invisible spider web was like a sky curtain, and the purple sky spider continued to condense, spitting out crystal clear spider silk. Then he sacrificed a hairpin that looked like a purple jade butterfly and killed the old demon's henshin. Boom boom boom, the black iron fist and the dark gold iron tower suppressed violently, and the spider web like the sky curtain and the purple sky spider that had just condensed a little bit were beaten to pieces and continued to dim. But at this moment, he seemed to see a butterfly like a dream, and his mind was slightly startled. The protective aura was broken by the purple jade butterfly hairpin, and a drop of scarlet blood flowed from his brow. You bitch, you dare to hurt me. The old demon's henshin woke up instantly, opened his eyes and roared, and the fierce light burst out. The body like a hill rose with blazing demonic flames, and the momentum was overwhelming, sweeping across a large area of the sky. Just now, when he was careless, there was actually a trace of death. The whole person couldn't help but be furious and furious. Boom boom boom, the dormant blood and magic power in his body burst out at this moment, making his body, which was a foot tall, rise a few centimeters higher. Every move seemed to press the space to explode, filled with tragic killing aura. Bitch, die for me. The giant roared to the sky, and the boundless violent and murderous aura filled his brain, occupied his mind, and bombarded towards Nangong Mili. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocious and pale purple sky spider was defeated under the attack of the old demon's henshin, and then dissipated like gravel, causing Nangong Mili to groan and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Damn it! Nangong Mili's face was a little pale, her phoenix eyes were extremely cold, and she was very frustrated and annoyed. If her natal sky spider was still there, why would it be like this? And that dog man hasn't come yet. Bitch, I'm going to kill you. Zhenshin's Henrin's huge body was burning with a layer of blazing demon flames, and the crazy and violent cold murderous intent rolled towards Nangong Mili like a tide. Swish, Nangong Mili saw that the old demon's henshin was not in a good state now, and immediately turned around and left to avoid the edge for the time being. "Bitch, where are you going?" The ancient old demon was like a purgatory demon god, tearing the void, setting off a violent aura like a dragon, and killing in front of Nangong Millie. Bang, 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 the black giant fist that covered the sky broke through the layers of void. The dark gold iron tower pressed down from the sky like a small mountain, flowing with an infinite breath of oppression. Swish, although Nangong Millie avoided it, his blood and magic power still surged, and he groaned. Boom, 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 the old demon's henshin continued to attack, and the visible strength gathered towards his fists, surging and violent. Every punch seemed to have endless beasts roaring and roaring, beating Nangong Millie to retreat step by step, spitting blood. If Lu Quanzhong had not been in the hands of the old demon's henshin, Nangong Millie would have escaped long ago. After all, she also saw that Lu Quanzhong was in a very bad situation. If she escaped and left, and the old demon's henshin disappeared afterwards, it would not be easy to find him and Lu Quanzhong again. If this dogman doesn't come, it's not my fault. Nangong Millie's beautiful eyes were shining with a dark luster. For her daughter, she was willing to help. But she would never get herself involved. Boom boom boom, the two kept fighting. At this time, Nangong Millie was no match for Zhenshin's Henrun. Her face was extremely pale and she was ready to leave. Otherwise, if she continued to delay, she would be in danger. At this moment, the two sensed a surge of amazing demonic energy rolling in this direction. Demonic energy. The two were a little confused, wondering why such a monstrous demonic energy appeared here. Could it be that the dogman is here? Nangong Millie looked suspicious. After she heard her daughter say that Lu Changsheng had a third-level peng bird, she suspected that the golden peng bird she saw at the border of Jiang State was Lu Changsheng's mount. After a few breaths, she saw a golden long rainbow flying over, swift and fierce. This dogman is finally here. Although the golden-winged sky peng was amazingly fast, as a giant's henron, she could barely see the figure in the black robe above. Even though she had guessed it long ago, Nangong Millie was still very surprised to see this familiar golden-winged sky peng. After all, being able to use such a demon king as a means of transportation means that one must be at least at the peak of the giant stage, right? But Lu Changsheng had only just broken through the giant stage. Thinking of Lu Changsheng's various situations, Nangong Millie did not measure it with common sense at this time. A sense of relief and joy, as well as an unprecedented sense of security, welled up in his heart. The old demon's henshin, whose mind was full of violent aura, also sobered up a little under this monstrous demonic energy, and reason prevailed. Seeing Nangong Millie's expression, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Go. He did not hesitate, and made a prompt decision to escape. After all, the spiritual pressure and might of this majestic demonic energy had reached the late third stage. If he started fighting, he would not be a match at all. Yin Yang Yi Qi great capture. An indifferent voice sounded. I saw the sky was turbulent, and a huge handprint of yin and yang intertwined, 100 feet long, appeared and rolled down. Not good. As a casual cultivator, Zhenshin old demon was able to run rampant for so long, which was naturally extraordinary. His muscles undulated, as if they were made of mountains, and his boundless power spread, directly breaking through the confinement and suppression of the yin-yang qi. Golden pen. Lu Changsheng's eyes were shining, reflecting two golden beams, and he rode the golden-winged sky peng directly towards the Zhenshin old demon. Puff. The proud third-level body of Zhenshin old demon was directly broken by the wings of the golden-winged sky peng at this moment, leaving a deep blood mark, and blood splashed in the sky. This. Even though Nangong Millie knew that the strength of this demon king was terrifying, he was still very frightened when he saw this scene. With such a demon king, Lu Changsheng might be able to fight against a great cultivator in the late Jiandan period. Even with the opponent's means, even a cultivator in the late Jiandan period might not be his opponent. Ah, who are you, sir? How did I offend you? Although Zhenshin old demon guessed that Lu Changsheng and Nangong Millie were the people the other party was waiting for, he was still puzzled. I don't know where there is an existence in Jin State. Cry. Lu Changsheng did not speak, standing on the golden-winged sky peng with an indifferent look. The sky peng cried out, demonic energy soared into the sky, murderous aura filled the four fields, the sound penetrated gold and cracked rocks, countless gorgeous golden divine feathers lined the sky, and rushed towards Zhenshin's Henren, killing intent soared into the sky, shocking the world. Zhenshin old demon was terrified and wanted to beg for mercy, but the golden feathers were in front of him in an instant, each of which was like a heavenly sword, piercing his strong body, blood splattered. At the same time, the yin-yang key great capture rolled down like a towering sacred mountain, suppressing and detaining Zhenshin old demon covered in blood, his whole body of bones crackling and his mouth uttered a shrill and miserable pain. Nangguang Mili, who was next to him, saw this scene, and his whole face was a little dazed. Zhenshin old demon, who was still arrogant and domineering a moment ago, was suppressed at the first sight, blood was spilled in the sky, and he couldn't even escape. It was simply horrifying. Mili, are you okay? Lu Changsheng could tell at a glance that Nangguang Mili's magic power was disordered and he was seriously injured, so he asked gently and concernedly. He is at your disposal. Lu Changsheng directly threw Zhenbian old demon to Nangguang Mili. Then he raised his hand, and in the dark gold iron tower, Lu Quanzhen, whose face was pale and painful, appeared in front of him. Quanzhen. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Quanzhen in front of him with a solemn expression. Father. Lu Quanzhen's consciousness was gradually blurring out at this time. But when he heard the familiar words and saw the familiar black brocade robe in front of him, he immediately recognized that the elegant man in front of him was his father. Although he didn't know why his father appeared here, when he saw Lu Changsheng, his tense body and mind relaxed a little, and the whole person fainted. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Nangguang Mili's attitude changes and Lu Quanzhen wakes up. Lu Changsheng frowned as he looked at Lu Quanzhen who had fainted. The other party was in a very serious condition. The meridians, danshin, limbs and bones were all filled with a chaotic, violent, cold and fierce blood evil. This blood evil not only eroded Lu Quanzhen's flesh and blood body, but also eroded his sea of consciousness. Lu Changsheng probably understood why Lu Quanzhen's cultivation realm broke through so quickly. The other party had a magic skill, which seemed to be called Kunpeng Swallowing Heaven magic skill. It can quickly improve itself by devouring the origin of living beings, the world and all things. Lu Quanzhen probably used this skill to devour the rich blood evil, stimulate the potential of squeezing life, and thus madly improve his cultivation realm. The consequence is that the mana is chaotic, the foundation is empty, the realm is unstable, and the whole person has a tendency to go astray. In addition to these problems, Lu Quanzhen was also seriously injured and used some kind of secret method to burn life, which led to loss of essence and blood and damaged the foundation. It can be seen that in his key high danshin, the foundation of Taoism is dim and polluted by the rich blood evil, and there are several cracks looming. Boom. Lu Changsheng did not hesitate, and the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra was activated to suppress the chaotic and violent blood evil in Lu Quanzhen's body and the magic power. The 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest was activated, bursting with brilliant rays of light, and mysterious runes intertwined and flowed, containing an indescribable and majestic secret power, pouring into Lu Quanzhen's body. This is Nangguang Mili, who was standing next to him, saw the vast power and rich vitality gushing out of Lu Changsheng's chest, and looked surprised. I didn't expect Lu Changsheng to have such a method. You know, generally, cultivators who are good at attacking and fighting rarely practice healing magic. On the one hand, the skills are incompatible and difficult to practice, and even if they are practiced, the effect is not good. On the other hand, a person has limited time and energy, and it is impossible to practice too many magic skills. Although she couldn't see the details of Lu Changsheng's magic, she could see that it was extraordinary through the interweaving and blooming brilliant runes and the majestic aura. How many methods does this dog man have? Nangguang Mili said in her heart, feeling that Lu Changsheng was full of mist. After a while, Lu Changsheng let out a long breath and stopped the operation of the 9 treasures Ruai bone. Lu Quanzhen's condition was very serious. Even he could only temporarily suppress it and could not completely solve it. How is it? Nangguang Mili asked with a cold face. Although she had no feelings for Lu Quanzhen. But as a mother, she knew how anxious parents would be if their children were seriously injured. The situation is a bit serious and needs to be solved slowly. Lu Changsheng said with a serious face. Lu Quanzhen's situation can only be treated slowly. Unless he happens to obtain this kind of natural treasure, it cannot be solved in a short time. Then he held Nangguang Mili's white jade wrist and asked with concern, Mili, Are you okay? If Nangong Mili had not arrived in advance today to hold back this henchman old demon, even if his son Lu Quanzhen did not die afterwards, he would become a disabled person in this situation. Nangong Mili subconsciously wanted to get rid of Lu Changsheng. But she didn't shake it off, so she let him hold it, and said with a cold and noble face, "I'm fine." Lu Changsheng saw that Nangong Mili really didn't have a big problem, just some minor injuries, and the shock of blood and qi, and disorder of magic power. But in order to express his gratitude, he still activated the 9 treasures Rui Bone. Boom, the rays of light were bright, the runes bloomed, and a strong vitality and secret power flowed to Nangong Mili. The blue healing light rippled. Nangong Mili immediately felt a maternal nourishment and warm comfort, and the whole person seemed to be immersed in a hot spring, relaxed and comfortable. The shock of blood and magic power, the injuries of the body were repaired and baptized. This dogman doesn't only have his son in his eyes. Nangong Mili felt a little happy in his heart, thinking of his daughter's words before. As long as he is willing to take a step back and lower his posture, Lu Changsheng will also take a step back and lower his posture. No need to do that, I can take care of myself for a few days. Nangong Mili said coldly, her voice was indifferent, but not so repulsive. Even if she was willing to take a step back and ease the relationship, she still couldn't directly lower her posture and give Lu Changsheng a good face. No problem. Lu Changsheng knew that this woman was a typical person who said one thing and did another, so he continued to warm her up. He stopped when it was almost done, and exhaled a slightly tired breath. Using the healing divine light consumed a lot of his energy. As for mana, he had the Xianum Bao Wanglian, which was not a big problem. But using such magical powers would also consume the body's energy. Mili, what's going on? Why is Quanzhen in this person's hands? Lu Changsheng asked Nangong Mili about the situation just now. Through the relevant information he investigated some days ago, he knew that the giant in front of him was the old demon's henchman. But wasn't his son wanted by the ghost demon real person? Why is he in the hands of the old demon's henchman? I don't know either. Nangong Mili's tone and attitude towards Lu Changsheng were a little better at this time, saying that when he arrived, Lu Quanzhen was caught by the old demon's henchman. It should be that Lu Quanzhen escaped from the hands of the ghost demon, and then met the old demon's henchman again. Where is the ghost demon? Lu Changsheng's eyes were deep, with a cold murderous intent. Lu Quanzhen's fall to this point was inseparable from this person. He naturally had to settle this account with the other party. At that time, the ghost demon was chased by the old demon's henchman. It was the first time that Nangong Mili saw Lu Changsheng angry. For some reason, an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart, and his heart trembled. This man is not without temper, but he will not get angry easily under normal circumstances. If he really annoyed him, I wonder how he would be treated? Nangong Mili suddenly thought. The ghost demon was seriously injured at that time, and he would probably flee back to the Yinming Ghost Sect to recuperate. Nangong Mili said so. Yinming Ghost Sect. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the Yinming Ghost Sect does not have a Yuanying's engine, the sect has the treasure 10,000 Ghosts blood pool to suppress it. And the Yinming Ghost Sect's Grand Elder has already reached the peak of the Jinden stage, and is only half a step away from the impact of the Yuanying stage. Don't be impulsive. Nangong Mili seemed to be worried that Lu Changsheng would go directly to the Yinming Ghost Sect to cause trouble, so he said immediately. Don't worry. Lu Changsheng smiled, looked at this henchman old demon, and said, what are you going to do with this man? Humph, if you kill him easily, it will be too easy for him. Take him back as a blood slave first, cultivate the goo worm, and when the potential is exhausted, sell it to the Qingyun Sect to refine corpses. Nangong Mili's phoenix eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she said coldly. When the other party fought with her, he called her a bitch, and she naturally remembered it in her heart and would never let him go easily. Lu Changsheng. Sure enough, the magic way is the magic way. Even if this woman is gentle and considerate when facing her daughter, she is tender and affectionate. But after all, she is a demon, a famous femme fatale, and cruel and ruthless. But it was difficult for him to persuade her about this kind of thing. After all, according to the principle of making the best use of things, the other party's behavior seemed to be fine, but it just sounded a bit cruel. In his early years, he also used other people's corpses to feed the 6-winged golden silkworm and the strange prison demon flower. However, when he heard about corpse refining, he thought of the Wujian weird head in his yin corpse bag. This old demon's henshin has the cultivation of Danji and has the 3rd level body refining. If he can be refined into a ghost slave, he should have good combat power. Let's go back first. Lu Changsheng took Nangguang Milli's jade hand and brought the unconscious Lu Quanzhen to the back of the golden-winged Sky Pang, preparing to go back first. Nangguang Milli came to the golden-winged Sky Pang, and the whole person was a little nervous. After all, this is a 3rd level demon king. The demon king suppressed the old demon's henshin at a glance. At this moment, he actually used this kind of demon king as a means of transportation. Nangguang Milli tilted her head slightly, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Changsheng, who had an elegant and handsome face. It felt that the other party's slender and upright figure seemed to be much taller and more majestic. However, this man still looks good in his true appearance. Let's go. Lu Changsheng noticed Nangguang Milli's gaze, smiled at her, and signaled Jin Shi Yuanpeng to return to the fairy spider market. Then he continued to sort out the situation for Lu Quanzhen with the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra. The other party's situation is very troublesome. Not only are the meridians and the flesh filled with violent and chaotic blood evil, the foundation of Taoism, the Sea of Qi and the Danshan are also eroded, and the magic power is cold and fierce, unable to warm the flesh meridians, and even destroys the vitality of the body at all times. Let me see his situation. At this time, Nangguang Milli opened her red lips and spoke. She was born in the 5 Poison sect and was proficient in unorthodox methods, so she wanted to see if she could solve Lu Quanzhen's situation. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded. This. Nangguang Milli frowned as soon as she checked Lu Quanzhen's physical condition. She knew that the other party was in a very bad condition. But she didn't expect it to be so bad. If it weren't for the rich vitality flowing in his body, warming his flesh all the time, he probably wouldn't live for a few days. When she saw Lu Quanzhen's Qi High Danshan, she frowned even more. How come this power is somewhat similar to the netherworld blood evil art of Ghost Demon Master? Nangguang Milli saw that Lu Quanzhen's power and skills were completely incompatible. It was chilling and piercing, very fierce, destroying his physical vitality. Huh? At this time, she frowned again, realizing that something was wrong. Although Lu Quanzhen's foundation was superficial and his condition was extremely poor, his cultivation was truly at the 9th level of the foundation building. But she remembered that the other party's intelligence information was only in the middle stage of the foundation building, and it was not long before he broke through the 4th level of the foundation building. How did he break through from the 4th level of the foundation building to the 9th level of the foundation building in the blink of an eye? His situation is a bit like someone teaching him skills, but he was forced to grow faster, and ended up going crazy, and then he performed the secret technique of burning life and was seriously injured. Nangguang Milli frowned and expressed his own judgment. But Lu Quanzhen's situation didn't seem like someone teaching him skills, which was very strange. Transmit the skills, the netherworld blood evil secret. Lu Changsheng roughly guessed that his son fell into the hands of the Ghost Demon Master, and in order to escape and improve his strength, he swallowed a large amount of netherworld blood evil through the Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon skill. This also explains why the mana in the other party's body is violent and chaotic, fierce and piercing, and full of blood evil. Milli, do you have any solution? Lu Changsheng asked. The 5 Poison sect has a kind of goo worm called bloodlight goo, which feeds on blood evil and can temporarily relieve his condition. There is also a goo worm called meat white bones, which can always warm up his body injuries, but it is a bit difficult to solve it completely. Nangguang Milli shook his head. Does the Yinming Ghost sect have a solution in this regard? Lu Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly and continued to ask. His son's fall to this point is related to the Ghost Demon Master, maybe the other party has a way to solve it. Nangguang Milli looked at Lu Changsheng, paused, and opened her red lips, saying, the mana in his body is somewhat similar to the netherworld blood evil art. The Yinming Ghost sect should have secret medicines and secret methods to assist in the cultivation of this technique. Maybe it can alleviate the situation, but I'm not sure. I know. Lu Changsheng nodded. Nangguang Milli looked at Lu Changsheng, hesitated for a moment, and said in a cold voice, I can go to the Yinming Ghost sect later to see if I can get information in this regard. No hurry. Lu Changsheng shook his head and did not bother Nangguang Milli. As far as he knew, although the 3 major demon sects in Jin State had exchanges and cooperation, their relationship was only average. Nangguang Milli went to the Yinming Ghost sect, and the other party would naturally give face. But when it comes to the inheritance of the technique, I'm afraid it's not that simple. So I plan to wait until my son wakes up. Lu Lang. In the fairy spider market, Meng Xiaochen saw Lu Changsheng coming back and immediately shouted with joy full of longing. Then he told him about Lu Quanzhen, Ghost Demon Master, and said that Master had gone out to find Ghost Demon Master a few days ago. I already know. Lu Changsheng said that he had found Lu Quanzhen and had just parted with Nangong Millie. Xiaochen, is there a second-level alchemy room here? He asked, intending to open a furnace to make alchemy for Lu Quanzhen to alleviate the situation. Yes. Meng Xiaochen didn't know why Lu Changsheng asked this, but she still responded happily. Lu Changsheng immediately asked Meng Xiaochen to help him collect some spiritual medicine, and then released Lu Quanzhen from the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus to continue to treat his body. Lu Quanzhen's physical vitality has stabilized now. The only problem is that the Qi Si Danshan and the Sea of Consciousness Soul have been eroded by the blood evil, which is very troublesome. Even if Lu Changsheng wants to solve it, he must be careful. A few days later, Nangguang Millie came to the fairy spider market and was surprised to see Lu Changsheng actually making alchemy. Although she had seen Lu Changsheng's information before and knew that he was a second-level alchemist. But the other party's technique was so light and heavy that it was obviously not that of an ordinary second-level alchemist. However, thinking of Lu Changsheng's various methods, it seemed that it was nothing to have such alchemy skills. This is blood goo and bone of flesh. Just simply refine it and you can plant it in his body. Nangguang Millie, wearing a purple dress, with a cold and noble face, threw 2 goo jars to Lu Changsheng. Thank you for your hard work, Millie. Lu Changsheng smiled slightly and opened the goo jar. Then his mind moved slightly, and a pink peach blossom mark appeared between his eyebrows, refining the goo worm in his hand. During this process, his disguise on his face was automatically untied. Huh? Nangguang Millie saw the peach blossom mark between Lu Changsheng's eyebrows, and his heart was inexplicably throbbing, and the goo worm in his body trembled. Is this the goo worm of this dog man? Nangguang Millie knew that there was a powerful goo worm in Lu Changsheng's body. But he had never seen it, so he didn't know what kind of goo worm it was. At this time, seeing the pink peach petals between Lu Changsheng's eyebrows, he knew that this was his goo worm. What kind of goo is this? But it's really the same as him, like a peach blossom spirit. Nangguang Millie looked at it for a moment and spat in his heart. But for some reason, he found this evil and charming appearance very pleasing to the eye. It was even more pleasing to the eye than the previous elegant and graceful appearance, as if a banished immortal had come to the earth. Lu Changsheng ignored Nangguang Millie's gaze and refined the 2 goo insects in his hand. This was only a second-level goo insect. With the suppression of the will of the peach blossom goo, plus his yin and yang magic power, Tai's soul, it took a moment to refine it. Then his mind moved slightly and shot the 2 goo insects into Lu Quanzhen's body. Buzz! As soon as the blood-like goo entered the sea of consciousness between Lu Quanzhen's eyebrows, it began to absorb the blood-evil energy inside. This blood-evil energy was very difficult to deal with. Even Lu Changsheng had to be careful to dispel it. But this blood-like goo was able to absorb the blood-evil breath in the sea of consciousness for him without hurting Lu Quanzhen's soul. At the same time, the flesh and bones began to flow with medicinal power, nourishing Lu Quanzhen's condition at all times. This goo worm is indeed worthwhile. Lu Changsheng nodded secretly. He thought that among the hundreds of arts of cultivating immortals, goo worms can be used as one, and there are even many goo cultivators, so there's indeed something. Immediately, he pasted a calming talisman on Lu Quanzhen's forehead. A few days later, Lu Quanzhen's body was flowing with a pale green luster, and he suddenly spat out a stream of evil blood and woke up. Father! He opened his eyes with a scarlet luster and saw Lu Changsheng in front of him. His expression was a little dazed and trance, and he thought he was dreaming. Quanzhen. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Quanzhen, whose face was pale, hair was gray, eyes were scarlet, and filled with blood and evil, and his heart was a little heavy. Father, is it really you? Lu Quanzhen was still a little bit unbelievable. Although he seemed to see Lu Changsheng before he fainted. But he vaguely remembered that he fell into the hands of this henchman old demon. He had heard of this man's name, and he was even stronger than the real ghost demon. How did his father save him from the old demon's henchman? It seemed like there was a golden light. He recalled the situation at that time, and only remembered that there was a very brilliant golden light filling the sky and earth, and there seemed to be a majestic demonic aura. Then the old demon's henchman seemed to let out a shrill roar. It was me. Lu Changsheng nodded, and then asked in a deep voice, "How did you get into this state?" Lu Quanzhong felt the situation all over his body, then calmed down and said aloud, "P.S. I was just reminded that if Lu Quanzhong broke through the 9th level of foundation building, there should be a lottery, so I added content in chapter 484, Lu Quanzhong broke through the 9th level of foundation building, and the protagonist won a high-level lottery. Great Wilderness Dragon Spine, grade, 4th level, description, one of the 9 great divine bones of the Divine Bone Sect. This bone is indestructible, can enhance the strength of the flesh, absorb the power of heaven and earth to repair the body, and can also be transformed into the Great Wilderness Dragon armor. At least the 3rd level of body refining can be refined." Chapter 487 confused Lu Quanzhong and 100 spiritual root descendants. Lu Quanzhong told his experience truthfully. He met the Ghost Demon Master, was taken into the netherworld blood evil guard by him, and then chose to practice the Kunpeng swallowing the sky demon art. "I know there is something wrong with this technique, but I didn't expect it to be like this." Cough cough cough. Lu Quanzhong's face was pale, and he coughed violently after just a few words. At the beginning, he relied on the secret technique of Kunpeng swallowing the sky demon art to turn a disaster into a blessing in disguise in the Black Mist Swamp. He thought he had some confidence in this magic skill, but he didn't expect the technique to be so overbearing and completely out of his control. Of course, if he was given another chance to start over, he would still choose this way. Because he had no choice at the time, there was only this way. If he hadn't met the old demon's henshin, he would have really escaped from the hands of the Ghost Demon Master. But then again, if it weren't for the old demon's henshin, he might not have had this chance to escape. "Does your technique have a way to solve this problem?" Lu Changsheng asked. "It's a bit difficult." Lu Quanzhong shook his head and smiled bitterly. If he only relied on the Kunpeng swallowing the sky demon art to break through the 6th level of foundation building, or even the 7th level of foundation building, he would still be able to solve it. Through natural treasures, secret medicines, and the Kunpeng secret of yin and yang 5 elements, it can be slowly reconciled to refine the violent and chaotic energy and baptize the Taoist foundation and magic power. But when he was promoted to the 9th level of foundation building in one breath, he absorbed too much netherworld blood evil, which caused the technique to go out of control, and the body, technique, and magic power repelled each other. Moreover, his current state is extremely poor, his body and foundation are damaged, and he is polluted by the blood evil, making it difficult to use the technique. "Tell me about this technique in detail." Lu Changsheng pondered slightly. He heard Lu Quanzhong talk about this technique in his early years, but he didn't know the details. Now that the other party is in a certain situation, he wants to see if he can solve the problem fundamentally. Yes, Lu Quanzhong did not hide it and told the details of the Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon divine art. Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon art. Lu Changsheng frowned, thinking that this technique is really a thorough magic technique. By swallowing all things in the world and the origin of living beings to improve oneself, there is no solution, only relief and reconciliation. The whole process of cultivation can be said to be a life or death struggle, depending on whether you are strong enough. However, if you don't practice Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon art, but only practice yin-yang 5 elements Kunpeng art, it can also be regarded as a top-level art. "Father, why are you in Jin state?" Seeing his father's silence, Lu Quanzhong was a little ashamed and said in a low voice. He remembered that when he fell into the hands of his henshin old demon, a female cultivator came to form a pill, who seemed to be Qingyun Sect's of the 5 poison sect. But he really didn't know when his father appeared. Moreover, Zheng state and Jin state were far apart, so why did his father suddenly come to Jin state? "I just happened to come to Jin state for something. When I heard about your situation, I asked someone to investigate your whereabouts." Lu Changsheng glanced at him and said aloud, "You should have a good rest first, and we'll talk later if there's anything." Seeing that his son was still very weak, Lu Changsheng didn't talk much. He handed him a bottle of pills and asked him to take 2 pills a day, then walked out of the room and thought about how to solve the problem of Lu Quanzhong. It's not difficult to keep his son alive. As long as he calms his magic power and warms his body every once in a while, there will be no problem. If Kira's situation is not resolved, she will be half useless and unable to practice anymore. In addition to the problem of the Blood Evil's foundation, the other party also faces a big problem: lifespan. Name: Lu Quanzhong. Lifespan: 60/69. Talent: 4th grade spiritual root, Cultivation, 9th level of foundation building. Talent, fighting compatibility, 69%. When Lu Quanzhen broke through the 9th level of foundation building, his lifespan was less than 100 years. After being seriously injured, he used the method of burning life, resulting in only 9 years of lifespan. In addition, the other party has taken the life extension pill. If he wants to continue to prolong his life now, he must take the 3rd level life extension pill or some rare life extension elixir. But if his situation is not resolved, even if he gets the 3rd level life extension pill, it will only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. The person who tied the bell must untie it. It seems that I still have to go to the Yinming Ghost Sect. Lu Changsheng thought for a long time and decided to go to the Yinming Ghost Sect later. Let's see if the Yinming Ghost Sect has a way to solve this netherworld blood evil from the root. Theoretically, as long as he could perfectly control the netherworld blood evil, he could help Lu Quanzhen harmonize his skills, and then find a way to repair his foundation. As for lifespan, as long as Lu Quanzhen's foundation is resolved, he can prepare for the Dan stage. As long as he breaks through the Dan stage, even if his lifespan is still affected, it will not be a big problem. 6 days later, Lu Quanzhen's injuries were slightly relieved and he was able to move normally, but he was still very weak. Let's go. Your father will take you to get an explanation. Lu Changsheng immediately took Lu Quanzhen to find Meng Xiaojun and said that he was going out. Huh? When Lu Quanzhen saw Meng Xiaojun in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at his father with a look of surprise. This is Meng Xiaojun, your father's old friend. Your previous affairs, your father already knows. She didn't know your identity at the time, so there were some misunderstandings. But your father was able to know your situation and information, thanks to Xiaojun. Lu Changsheng glanced at his son and said aloud. Lu Quanzhen looked stunned. Although they were old friends, the other party looked at his father with tenderness on his face. How could he not know what the relationship between the two was? He didn't know what to say about this. He could only say that his father's connections were really wide. He even had friends in Jin State. At this time, he thought of the Qianzhu Zhenren who appeared before. The other party seemed to be the master of this Meng Xiaojun. Could it be that the Qianzhu Zhenren also looked at his father with his father Lu Quanzhen, and his eyes twitched slightly, thinking that it was likely so? Otherwise, how could this Qianzhu Zhenren just appear and ask for himself from Zhenshan old demon? However, as a son, he naturally couldn't say anything about this kind of thing. He immediately bowed to Meng Xiaojun and said, Quanzhen has met Senior Meng. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Meng Xiaojun smiled softly. Xiaojun, Quanzhen is in some trouble. I'm going to take him out to see if I can solve his problem. Lu Changsheng said to Meng Xiaojun, preparing to take Lu Quanzhen to Yinming Ghost Sect. Lu Lang, is there anything I can help you with? Master said before that you can contact her directly if you have any questions. Meng Xiaojun knew that Lu Quanzhen's condition was very serious. It was already amazing that Lu Changsheng could stabilize the situation. It's just a small matter. If your master asks, just tell her. Lu Changsheng smiled and didn't want to trouble Nangong Millie. He took Lu Quanzhen to the Yinming Ghost Sect to ask for an explanation. He only needed to disguise himself, just like a casual cultivator, without any scruples. But if he took Nangong Millie with him, it would be inconvenient. Well, Lu Lang, you have to be careful. Meng Xiaojun knew Lu Changsheng's strength, so she didn't ask much. But after she finished speaking, she pursed her pink lips lightly, her beautiful eyes full of hope and reluctance, and said, Lu Lang, will you come back after you are done? Yes, wait for me. Lu Changsheng stroked the other's dreamy and delicate cheek and said with a smile. But as soon as the words came to his lips, he felt a little unlucky, as if he was setting a flag, and then said, I am still in Jin State. If you have any problems, you can crush the message J talisman, and I will rush over as soon as possible. Swoosh! After Lu Changsheng took Lu Quanzhen out of the fairy spider market, his magic power surged immediately, and he drove a divine rainbow into the sky. Turning into a rainbow and flying, is this the method of a Qingzhu Mountain? Even though Lu Quanzhen had already guessed that his father had broken through the Qingzhu realm, he was still a little surprised to see this scene. After all, this is the Qingzhu stage. Whether in Jiang State or Jin State, they all belong to the first level existence and are called Qingzhu Mountain. Is the family already ranked among the Qingzhu aristocratic families? Before he could finish this surprise, a golden light suddenly surged in front of him, dazzling, and a rolling demonic aura swept up and rushed into the sky, making people feel as heavy as a mountain and difficult to breathe. It's the Demon King with golden light that day. Lu Quanzong was shocked, knowing that this was the golden light he saw when he was blurred before. The next moment, a golden cast rock appeared in front of him. It was huge, strong, and sturdy. Each feather was shining with a sharp and dazzling light. Its sharp beak was like ancient immortal gold, with a cold metallic luster. Its golden eyes were like two bright suns, deep and boundless, flowing with a breathtaking breath that made people dare not look directly at it. Is this Demon King my father's pet? Lu Quanzong looked at the fierce and powerful golden winged rock in front of him, and was shocked, as if 1,000 layers of huge waves were set off. This is amazing. Before, this golden Demon King seemed to suppress the old demon's henshin in a few breaths. And such a Demon King is his father pet? Without waiting for him to think about it, Lu Changsheng took him to the golden winged rock. Let's go. Lu Changsheng told the golden rock the direction of the Yinming ghost sect, and then a mysterious yin and yang divine light protected Lu Quanzong. Cry. The golden winged sky rock cried out, and spread its wings. The wind whistled, and the clouds and mists swirled, as if everything in the world was making way for it, and it flew towards the Yinming ghost sect. If you have any questions, just ask directly. Lu Changsheng glanced at his son who was confused beside him and said aloud. Father, where are we going? Lu Quanzong woke up as if from a dream, a little dazed, and did not ask about his father's strength. Of course it's the Yinming ghost sect. Lu Changsheng said directly. Yinming ghost sect. Lu Quanzong was stunned, his face was surprised and suspicious. The ghost demon master has sent people to hunt you down for so many years, so of course your father has to ask for an explanation. And your basic Taoist power has been eroded by the blood evil, causing your skills and power to conflict. Unless you disperse your skills and start over, the situation will be difficult to eradicate. This power is similar to the netherworld blood evil art of the Yinming ghost sect, so your father is going to see if the Yinming ghost sect has any way to solve it. Lu Changsheng was dressed in a black robe, with an upright posture, a solemn demeanor, and a deep and majestic aura. Lu Quanzong was really confused. He didn't expect his father to go to the Yinming ghost sect to cause trouble. You know, the Yinming ghost sect is one of the 3 major demon sects in Jin state, and its strength is extraordinary, 1 level higher than the Qingyun Sect. Although his father's strength is unfathomable, it would be difficult for him to go to the Yinming ghost sect to cause trouble, right? Father, the Yinming ghost sect has 9 Jinden's Henren sitting in the open, and the treasure 10,000 ghosts blood pool suppresses its foundation. There are even rumors that the Yinming ghost sect's grand elder is only half a step away from breaking through the nascent soul. Under the control of the 10,000 ghosts blood pool, his strength is not weaker than the nascent soul's engine. Lu Quanzong's face was pale and bloodless. He said in a low voice, implying that this was very dangerous. It's okay. Lu Changsheng glanced at his son's appearance and said softly. Since he dared to go to the Yinming ghost sect, he naturally had the confidence. Relying on the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, his strength was enough to rival the late Jinden Great Monk. Then there was the golden winged Sky Peng, a 3rd-level demon king with the blood of the true spirit. With his combat power, even the Yinming ghost sect would be afraid of it. They were unwilling to fight him to the death. Even if the other party really wanted to fight him to the death, Lu Changsheng would not be afraid. With a golden winged Sky Peng, unless the nascent soul's engine took action, he could come and go as he pleased. Even when Yuan Ying's engine came, Lu Changsheng felt that he could compete with him in speed. I am a fighter, and I am being hunted by Dowdy, but I am not panicking at all, because his horse is not as fast as mine. Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of this sentence. Although this was a joke, it deeply illustrates how important it is to have a good mount. Seeing his father say this, Lu Quanzong was no longer worried. His narrow eyes with bloody evil looked in the direction of Yinming ghost sect, and a fierce hatred surged in his heart. Jingxin, you are in this situation now, don't be impetuous and have murderous thoughts. Lu Changsheng frowned when he saw his son, put his palm on his shoulder, and operated the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra to suppress the blood evil for him and sort out the magic power. Most magic skills have some side effects. At this time, Lu Quanzong's blood evil eroded his body, soul, and foundation of Taoism, and naturally he would be affected, and he would be prone to extremes and go astray. Yes, father. Lu Quanzong took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and realized that his emotional state was unstable now. But his character was somewhat like this. And he would take revenge if he had a grudge. If he had enough strength, he would go to the Ghost Demon Master to seek revenge as soon as possible. After this trip, you will go back with me to recuperate your body. Lu Changsheng looked at his son's gray hair with blood color and said, "The Zumi Tree King has the effect of cleansing the soul and suppressing the inner demon. If he lives at home for a long time, it will be good for him." I just thought that when his son went back like this, his wife Chu Hanson would not know what to say. "Father, I'm sorry to trouble you," Lu Quansun said in a low voice. "It's normal to encounter something when you're out." Lu Changsheng shook his head. "By the way, before in the fairy spider market, in addition to Xiaojun, you should have met a purple skirt girl. Do you have any impression?" At this time, he remembered his daughter Nanguanyeo and mentioned it to Lu Quansun. Although it is very likely that the two will hardly see each other again. But there are some small misunderstandings between the brother and sister, and they should be talked about as soon as possible. Father is talking about the daughter of the Sky Spider Master, Nanguanyeo. Lu Quansun had a vague guess in his heart about Meng Xiaojun's previous affairs. "Well, it's Yeo. She is actually your sister. She attacked you because of the six-winged golden silkworm. But she didn't know your identity at the time. Now she is going to the Qingyun Sect and can't meet you. She apologizes," Lu Changsheng said softly. Sure enough, Lu Quansun said in his heart, feeling a lot of emotion. He had previously guessed that the Xianzhu's Henren might have some relationship with his father, but he didn't expect that Nanguanyeo was their daughter. But wasn't his father a foundation-building cultivator back then? How could he have a daughter with such a giant's Henren? He felt a burst of emotion in his heart, and was also a little fortunate. At that time, he did not suffer any loss when facing Nanguanyeo. He even almost killed Nanguanyeo. If he really killed his sister at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Father." Then, Lu Quansun looked at his father, and he was a little hesitant to speak. "What?" Lu Changsheng motioned him to speak frankly. "How many brothers and sisters do I have outside? You can tell me in advance to avoid this kind of misunderstanding again," Lu Quansun said in a tactful tone. Although he has no feelings for most of his brothers and sisters, he doesn't have any feelings. But he didn't want to see fratricide. Lu Changsheng. Is this how he is in his son's mind? He obviously only has one daughter, Nanguanyeo, out there. That's the only one. Lu Changsheng said, thinking that after returning, he should let his children, brothers and sisters get to know each other better. Otherwise, with so many brothers and sisters, the older and younger ones might not know each other when they meet out there. For example, Lu Quansun has been out for more than 20 years. I'm afraid he doesn't know many of his brothers and sisters at home. The fairy spider market is the territory of the Five Poison Sect, so it's still a long way to the Yinming Ghost Sect. And there is a high probability that there will be a battle on this trip to the Yinming Ghost Sect, so Lu Changsheng didn't let the golden-winged Skypeng fly at full speed to avoid consuming too much physical strength. Even after arriving at the Yinming Ghost Sect, he slowed down a little to keep the golden-winged Skypeng in peak condition. At this moment, a mysterious throbbing of spiritual root bonus suddenly surged, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 100 spiritual root descendants and getting a chance to draw a high-level lottery. Is this Xiaoyu giving birth? Lu Changsheng roughly guessed who gave birth to the child. A month ago, Yu Fei's child was born, with average spiritual roots, only 5th grade spiritual roots. And this child, Lu Changsheng roughly felt, should be 4th grade spiritual roots. This made him slightly disappointed. He was still thinking that he would break through the Jinden stage and give birth to another high-grade spiritual root with Xiaoyu. However, through the 6 attempts, he knew that the effect of Xiaoyu's spiritual body was like this. It can stably give birth to spiritual root offspring, and even guarantee middle-grade spiritual roots. But it still takes a lot of luck to give birth to high-grade spiritual roots. System, draw. Lu Changsheng didn't think much, and silently said in his heart to see if he could draw any useful rewards to improve his combat power. If he draws a 3rd-level Demon King again, he can really dominate the world. P.S. The author's words cannot be seen on Kaiu, so I will say it here. Lu Quansun broke through the 9th level of foundation building and should get a lottery, but I forgot it before, so I made a patch. Added content in Chapter 484, Lu Quansun breaks through the 9th level of foundation building, and the protagonist wins the advanced lottery, Great Wilderness Dragon Spine. Great Wilderness Dragon Spine, Grade, 4th Level, Description, one of the 9 sacred bones of the Divine Bone Sect. This bone is indestructible, can enhance physical strength, absorb the power of heaven and earth to repair the body, and can also be transformed into Great Wilderness Dragon armor. At least the 3rd level of body refining can be refined. Chapter 488. The Emperor observes the weather and kills people while talking and laughing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic seed, Emperor Wonky. The reward has been distributed to the system space. The host can check it at any time. A dragon-shaped pattern with a faint golden airflow appeared from the big turntable, accompanied by the system prompt sound. Magic seed. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. His expression was happy. He was naturally clear about the magic seeds. In his early years, he also drew a magic seed sword Changyu Dao and gave it to his son Lu Qingshan. Unexpectedly, he drew another one now. This is a good thing. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he looked at the system space. Magic seed, Emperor Wonky, rank, 4th rank, description, Emperor Wonky, kill people with laughter and talking. The recipient's cultivation talent is improved, all kinds of fighting experience are innate, can observe the mountains and rivers, see the flaws of magical powers, and the flow of magic power and ki. Why is it only 4th rank? Lu Changsheng frowned. The sword Changyu Dao in the ordinary lottery was a 4th rank magic seed. This time the advanced lottery is only 4th rank? It seems that I was lucky before, but this time is normal. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although he won several 4th level rewards in ordinary draws in the early years, except for the sword charge bullfight, the preciousness of the others is very ordinary. Although the magic seed is ranked 4th, judging from the situation of his son Lu Qingshan, the effect is almost comparable to that of a top-level spiritual body, and it is not an exaggeration to rank it 5th. Lu Changsheng did not look at it much, and planned to study the details of this magic seed later. Swish! 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 A golden streak flew between heaven and earth, and when it spread its wings in the air, it tore a long golden wave of air and set off a fierce gale. Even if the golden-winged skypeng slowed down, it was far better than many giant cultivators. A few days later, just as he was about to approach the Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng suddenly sensed that there were 2 giant cultivators fighting more than 10 miles away. He was inexplicably familiar with the fluctuation of one of the mana. Immediately, he swept his spiritual sense and saw that 16 miles away, a woman with ordinary appearance, tall stature, wearing a blue and white dress, holding a brilliant magic sword, was fighting with a glamorous woman with heavy makeup, pale and transparent skin, and wearing a white bone flower crown. The magic sword in her hand flowed with a sharp and elegant 7-color sword light. With a casual stroke, countless 7-color sword ki emerged, coming and going, full of sharp and murderous intentions. The glamorous woman wearing the white bone flower crown danced a dark long silk with blood-colored flames, like a blood python shadow, coiling around her body, struggling to resist the 7-color sword ki. It can be seen that the beautiful woman wearing the white bone flower crown is not the opponent of the woman holding the sword, but is just intercepting her to prevent her from leaving. Why is she here? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he saw the woman holding the sword, a little surprised. This tall and ordinary sword cultivator woman is none other than Zhao Ziyu's senior sister, Chu Qingyi. Before, Chu Qingyi broke and then stood up, transformed the true elixir, condensed the golden elixir again, and practiced the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. So Lu Changsheng was very familiar with her magic power and could see her disguise at a glance. But shouldn't Chu Qingyi be in retreat in Qingyun Sect? How could she appear in Jin State? And just happen to be in Qingzhu Sect? Could it be that this is another peach luck in the dark? Lu Changsheng touched his chin. At the same time, the 2 women who were fighting also sensed the rolling evil spirit of the golden-winged skypeng, and their expressions were surprised and suspicious, not knowing whether it was an enemy or a friend. It's not easy to stay here for a long time. Chu Qingyi knew that this enchanting beauty was waiting for support. Now another evil spirit appeared, and it was obvious that the comer was not friendly. Immediately, one-handed hand gestures were made, and a blue flying sword broke through the air, flowing with colorful ancient patterns. Then the flying sword turned into a giant sword with a length of dozens of feet at a speed visible to the naked eye, filled with a sharp and domineering, peerless and sharp aura, and slashed at the enchanting beauty. The dark long silk burning with blood-red flames suddenly broke with a sizzle sound under the attack of the giant sword. However, the long silk immediately wrapped around the seven-colored giant sword like a giant python, making it difficult to advance even a little bit. Then, a giant python with a bloody luster appeared, opened its bloody mouth, and spit out a rolling cold ghost energy. Several dark and strange chains, as if eroded by time, appeared and spread towards Chu Qingyi, with the cold and dark luster. Clang clang clang, Chu Qingyi's eyes were cold, and the magic sword in his hand was sharp and domineering. The sword energy was crisscrossed, breaking through the chain blockade, taking the azure flying sword back into his hand, and breaking through the air and leaving. However, at this moment, gusts of gloomy winds swept across the sky, and demonic clouds and ghosts surged in the sky, like 100 ghosts walking at night, and thousands of ghosts were howling. A huge ghost shadow that was dozens of feet long came roaring. Hey, hey, woo woo woo, fellow Taoist, since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? This ghost shadow seemed to be composed of countless human figures, old and young, male and female, some handsome and charming, some hideous and ugly, all speaking at the same time, like a life-demanding devil's voice, sharp and piercing, and frightening. The enchanting beauty saw the ghost shadow coming and immediately looked delighted. She continued to sacrifice the black silk magic weapon and rushed towards Chu Qingyi to intercept her. Break. Seeing this, Chu Qingyi paused, and the golden elixir in the dantian of the key sea burst into a brilliant light, and then the magic sword in her hand suddenly trembled. Dozens of erratic invisible sword lights intertwined, interpreting the blooming of peerless murderous intent, and rushed towards the beautiful woman. Not good. Seeing this, the enchanting beauty hurriedly pinched the formula. However, the previous azure flying sword suddenly rushed out again, cutting a deep blood mark on her body. Ah! The enchanting beauty screamed in pain immediately, and her figure floated several feet away like a ghost in the underworld, suppressing the injury of the sword energy. Hey! At this time, a huge ghost swept towards Chu Qingyi. The rolling demonic clouds and ghost energy seemed to block this world, covering the sky and the sun, and the haze was filled with horror. Go! Seeing this, Lu Changsheng immediately signaled the golden-winged Skypeng to rush over. Although Chu Qingyi was a sword cultivator, a top-grade golden elixir, and had extraordinary combat power. But the appearance and power of this ghost shadow were no less than that of Baifeng's Henrin back then. Such a giant and cultivator, plus the enchanting beauty, a giant and cultivator, Chu Qingyi might not be a match. And he came to the Qingyun Sect to ask for an explanation this time. If he could suppress two giant and cultivators now, it would be much easier. Huh? Lu Quanzhou next to him looked at the golden-winged Skypeng suddenly flying in another direction, and looked at his father with surprise. Just met a friend. Lu Changsheng glanced at him and explained. Friends. Lu Quanzhou was stunned, his face looked a little strange. Does his father have such a wide range of friends? Can he meet friends when he comes to Qingyun Sect? I don't know if this friend is a man or a woman. After a moment, he saw a dark demonic cloud covering the sky and the sun in front of him, as if the world was covered with a layer of turbidity and filth. Looking from a distance, there was a feeling of oppression and heaviness, and it was hard to breathe. He realized that there were giant and cultivators fighting here. Buzz buzz buzz, after a few breaths, he saw wisps of seven-color light rushing out of the dark demonic cloud, like beams of light bursting out, tearing the turbid and dark sky. Ah! Sharp and piercing screams of pain rose and fell. There were men and women, old and young, like the sound of life-demanding Sanskrit, making people feel a surge of terror and despair in their hearts. If it weren't for the mysterious yin and yang divine light, Lu Quanzhou felt that he couldn't bear this sound alone. Then, a sword shadow with seven-color glow rushed out from the rolling demonic cloud and ghost energy. However, in the demonic cloud, hideous skulls immediately formed and bit towards the sword shadow. Even though he was used to seeing killing, Lu Quanzhou was still a little horrified when he saw this scene. It was not that the scene was too horrifying. It was that the magical skills of the giant and cultivators could interfere with other people's minds with every move. Chu Qingyi's face was cold, and he did not want to fight against these skulls. The seven-color sword light lingered around him, emitting a terrifying and sharp aura, as if to crush everything. However, just as several skulls were broken by Chu Qingyi, human figures, ghosts, or fierce beasts formed in the demonic cloud and continued to kill. Golden Pen. Lu Changsheng stood tall and slender, standing on the golden-winged sky rock, with a solemn demeanor, signaling the other party to attack directly. Swish, the golden-winged skyrock immediately rushed towards the rolling demonic cloud like a golden streak. When the enchanting beauty saw the golden-winged skypang, she immediately sensed a dangerous aura, looked horrified, and quickly avoided it. However, at this moment, suddenly, her mind and soul seemed to be hit hard by someone. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she covered her forehead in pain. Puff. The next moment, she was directly caught in the hand of the golden-winged skypang's claws, spitting blood, and it was difficult to struggle. Lu Quanzhen, who was next to her, saw this scene and looked horrified. Even though he knew that his father's strength was extraordinary, this golden bird was extremely powerful. But seeing that the golden-winged skypang suppressed a giant's henren in an instant, he couldn't help but be shocked. Because this was really amazing. You know, this is a giant's henren. A giant's henren was actually like a little chicken, being held in his hand without any ability to fight back. Not only him, but Chu Qingyi, who was not far away, also looked suspicious and horrified when she saw this scene. Although she was confident that she could kill this enchanting beauty alone. But it is impossible to suppress the other party so easily. After looking at the golden-winged skypang and the two figures above, Chu Qingyi wanted to break through the air and leave without any hesitation. Qingyi. However, at this moment, a gentle, jade-like, steady and powerful voice sounded in her mind. Chu Qingyi was shocked when she heard this familiar and gentle voice. Then she looked at Lu Changsheng on the golden-winged skypang with an incredible face. If it weren't for her clear sword heart and sure that the other party was sending a voice to her consciousness, she would even suspect that this was some kind of magic trick to disturb her mind. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? I came to Jin State and met him. Who are you, and why do you want to go against my Yinming ghost sect? At this time, the devil cloud and ghost energy surged, and a hoarse voice that was sometimes close and sometimes far, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman, sounded like sandpaper sharpening iron, extremely harsh. Lu Changsheng didn't say anything, signaling the golden-winged skypang to fight quickly. Now that he had the golden-winged skypang, he himself was too lazy to take action. Then he sent a voice message to Chu Qingyi. Qingyi, I'll deal with this situation first, and we'll talk later. Be careful, this person is from the Yinming ghost sect. Chu Qingyi was about to warn him, indicating that this person's strength was extraordinary. But the golden-winged skypang had already taken action. 108,000 feathers. The surging demonic energy surged, and golden runes were performed one by one. At this moment, the world was filled with murderous intent, and countless golden divine feathers appeared. Each feather was like a peerless divine sword, shining brightly, swallowing and spitting out an extremely fiery and peerless murderous intent, sharp and intimidating, making people tremble with fear. Whoosh whoosh, swish whoosh whoosh, the golden-winged skypang spread its wings in the air, setting off gusts of fierce gale, and the golden feathers suddenly shot out, bursting out with a blazing and dazzling divine light. Puff, 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 in the blink of an eye, the demonic clouds and ghost energy in the sky were pierced by the golden divine feathers and were torn into pieces, causing bursts of shrill ghost cries and wolf howls between heaven and earth. This Ghost Shadow Master's cultivation method is the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts art, which can transform into 10,000 ghosts. These demonic clouds and ghost energy are all his ghost incarnations. Chu Qingyi saw these demonic clouds and ghost energy shattered and reunited, and immediately reminded Lu Changsheng. If you can't find his true body when fighting with this Ghost Shadow Master, it is very easy to be exhausted by the consumed mana. It's really too much? You dare to come to my Yinming ghost sect to make trouble, you will pay the price. The Ghost Shadow Master roared loudly, his voice hoarse and harsh. Although he can transform into 10,000 ghosts, these ghosts need to be cultivated and condensed by himself. Just now, under the 180,000 feathers of the golden-winged skypang, most of the ghosts were directly destroyed, and the whole person's combat power was greatly reduced. However, he made a ruthless statement, and immediately rolled up the demonic clouds and ghost energy and fled towards the Yinming ghost sect. Turning into thousands of ghosts. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Then his eyes were like torches, emitting brilliant golden light, and he looked at the demonic cloud and ghost fog in front of him, and saw countless erratic ghosts in it. After a few breaths, he saw that one of the ghosts was different and relatively more solid, and immediately gestured to the golden-winged skypang. The pupils of the golden-winged skypang were like two golden suns, deep and boundless, and he could also see a bit of the general idea. In an instant, dense golden divine feathers rushed towards the ghost real person, forming a terrifying golden ocean, filled with peerless murderous intent, which made people tremble. Puff puff puff. Sure enough, after this piece of demonic cloud and ghost energy was broken, in addition to the shrill roar, there was also black blood splashing out. Changsheng immediately saw a ghost that seemed to be there and not there, trying to take the opportunity to escape. Want to leave? Yin and Yang Yi Qi Great Capture. Changsheng's expression was calm, his eyes were bright, and in the Qi Si Danshan, the Yin and Yang Avenue golden pill trembled and rose with 1,000 feet of rosy clouds. I saw mysterious Yin and Yang energy going straight into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, a huge hand with the Yin and Yang flowing, 100 feet long, holding the ghost who wanted to escape in his hand. This. Lu Quanzhen and Chu Qingyi were both surprised and speechless when they saw this scene. Especially Chu Qingyi. She had learned a lot about the Yinming ghost sect during this period of time, and knew that this ghost real person had the 6th level of giant in cultivation. Moreover, the Yinming 10,000 ghosts art he practiced was very difficult, and he could transform himself into 10,000 ghosts. Even a great cultivator in the late giant stage would not be easy to kill him. But now, this ghost real person was easily suppressed by Lu Changsheng. The whole process was so fast that she was a little bit unable to react. Chapter 489 Lu Quanzhen, my father has such a wide network of contacts. Who are you? If you do this, my Yinming ghost sect will never let you go. No matter where you escape, you will die. Ghost Shadow was full of demonic clouds and ghost energy. He struggled with the Yin-Yang Qi Great Capture and threatened Lu Changsheng, but he was obviously fierce on the outside. Why do you need the Yinming ghost sect to trouble me? I'm coming to ask for an explanation now. Lu Changsheng snorted coldly. The 9 treasures Rui bone on his chest surged, and endless runes intertwined and performed, emitting brilliant divine light. The forbidden divine light was like a chain of order, shooting towards Ghost Shadow, wrapping around him. Boom boom boom. Ghost Shadow was already very reluctant to be captured by the Yin-Yang Qi Great Capture. Now facing the forbidden divine light, he suddenly couldn't resist, spitting blood, and his whole body of magic power was suppressed and imprisoned, falling into the other golden claw of the golden-winged Sky Peng. Dao Lulu, why are you here? At this time, Chu Qingyi looked at Lu Changsheng with a look of surprise and doubt, and said in disbelief. If Lu Changsheng hadn't sent her a telepathic message, and she was very familiar with Lu Changsheng's magic power, she wouldn't have dared to confirm that this was Lu Changsheng. Because it was too amazing. Not only was his strength amazing, but he also had this golden-winged Sky Peng. In the brief confrontation just now, she saw that this golden peng bird was extraordinary. It was a top-level demon king in the late 3rd stage. But this demon king was actually used as a mount by the other party. You know, even in Qingyun Sect, or even Yuling Sect, this kind of spirit beast is also a top-level existence, a sect-guarding spirit beast. My son was attacked by a ghost demon, so I came to Yinming Ghost Sect to ask for an explanation, and by the way, see if I can solve his physical problems. Lu Changsheng said in a deep voice. Chu Qingyi looked at Lu Quanzhen, whose eyes were scarlet and his face was pale, and saw at a glance that he was short of blood in essence, as if he was possessed by a demon. Boy Lu Quanzhen, meet the senior. Lu Quanzhen hurriedly bowed his hands. Although he didn't know the other party. But since he was a good friend of his father and a Jiandan's Henren, he naturally had to be polite. Moreover, this Jiandan's Henren was a woman, which led him to suspect that she had a special relationship with his father. I have a green blood essence pill here, which has the effect of replenishing the damaged, cleansing the body, and replenishing the essence. It will be helpful to you. Chu Qingyi nodded slightly, and took out a delicate porcelain bottle from the storage ring and gave it to Lu Quanzhen. This pill is very precious, a 3rd-level elixir, which she prepared for healing just in case. Thank you, senior. Lu Quanzhen glanced at his father, and then accepted it respectfully. Qingyi, why are you here? Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi in front of him and asked. Chu Qingyi's heart trembled when she heard this, and she whispered, I just happened to have a mission. Although she said this was a mission, she actually went out to avoid Lu Changsheng and go out to experience and relax, so she felt a little guilty. Mission. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, looked at Chu Qingyi in front of him and said, You are not hiding from me, are you? He probably knew something about the system of the Qingyun Sect. Chu Qingyi had just returned from the Qingyun secret realm, so she would not be assigned unless there was an urgent task. And at that time, Yun Wanchang told herself that Chu Chengyi was in seclusion. But now she is in seclusion and comes to Jin state again. Obviously, there is something wrong. Chu Chengyi wanted to say something, but after pursing her red lips, she remained silent. Forget it, since there is nothing to do, you should leave here quickly. Seeing her like this, Lu Changsheng immediately knew what was going on, shook his head, and did not continue to ask. If it were normal, he would still have the leisure to flirt with Chu Chengyi, but now he has something to do. He suppressed 2 Jindans Henren from the Yinming Ghost Sect, and it seems that someone from the Yinming Ghost Sect has already arrived. Lu Quanzhou next to him looked at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, as if he had not heard or seen anything. He had previously speculated on the relationship between the other party and his father. Now hearing the words of the two, he could not help but secretly say that his father really had confidants all over the world. In addition to Xianzhu's Henren of the 5 Poison Sect, he actually had a close relationship with such a Jindan's Henren. This is the case in the Jin Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. If it's Jiang Kingdom, does his father also have many unknown connections? Dao Ialu, are you going to cause trouble for the Yinming Ghost Sect? Chu Chengyi pursed her lips and said. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded. The Yinming Ghost Sect is powerful, with a Jindan Peak cultivator in charge, and the Mountain Protection Formation is a 4th level forbidden formation. Chu Chengyi said immediately. Although the combat power displayed by Lu Changsheng and the Golden Winged Sky Peng is very amazing. But this combat power is not enough to provoke the Yinming Ghost Sect. A large sect like this that has been passed down for thousands of years, in addition to the combat power on the surface, there are many means that make people hard to guard against. And going to the door to ask for an explanation is something that no force can tolerate. It is a naked slap in the face and it is easy to escalate the matter. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lu Changsheng smiled slightly. Chu Chengyi saw that Lu Changsheng would not change his mind easily, but he couldn't watch Lu Changsheng go and take risks. He sighed in his heart and said softly, in that case, I will go with you, so that I can take care of you when the time comes. Okay. Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Chengyi's clear and firm eyes and chuckled. Then he naturally reached out to Chu Chengyi and led her to the Golden Winged Sky Peng. This surprised Chu Chengyi again. Monster kings like this are all extremely arrogant. Under normal circumstances, except for their own masters, they rarely give others as mounts, and they will have the intention of rejection. But this golden bird not only did not have the slightest intention of rejection, but even took the initiative to restrain its sharp aura. This is very amazing. It shows that this golden bird is completely submissive to Lu Changsheng. Let's go. Lu Changsheng gestured to the Golden Winged Sky Peng. Swoosh, the Golden Winged Sky Peng immediately flew towards the Yinming Ghost Sect. However, before they arrived at the Yinming Ghost Sect, they sensed a blood-colored pattern of light flowing in the sky, surging. Who is this madman, dare to come to my Yinming Ghost Sect to cause trouble? The voice came before the person arrived. Dozens of miles away, a bone-chilling cold voice came. In a flash, the bloodlight in the sky became more and more intense, and the rolling gloomy wind swept through, filling the air with an extremely foul smell of blood. Lu Changsheng's eyes were like torches, piercing with spirit, and bursting with golden light. Seeing the blood-colored pattern light with dense blood-colored bats, it was endless and very terrifying. This person is the great elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect, and his cultivation method is also the Netherworld 10,000 Ghost Sutra. It's just that he had a strange encounter in his early years and contracted an ancient blood bat. The Netherworld 10,000 Ghost Sutra was cultivated by him into the Netherworld Bloodbat Sutra. His strength is weird and unpredictable, and he has the 8th level of Jindan cultivation. Chu Chengyi saw the bloodbats all over the sky and immediately recognized the person, with fear in his eyes. In addition to the Supreme Elder who was preparing to attack the nascent soul, the Yinming Ghost Sect also had 2 late Jindan cultivators. One of them was this ghost bat real person. Because of the cultivation method, he also had an ancient blood bat, and his strength was terrifying. Great Elder, Ghost Shadow Master, and the Enchanting Beauty were surprised to see the blood shadows all over the sky. Apart from the Supreme Elder who has been in seclusion for many years, this Ghost Bat Master can be said to be the #1 person in the Yinming Ghost Sect. Not only does he have the strength of the 8th level of Jindan, but he also has a blood bat in the late 3rd level. Even though Lu Changsheng in front of him is amazingly powerful and can suppress them in an instant, he can never be the opponent of his own elder. Lu Quanxian smelled this strong bloody smell. Even with the protection of the mysterious yin and yang divine light, his whole face was in pain, and the blood evil energy in his body was boiling. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng frowned and realized that he was affected by the opponent's skills. Immediately, he raised his palm lightly, and the Xianetun Bao Huang lotus appeared, taking Lu Quanxian into the lotus. In the battle just now, he could still let his son expand his horizons. But now in this kind of battle, I am afraid that it will be difficult for him to protect him. Moreover, this ghost bat master should have practiced blood evil skills, which will indirectly affect Lu Quanxian. Qing Yi, be careful. The dormant qi and blood in Lu Changsheng's body began to revive, and he said to Chu Qingyi in a deep voice. Then he signaled the golden-winged Sky Peng to kill directly. This person is the great elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect, the first person under the Grand Elder. If he can suppress this person, then the Yinming Ghost Sect will be seriously injured. At that time, he can completely make a fortune from the Yinming Ghost Sect through this person, solve Lu Quanxian's physical condition, and even solve the future dam-forming resources for his wife, concubines, and children. How dare you? A junior, relying on a demon king, thinks he is invincible in the world. Ghost Bat Zhenren saw Lu Changsheng riding on the golden-winged Sky Peng and killing him directly, and shouted coldly. He naturally saw that the golden-winged Sky Peng was very unusual. His blood bat even felt a sense of fear when facing the golden-winged Sky Peng. You know, his blood bat is not simple. Because of the return of blood, it has some true spirit blood. It is also because of this that he has grown to this point, relying on this blood bat. But now, the golden-winged Sky Peng actually made the blood bat feel a sense of fear. But in addition to fear, the blood bat also had a desire. The desire to devour the blood of the golden-winged Sky Peng. If it could swallow the golden-winged Sky Peng, it might be possible to be promoted to the 4th level within 100 years. Lu Changsheng did not reply, and the Qi Si Danshan vibrated, and the Wuxiang treasure wheel appeared, like a burning sun, hovering in his mind, setting off his entire person with extraordinary momentum. The two people caught by the golden-winged Sky Peng were instantly suppressed by him into the Wuxiang realm. This battle must be fought with all efforts, and the combat power of the golden-winged Sky Peng cannot be affected. You are looking for death? Seeing this scene, the Ghost Bat Master thought that Lu Changsheng was provoking him, and shouted loudly. The voice was cold and full of chaotic energy, disturbing other people's minds. At the same time, endless blood bats swept towards Lu Changsheng. 108,000 feathers. The golden-winged sky rock was shining brightly, and the sound penetrated the gold and cracked the stone, shaking the sky, causing murderous intent in all directions. Countless golden feathers like heavenly swords appeared, bursting with blazing luster, and killed the blood bats. Puff puff puff, many blood bats were pierced by the golden divine feathers and shattered. But these killed blood bats immediately turned into blood mist and merged into the bodies of other bats, making the aura of these bats stronger. The Netherworld Blood Ghost Method. Ghost Bat Immortal's voice was cold, and his palm suddenly slapped forward. A wind-like blood ghost appeared and killed Lu Changsheng. The huge blood bat under his seat also roared to the sky at this moment, emitting a series of rapid, dense, fierce, sharp, and chaotic syllables, which was breathtaking. 9 treasures Ruai Bone, Essence, Qi, Spirit. Lu Changsheng's 3rd level physique was fully revived, and the runes of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone on his chest surged wildly, causing his flesh, magic power, and spiritual consciousness to roar like a tsunami. The 4th level of Jinden. The 5th level of Jinden. The 6th level of Jinden. In addition to his cultivation and mana, Lu Changsheng's physical strength also increased crazily, almost by 1 level, reaching the 3rd level late stage. As for his spiritual consciousness, Lu Changsheng himself didn't know how far it had improved. Because after awakening the Tai spirit, his spiritual consciousness was no weaker than the peak of Jinden. Now, with the blessing of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, the blood bat's spiritual interference had almost no effect on him. Chu Qingyi, who was not far away, turned pale, as if the blood in her body was out of control, and there was a sharp bayonet cutting and slashing in her sea of consciousness. She hurriedly operated the skills to suppress the sound wave effect. Legang Longyan. Lu Changsheng's body was roaring with blood, and the precious light was flowing, shining brightly, burning a hot and domineering purple-red flame, ready to rely on the 3rd level of body refining to make a quick battle. Who, the powerful blood and magic power in the thunder dragon flame rushed into the sky, forming a beacon fire, stirring up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth. The hot and violent fire illuminated the sky, burning countless blood bats into rolling blood-colored mist. Even some of the blood-colored mist had not yet merged into other blood bats, and was directly burned and evaporated by the thunder dragon flame. The thunder dragon flame is extremely yang and strong, hot and fierce, and has a certain restraint on this kind of magic method. Lu Changsheng was pleased, and the dragon roar in his body surged, like a real dragon roaring, making the thunder dragon flame more turbulent and violent, like a purple-red dragon coiled around his fist, and suddenly blasted forward. Boom! The blood-colored ghost shadow broke directly and turned into blood-colored ghost mist all over the sky. Huh? The pupils of the ghost bat real person on the blood bat suddenly shrank, and his heart was horrified. Suddenly, he felt a strong and dangerous aura from Lu Changsheng. The reason why he dared to fight with Lu Changsheng was that he saw that Lu Changsheng's cultivation was not high, only in the early stage of Jinden. He thought of dealing with Lu Changsheng first, and then working together with a blood bat to suppress the golden-winged skyrock. But now, Lu Changsheng's breath is rising steadily, burning with a blazing and fierce flame, which actually gives him a dangerous breath. Immediately, the ghost bat sent a message to the sect master Yinming Ghost King, asking him to come to support. Today not only involves the majesty of the Yinming Ghost Sect, the safety of the two Jinden masters, but also his future opportunities. If the blood bat can be promoted to the 4th level, then he will also have the hope of breaking through the nascent soul in the future. Netherworld Blood Pool. The ghost bat did not dare to underestimate the enemy. With a long roar, he sacrificed a blood pool with a faint glow, and boiling scarlet blood flowed in it. This is his lifelong magic weapon, the Netherworld Blood Pool. It is copied from the Yinming Ghost Sect's treasure, the 10,000 Ghosts Blood Pool, and the effect is extraordinary. In an instant, countless bloodlights and blood shadows appeared from the Netherworld Blood Pool, forming a mysterious and strange formation with the blood bats all over the sky, and emitting bursts of sharp and piercing terrifying sound waves. Lu Changsheng's body was strong, his magic power was surging, and his consciousness was stable. He was not affected by the sound waves at all. His tall and majestic body and the blood and thunder dragon flames were like the undulating ocean, drowning the sky and burning blood. Looking at the battle ahead, Chu Qingyi's clear and beautiful eyes surged with an indescribable complex color. She originally wanted to help. But now in this kind of battle, she couldn't intervene at all. Once entering the battlefield, if she was not careful, Lu Changsheng would even have to distract himself to save her. Looking at Lu Changsheng, who was wearing a black robe, with a tall and upright body and purple-red dragon-shaped flames burning all over his body, Chu Qingyi pursed her red lips. I feel that the other party's current appearance is completely different from his previous image. But this look is quite good. Chapter 490, The Yin-Yang Mixed Cave Millstone, and the picture of the Sky Peng fighting the dragon. Great 5 Elements Divine Fist. Lu Changsheng's dragon roar origin burst open, causing the Thunder Gang dragon flame to flow with strands of golden luster, and then he used the magical fist technique in the 5 Elements Yuan Sutra to break through the layers of blood light and kill towards Ghost Bat Immortal. No wonder this person dared to come to my Yinming Ghost Sect to cause trouble. Ghost Bat Immortal's eyes twitched, and the dangerous aura in his heart became more and more intense. However, he saw that Lu Changsheng had used some means to improve his strength to this point. So as long as he delayed and fought a protracted war with Lu Changsheng, the opponent would be unable to continue. Moreover, this is the base camp of the Yinming Ghost Sect. As long as the support arrives, no matter how powerful Lu Changsheng is, he will have to surrender. Boom! Ghost Bat Immortal took a step forward and stood in the Netherworld Blood Pool, setting off a raging blood wave and forming blood-colored waterfalls. Boom boom boom, Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged Sky Peng directly broke through the layers of blood-colored waterfalls and killed in front of Ghost Bat Immortal. But in an instant, blood surged from the back of Ghost Bat Immortal, and a pair of huge bat wings with dark blood condensed, stirring up the surging blood waves, and then the whole person turned into a residual image and disappeared. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the same time, the ancient blood bat under his seat screamed, and with the bloodlight of heaven and earth, the blood bats in the sky formed a mysterious power and pounced on Lu Changsheng. Boom boom boom, the dragon roar source in Lu Changsheng's body surged, and the pores of his body flowed with a strong dragon roar. Lei Ganglong Yan was like a flaming blue dragon roaring above his head, tearing the sky and the earth, breaking through the blood light. The blazing and domineering purple-red flames and the bloodlight in the sky swept across the 10 directions of heaven and earth, revealing a terrifying aura, and Chu Qingyi, who was not far away, was extremely shocked. I never expected that Lu Changsheng's strength was so terrifying that he could separate and compete with this ghost bat immortal. This combat power, I'm afraid it has surpassed my master, right? Cry. The golden-winged Skypeng cried out, and 180,000 feathers rose and fell like a golden ocean, piercing through the blood-filled sky, causing the ancient blood bats to scream in pain and turn into flying blood. But Lu Changsheng saw that the killing of blood bats by himself and the golden-winged Skypeng did not cause much damage to Ghost Bat Immortal. The opponent's blood bats were not like the demonic cloud ghost energy of Ghost Shadow Immortal, which seemed endless and could be continuously born from Ghost Bat Immortal's netherworld blood pool. Sure enough, it is not easy to break through the late stage of Jinden. I am afraid it will be difficult for me to suppress this Ghost Bat Immortal with my current strength. And he saw that I relied on external forces to improve my strength, so he didn't fight me head-on, thinking of delaying time and waiting for an opportunity. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and saw what this Ghost Bat Immortal was going to do. Moreover, after a short confrontation, he also saw that this Ghost Bat Immortal was good at fighting a protracted war. In that case, let's see how strong I am when I go all out now. Lu Changsheng's eyes sparkled, and 2 golden rays of light shot out. In the Qi and Danshan, the yin-yang Dao Jinden suddenly trembled, bursting out 1,000 feet of rosy clouds, and the mana of the 6th level of Jinden roared like a real dragon. Yin-yang mixed whole grinding wheel. Lu Changsheng had never used this magical power before. Now that his cultivation has improved, he just had the chance to see how strong he is when he goes all out. How big is the gap compared to Jinden cultivators like Ghost Bat Xianrun? The 2 energies of yin and yang flowed, filled with a mysterious aura of the great Dao, forming 2 yin-yang fish. One was extremely yang and rigid, and the other was extremely soft and yin, constantly entangled. Boom boom boom, yin and yang interacted, the world rioted, the void was broken, and all the spiritual energy, essence, and demonic energy of the world from all directions were swept away. Then a huge grinding wheel like a black hole funnel appeared, rolling and turning, as if to crush everything in the world. Boom boom boom, the bloodlight of heaven and earth, blood bats, and blood shadows were crushed by this millstone, turning into strands of yin and yang energy, making the millstone stronger, and the aura of power was even more turbulent and terrifying. Ghost Bat Master and the ancient blood bat both felt an extremely terrifying aura and left a black hole funnel far away. Seeing his master showing off his power, the golden-winged Skypeng next to him naturally did not want to be left behind, and his whole body was shining brightly, rushing towards Ghost Bat Master. Skypeng fighting dragon technique. The golden-winged Skypeng was shining all over, as bright as a golden rainbow, and a real dragon phantom appeared above his head, imprisoning and tearing the world apart. The Skypeng fighting dragon technique is a natural magical power that only a very small number of golden-winged Skypengs can awaken in the Skypeng clan. It is a top-level magical power. When this magical power came out, the golden divine light was like a vast ocean, tearing through the endless blood light. Not good. Seeing this, Ghost Bat Master's face changed drastically, and then he realized that he not only underestimated Lu Changsheng's strength, but also underestimated the strength of the golden-winged Skypeng. Puff. The golden dragon coiled around the golden-winged Skypeng, and suddenly tore the body of Ghost Bat. However, in a flash, Ghost Bat transformed into countless blood bats and appeared dozens of feet away, but still felt an extremely fierce force causing damage to his body. The golden-winged Skypeng's eyes were cold, and his killing intent soared to the sky. In addition to the phantom of the real dragon, there was also a phantom of a Skypeng as big as a mountain. He continued to kill Ghost Bat. The endless terrifying aura made the wind and clouds change, and the world lost its color. When the Skypeng fighting dragon technique evolved to the extreme, it could form the Skypeng fighting dragon diagram. This diagram is not only a killing technique, a top-level magical power, which can suppress others, but also increase its own combat power. Boom boom boom. At this time, the golden-winged Skypeng's combat power has surpassed Lu Changsheng, who has improved by the 9 treasures Rui Bone. The golden claws coiled around the real dragons, and thousands of golden lights burst out when he raised his hands and feet, tearing the world apart, and fighting all life. Puff. The endless bloodlight and blood waterfall formed by the netherworld blood pool of Ghost Bat Immortal were constantly penetrated and torn apart by the golden-winged Sky Pang, and could only retreat step by step. However, the golden-winged Sky Pang was like a golden lightning, chasing and fighting. Every time it swung its giant claws, it seemed to shatter the sky, and it was filled with unparalleled aura. The most amazing and terrifying thing was that the aura of the golden-winged Sky Pang was still rising, and the battle became more and more intense. So fierce. Even Changsheng was surprised when he saw this scene. He knew that the golden-winged Sky Pang was extraordinary and was a top existence among the Jinden. But he never expected it to be so fierce. Once the magical power was released, it directly suppressed the Ghost Bat Immortal in the late Jinden stage without any ability to fight back. You know, this Ghost Bat Immortal can become the Great Elder of the Qingyun Ghost Sect and the first person under the Supreme Elder. His strength is absolutely unquestionable. Kill. Changsheng looked at the ancient blood bat in front of him and operated the yin-yang mixed hole grinding wheel. Every time the millstone, like a black hole, turned, it seemed to crush the world, mountains and rivers, and it was filled with an irresistible might, making the ancient blood bat scream. However, this ancient blood bat was also extraordinary. It was a first-tier existence among the third-tier late demon kings. As its blood wings flapped, endless and terrible blood rain swept across. These blood rains seemed to corrode and corrupt everything in the world, accompanied by a sharp and piercing sound. If Changsheng had not awakened the Taiyi soul, his consciousness would have far exceeded the peak of the Jinden stage, and he would have been disturbed and affected by it, and his consciousness would have been confused. We can only kill this ghost bat first. Changsheng saw that this ancient blood bat was very difficult to deal with. Although his yin-yang mixed hole millstone could destroy everything and was invulnerable to all methods, it was still difficult to suppress this ancient blood bat in a short time. 6 Desire Heart Demon Art. 6 senses locked the heart. Changsheng's eyes were shining, and he shot out 2 golden divine lights, looking at the ghost bat who was being chased by the golden-winged sky rock. In the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows, the Taiyi spirit, which was like a golden man, seemed to walk out, forming an invisible and formless shadow and killing towards Ghost Bat Immortal. Buzz, Ghost Bat Immortal, who was constantly fleeing, suddenly felt an invisible energy whistling towards him, and his consciousness became dark for a short time, as if he was about to sink into the illusion. However, his spirit was extraordinary, and he had a magic weapon to suppress the sea of consciousness, so he immediately woke up from the blurred and chaotic picture. Just when he woke up, he saw a golden claw with a sharp and cold luster, which was coiled around a real dragon. Puff! The claws tore the sky and split the earth, cut off the mountains and rivers, and Ghost Bat Immortal's body was torn into 2 by the golden-winged Sky Pang. But in this instant, Ghost Bat Immortal's body exploded, turning into rolling dark blood mist, which scattered in all directions with a whoosh. Buzz! The next moment, Ghost Bat Immortal appeared dozens of feet away, his face extremely pale. Just now, in order to avoid being suppressed by the golden-winged Sky Pang and suffering more serious injuries, he performed some kind of substitutionary magic. Cry. The pupils of the golden-winged Sky Pang were sharp, and it looked at the Ghost Bat Master like the scorching sun. With a long roar, the mountains and rivers in all directions moved, and it continued to kill him. At this moment, the golden-winged Sky Pang fully exerted the unparalleled ferocity of the true spirit-level Blood Demon King. The picture of the Sky Pang fighting the dragon above his head was even more intimidating, as if it was really going to descend into the world and shock others. The ancient blood bats that were fighting with Changsheng seemed to be affected by the golden-winged Sky Pang's aura, and their fighting power and momentum weakened a bit. Go, go, go. How could the Ghost Bat Master dare to fight the golden-winged Sky Pang? He didn't know if he could consume Changsheng to the point where he couldn't continue if he dragged it on. But he knew that if he continued to drag it on, he would die here today. It was too fierce. This golden bird was really too fierce. No wonder his ancient blood bats were afraid of this bird. Want to leave? Changsheng saw that Ghost Bat was going to escape, and he used the 6 Desires Heart Demon Art again, pushing the yin-yang mixed hole millstone to suppress Ghost Bat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing this, the ancient blood bats spread their wings and formed countless bloody storms to kill Changsheng. Screams from all directions rose and fell, making people confused and their blood boiling. However, Changsheng's body was like a dragon, burning with blazing flames, and the yin-yang mixed hole millstone on his head was invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. He ignored the bloodbat's offensive and pushed forward domineeringly. What a terrifying spiritual attack! Who is this person? Why have I never heard of such a person? Ghostbat was on guard at this time, but he was not hit. He looked at Lu Changsheng with fear and was horrified. As the great elder of the Qingyun Ghost Sect and a great cultivator in the late Jiandan period, he not only knew Jiandan's Henren of Jin State. He also knew about the famous Jiandan's Henren in the cultivation world of Jing State, Yu State, Yuan State, Liang State, etc. But he totally forgot that there was such a person as Lu Changsheng. Such a person would never be unknown. Puff. In the blink of an eye, the golden-winged sky pen came to him again, with the golden claws extended, and the real dragon imprisoned the heaven and earth. Boom. Ghostbat Master blasted out his netherworld blood pool, and a large amount of blood and blood-colored bats appeared, sweeping 100 feet. But the golden-winged sky pen is now truly a force that can break all methods. Its sharp claws tear the heaven and earth apart, and any means are infallible in front of it. Ghostbat Master can only flee in the direction of the Qingyun Ghost Sect. 9 treasures Ruai Bone, hurry. Ghostbat Master practices the Ghost Dao and Blood Dao techniques, and is an expert at escaping. If Lu Changsheng wants to chase him at this time, he must use his magical powers to bless him. Squeak, 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 the ancient bloodbat screamed and roared, frantically interfering with and affecting Lu Changsheng, but it was extremely afraid of the yin-yang mixed whole millstone and did not dare to get too close. After all, if it was injured, it would be dangerous for Lu Changsheng and Jinchi Xianpeng to abandon Ghostbat and surround and kill it. At this time, the ancient bloodbat suddenly turned into an endless bloodlight and turned to kill Chu Qingyi. At the level of the Third Order Demon King, it already had intelligence and saw that Chu Qingyi's combat power was much worse. He could interfere with Lu Changsheng through Chu Qingyi. Qingyi, be careful. Although Lu Changsheng suppressed this ancient bloodbat, he was very clear about its power. The sound wave attack aroused the blood, mana, and soul of others, which was difficult for ordinary Jiandan cultivators to bear. Even Chu Qingyi, who had a high-grade golden elixir and a clear sword heart, would be affected and disturbed. Boom boom boom, Lu Changsheng immediately pushed the yin-yang mixed hole grinder with all his strength to suppress the ancient bloodbat, as if to roll it into the funnel black hole. However, the ancient bloodbat roared and roared, setting off waves of bloody storms. The huge body turned into countless tiny blood bats, which appeared hundreds of feet away in an instant, making it impossible for Lu Changsheng's magic to suppress it. Chu Qingyi bit her lips with her pearly teeth, her face clear. This time, she wanted to help Lu Changsheng. Unexpectedly, she not only did not help, but also seemed to be a burden. Otherwise, Lu Changsheng and this golden bird could completely suppress the ghost bat. She looked resolute, calmed her mind, and shot out the azure flying sword in her hand, like a long rainbow, flowing with a sharp and domineering aura, slashing at the ancient blood bat. Puff. However, the ancient blood bat was not afraid of Chu Qingyi's sword, and did not dodge or avoid it, allowing it to be slashed on its body. The hideous and terrifying bat body was seen flowing like blood when the magic sword was slashed. What a weird method. Chu Qingyi knew that she had just slashed the ancient blood bat, but it had removed the power through its innate magic. Bang! Lu Changsheng appeared in front of Chu Qingyi with a huge black hole funnel on his head and a purple-red flame dragon around his body. He was like a god or a demon, and then he punched out suddenly, piercing through the mountains and rivers. But this ancient blood bat was just like the ghost bat real person, and did not confront Lu Changsheng head-on. He directly avoided and delayed time, waiting for him to run out of strength. Dao Ialu, you can put me in the Xianun Bao Huang Lotus. Chu Qingyi looked at Lu Changsheng's majestic figure and said with pursed lips. Through the situation in front of her, she knew that it was difficult for her to help Lu Changsheng, and she was unwilling to be a burden. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, without hesitation, raised his hand, and the Xianun Bao Huang Lotus appeared, taking Chu Qingyi into it. Then the 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest shone brightly, and with a yin-yang mixed hole grinding wheel on his head, he ignored the ancient blood bat and killed in the direction of the ghost bat real person. He couldn't last too long in this state, and he had to fight quickly. Damn it! The fleeing ghost bat suddenly felt a strong aura enveloping him. Looking back, he immediately saw a black hole funnel several dozen feet long slowly rotating, crushing the void of heaven and earth, and killing him. Puff. He acted decisively, his blood boiling, causing the burning blood escape technique to rise to another level, turning into an elusive blood-colored rainbow light and disappearing. Cry. The golden-winged Sky Peng cried, and the phantom of the mountain giant Peng above his head seemed to be one with it, running like lightning, with the golden divine feathers flying, and sharp claws seemed to penetrate the void and tear into the ghost bat, making his pale face even paler, and spitting blood. Looking at the golden and blood-colored rainbow light that kept entangled and colliding, Lu Changsheng was a little embarrassed. The speed of the man and the Peng was too fast, and he could not catch up. Although he could still rely on the 9 treasures Rui Bone to improve. But he has now improved to a critical point. If he continued to improve, it would not be as simple as consuming too much energy, adjusting his body, and resting for a while. He might need to be weak for half a year or even several years. Immediately, Lu Changsheng slowed down his attack and followed closely behind with the starlight disc. He planned to take advantage of the current momentum to go directly to the Yinming Ghost Sect to ask for an explanation. Chapter 491 Lu Changsheng, give me an explanation. Swish, 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 above the sky, a long blood-colored rainbow shot and rolled forward, filled with a terrifying aura. The brilliant golden light continued to tear the blood rainbow, causing endless blood to fall from the sky and erode the earth. Damn it! Ghost Bat Zhenren's face was pale, and his blood-colored robe was damaged. Since he broke through the giant stage, he had not suffered such a serious injury for many years, and was killed so miserably. Today, not only did he perform the art of substitution, but he also performed the secret art of burning blood to burn the origin. Even though the blood path technique he practiced was much easier to make up for than other cultivators, he still had to rest for at least a few years. Puff. The golden claws stretched out, piercing through the sky and earth, imprisoning the void, and almost tore Ghost Bat Zhenren's body, and scarlet blood splashed. Quick, quick, quick. Ghost Bat Zhenren looked at the Yinming Ghost Sect in front of him, and never felt that a short distance was so far away. Woo woo woo. At this moment, Ghost Bat Master suddenly heard the sound of thousands of ghosts howling, and immediately said with great joy, Sect Master. A tall, deep-eyed, eagle-nosed, hawk-eyed, and majestic man in a black brocade robe drove a blood-stained black ghost boat. Grand Elder. The Yinming Ghost King saw the scene in front of him, his expression moved, full of horror. He knew the strength of his own elder very well. Even he, the Sect Master, was no match for him. At this moment, he was killed so miserably by a golden rock. Moreover, didn't his elder just go out? How could he be so miserable in such a short time? Yinming Ghost Boat, suppress. The Yinming Ghost King did not hesitate, and the mana of the late giant in stage surged. The black ghost boat under his feet seemed to be roaring like thousands of ghosts, emitting a terrifying demonic power that suppressed everything, and crashed into the golden-winged sky rock. This Yinming Ghost Boat is a top-level magic weapon. Wherever he passed, the sky collapsed and the earth sank, rumbling, and endless ghosts appeared in the underworld, frightening people. Xianpeng Fighting Dragon Technique. The phantom of Xianpeng and the real dragon above the head of the golden-winged Xianpeng roared, fierce and powerful. Facing the ghost boat, he was not afraid at all, and slapped out with his sharp claws with a cold metallic luster. Xianpeng and the real dragon rushed out together, as if to cut off the mountains and rivers of the world. Boom boom boom. The two terrifying forces immediately set off huge waves and swept across the sky. From a distance, one could only see the surging golden ocean and the dark ghost energy rising and falling with each other, as if brewing a shocking scene of destroying the world. Go, don't entangle with it. The real ghost bat came to the Yinming Ghost Boat, his face pale, and hurriedly said to the Yinming Ghost King. This golden-winged Xianpeng is too fierce. His life-saving magic weapon, the Netherworld Blood Pool, was cracked. Even if the Yinming Ghost Boat is harder than his Netherworld Blood Pool, it is impossible to suppress the golden-winged Xianpeng. If the fight continues, the Yinming Ghost King might also be seriously injured. Now the Grand Elder is in seclusion, preparing to attack the nascent soul. If both of them are seriously injured, the Yinming Ghost Sect will fall into an extremely weak state, which will affect the Grand Elder's breakthrough. Let's go. Without the Ghost Bat Immortal saying much, the Yinming Ghost King has already had the intention to retreat. The ghost boat under his feet trembled, and mottled blood flowed, forming a strange and creepy pattern of seal characters, crossing towards the Yinming Ghost Sect. However, how could the golden-winged Skypeng let the two of them leave so easily? At this time, it was not only Lu Changsheng's order, but also his own supreme fierceness. He was unwilling to stop and wanted to tear the two into pieces and swallow them into his stomach. Boom boom boom, the golden killing light continued to burst out, with arrogance and domineering, constantly bombarding the Yinming ghost boat, and each blow shattered the void and shook the world. If it were an ordinary magic weapon, it would have been torn into pieces by the golden-winged Sky Pang. Great Elder, what's going on? The Yinming Ghost King poured his Dan power into the Yinming ghost boat frantically and asked his own Great Elder. He wanted to know how the other party provoked such a supreme demon king. I don't know either. Ghost Bat Zhenren's face was pale, and the blood-colored robe on his body was dim, damaged and almost scrapped. He was very frustrated and speechless, not knowing how he provoked such an evil star as Lu Changsheng. I am the leader of the Yinming Ghost Sect. I don't know how my Yinming Ghost Sect has offended fellow Taoists. The Yinming Ghost King immediately shouted to the golden-winged Sky Pang. Although he asked the Supreme Elder to come out of retreat and control the 10,000 ghosts' blood pool, he was sure to suppress this golden bird. But after a short confrontation, he realized that the golden-winged Sky Pang was the fastest in the world. His Yinming ghost boat couldn't even get rid of it. In this case, unless his sect set up an ambush and suppressed it through a large formation. Otherwise, if the other party wanted to escape, his sect would not be able to stop him at all. The golden-winged Sky Pang was silent. It was only responsible for showing off its might, and the negotiation had nothing to do with it. Boom boom boom, the whole body was shining with golden light, dazzling and dazzling, like a golden sun, bursting with fierce power, bombarding the Yinming ghost boat, causing a violent noise. A moment later, the golden-winged Sky Pang and the Yinming ghost boat came to a group of mountains with ghostly aura and dark clouds. This is the gate of the Yinming Ghost Sect. What's going on? Who dares to come to my Yinming Ghost Sect to cause trouble? What happened today? First, a giant and cultivator sneaked into the sect, causing Lady Ghost Ji and Elder Ghost Shadow to go out, and then the Great Elder and the Sect Master also left the sect one after another. The cultivators of the Yinming Ghost Sect immediately sensed the terrifying aura that permeated the sky. At this moment, some patrolling key refining cultivators felt heavy all over, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they had difficulty breathing. At this level of fighting, even if they were far apart, just revealing a few wisps of oppressive aura would be a great pressure for them. No, this is the Sect Master's Yinming ghost boat. The fake Dan Zhenren who was sitting at the mountain gate was shocked and incredulous when he saw the Yinming ghost boat. He could not believe that his Sect Master was beaten to the mountain gate. This. It was too horrifying and unbelievable. Hurry up and activate the mountain protection formation. The fake Dan Zhenren quickly came back to his senses and shouted loudly. Then he took out a token and injected his magic power into it frantically. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the entire Yinming Ghost Sect roared, and endless ghost energy rose and filled the air, blocking the entire sky. Although the Yinming Ghost Sect's formation is a 4th level forbidden formation, it consumes too much energy in daily operation, and usually maintains the 3rd level. However, with the help of the terrain, the power effect is far better than that of an ordinary 3rd level formation. At this time, it is fully operational, the aura is rising and surging, and endless magic clouds and ghost fog appear. Under the blocked sky, ghost soldiers and ghosts are looming. At this time, a giant Zhenren took over the control of the formation, and his hands kept pinching the seals, causing a ghost king with a green face and fangs, as big as a mountain, to appear in the endless ghost fog. For a forbidden formation like this, a giant Zhenren, a 3rd level top formation master, must be in charge to operate it at full power. Roar, 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 the Ghost King roared, bursting out a rapid and violent, deafening, soul-stirring aura, and set off gusts of cold wind. Ah, my head hurts. Hurry up and cover your ears. This roar did not hurt the golden-winged Sky Pang, but it made many disciples of the Yinming Ghost Sect pale, cover their ears, and even explode. This attack was not aimed at them, but this kind of sound wave attack was too terrifying, and it was inevitable that some of them would be affected in a hurry. The pupils of the Ghost King's eyes were scarlet, like the Avasi Purgatory, the boundless sea of blood, filled with endless cruelty and tyranny. In his hand, a simple and dark hell spear appeared, like a master of the underworld, and he rushed towards the golden-winged Sky Pang. Buzz buzz buzz, the spear cut through the void, forming a series of terrifying vortexes, like the netherworld, trying to hook other people's souls into it. At this moment, the other ghost soldiers and ghosts attacked like thousands of troops, forming a torrent of yin qi to suppress the golden-winged Skypang. Skypang fighting dragon diagram. The golden-winged Skypang's body was bright, like the burning sun, and the Skypang fighting dragon diagram on its head was constantly interweaving and performing, blooming with a vast and incomparable peerless edge. Although it did not have the Danju domain, this magical power, the Skypang fighting dragon diagram restrained all kinds of domain phenomena. Clang. The golden claws with the phantom of the real dragon clashed with a black spear, causing a harsh sound of metal clashing. The real dragon roared. Ghosts cried and gods howled. The void exploded with a sound of thunder. The golden dragon patterned divine light and the dark hell spear consumed madly, twisting and blending inextricably. The terrifying energy shock wave raged in the sky and underground, and cracks were torn in the space, and the mountains and rivers on the ground continued to break and collapse. But it can be seen that during this process, the phantom of the real dragon on the claws of the golden-winged Skypang gradually dimmed. Cry. The golden-winged Skypang realized that he could not outlast this large array ghost king. But at this time, the fierce nature of not admitting defeat has been stimulated. The Xiangpang fighting dragon picture on the top of the head is intertwined and interpreted, blooming with brilliant divine light, making its body seem to burn with a layer of blazing golden divine flames. What kind of bloodline monster is this? It's so terrifying. It looks a bit similar to the golden-winged Dapan. Could it be that the golden-winged Dapan has returned to its ancestral bloodline? Many cultivators of the Yinming Ghost Sect saw this scene, and their expressions were horrified and stunned. Even the Yinming Ghost King and the Ghost Bat real person looked at this golden-winged Skypang, and they trembled in their hearts and were still frightened. It's too scary. You know, this is a 4th level formation. Although this Ghost King is not as powerful as Yuanying's Henjin, he is also comparable to Yuanying, and can be said to be a quasi-4th level existence. But now this golden-winged Skyrock can actually fight with a Ghost King, which is so terrifying. Dao, I don't know how my Yinming Ghost Sect offended you. Is there any misunderstanding between us? Yinming Ghost King suppressed his anger and said to the golden-winged Skyrock. Although it was very frustrating to be beaten to the mountain gate. But he knew very well that it would not be easy for him to keep this golden-winged Skyrock, unless he really fought to the death. The golden-winged Skyrock remained silent, with a fierce and mighty power. This Demon King is someone else's spiritual pet. I guess we have to wait for this person to come to know. The Ghost Bat real person next to him covered his chest and said with a pale face. He sensed that his ancient blood bat was rushing towards this side and would come over soon. Spirit pet. Yinming Ghost King's face was extremely solemn. Being able to subdue such a spiritual pet, his strength is absolutely unquestionable. He just saw that the ancient blood bat of his great elder was gone, and he realized that something was wrong. Not long after, he saw a huge black hole funnel circling in the sky, with a mighty aura, as if it was going to crush everything in the world. Looking carefully, you can see a figure with a tall figure and starlight flowing under his feet under the funnel. Jinpeng, come back. Lu Changsheng shouted as he looked at Jinpeng, who was fighting with the Yinming Ghost Sect's formation. He was sharp-minded and could sense the horror of the formation in front of him. The aura was majestic and surging. Even if he had the Yuankong robe, the forbidden light, and dozens of 3rd-level forbidden-breaking talismans, he would not be able to break through this 4th-level formation. However, the Yinming Ghost Sect was only fighting with a golden-winged Skypang through the formation, and not all of them took action together to set up a battle formation, which meant that it was just as he guessed. As long as he showed his power and had enough combat power, the Yinming Ghost Sect would be afraid of him. Without the absolute certainty of being able to kill him, he was unwilling to fight to the death. The golden-winged Skypang cried unwillingly, and it and the netherworld spear set off a loud explosion, causing the void to shatter continuously, and the rolling energy swept in all directions like a pulse. Then it turned into golden rainbow light and returned to Lu Changsheng's feet, with overwhelming power. Hiss! 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 All the Yinming Ghost Sect cultivators were shocked and stunned when they saw this scene. This Supreme Demon King was actually someone else's mount. This. What happened to this world? However, when they saw the slowly rotating black hole funnel above Lu Changsheng's head, their hearts were also throbbing. It felt that if it weren't for the protection of the sect's formation, their physical body and soul would be crushed to pieces. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this time, on the other side, the ancient blood bat bypassed Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged Skypang with a fearful look and flew towards the Yinming Ghost Sect. In fact, Its speed was not slower than Lu Changsheng. He was just afraid that he would get ahead and then be blocked by the golden-winged Sky Peng and Lu Changsheng. "Who are you?" The Yinming Ghost King, wearing a black brocade robe, stood on the ghost boat with a majestic demeanor and said in a deep voice, "I am Yangming, your sect's ghost demon master, as a giant and cultivator, but he is shameless and shameless. He attacked and killed my son, causing my son's foundation to be half destroyed, so I came to your Yinming Ghost Sect to ask for an explanation." Lu Changsheng was wearing a black brocade robe, and the Wuxian Baolin in his mind was like a golden sun burning, which made him look heroic and extraordinary. The whole person stood on the golden-winged sky rock with a splendid body, with a solemn demeanor and a deep and majestic aura. "What? Ghost Demon Master?" The Yinming Ghost King and Ghost Bat Master were stunned and a little confused. They never expected that the person in front of them came for the Ghost Demon Master. "UF King let the golden-winged Sky Peng kill you for a Ghost Demon Master." Ghost Bat Master was so upset. Just now, he saw Lu Changsheng suppressing Ghost Lady and Ghost Shadow Master, and he thought that Lu Changsheng and Chu Chengyi were in a group and were doing something bad to his sect. "But you said you came for Ghost Demon Master." Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly, and Chu Chengyi and Lu Quanzhong in the Xianyun Treasure Royal Lotus appeared on the golden-winged Sky Peng. "Huh?" Chu Chengyi and Lu Quanzhong were surprised to see the situation in front of them. They didn't expect Lu Changsheng to really kill to the gate of Yinming Ghost Sect. This is a provocation, a naked provocation for any force. However, when the two saw that the Yinming Ghost Sect's mountain protection formation was activated and running at full power, but they didn't make a move, they also realized that something was wrong. Just now, Lu Changsheng had fought with the Yinming Ghost Sect, but he didn't fight at this time, which means that the two sides are negotiating. Chu Chengyi keenly noticed the Ghost Bat Master on the Yinming Ghost Boat. Seeing that the elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect had a pale face and no blood, and his blood-colored robe was dim and tattered, he was shocked. It is obvious that this was done by Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng killed this Ghost Bat Master so miserably. No wonder the Yinming Ghost Sect was willing to sit down and talk in detail. Because if they were not sure to deal with Lu Changsheng, then once they became enemies, there would be endless troubles. "Hand over the Ghost Demon Master." Lu Changsheng continued to speak, his indifferent voice resounding between heaven and earth like thunder. "Dao, I'll suppress two giant and cultivators of my Yinming Ghost Sect, and now you come to my Yinming Ghost Sect to ask for people. Isn't it too overbearing?" The Ghost Bat Master's voice was chilling. Even if he was very unhappy with the Ghost Demon Master now, the other party was also a giant and cultivator of his own sect. If they were bullied to the door and handed over the Ghost Demon Master, their Yinming Ghost Sect would completely become a laughingstock and their reputation would be greatly reduced. Moreover, with such a thing, how could other disciples not serve the sect in the future, and how could the guest officials and worshippers be willing to join their Yinming Ghost Sect? "Bully? You, the Yinming Ghost Sect, are shameless and bully the weak. You attacked and killed my son and my wife, and you still say I am bullying. Since you, the Yinming Ghost Sect, are unwilling to give me an explanation, then blame me for being rude." Lu Changsheng sneered and said in a cold tone, "From now on, I will kill everyone from your Yinming Ghost Sect, and I will not leave any of my properties or vassals alive." Facing the Yinming Ghost Sect, he really had no way. "But if you, the Yinming Ghost Sect, have the guts, don't go out. Why is this guy talking nonsense again?" Chu Chengyi, who was originally solemn, heard Lu Changsheng's words, and her heart trembled violently. She looked at him with some shame and anger. But seeing that Lu Changsheng's eyes were deep and his demeanor was solemn, and he was facing the Yinming Ghost Sect with a cold eye, she couldn't help but pursed her red lips and lowered her head. "I didn't expect this man to have such a side. Fuck." When the Yinming Ghost Sect cultivators heard this, their faces turned ugly. They thought to themselves that if this man didn't care about his face, who would dare to go out? "Dao, you are too disrespectful to our Yinming Ghost Sect." The Yinming Ghost King looked ugly, and his late giant and magic power surged. Seeing this, the giant and cultivator in charge of the mountain protection formation immediately operated the formation with all his strength. The sky was rolling with mist and the aura was majestic and vast, as if blocking the sky. The Ghost King with a green face and fangs, like a mountain, roared ferociously, holding the Hell Spear, staring at Lu Changsheng, forming an indescribable terrifying power. Boom! However, Lu Changsheng was not afraid at all. The surging magic power flowed, and the yin-yang mixed hole millstone on his head crushed the sky, directly tearing a hole in the sky covered by the magic cloud and mist, and the cloud light suddenly appeared. Since I dare to come to your Yinming ghost sect, I am naturally confident in my own magical powers. Hand over the ghost demon immortal. Lu Changsheng said in a cold voice with a calm face. The Yinming ghost king and ghost bat immortal looked very ugly. The golden-winged sky peng left them helpless and needed to rely on the sect's formation. And the Lu Changsheng in front of them also revealed a breath of danger. Knowing that the other party dared to come to the door, they must have extraordinary means. In this case, they must ask the Supreme Elder to come out of retreat to be sure to solve it. But now the Supreme Elder is in retreat. Even if he comes out of retreat, he may not be able to suppress Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged sky peng. Besides, Lu Changsheng still has 2 giant immortals in their Yinming ghost sect. For any sect, giant immortals are extremely precious and belong to the top combat power. If 2 giant immortals are missing, it will also be a great loss to their Yinming ghost sect, especially at such a critical moment. Notify the ghost demon immortal to come over. The Yinming ghost king said in a deep voice after his face changed from cloudy to bright. Yes, sect master. A fake Dan Zhenren responded quickly and went to the ghost demon Zhenren's cave. After a while, ghost demon Zhenren, with a pale face and a somewhat disordered manner, came to the gate of the mountain, a little confused. He was attacked and killed by this henchman old demon some time ago, and he had just returned to the sect and was recuperating. He never expected that someone would come to him to ask for an explanation. His sect is one of the 3 major demon sects in Jin State. Who dares to come to his sect to cause trouble? Huh? He saw Lu Quansun on the golden-winged sky peng, and his scarlet pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't expect that it was Lu Quansun who came to cause trouble. Master Ghost Demon, the other party said that you attacked and killed his son, and half of his foundation was destroyed. Is this true? The Ghost King of the Underworld looked at Master Ghost Demon and said in a deep voice. Reporting to the sect master, this boy killed my son, so I attacked him. Master Ghost Demon's voice was hoarse, and he immediately replied fiercely. Fellow Taoist Yangming, this matter was caused by your son, how can you blame my sect? The Ghost King of the Underworld said immediately, his voice was chilling and piercing. HMPH, if this old dog hadn't provoked my son, how could such a thing have happened? Besides, I won't intervene in a fight between pairs. He issued a wanted order and sent more than 10 foundation-building cultivators to kill my son, but I didn't say a word. But as a giant cultivator, he attacked my son and destroyed his foundation. Isn't that too much? So if you don't follow the rules, then I won't follow the rules. While Lu Changsheng was speaking, the yin-yang mixed hole grinder on his head was trembling wildly, stirring up the wind and clouds of the 9 heavens, tearing and crushing the dark curtain of the sky, and the momentum was surging and terrifying. Cry. The golden-winged sky peng seemed to sense the anger of its master, and cried out to the sky. The sky peng fighting dragon diagram was intertwined and filled the air. Countless golden divine feathers were neatly arranged, like a golden ocean, with terrifying aura and murderous intent. After these words came out, many disciples of the Yinming Ghost Sect felt that the ghost demon real person had gone too far. Fighting between juniors is a matter between juniors. If everyone bullies the weak, then all forces will not need to cultivate the younger generation. Moreover, the other party's son can be safe and sound under so many cultivators of the same level, which shows that he is a top-level genius. Such a proud child has fallen into half-wasted foundation, no wonder he is so angry. At this moment, many foundation-building disciples of the Yinming Ghost Sect were worried and afraid. They were afraid that Lu Changsheng would not follow the moral principles of martial arts, bully the weak, and attack these foundation-building juniors. If this is the case, all of them would not have to leave the sect. Fellow Taoist Yangming, you can't say that. Your son killed the son of our sect's ghost demon master and killed several disciples of our Yinming Ghost Sect. How can you not have any responsibility? Although ghost demon master is wrong, you are a parent and you also know the pain of losing a child. Why don't you let ghost demon master compensate you and apologize to you? The Yinming Ghost King tried to slow down his tone and turn Lu Changsheng's problem into a conflict between him and Ghost Demon Master. This way, it would not affect the reputation of his Yinming Ghost Sect too much afterwards. The Ghost Demon Master next to him looked ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Not to mention that he has caused such a big trouble for the sect, If this grudge cannot be resolved and Lu Changsheng is thinking about it, he may not know how to die in the future. Dao, do you think I am short of this little compensation? Lu Changsheng said with an indifferent expression. This sect master naturally believes that Dao is not short of this little compensation, but this is just some compensation for your son. Of course, Dao, if you have any other conditions, you can also tell me. Yinming Ghost Sect saw that Lu Changsheng was aggressive and willing to talk to him, and knew that he came with a purpose. Moreover, he saw that Lu Quanzhong's breath was disordered and his eyes were scarlet, as if he was eroded by blood evil on the golden-winged sky pang, and guessed that Lu Changsheng might want to solve the situation through him. Chapter 492 I will not bully him. Take 3 of my moves and this matter will end. My son has been eroded by the blood evil caused by this old dog, and his foundation is half destroyed. If your sect can solve this matter, then we can continue to talk. If it can't be solved, then there is no need to talk more. Lu Changsheng said in a cold voice, and the yin and yang millstone above his head rumbled, and the supreme power that reversed life and death yin and yang rose and fell endlessly, as if to wither and bury this world. The purpose of his trip was mainly to solve Lu Quanzhong's physical problem. See if the Yinming Ghost Sect has a way to solve it. Blood evil invades the body? Can I take a look for your son? The Yinming Ghost King narrowed his eyes, looked at Lu Quanzhong, and said in a deep voice. Since Lu Changsheng had a purpose in speaking as he guessed, then the matter would be easy to solve. The most feared thing is that the other party wants to avenge his son, and it will be a life and death struggle. Especially for such a fierce fighting force, and the origin of the foot is unknown. Yes. The Wuxiang treasure wheel behind Lu Changsheng's head rotated, opening a gap in the mysterious yin and yang divine light covering Lu Quanzhong. Instantly, Lu Quanzhong felt a powerful breath like a deep abyss or a prison. This was not someone targeting him, but the pressure of the 4th-level formation of the Yinming Ghost Sect. Even a wisp of breath and power is terrifying for key refining and foundation-building cultivators. Immediately, a divine sense probed towards him. Lu Quanzhong did not resist, knowing that this was the divine sense of the Yinming Ghost King, who was checking his physical condition. It is indeed the netherworld blood evil. Not only has the blood evil eroded my flesh and mana, but also my soul and foundation. But this situation is a bit like someone has passed on the power of the netherworld blood evil technique, and then I have gone astray and my foundation has been damaged. The Yinming Ghost King frowned, thinking that Lu Quanzhong's situation was very strange. Ordinary people would never be eroded by the netherworld blood evil to this extent. In other words, if they were eroded to this extent, they would have died long ago and would never be alive. When he wanted to check Lu Quanzhong's situation more deeply, a magnificent and vast divine sense appeared, isolating his divine sense and bouncing it away. This person's consciousness. The Yinming Ghost King was shocked, and then looked at Lu Changsheng with a face full of horror. He practiced the ghost way of martial arts, and his consciousness was different from ordinary people, and it was already comparable to the peak of the Qingyun stage. But just now in front of Lu Changsheng's consciousness, it seemed a little small, and he couldn't help but suspect that Lu Changsheng's consciousness had reached the level of Yuanying. This is amazing. Although the peak of the Qingyun stage and the Yuanying are separated by a line, there is a world of difference. If there is a Yuanying consciousness in the Qingyun stage, it is simply shocking. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said with fear, "Your son's foundation is entangled in blood evil, and his foundation is damaged. I am deeply sorry. If you want to solve it, there are 2 solutions." The Yinming Ghost King said this, and at the same time sent a voice to the ghost demon real person, asking Lu Quanzhong what happened. "Master, I don't know about this matter." The ghost demon real person was full of frustration at this time. Not only did his son die in the hands of Lu Quanzhong, but the disciples sent to hunt down the other party also died. Then he, a Qingyun's Henren, took the initiative to deal with the foundation building junior, but before he could torture Lu Quanzhong for long, he met his mortal enemy, Zhenshin Old Demon, and was seriously injured. Now he was found by the elders of the other party, which was really aggrieved and depressed. Zhenshin Old Demon, the Sky Spider envoy of the 5 Poison Sect. Yinming Ghost King frowned when he heard this. He knew a thing or two about Zhenshin Old Demon and Ghost Demon's Henren. But how could Nangguang Li get involved? What plan? Lu Changsheng said. First, as long as your son is willing to switch to the netherworld blood evil art, our sect can help him practice this technique through the 10,000 ghosts blood pool, and the blood evil erosion will be resolved by himself. Yinming Ghost King said so. although this sect's technique is not passed on to outsiders. But as long as Lu Quanxian switches to the netherworld blood evil art, he will have a connection with their Yinming ghost sect. Subsequent techniques, supernatural powers, and magic weapon refining all rely on their Yinming ghost sect. At that time, this Yangming Zhenren can be used to owe him a favor. However, he also knew that the other party was unlikely to choose this plan and would not agree. In addition, my Yinming ghost sect has another method that can solve your son's netherworld blood evil. It's just that this method is difficult to practice and has certain risks. Moreover, your son's current situation makes it a bit troublesome to practice. Yinming Ghost King continued. The netherworld blood evil originated from their Yinming ghost sect, so there is naturally a way to solve it. The simplest way is to let Lu Quanxian enter the 10,000 ghosts blood pool, and then put in a lot of natural treasures, and all problems will be solved. But such treasures and methods cannot be used by outsiders. What method? Lu Changsheng's eyes were like torches, piercing with spirit. Swish, a black jade slip appeared in the hand of Yinming Ghost King, and suddenly shot towards Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly, holding the jade slip as if it was heavy, and with a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he immediately saw a method, the secret of the underworld king, from it. This method does not drive away and dissipate the netherworld blood evil, but refines it for his own use. However, if he wants to use the blood evil for his own benefit, he must practice this technique to the second level. But Lu Quanxian's current physical condition makes it very difficult for him to practice this technique, let alone the second level. If Taoist Yangming chooses this method, our sect can also take out a Vajra relic as compensation. This relic can suppress the netherworld blood evil, balance your body, and help you practice this method. The Yinming Ghost King said, showing his sincerity. The main reason is that he really doesn't want to get too entangled with the Lu Changshen, the evil star, and send him away as soon as possible. Vajra relic. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. When he obtained the Brahma demon true holy art, he needed the blood of the celestial demon, the origin of the demon path, and the Buddha bone relic to practice, so he learned a little about the Buddha bone relic. He knew that there was no Buddhist practice force in the Jiang Kingdom, Yu Kingdom, and Jin Kingdom. I didn't expect that the Yinming Ghost Sect actually had the Buddhist Vajra relic in its hands. It can only be said that the accumulation of this sect that has been passed down for thousands of years is indeed extraordinary. There are many rare treasures in the sect's treasury that are hard to see in the outside world. What grade? In fact, when Lu Changsheng saw this Hades art, he was somewhat confident that he could solve Lu Quanxian's problem. Lu Quanxian's body is too poor now. But as long as he continues to treat him through the healing divine light and Lu Mioja's Tai true water, he can slowly recuperate Lu Quanxian's body. When Lu Quanxian's body is almost well and can withstand the netherworld blood evil a little, he can try to practice this hollow art. However, when the other party mentioned the Vajra relics, Lu Changsheng also wanted to see it. The third level Vajra relics have been used several times, and the energy has been consumed, but it is enough to suppress the blood evil in your son's body. The Yinming Ghost King said so, and then sent a voice message to one of them to go and get this Vajra relic. Lu Changsheng didn't say anything, and handed the hollow art in his hand to Lu Quanxian, asking him to take a look. Hollow art. Lu Quanxian saw that this was a method of body refining, turning the blood evil into his own use. The only problem is that it is difficult to practice in his current situation. Or after practicing, the body may have some other changes. Father. Lu Quanxian immediately told him what he felt. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded, thinking that his son's knowledge in this area is not bad. Dao, please look. After a moment, a brocade box appeared in the hands of the Yinming Ghost King. After opening it, there was a thumb-sized milky white bead with a light golden luster inside. Is this the Vajra relic? Lu Changsheng's eyes shot out two golden lights and looked at the Vajra relic. It can be seen that this Vajra relic is somewhat similar to the cultivator's Dan and the demon beast's inner Dan. It's just that, as the Yinming Ghost King said, this relic has been used many times and its energy has been consumed. In this case, as long as this person agrees to one more condition of mine, this matter will be over. Lu Changsheng nodded, and looked at the ghost demon real person next to the Yinming Ghost King, his eyes glowing with sternness. When the ghost demon real person was looked at by Lu Changsheng, his hair stood on end, as if he was facing a great enemy, and he subconsciously took a step back. Danger. A simple look made him feel a sense of horrible danger, as if he was going to die soon. Damn it, this kid has such a father. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ghost Demon Master cursed in his heart. What conditions? The Yinming Ghost King was dressed in a black brocade robe, and he was intimidating without anger. His magic power was surging in the late stage of Jinden, and his momentum was not weak at all. It's very simple. He likes to bully the weak, and I won't bully him. As long as he takes 3 of my moves, it will be fine. Lu Changsheng said calmly. He also understood that it was impossible to ask the Yinming Ghost Sect to hand over the Ghost Demon Master, unless his own forces completely crushed the Yinming Ghost Sect. Otherwise, no force would do such a thing. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the field. All the cultivators looked at the golden-winged sky peng under Lu Changsheng's seat, then looked at the black hole funnel above his head that was rumbling and crushing the universe, the sun and the moon, and finally looked at the Ghost Demon Master, their faces twitching. Even though Ghost Demon Master was a Jinden master, who practiced a Blood Dao technique and had extremely strong vitality, no one thought he could take on Lu Changsheng's 3 moves. This is impossible. Ghost Demon Master shouted loudly. Not to mention that he was already injured. Even at his peak, he didn't dare to face Lu Changsheng's 3 moves. His own elder was in the late Jinden stage, and he was miserable at this moment. If he went up and took on 3 moves, wouldn't it be like sending himself to death? I have already made concessions for this matter and am willing to make amends. Fellow Taoist, don't go too far. Yinming Ghost King said coldly. Although he felt that Ghost Demon Master was a little disappointing, he couldn't let him take on 3 moves. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that after 3 moves, even if Ghost Demon Master didn't die, he would become disabled. If this matter got out, wouldn't it mean that they, the Yinming Ghost Sect, couldn't protect their own people? Question mark. Too much? My son's foundation is half destroyed, and his lifespan is greatly reduced. Even if he solves the netherworld blood evil, his Taoism foundation is still damaged, and it will be difficult for him to form a pill in the future. You call this too much? In that case, there is no need to continue the discussion. The purple-red flames on Lu Changsheng's body burned fiercely, like a 100-foot-long dragon. The yin-yang mixed whole millstone on his head turned loudly, bursting out endless black and white holy light, turning the world upside down. The yin and yang were reversed, the void was broken, and all things were distorted. Chu Qingyi and Lu Quanzi next to them were shocked, feeling that the world was withering under the millstone. Roar, roar, roar. The Yin Netherworld Ghost Sect's mountain protection formation restricted the circulation, and the Ghost King like a mountain roared and roared, waving the hell robe in his hand, and countless netherworld whirlpools appeared. The 2 invisible auras clashed, sweeping across the world in all directions, pressing the sky slowly to whistle, as if the world was wailing. Fellow Taoist Yangming, I have said that Ghost Demon Master will make compensation for this matter. You can raise any request for compensation. The Yinming Ghost King clenched his fists under his sleeves, suppressed his anger, and said in a solemn voice with a dignified face. Father, I will personally solve the matter of Ghost Demon Master in the future. Please spare his life for the time being. At this time, Lu Quanzi next to him also bowed his hands to persuade him. He could see that his father's desire to kill Ghost Demon Master today was simply not feasible. If the coercion was too much, even if his father was not afraid, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Okay. After a long silence, Lu Changsheng said, 3rd level longevity pills, longevity medicine, crystal pills, and superior elixir forming spiritual objects. This is impossible. Ghost Demon Master heard this and shouted again. Although the sect will pay for this compensation for him, but he still needs to repay it through contributions and sect tasks afterwards. Things like 3rd level longevity pills and crystal pills are strategic resources, and their value is difficult to measure. He lacks resources, and it is difficult for him to break through the middle stage of elixir formation. If he owes these resources, he will have no hope of breaking through the middle stage of Jinden in this life. The Yinming Ghost King did not speak, but looked at the great elder ghost bat next to him. As the leader of the sect, he could not make a decision on strategic resources like Ningjingdan. Give it to him. Ghost bat said hoarsely. He had some intention of delaying consumption before. He thought of taking advantage of Lu Changsheng's weakness and then taking action. But after observing for so long, he did not wait until Lu Changsheng's mana faded and realized that there was something wrong with the other party. In this case, if the other party escapes, it can be said that no one in his sect is a match for Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged Sky Peng. Even the Supreme Elders coming out of retreat is useless. Unless he carries the treasure 10,000 ghosts blood pool all the time, he will only retreat when he encounters Lu Changsheng and this golden bird. So he really does not want to continue to entangle with Lu Changsheng. Just think of it as spending money to get rid of disasters. Okay, I will accept it on behalf of Ghost Demon Master, and give him another crystal condensing pill, a 3rd level longevity pill, and a pill forming spiritual object as compensation. The Yinming Ghost King glanced at the Ghost Demon Master next to him, and then said with a gloomy face, "Being bullied to the mountain gate today, and having to make such compensation, for him, is simply a great shame. It is estimated that this matter will be noticed and discussed by other forces soon, causing the reputation of his own sect to fall sharply. Now everything is stable. When the Supreme Elder breaks through the nascent soul, all rumors will disappear and usher in a great reckoning." Ghost Bat Master next to him seemed to know what the Yinming Ghost King was thinking, and said in a low voice, "The most aggrieved person today is him, the elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect." But thinking of Lu Changsheng's strength and the situation of his own sect, he chose to hold back his anger. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Yinming Ghost Sect to agree so readily. Originally, he thought that a 3rd level longevity pill or a crystal condensing pill would be enough. Okay, as you said, once the compensation is paid, the grudge will be over. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng said nothing more. This kind of thing should be stopped. Otherwise, if you keep pushing, the Yinming Ghost Sect might directly bring the 10,000 ghosts blood pool to hunt him down, or even spend a lot of money to ask the 5 Poison Sect and the Yuanying's engine of the Xianxi Sect to take action. Since the grudge has been resolved, shouldn't you release the 2 elders of our sect that were suppressed by Taoist Yangming? The Yinming Ghost King looked at Lu Changsheng and said in a deep voice. He was willing to pay such a high price, not only because he didn't want to entangle with Lu Changsheng, but also because he still had 2 giant cultivators in his hands. Well, Lu Changsheng's face was dignified, and he said in a cold voice, "The matter is 1 horse and 1 horse. This matter is the ghost demon who attacked and killed my son, and these 2 people attacked and killed my wife. How can we let it go so easily? Taoist Yangming, you should know when to stop." The Yinming Ghost King finally couldn't hold back his anger, and the ghost energy of Senlo rose to the sky. They are indeed no match for Lu Changsheng and Jin Chi Tianpeng in a one-on-one fight. But this is the Yinming Ghost Sect. If they attack together, they may be able to suppress Lu Changsheng. Moreover, their Yinming Ghost Sect has been passed down for thousands of years. In addition to the treasure of the 10,000 ghosts blood pool, there are several secret treasures, powerful weapons. If they are used, they are also somewhat sure to kill Lu Changsheng. Dao Iao Lulu. Chu Chengyi was very moved when she saw Lu Changsheng was looking for a place for her, and sent a voice message to say that there was no need to do so. After all, if the Yinming Ghost Sect was really annoyed, it would be bad for both sides. Lu Changsheng pinched her palm, and said to the Yinming Ghost King with a calm and indifferent expression, 2 people, 2 crystal condensing pills, you redeem them. He knew that the Yinming Ghost Sect had already made concessions on the matter of the ghost demon real person. He wanted to ask for a high price through the 2 people, and the Yinming Ghost Sect would never agree. After all, in such a matter, not only the resources are compensated, but also the face of the sect. This is impossible. Yinming Ghost King said directly in a cold voice. This is not only because they are unwilling to retreat, but also because the crystal condensation pill is a strategic reserve resource, and they don't have many in the Yinming Ghost Sect. If they take out 2 more pills for Lu Changsheng, if the Supreme Elder fails to break through in the future, or if the sect is in danger, then they will not be able to immediately cultivate new giant cultivators. Dao Ialu, strategic resources like crystal condensation pills, even the Yinming Ghost Sect can only reserve a few at most, it can't be too many. Chu Chengyi sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng. The materials for refining crystal condensation pills are very rare, and they are strategic resources for any force, and it is impossible to supply them in unlimited quantities. It's impossible to give up here. Dao Iao can offer a price to redeem it. Lu Changsheng said after a moment of silence. The Wuxian Baolin behind his head rotated, and the realm opened, suppressing the enchanting beauty and the ghost shadow real person next to him. The enchanting beauty and the ghost shadow real person were stunned when they saw the situation in front of them. What the hell? Did the elder come to save him? How come this person has come to his own mountain gate, and the sect's formation is in operation? It's Lady Guig. Ghost Shadow Master was suppressed by this man. The cultivators of Qingyun Ghost Sect were shocked when they saw this scene. It's okay for a beautiful woman like the enchanting woman, she's just a cultivator in the early stage of Qingdun. But Ghost Shadow Master had already broken through the middle stage of Qingdun and practiced the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts art. It's not easy for ordinary cultivators in the late stage of Qingdun to suppress him. But now they are both suppressed and captured by Lu Changsheng. This is simply too shocking. At this moment, all the fake Dan Masters and Qingdun cultivators present looked at Ghost Demon Master with some dissatisfaction. Why did they provoke such an evil star? If this person doesn't follow the moral code of martial arts, lurks outside and hunts them, I'm afraid none of them can escape from this Yangming Master. Ho! The Yinming Ghost King was full of mana and ghost energy. He wanted to operate the formation and kill Lu Changsheng. But the Ghost Bat Master next to him pulled him back and signaled him not to be impulsive. After discussing for a while, the two were willing to give another crystal condensing pill and 3 ordinary dam-forming spiritual objects. Compared with crystal condensing pills, dam-forming spiritual objects are not so scarce for top forces like them, and there are many ways to produce them. Okay. Lu Changsheng did not bargain. The two sides immediately made a vow. The Yinming Ghost King gave Lu Changsheng the complete Pluto art, the Vajra relic, a crystal condensing pill, the 3rd level longevity pill, and a superior dam-forming spiritual object with an ugly face. Lu Changsheng threw the suppressed beautiful woman, the Ghost Shadow real person, to the Yinming Ghost King. The Yinming Ghost King threw another crystal condensing pill and 3 ordinary dam-forming spiritual objects to Lu Changsheng. In that case, let's stop this matter. Lu Changsheng said in a deep voice, and then directly signaled the golden-winged sky peng to leave. Cry. The golden-winged sky peng cried, and its whole body was golden. It spread its wings in the air, tore the sky, and turned into a long rainbow and disappeared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493. The injuries are very serious and need to be healed through the Sun and Moon reincarnation technique. Master Yangming. When the Yinming Ghost King saw the golden-winged sky peng disappear, he clenched his fists tightly, his face gloomy. Today, their Yinming Ghost Sect was provoked by someone like this, which was a great shame. Master Ghost Demon, you said that the old demon's henshin and the Sky Spider envoy of the 5 Poison Sect suddenly appeared that day. At this time, he looked at the Master Ghost Demon next to him and asked coldly. Although the matter was settled, it was over. But how could his Yinming Ghost Sect swallow such a big loss? If the Supreme Elder had not broken through the nascent soul, it would be fine. Once his own Supreme Elder broke through the nascent soul, he would naturally settle the matter with the other party. Yes, Sect Master. Master Ghost Demon seemed to be much older at this time, and his body was a little hunched. Most of the compensation given to Lu Changsheng would be counted on him afterwards. At this time, he seemed to think of something and said, Master, Nangguang Mili may know the identity of this child. When Nangguang Mili faced the old demon's henshin, he said, do you know the identity of this child? Although he did not reveal the identity, he may know something. Ghost Demon Master said in a hoarse voice. Nangguang Mili. The face of Yinming Ghost King was slightly condensed. When he heard the words of Ghost Demon Master just now, he felt that it was a bit strange for Nangguang Mili to get involved. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Guig and asked about Chu Qingyi's situation and wanted to know her origin. Chu Qingyi made a noise before, but he didn't know what happened. Reply to Master. The charming and beautiful woman immediately told Chu Qingyi's situation and the magical means after Lu Changsheng appeared. Cry. The golden-winged sky rock spread its wings in the air, raising a strong and fierce wind, like a golden long rainbow, rushing straight into the 9-day wind layer. Lu Changsheng put Lu Quanxian into the Xianun Bao Huang Lotus. At this flying speed, he had to spend a lot of mana to protect Lu Quanxian. But he had consumed a lot of mana in the previous battle, so it was inconvenient to waste mana. Buzz! At the same time, the 9 treasures Rui Bone magical power stopped working, and the blessing of spirit and energy receded like a tide, causing Lu Changsheng to feel sore and weak all over, and his face was tired. Dao Ialu, are you okay? Chu Chengyi saw that the terrifying spiritual pressure of Lu Changsheng's body, which was as powerful as the sea, dissipated, and his breath was a little disordered, and she immediately asked with concern. She had been worried that Lu Changsheng would use the secret method to improve his cultivation strength, whether it would cause any damage or sequelae. After all, secret methods in this regard will have side effects and cause load damage to the body. And Lu Changsheng's improvement is so terrifying that it will inevitably have adverse effects if it continues for so long. Cough cough cough. Lu Changsheng coughed twice immediately. Then he leaned on Chu Chengyi's tall and graceful body with a weak and unstable body, shook his head, and whispered, "I'm fine, just a little weak, I'll be fine after a while." Chu Chengyi was a little at a loss when being held by Lu Changsheng like this, then she pursed her red lips, supported him, and whispered, "Daoialu, we must leave the Yinming Ghost Sect's territory as soon as possible. Master Gifu must know that you will be in a weak period next, and may ask a fortune teller to predict your situation. Although the grudges are settled. But she knows very well that the Yinming Ghost Sect will not let go of such a matter easily." Divination. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. His Yuanquang robe has the effect of blocking divination and calculation. China and Bao Huang Lotus can also obscure the secrets of heaven. Unless the Yinming Ghost Sect invites a 4th-level fortune teller and spends his life, it will be difficult to calculate a situation. Don't worry, I have a secret treasure that can block divination and confuse the secrets of heaven. Lu Changsheng hugged Chu Chengyi, rested his head on her shoulders, sniffed the fragrance of her hair, and said softly, Chu Chengyi felt the hot breath exhaled by her ears, and the hands around her waist and hips. Her body trembled slightly, and she felt a little soft. She thought to herself that this person was like this, why was he still so dishonest? But considering Lu Changsheng's current weak state, she didn't say anything. The Xian'an Bao Huang Lotus has the effect of obscuring and covering up the secrets of heaven, but Quanzhong has fallen into the hands of the ghost demon before, so we should be careful. This kind of demon cultivator, who also practices the blood path technique, may have Quanzhong blood in his hands, and may be able to deduce clues. Chu Qingyun knew that the Xian'an Bao Huang Lotus in Lu Changsheng's hand was only one step away from being promoted to the Xian'an Dao Lotus, which had the effect of obscuring the secrets of heaven. But in addition to Lu Changsheng himself, Lu Quanzhong also had to be careful. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately realized that it was not only Lu Quanzhong. Meng Xianjun, Nanguang Li should also be reminded to pay attention. I took Lu Quanzhong to the fairy spider market a few days ago. If the Yinming Ghost Sect invites a master of divination, maybe they can find some clues. No wonder few people dare to trouble these big forces. Not only do they have to crush them with strength, but they also have to be alone and have no concerns about weaknesses. Otherwise, it is too easy to leave troubles. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, realizing that these top forces are very difficult to deal with. It is very troublesome to be completely safe without any hidden dangers. Once these forces know some clues, they may appear like a poisonous snake one day and bite you. If you don't have other things that confuse the secrets of heaven, try to keep Quanzhong in the treasure lotus these days. When I go back, I will apply for a jade from the sect that can block the calculation of the secrets of heaven. Chu Chengyi said softly. Although there are few people who are proficient in divination, they have to be on guard. Therefore, all the forces of the Immortal Sect have means to prevent the calculation of the secrets of heaven. Otherwise, if the sect's true teachings and the elders go out, the hostile forces will figure out the general situation. Wouldn't it be in vain, and they may even be ambushed. Okay, thank you, Qingyi. Lu Changsheng held the other's hand, very touched. In fact, as long as Lu Quanzhong returns to Qingzhu Mountain, there will be no big problem. The Zuanshan Lingtang on Bihayan Peak not only has the effect of gathering luck, but also has the effect of shielding the secrets of heaven. However, he naturally would not refuse the kindness of the beauty. Qingyi, where are you going next? Lu Changsheng hugged the beauty and asked. I came to Jin this time to investigate the matter of the Supreme Elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect's attack on the nascent soul. Now that the Yinming Ghost Sect has this incident, it must be fully alert, and even the entire Jin Kingdom's immortal cultivation world will be in a panic, so I plan to go back directly. Chu Chengyi was silent for a moment, and sighed slightly. In addition to the mission, her main purpose of this trip was to sharpen her sword heart. But on the way to Jin State, she had done a lot of things to slay demons and exorcise monsters. Before she could fully understand her thoughts, She turned around and fell into Lu Changsheng's arms again. Especially not long ago, she saw Lu Changsheng's unique side, which made her heart palpitate and confused. In this situation, she felt that there was no point in continuing to hone her skills, so she might as well go back directly. Dao Ialu, do you have anything else to do next? Chu Chengyi asked. Although she avoided Lu Changsheng, she was still worried about Lu Changsheng being alone in the current situation. She thought that she could take care of him by his side. I still have some things to deal with. If you are not in a hurry, let's go back together later. Lu Changsheng was going to tell Nangguang Mili and Meng Xiaojun, and then leave Jin State. I'm not in a hurry. How are you now? If you need any help, you can tell me directly. Chu Chengyi bit her red lips and said. In her opinion, Lu Changsheng had such an outburst just now, and he would need to rest for at least a year and a half. I don't have any big problems. I will be fine after a few days of rest. Lu Changsheng shook his head. Compared with other blood-burning secret methods, the 9 treasures Ruai Bone will not cause too much sequelae as long as it is not too much and within the range that the body can bear. It will basically be fine after resting for 10 days or half a month. The main thing is to go to see Nangguang Mili, otherwise his sequelae will take at least 10 days and half a month to be cured through dual cultivation. But thinking about going to see Nangguang Mili now, Lu Changsheng has a headache. After all, Chu Qingyi is a disciple of the righteous way of the Immortal Sect with a good foundation. If people know that she is mixed up with this sky spider envoy of the 5 poison sect, I am afraid it will create some bad impressions. Don't force it. Chu Qingyi doesn't believe that Lu Changsheng has no problem. Well, my situation is really bad now. If I rely on the sun and moon reincarnation art, it can be alleviated a little. Lu Changsheng looked at the cold face and warm heart of the beauty in his arms, and leaned close to her earlobe and said in a low voice. Chu Chengyi heard the words, and her cheeks turned red, extremely hot, and spread to the roots of her ears. How can this person be so dishonest? Qingyi, can you help me? Lu Changsheng looked at the other person and said weakly. Chu Qingyi. Although she felt that Lu Changsheng did this on purpose. But she had read the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra and knew that this technique was profound and mysterious. It not only helped to increase cultivation and break through bottlenecks, but also could be used for healing. If she used this technique to help Lu Changsheng, it would indeed be helpful. But if so, wouldn't it be unclear with this person again? It's okay. Seeing Chu Qingyi not speaking, Lu Changsheng sighed a little sadly. After a long silence, Chu Qingyi said in a mosquito-like voice, just healing. What? Lu Changsheng was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Qingyi to agree. He thought to himself that this sword fairy was really easy to deceive. Of course, this also shows that Chu Qingyi really has feelings for him. Otherwise, how could she be willing to heal herself like this? Alice Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. If it weren't for Xiao Ziao and Yun Wanchang's relationship, his emotional experience with Chu Qingyi would have been very smooth. Thinking of this, he had a headache. He couldn't imagine what Chu Qingyi would be like after knowing about his relationship with Yun Wanchang. After all, compared to Xiao Ziao, Chu Qingyi was raised by Yun Wanchang since childhood, and the relationship was stronger. It's just healing, don't think too much. Chu Qingyi pursed her red lips and added. Well, I know. Lu Changsheng nodded in response. However, under the current circumstances, it is impossible for him to be with Chu Qingyi in the 9 Heavens Gangfang lair. He indicated that it was important to leave the Yinming Ghost Sect's territory now. Chu Qingyi entered the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus first, and used the secret technique to let the golden-winged Skypeng leave quickly. Be careful, and notify me directly if there is any situation. Chu Qingyi said with worry in her eyes. Don't worry. Lu Changsheng smiled slightly. After Chu Qingyi entered the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Then, holding 2 high-quality spirit stones, he sat cross-legged on the golden-winged Skypeng and adjusted his breath, letting it go to the fairy spider market with all his strength. Jiang Country, Qingyun Territory. A second-level spirit boat with a golden sheen slowly landed outside the Qingzhu Mountain. On the flying boat, a man and a woman stood side by side. The man looked to be in his 20s, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a tall figure, wearing a white and gold robe, with a dignified bearing and extraordinary demeanor. The woman looked to be 18 or 19 years old, with a beautiful face and a slender figure. She wore a beautiful colorful feather dress, with an ethereal temperament, quiet and beautiful. Finally back. Lu Qingzhu looked at the Qingzhu Mountain in front of him and grinned. It was very troublesome for him and his sister to come back, even if they took the spirit ship the whole way, and it would take a year. In fact, during this process, he was fine alone, and even had the leisure to stroll around, but his sister was in a hurry to go home. I wonder what business the senior has in coming to Qingzhu Mountain. The Lu family member guarding the mountain gate saw the second-level spirit boat and knew that this was a great cultivator who had established his foundation, so he immediately bowed and shouted, Lu Qingzhu saw that the disciple guarding the mountain gate in front of him was a little unfamiliar, and raised his sword eyebrows slightly. He threw out his family token and said, Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu. The Lu family members were shocked when they heard this, and one of them immediately shouted, Lu Zuanjun, a third-generation disciple of the Lu family, greets Uncle Qingzhu. Greetings, Uncle Qingzhu. The others also saluted. Nowadays, most of the second-generation disciples of the Lu family are in charge of family affairs, and matters such as guarding the mountain gate are also handed over to the third-generation disciples. Oh. When Lu Qingzhu heard this address, he looked at the young man and woman in front of him, raised his sword eyebrows, and looked at his sister next to him, with some emotion. His family and his sister have been away from home for so many years, and the third-generation disciples in the family are already so old. Although there were some third-generation disciples of the Lu family when he came back last time. But apart from paying attention to his brother Lu Qingzong's son who was born not long ago, he didn't pay attention to anything else. Yet, Lu Qingzhu nodded and said nothing. Then the Lu family invited Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingzhu to Qingzhu Mountain. When did the family have 2 more spiritual veins? After entering Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Qingzhu immediately realized that the spiritual energy of Qingzhu Mountain seemed to be much richer. There were 2 more small peaks next to Qingzhu Peak. At a glance, it was obvious that these were spiritual peaks. Replying to Uncle Qingzhu, these peaks are called Zuanfu Peak and Balian Peak, and they were cultivated 3 years ago. The Lu family member next to him immediately said, Tisk, it seems that the family is doing well. Lu Qingzhu said with a sigh. It is not easy to cultivate a spiritual peak. If it is simply nurtured by the second-level spiritual vein, it may take hundreds of years to cultivate a first-level branch. But if it costs spiritual eye objects such as lingying and pearls, it is estimated that more than 10 pieces will be needed, which is not a small number. In addition to the 2 spiritual peaks, he saw that the pavilions and towers of Qingzhu Mountain, the family's spiritual fields, and the spiritual plants on Linket Cliff all seemed to be brand new, with great changes from 10 years ago. 10 years seems to be a long time. But for a family, it is very short. In just 10 years, there have been such changes in the family, which shows that the family has developed very quickly in recent years. Lu Qingzhu next to him also looked at the situation at home, with a faint crystal luster in her clear and beautiful eyes. After a while, Lu Maoj, Lu Maohan, Lu Maoan, and others came and looked at their children in front of them with excitement and joy. Qingzhu, Zion Azhar. Mother, Aunt. Lu Qingzhu hugged her mother, her eyes red, full of longing. Hey, mother, where is my father? He won't be away from home again. Lu Qingzhu didn't see his father and asked in surprise. Lu Maoyan and Lu Maohan looked at each other, indicating that Lu Changsheng had gone out and might not come back for a while. The 2 women didn't know what to say, as Lu Qingzhu rarely came back. But every time he came back, Lu Changsheng was not at home. Is it true that my father and I have a conflict of fate? Lu Qingzhu was a little speechless. He was also going to ask about his father's sword species, ask about the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, and about recasting this Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo. The family came to the Lu family mansion to reminisce about the past, and Lu Qingzhu came to pay a visit to this brother and sister. Lu Qingzhu was very naughty and went to the Red Leaf Valley Market to play, so she was not at home. Lu Qingzhu had a very high spirit, and he told his mother and aunt about his situation over the years with great joy, which made Lu Maohan smile. After all, this son is the pride of her heart. Lu Qingzhu next to him was much quieter. He held his mother's arm, watched his brother talk, and occasionally cared about his younger brother Lu Qingzhu next to him. During the process, Lu Qingzhu also asked about the situation at home, saying that he saw that the family situation had changed a lot. What? Big brother has reached the quasi-3rd level of body refining. Lu Qingzhu heard that his big brother's body refining broke through the quasi-3rd level, fought against a fake pill, became famous in one battle, and his family was also ranked among the fake pill families. In recent years, it has developed rapidly, and the whole person was a little confused. Although he was not very familiar with Lu Pingyan, he still had an impression. In the early years, he had met Lu Quanxian and Lu Pingyan together in the Xiao secret realm. At that time, everyone was practicing key cultivation and was considered at the same level. How come Lu Pingyan has reached a quasi-third level of body refining in the blink of an eye? You know, his cultivation has improved rapidly, and now he is only at the 6th level of foundation building. Although it is not bad compared to his peers, it is a bit different from the quasi-third level of body refining. Lu Qingzhu next to him was also very surprised. She went to Qingzhu Mountain with Lu Qingxin that year and met this big brother. He had a generous personality and was very good. But she never expected that this big brother would be so powerful. Seeing her brother so surprised, Lu Qingzhu smiled lightly. It has been a long time since anyone could make her brother so moved. Chapter 494, The Emperor's Key Gazing Technique is Unmatched. Lu's Mansion. Lu Qingxin and Lu Qingzhu were filled with emotion when they heard about what happened in their family over the years. However, they looked sad when they heard that their grandfather Lu Yunding had passed away. When they came back last time, they knew that their grandfather would not live long and it might be the last time they saw him. They couldn't help but feel sad when they heard the news of his grandfather's death. After all, when they were young, Lu Yunding almost brought up the two siblings and loved them very much. I will go to Qingzhu Mountain with you later to pay tribute to Grandpa. Lu Mioj patted her daughter with red eyes and said softly. Yes. Lu Qingxin nodded in a deep voice and asked about the current situation of Qingzhu Mountain. Qingzhu Mountain has been doing well in recent years. The development of Qingzhu Mountain is naturally not comparable to that of Qingzhu Mountain. But compared to most foundation-building families, such as Banyo Lake, it is already very good. In the early years, the newly promoted foundation-building Lu Chengho took some of the Lu family's children to expand abroad, went to the territory of Qingyun Sect to take root and open up a branch family. Although Lu Yuanzhang of the family is old and has retired behind the scenes, the family has accumulated a lot of foundation over the years and can train new foundation-building monks at any time. However, Qingzhu Mountain still has Lu Muping in charge, and there is a relationship with Qingzhu Mountain. For the time being, they are not in a hurry to train foundation-building monks, and are ready to wait for a genius who is expected to form a pill in the family before considering it. After all, what Qingzhu Mountain wants now is to go one step further and train a Lu family disciple who is expected to break through the late stage of foundation building, or even form a fake pill. If there are only one or two more ordinary foundation-building monks, it will not be of much significance and may even become a burden. Hearing this, Lu Qingxin nodded. Grandpa always thinks about the family in his heart. When he chatted with him for the last time, he also hoped that he could help in the future. At this time, Lu Qingxin seemed to think of something and asked, by the way, and, is Sister Ruai at home? Ruai is currently in charge of the affairs of the family's Chamber of Commerce and has been away for a long time. What's wrong? Lu Mioj is gentle and dignified, with a temperament like water. Didn't Sister Ruai give me a sword embryo before? So I also prepared some things for her when I came back this time. Lu Qingxin said with a smile. Ruai can't come back for a while. If you are not in a hurry, I will ask where Ruai is later, and you can give it to her in person. If it is not convenient, you can also leave it at home, and I will ask someone to send it to Ruai when the time comes. Lu Mioj said gently. I will go there later, just in time to see what the Chamber of Commerce at home looks like. Besides, I have nothing to do. This time I can stay with Xiaozhuer for a longer time. If there's anything at home, you can also call me. Lu Qingxin said with a smile. He heard that the family has developed over the years and knew that there will be many obstacles in the process. He is also willing to contribute to strengthen the family's prestige. Well, okay. Lu Mioj smiled softly and said, the family banquet is almost ready. After dinner, you can rest and we will go to Qingzhu Mountain later. Although it was a simple welcome. But Lu Mioj and Lu Mioj still called all the Lu family members in Qingzhu Mountain. On the one hand, the Lu family often organizes family dinners regularly, so that brothers and sisters can see each other more often and exchange feelings. On the other hand, it is also to let Lu Qingxin, Lu Qingzhu and other Lu family children get to know each other. When Lu Lengxiao came and saw Lu Qingxin, his eyes were slightly condensed, and his pupils were glowing with a faint golden luster. Although his dragon body was defective and his physical body was ordinary, his eyes were more magical, and the effect of practicing pupil skills was amazing. Ordinary cultivators could not disguise themselves in front of him at all, and they could be seen through at a glance. Even some cultivators in the late stage of foundation building could see some flaws in their key collecting skills. The moment he saw Lu Qingxun at this time, he immediately saw a sharp and stunning sword intent. This sword intent was amazing. The edge was sharp, vigorous and rising. No one could stop it, no one could defeat it. He looked at Lu Qingxun like this, and his eyes even felt a little bit of pain. This. Lu Lingxiao was surprised. He had not been staying at home all these years, and he had met many people outside. I have never seen anyone with the sword spirit and momentum of Lu Qingxun. Lu Qingxun's sword heart was clear, and he noticed Lu Lingxiao. After looking into his pupils with a light golden luster, his sword eyebrows slightly raised. He didn't have much impression of Lu Lingxiao. At this time, the two looked at each other and immediately saw that Lu Lingxiao was very special. In the Qingyun Sect, he was at least at the level of the core of the true teaching. I couldn't help but secretly thought that the rate of this genius in my family seemed a bit high. Lingxiao, you should have met. This is your brother Qingxun and sister Qingzhu. Lu Miaoyan introduced them to each other with a smile. Both of them were geniuses of the Lu family. In her opinion, it was natural to get closer to them. Hello, brother Qingxun, sister Qingzhu. Lu Lingxiao knew the two of them and bowed slightly, but he didn't have much intention of getting close to them. His personality was somewhat similar to his mother Lingxiao, lonely and arrogant. Among all the children of the Lu family, the person who had the closest relationship with him was his sister Lu Wongshu, who had always been at odds with him, like his mortal enemy. Lu Qingxun read the name and said with a smile, "You are very good." Lu Lingxiao heard a bit of arrogance from Lu Qingxun's smiling words, and asked, "I heard that brother Qingxun is the best in Qingyun Sect. It can only be considered the best in the same level, but not the best in Qingyun Sect." Lu Qingxun said with a smile. Although he won the first place in the sword test during the key refining period, he is now in the middle stage of foundation building and can kill the late stage of foundation building. But facing the true disciples of several peak foundation building masters in Qingyun Sect, he is still not a match and cannot be called the best. But in his opinion, these are just a matter of time. The best in the same level. Lu Lingxiao's eyes with golden luster condensed slightly, knowing the value of such words. Qingyun Sect is one of the 5 major immortal sects in Yu State, and Lu Qingxun can be ranked first in the same level, and his strength is unquestionable. Moreover, Lu Qingxun was invincible in the same level in Qingyun Sect. I wonder if brother Qingxun can spar with me and give me some pointers. Lu Lingxiao's face was angular and his eyebrows were heroic. He had always wanted to find someone to hone himself. But among his peers in the family, Lu Pingyan couldn't beat him, and Lu Wongshu couldn't beat him. He was defeated repeatedly, and no one else was his opponent. In the past 2 years, he had been running around with Lu Wongshu, and even a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building was defeated by him. Now that he met Lu Qingxun, he naturally wanted to spar with him. Later, Lu Qingxun raised the corners of his mouth. Geniuses are always arrogant. This younger brother's strength is estimated to be difficult to rival among his peers in the family. In this case, it is normal to be a little arrogant. In this case, as an older brother, he will let him broaden his horizons and know that there are people beyond the people and there are heavens beyond the heavens. Jin State. 5 Poison Sect, 100 miles away. Lu Changsheng fell from the golden-winged skypeng and activated the communication talisman with Nangong Mili. Thinking that Nangong Mili would take some time to come, Lu Changsheng looked at the 2 rewards in his system space. The Great Wilderness Dragon Spine. Lu Changsheng first looked at the Great Wilderness Dragon Spine he had drawn before. This dragon bone is somewhat similar to the natal treasure bone of the 100 refining treasure body art, and the effect is very practical. But if you want to refine it, you must have a 3rd level body refinement to bear it. At present, he is the only one in the family who meets the conditions for refining this Great Wilderness Dragon Spine. Forget it, let's put it aside for now. Although Lu Changsheng thinks this Great Wilderness Dragon Spine is good, he doesn't have too many ideas. After the previous battle with Ghost Bat Master, he deeply realized that what he needs now is speed and means of blocking and confinement. This Great Wilderness Dragon Spine mainly improves physical strength and defense, and does not improve himself much. The other is the boundless fatherly love. With such a good thing, he, as a father, naturally thought of his children at home first, such as his son Lu Pingyan. Lu Pingyan is currently a quasi-third level body refinement. If the 100 refining treasure body art breaks through the 9th level and refines this great wilderness dragon spine, then the combat power will be directly improved by 1 level. Besides the fact that he is a good match for Lu Pingyan, there are also some other considerations. As his eldest son and the pillar of the family, if Lu Pingyan is not given some help, he will not be able to keep up with the growth rate of other talented children in the family. People like Lu Quanzhen, Lu Qingshan, Lu Lingxiao, and even his daughter Lu Wangshu are all arrogant. In this case, it is also a good thing to have Lu Pingyan, a big brother with a generous personality, to suppress him. But Pingyan has just broken through the Balian Baoji not long ago. It may not be easy to break through the 9th level. Lu Changsheng shook his head and planned to call Lu Pingyan back after returning this time and make more medicinal baths for him. Then he looked at the magic seed in the system space, Xianzi Wonki, and his mind moved slightly. Immediately, a light ball of light with a light golden color, the size of a thumb, and flowing with dragon-shaped key appeared in his hand. This magic seed is somewhat similar to Jian Chongniu Dao. It can improve talent, grow 6 senses, change character, improve appearance, and make up for deficiencies. After using it, not only can the cultivation talent be upgraded by 1 level, but also many fighting insights will be obtained, and a growth talent supernatural power, the Emperor's Key Watching Technique. This supernatural power can observe the mountains and rivers, see the flaws of supernatural powers, and the flow of magic power. After being integrated with a magic seed to a certain extent, it can even see through the weaknesses and flaws of others, thereby interfering with the spiritual power of heaven and earth, affecting the operation of the opponent's magic power, and killing people with a smile. This is amazing. You know, if the operation is suddenly interrupted and interfered when performing magic skills, it is easy to fall into a dangerous situation. The effect of this magic seed is quite powerful. Lu Changsheng exclaimed in his heart. In his opinion, compared with a single effect of Sword Changniu Dao, which only improves the talent of swordsmanship, this Emperor's Key Watching Technique is much better. Not only can it improve talent, fighting experience, and learning the 100 arts of cultivation will also be twice the result with half the effort. Especially the supernatural power of the Emperor's Key Watching Technique, which can observe the mountains and rivers, the flow of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it is to learn feng shui and dragon hunting, it can be said to be a piece of cake. But how come these seeds have such a strong stamina? Lu Changsheng frowned. Just like sword rush bullfight, fusing this seed requires a compatible mind and character, and the personality will be subtly influenced. Sword rush bullfight will gradually make a person's character proud, fearless, and brave. This Emperor's aura will gradually make a person domineering and self-centered. Even when facing a cultivator who is far superior to himself, he will be calm and composed, treat them as grass, and be confident that he is invincible. Therefore, to fuse this seed, the mind must be indomitable and have a calm and domineering attitude of being invincible. If the mind is timid, and he will be unable to recover after experiencing a little failure and setbacks, then he will conflict with this seed, and it will have no effect, and even affect himself. Alice, this kind of personality is easier to be beaten to death than the other. Is there no seed that is more suitable for salted fish? Lu Changsheng shook his head secretly. If there is no influence on the mind, he thinks this seed is very good, even suitable for him. But there are requirements for the mind, so I can only go home and find a child. However, as long as the mind and nature of this magic seed are compatible, once it is integrated, the effect is probably not weaker than that of a top-level spirit body. After putting the magic seed in the storage ring, Lu Changsheng continued to wait for Nangguang Mili. An hour and a half later, a purple escape light shot from the direction of the 5 Poisons Mountain. What's the matter? Nangguang Mili looked at Lu Changsheng and said coldly. She has been recuperating in the 5 Poison Sect these days and didn't know that Lu Changsheng went to the Yinming Ghost Sect. Moreover, Lu Changsheng had just returned from the Yinming Ghost Sect, and the news had not yet come. Millie, don't be so cold. Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguang Mili, who was wearing a purple and luxurious dress in front of him, with a beautiful and enchanting face, skin as white as snow, and breathtaking curves, and said with a smile. If you have something to say, just say it. Nangguang Mili said coldly. Although her attitude towards Lu Changsheng has changed, she still doesn't look good. I went to the Yinming Ghost Sect. Lu Changsheng said directly. The other party knew about the golden-winged sky pang. As long as the news spread, They would guess that Yang Ming's Henren was himself, so he did not hide it. Moreover, with the matter of his daughter Nangguang Yao, the attitude of this woman in front of him softened a lot, and she was trustworthy. Huh? Nangguang Mili's dark and deep Danfeng beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and immediately realized that Lu Changsheng's magic power was a bit disordered. Are you injured? She frowned slightly and fell beside Lu Changsheng. Although Lu Changsheng's combat power was amazing, he easily suppressed the Wind Centipede envoy before. But if he wanted to go to the Yinming Ghost Sect to ask for an explanation, there was still a certain danger. It's just that the consumption is a bit large. Lu Changsheng smiled and shook his head, and then said seriously, I went to the Yinming Ghost Sect this time, and I have solved the Quanzhong matter, but I also made a feud with the Yinming Ghost Sect. At present, the Yinming Ghost Sect does not know my identity information, but I have been in the Sky Spider market for some time, and I am worried that the Yinming Ghost Sect will investigate you. Lu Changsheng said aloud. Don't worry about it. Nangguang Mili's beautiful eyes were cold and she said directly. As a Jiandan's Henren of the Five Poison Sect, she was naturally not afraid of the Yinming Ghost Sect. Moreover, her daughter Nangguang Yao became a disciple of Balian's Henjin, and her status in the Five Poison Sect rose. Even if the Yinming Ghost Sect knew that she had a relationship with Lu Changsheng, it would not be possible to do anything to her. I've been out for so long, and I'm ready to go back. Lu Changsheng looked at her beautiful and enchanting face, sighed, and said softly. Nangguang Mili was startled, and for some reason, she felt a little reluctant in her heart. But she still nodded with a cold expression and said, yes. After a pause, she looked at Lu Changsheng again and continued, if you need to recuperate and heal your injuries, you can rest in the Five Poison Sect for the time being, and the Yinming Ghost Sect will not come. Yao was accepted as a disciple by Balian's Henjin. Even if the leader knew that you were in the Yinming Ghost Sect, he would not do anything to you. Nangguang Mili looked at Lu Changsheng and said so. I'm fine, and with a golden rock here, it doesn't affect me. Lu Changsheng smiled. Without his daughter's help, it's not easy to completely melt this woman. He could still be a little tougher before. But now that their relationship has improved, he naturally can't do that anymore. Yes. Nangguang Mili nodded, her beautiful and enchanting face was cold and noble, very moving. Lu Changsheng looked at the cold Nangguang Mili, sighed helplessly, reached out to hold her fair jade hand, and whispered, Mili, you can go back to Qingzhu Mountain with me. Jin State and Jiang State are far away, even with a golden-winged sky rock, he can't come here often. And Nangguang Mili wants to warm up the golden elixir by himself, he naturally knows, and he is willing to warm up the golden elixir for her to enhance their relationship. But this kind of thing is a long-term job. If I rely on myself to come to Jin State once or twice occasionally, I'm afraid it will take a long time for Nangguang Mili to be promoted to the golden elixir. So I am willing to let Nangguang Mili stay in Jiang State for a while. No. Nangguang Mili refused directly. Even if she accepted Lu Changsheng a little in her heart, it was impossible for her to live with him in the same house. Moreover, this trip to Xianyun's secret realm with her daughter Nangguang Yao gave her a lot of resources, which allowed her to cultivate to the peak of the 6th level of Jiandan. I'm going back this time, and I don't know when I'll see you next time. You are barely half a step into Jiandan now. If you want to break through the late stage of Jiandan as soon as possible, you need to be promoted to high-grade Jiandan as soon as possible, so that it will be convenient for us to visit Yao. Lu Changsheng continued. Chapter 495, Warming up the Golden Elixir again. Nangguang Mili subconsciously wanted to say that it would be best not to see her. But when she heard about the top-grade Golden Elixir and visiting her daughter, her jade face was slightly startled, and she pursed her delicate red lips. It was impossible for her to say that she didn't want to warm up the Golden Elixir. With her current talent and foundation, she still had hope to break through the late stage of the Jiandan by herself. But if she wanted to break through the Yuanying, the hope was slim. If she could be promoted to the top-grade Golden Elixir, or even the Immortal Golden Elixir with the help of Lu Changsheng, then the Yuanying would not be so far away. Moreover, if she was promoted to the top-grade Golden Elixir, her foundation potential would be improved, which would also be beneficial for daily practice and breaking through small bottlenecks. Mili, I'm not asking you to give up the Five Poison Sect and go to Jiang State with me. Seeing that Nangguang Mili was somewhat moved, Lu Changsheng's eyes were warm, and he continued, but you also know that it takes a lot of time to warm up the Golden Elixir. I've been out for so long this time, and there are still things at home, otherwise I would stay with you in Jin State forever. Nangguang Millie looked at his affectionate look. Even though she knew that this dog man was playing tricks with sweet words again, her heart trembled and palpitated slightly. But she said with a stubborn and cold face, "Lu Changsheng, I won't fall for your tricks." "So, Millie, you still like your husband to be tougher?" Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, looked at the other's enchanting and peerless face, and chuckled, "Since you like this, Millie, then." As he said that, he approached and tightly embraced the other's slender waist with a protruding front and a curved back, letting the proud breasts press against his chest. "Nangguang Millie. Go away, you." Nangguang Millie was embarrassed and angry. But before she finished speaking, her delicate and beautiful red lips like flower petals were blocked. The familiar invasion full of oppression and plunder came. Nangguang Millie's body softened slightly. If it was earlier, she would definitely resist hard and push Lu Changsheng away. Now, I don't know if she has gotten used to it, knowing that struggling is useless, or seeing that Lu Changsheng is injured, so she only struggled symbolically, and then a charming and sweet hum came from the nose. After a long time, Nangguang Millie saw that this man was getting too much, and suddenly came back to his senses, and pushed him away with a look of shame and anger. "Sweet and rich, I never get tired of tasting it." Lu Changsheng pursed his lips and chuckled. He could feel that the other party was moved. But this woman was very arrogant and not so easy to conquer. "Lu Changsheng, I gave you some face for Yao's sake, don't get too much." Nangguang Millie's purple dress was in disarray, and her beautiful and enchanting cheeks were red like clouds, spreading to her earlobes, white and rosy, delicate and beautiful. "Millie is right," Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Then he continued to embrace the beauty, her curvy and hot body, and whispered, "Millie, I haven't been able to warm up the golden elixir for you these days. Now that I'm going back, let me warm up the golden elixir for you again." Nangguang Millie felt that this man was really thick-skinned. What he said about warming up the golden elixir, it was nothing. Then, without waiting for the beauty to think about it, Lu Changsheng kissed her delicate and rosy red lips again. He could clearly feel that Nangguang Millie's resistance was a little less now, and she just pushed a few times symbolically. Women are like this. If you tell her about this kind of thing directly, it is easy to cause disgust and rejection. But as long as you make up a reason and give an excuse, such as "my cat can do a backflip," even if she knows what will happen, she will not be so repulsive. Sometimes she even deceives herself. After a while, Nangguang Millie's beautiful eyes were filled with emotion. Her eyebrows and eyes revealed a charming charm, which really made people's hearts palpitate and couldn't help themselves, wanting to sink under her peerless beauty. "Don't do it here. This place is only 100 miles away from the Five Poison Sect. If any cultivator suddenly passes by, the consequences will be disastrous." When Lu Changsheng heard this, he immediately found a temporary cave with Nangguang Millie and set up a formation. "Doesn't this dog man have a cave treasure?" Nangguang Millie knew that Lu Changsheng had a cave treasure, and the two of them could obviously be in it. But now, the other party chose such a cave. Could it be that he deliberately humiliated her again? This dog man. Nangguang Millie cursed in her heart. But at this moment, in this situation, she didn't say anything, but subconsciously avoided Lu Changsheng's eyes and bit her bright red lips tightly. A moment later, the cave was filled with spring. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguang Millie, who was limp and motionless on the dark golden tiger fur blanket. The sky spider envoy of the Five Poison Sect, the famous sky spider master of Jin State, now had a rosy face, and her red lips were as fragrant as orchids. Her narrow and clear phoenix eyes seemed to open and close, flowing with a charming charm. Her beautiful cheeks were like poppy stamens, seductive and breathtaking. Her cheeks, black hair, fragrant neck, and collarbone were all covered with a layer of fine sweat beads. The looming purple gauze skirt stuck to her fiery and charming, flawless jade body, exuding a fatal temptation that seduced people. "Millie, don't you really consider going to Jing State with me to live for a while?" Lu Changsheng lay beside her, patted the snow-white millstone, and said softly. Although he knew that Nangguang Millie would most likely not go back with him. But he still wanted to warm up her golden elixir. The main thing is that he has time now. When Xiao Xiao, Lu Miaoji and others gradually break through the elixir, the yin and yang qi will not be enough. Nangguang Millie's beautiful eyes with rhymes drooped slightly, and she said in a trembling voice, "No. This bastard is humiliating herself every day now. If she goes to Jiang State, she doesn't know how he will handle her and humiliate her. Even if she doesn't reject Lu Changsheng and wants to use him to nurse the top-grade golden elixir, she can't let go of her dignity. Okay. Lu Changsheng smiled slightly and didn't force it. Although he called Nangong Mili to go back to Qingzhu Mountain with him, he was also worried that the other party would really agree. When Nangong Mili meets Chu Qingyi, what if they fight? If there's anything, you can come to Qingzhu Mountain to find me at any time. I will come to Jin State to see you when I have time. Lu Changsheng's palm was filled with round, plump, smooth and soft flesh, and his voice was gentle. Yet, Nangong Mili tried to respond in a calm tone. But her voice was still full of indescribable charm and temptation, which made Lu Changsheng feel the beauty in front of him again. However, the other party had been tossed by him for a long time and could not move, so it was not good to toss it anymore. He just quietly embraced the beauty in front of him and experienced the rare tranquility. Nangong Mili was embraced in Lu Changsheng's arms at this time, and an inexplicable feeling arose in her heart. There seemed to be an unprecedented sense of security. After a long time, when she recovered some strength, Nangong Mili wanted to get up and push Lu Changsheng away. But for some reason, she didn't want to break this long-lost tranquility now. Just like this, time passed little by little. The two of them hugged each other quietly. Nangong Mili raised her head lightly, looking at Lu Changsheng's handsome face, and suddenly felt that this dog man was not so philandering and sentimental. If her daughter had not gone to the Qingyun Sect, the family of three would be pretty good. However, after a while, Nangong Mili saw that Lu Changsheng was gradually becoming dishonest again, so she snorted coldly, slapped his hand away, stood up, her jade body was surging with rosy clouds, and she put on an exquisite and luxurious purple dress. Millie's beauty really makes me unable to control myself. Lu Changsheng was not embarrassed at all, and his eyes looked straight at the beauty in front of him, full of admiration. Lu Changsheng, put away your sweet talk. Nangong Mili snorted coldly, but her heart was filled with joy, sweetness and a little pride. This dog man has many wives and concubines, and he is naturally talented, but he is still obsessed with her. But when she thought of this dog man's love for her, as if it was directed at her body, she felt a little unhappy. My husband is sincere to you, Millie. Lu Changsheng smiled and didn't care about her attitude. Women like to say one thing and mean another. Millie, I have something for you, see if you can refine and control it. Lu Changsheng groaned slightly. Nangong Mili was surprised when she heard it. This dog man wants to give her a gift? Ho. Lu Changsheng flicked his fingers, and a black body bag next to him suddenly opened, and a cold wind blew. A face with a black and stiff face, eyes as black as ink, no whites of the eyes, messy hair, and a hideous head appeared. Nangong Mili saw this and immediately recognized that this was some kind of extremely evil corpse, and looked at Lu Changsheng in surprise. I don't know why he has such a demonic corpse in his hand. Although the corpse in front of him seems incomplete and has only one head. But it can be seen at a glance that it is not simple. On the grotesque and creepy black face, the two black pupils like black hole vortexes are like black holes, bewitching. Even she was slightly affected at first glance. If an ordinary cultivator in the early stage of Jinden faced this corpse, he might be directly disturbed and affected, and sink into it. This is a corpse I got in my early years, named Wujian Gishao. Lu Changsheng spoke up and introduced the Wujian Gishao to Nangong Mili. After the incident with the old demon's henshin, he realized that Nangong Mili's combat power was a bit poor. In the middle stage of Jinden, it is not the bottom, but it can only be said to be mediocre. It is really a bit sorry for the title of the Sky Spider of the Five Poison Sect. So I thought about giving the Wujian Gishao to Nangong Mili. On the one hand, this Wujian Gishao is no longer of much use to him. Not only is it useless, it is also inconvenient to use it in Jiang State. On the other hand, Nangong Mili's methods are quite compatible with this Wujian Gishao. As a Gu cultivator, she fights with others by either sneaking or fighting a protracted war with snake and insect Gu poisons, and then looking for opportunities. If you have the Wujian Gishao, you can interfere with the opponent through the Wujian Ghost domain, so as to get a better chance. In addition, the Wujian Gishao can refine other creatures into ghost slaves. Although these ghost slaves do not have the magical powers they had in their lifetime, they are fearless and difficult to deal with their sturdy physical bodies. With the current Zhuansha demon zombie, If she can refine the old demon's henshin into a ghost slave, at least she will not be afraid of encountering a giant and cultivator like the old demon's henshin. Wujian Weirdhead. After listening to Lu Changsheng's introduction, Nangguangmili realized that this Wujian Weirdhead was more powerful than she had imagined. Its magical powers were strange and could easily interfere with and affect the early giant and cultivators, and it could also form a ghost domain. In the ghost domain, any living being would be corroded and gradually refined into a ghost slave. If you fight against someone in the ghost domain, you can be said to be invincible. You want to send this kind of refined corpse to me? Although it is a bit of a downer for men and women to send such refined corpses to each other. But cultivators don't care about these things, especially the cultivators of the magic path. To Nangguangmili, this refined corpse is extremely precious. If Lu Changsheng sends it to the Qingyun Sect, I'm afraid the other party will be willing to pay a high price for it. But he is willing to give it directly to himself. Well, if you can refine this Wujian ghost head, you can also have more power to protect yourself, Lu Changsheng said with a smile. His eyes were gentle. Seeing that Nangguangmili looked a little entangled, Lu Changsheng held her fair jade hand, and continued to say gently, "Take it, otherwise I won't be at ease with you." Nangguangmili's heart trembled, and she felt a little inexplicable. With this Wujian ghost head, you can refine the old demon's henshin into a ghost slave afterwards. In this way, as long as you don't encounter a cultivator in the late Jiandan period, you will have nothing to fear, and I will be much more at ease. Lu Changsheng gently pinched a beautiful, charming, pink and plump face. Nangguangmili's beautiful eyes were full of sparkling, looking at Lu Changsheng in front of her, who was as handsome as jade, slender, and like a banished immortal. Her jade face was slightly stunned. This dogman is obviously a righteous cultivator, and he is also righteous on weekdays, but he has such a horrible corpse refining. And he said calmly and indifferently that he would refine the old demon's henshin into a ghost slave. From this point of view, this dogman is not that kind of... This dogman was not a good person. However, the other party's words made Nangguangmili's heart seem to have some understanding, and she smiled and said, "Okay." It was the first time that Lu Changsheng saw this woman smile at him. It could really be said that she smiled charmingly. He then kissed her rose petal-like red lips, grabbing the sweetness like a violent storm, as if he wanted to devour the beauty. Nangguangmili's delicate body trembled, and she subconsciously pushed him away. But as time went on, her jade arms gradually climbed onto the man's shoulders. For a moment, an indescribable weird and terrifying scene appeared in the cave. A tall and slender young man with a handsome face like a fairy embraced a woman with a charming face and stunning beauty. The scene was beautiful like a painting. But next to them, there was a black and terrifying hideous head coiled up, with messy hair flying around, raising gusts of cold wind. After the two of them had been entangled for a long time, Lu Changsheng began to help Nangguangmili refine and control this Wujian ghost head. Although it was given to the other party. But it is not easy to control such a refined corpse. A single mistake could backfire. Fortunately, Nangguangmili has the cultivation base of the middle stage of Jiandan, and can barely control it. I'll go back. After Nangguangmili tried to refine it, she planned to go back to the 5 poison sect for the sake of safety, and get a few poisonous insects to help her control this Wujian ghost head. Otherwise, she can control this Wujian ghost head now. But once the Wujian ghost head refines a few more ghost slaves, it may cause some effects and be difficult to control. Okay. Lu Changsheng smiled. Now with a golden-winged sky pang, it is much more convenient to go back and forth, so there is no rush for these few days. Besides, after Nangguangmili finishes refining the Wujian ghost head, he is also ready to tell the other party about Mangxiachen. Chapter 496, So Sharp. Brother. Bihu Mountain, the back mountain of Bian Peak. Today, Lu Lingxiao and Lu Qingshan are going to practice. Although it is just an ordinary practice between brothers, it is a rare opportunity. So Lu Maioyan called all the Lu family members who are in the late stage of key refining to watch the battle. This kind of fighting can not only broaden their horizons, it can also urge them to know that there are people who are better than people and there are heavens beyond heaven. In recent years, Bihu Mountain has developed rapidly. The surrounding family forces are all headed by the Lu family, which has led to many Lu family members being a little arrogant. Even if the Lu family pays great attention to this aspect, many things still require more experience, and teaching alone is not enough. I wonder how many rounds Lingxiao can fight with Brother Qingshan. I heard that Brother Qingzhu went to the sword sect in his early years and was invincible at the same level. It's amazing. It's a pity that Qingzhu didn't worship the heavenly sword sect, otherwise, how dare the Jin family, Sima family and other families be enemies with our Lu family. These Lu family members looked at the two tall and imposing young men not far away and whispered. Although Lu Lingxiao's fighting power is amazing and far superior to his peers, but with Lu Pinggan and Lu Wangshu in front, his reputation is not well known. Even the children of the Lu family only know that this elder brother is gifted and powerful, but they don't know the details. Of course, even if they know the details, they don't think he is Lu Qingzhu's opponent. At this time, Ling Xiao came to the back mountain. She knew that her son was talented and had part of the dragon yin body. Under the guidance of Honglian, his strength was not weaker than the core true disciples of the Immortal Sect. But she knew Lu Qingzhu's record more clearly. He passed the Qingyun Sect sword test directly and ranked first, and was promoted to the true disciple and became a Qingdun seed. In the past, he asked for swords in the Qingyun Sect and was invincible at the same level. So she also wanted to see the gap between her son and this top genius. Beside her, there was a figure wearing a pearl crown, wearing a red dress with gold embroidery, with a crystal clear face and a hazy face, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. Peach God. Lu Maoj, Lu Maoyan, Lu Maohun and others shouted immediately when they saw this figure. After Honglian reshaped her body and consolidated her foundation, she abandoned her original name and named herself Peach God after the peach wood spirit embryo. On the one hand, there is a saying in the world of immortal cultivation that the name of Taoism will affect the fate and destiny of the cultivator. On the other hand, her death was too mysterious and strange, and she was worried that her original name would cause some unnecessary trouble when she walked outside in the future. Maoj, Maoyan, Huanhuan. Although Honglian's face and body were covered with a layer of hazy mist, she still looked like a fairy, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be blooming peach blossoms, looking around and flowing, sacred and noble. Mother, Master. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Senior Peach God. Lu Lingxiao and other Lu family members also bowed their hands and saluted. Qingzhu, this is Senior Peach God, our family's Dharma, and Lingxiao's master. At this time, Lu Maoj introduced Lu Qingzhu. Most of the affairs of the Lu family elders are handled by the Lu family members. But above this, Lu Changsheng has 4 independent positions: supervision, law, internal affairs, and teaching. They are held by Lu Maoj, Ling Xiao, Lu Maoyan, and Honglian respectively. The 4 women will not interfere in family affairs on weekdays. But when Lu Changsheng is not around, they have the right to decide family affairs. Supervision and law like Lu Maoj and Ling Xiao have the power to enforce the law. Lu Qingzhu saw Honglian in front of him, and his sword eyes condensed slightly. As a sword cultivator, his spiritual perception is very sharp. But he can't see any aura in the Taotian senior in front of him. Just like a simple woman. But the other party's black hair fluttered, and her face flowed with mysterious charm, dust-free and unstained, as if she didn't belong to the world, ethereal and out of the world, absolutely impossible to be an ordinary woman. Meet Taotian Senior. Lu Qingzhu immediately bowed. But in his heart, he couldn't help but wonder where his father invited the family to teach. With such a temperament, even his master and several Qingdun elders in the sect are not so extraordinary. Yes. Honglian nodded with a smile. Although there is an indescribable elegance and nobility in her words and deeds, and she is ethereal and out of this world, she also gives people a feeling of April's fragrance and spring breeze. Since almost everyone has arrived, let's start. Lu Maoj glanced at Lu Maoyan and said gently. Ling Xiao beside her nodded slightly, and a compass appeared in his hand, activating the array pattern in the back mountain. Originally, this place could only withstand the competition of ordinary foundation building cultivators. But as the Lu family's children gradually began to break through the foundation, many places in Qingzhu Mountain were rebuilt. For example, the array pattern was re-engraved on the back mountain, connecting to the Bian Peak array. After the array is fully operational, it can withstand anything except the Qingdun cultivator. It's finally going to start. Seeing this, the Lu family's children immediately made way for a space, their eyes full of anticipation. Come on, brother. Seeing this, Lu Ling clenched his little fist and waved it vigorously to cheer for his brother. Which brother are you cheering for? Lu Qingzhu tilted his head to look at Lu Ling, with a faint smile on his face. Ah! Lu Ling was stunned, and then she cutely shouted, come on, both brothers. Come on, brother. Seeing this, Lu Qingqi, who was next to Lu Qingzhu, immediately waved her fist and shouted, and then added, come on, both brothers. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingshan laughed dumbly, thinking that it was quite interesting to have so many sisters at home. If Xiao Zuo often gets along with these sisters, she will not be bored, and may even be more lively. He came to the center of the open space and looked at Lu Lingxiao in front of him, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, revealing a confident and indifferent smile. Brother Qingshan, please teach me. Lu Lingxiao was wearing a black and red brocade robe with gold embroidery. His figure was as tall as a mountain, steady and powerful. The lines of his heroic and majestic face were firm and sharp, and when his eyes opened and closed, there were wisps of golden luster flowing, attracting countless rays of light. As the words fell, his body burned with a black flame filled with a breath of ruin and destruction. The flame burned fiercely, with wisps of golden luster flowing, very fierce, setting off a wave of heat, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. Is this Ling Xiao's strength? I heard that this is a very domineering spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Even through the array pattern, the Lu family children in the field could feel a wave of burning air and were surprised. What a domineering flame! If my iron fire ants encounter this flame, I'm afraid they will be burned directly. In the crowd, Lu Chensha looked at the raging flames burning on Lu Lingxiao's body, and several ants with a black metallic luster appeared in his palm. Iron fire ants like to live in hot areas. But at this time, they revealed a bit of fear of this flame. Lu Qingshan raised his sword eyebrows slightly, but still looked relaxed and free, and said calmly, let's do it. Lu Lingxiao did not ask Lu Qingshan why he did not draw his sword, and went straight to work. Cry. The palm was lightly raised, and a black firebird suddenly slapped forward, killing Lu Qingshan. Buzz buzz buzz. During this process, Lu Lingxiao suddenly made hand gestures with his hands, and the black firebird burned, emitting a golden luster, gradually turning red, like a vermilion bird firebird. Well, not bad. Lu Qingshan flicked his fingers, and the sharp sword energy broke through the air, directly breaking the firebird and destroying it. Seeing the other Lu family members next to him were surprised. They could see that Lu Lingxiao's vermilion bird firebird was not ordinary, and it was broken so easily by Lu Qingshan. Even if the two of them had a difference of several levels in their cultivation, it shouldn't be like this, right? Brother. Lu Qingzhu looked at his brother and signaled him to be more serious. Practicing with his own brother, with so many people watching, and still looking casual, don't you know that it will hurt people's self-esteem? Cry. 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 But at this moment, Lu Lingxiao kept making hand gestures with his hands, and a fiery red bead appeared in front of him, and 4 vermilion bird firebirds continued to kill Lu Qingshan. And under Lu Lingxiao's seal, the flames of these 4 vermilion bird firebirds continued to burn fiercely, forming an invisible formation. Chi-chi-chi, however, Lu Qingshan stood tall and straight, still without any pressure. With a wave of his hand, a sharp sword energy like a dragon or a snake broke through the air, slashing the flames into pieces and disrupting the energy. Small burning flame formation. Facing the chaotic flames, Lu Lingxiao's face was calm and not at all chaotic. His handprint suddenly changed, and the fiery red beads in front of him trembled and raised an invisible red luster. In an instant, the 4 redbird firebirds seemed to be reborn from the fire, forming the power of the 4 symbols, covering Lu Qingshan and filling it with brilliant and gorgeous hot flames. Hu 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 hu. At the same time, a fiery red fan suddenly fanned towards Lu Qingshan in front of Lu Lingxiao, causing the flames to rise to another level, forming a sea of fire. The cultivators in the field saw this scene and were shocked, thinking that this might be a bit too much for a competition. Ling Zixiao and Lu Miaohu next to them were also a little worried when they saw this scene. No problem. Honglian said softly. She came here as a referee, just in case the two of them didn't stop. Very good. A hearty laugh came out from the blazing flames. Boom. The sea of fire formed by the 4 redbird firebirds was directly broken by Lu Qingshan. He was tall and straight, holding a blue-gold magic sword, with a sharp sword aura flowing around him, and the white gold robe rustled, and the flames disappeared. Lu Lingxiao knew that he was no match for his brother with just these means. Immediately, his eyes were filled with golden light, and his palm slapped his danshan. Boom. The body was surging with magic power, and the dragon's roar was opened, as if a dragon roar sounded. A golden light spread from his qi and danshan, and then a black gold treasure tree with burning vines appeared in front of him. Hezi. What is this? Hiss, what an amazing breath. The Lu family children looked at the black gold treasure tree with doubts. Is this the golden fire vine tree? Lu Yun recognized the black gold treasure tree and looked slightly surprised. When his father gave him the opportunity to practice the heaven and earth immortality method, he took out 3 heaven and earth spiritual plants for him to choose from, among which was this black gold treasure tree. Senior Taoshan, Zia has just refined this tree and is still in the nurturing stage. Is it okay to use it now? Ling Zixiao asked Huanglian beside him in a low voice. This black gold treasure tree is exactly Lu Changsheng's golden fire vine tree. Now it has been refined into a magic weapon embryo by Honglian and given to Lu Lingxiao to use. It's just that the magic weapon is just in its infancy and is still in the nurturing state. As long as it doesn't break, it won't be a big deal, Honglian said softly. Hearing this, Ling Zixiao was relieved immediately. Well, so you are so sharp, brother. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingshan raised his sword eyebrows slightly, and his face gradually showed a serious look. Boom! Lu Lingxiao stretched out his hand and grasped it, and the golden fire vine tree swayed, and suddenly it was only the size of a foot long, fell into his hand, and then swept towards Lu Qingshan. At the same time, the dark golden flames on his body surged, and the momentum was mighty, forming a sea of fire, as if to drown everything. Swish! Lu Qingshan's sword energy broke through the air, first shattering the sea of fire, and the flames splashed in the void, and then the sword energy went straight through the sky, killing Lu Lingxiao. Boom! The golden fire vine tree swept out, the flames were diffused, and the golden light was thousands of feet long, directly shattering the sword energy and killing in front of Lu Qingshan. Lu Lingxiao practiced the 100 refining treasure body art and had the second-level body refining. Knowing that it was difficult for his flames to break Lu Qingshan's sword energy, he directly held the golden fire vine tree and fought Lu Qingshan in close combat. Not bad, very good. Lu Qingshan's magic sword trembled, the sword energy was sharp, and he confronted Lu Lingxiao head-on, praising him. If he had just broken through the foundation building not long ago, when he was only at the second level of the foundation building, he might have felt pressured. But now that he has cultivated, even if he is suppressing his realm, he still has the advantage. Moreover, over the years, the continuous integration of his magic seed sword Changyu Dao has made his sword energy more and more sharp and fierce. Boom boom boom, the two kept fighting back and forth. The golden tree and the blue gold magic sword clanged continuously, and the endless sea of fire filled the air, but it was torn to pieces by the sword energy. So Ling Xiao's strength is so strong. I've seen Sister Wang Shu's battle in the Red Leaf Valley Market before, and I feel that Ling Xiao's strength is not inferior to that of the middle stage of foundation building. I wonder who is stronger, Wang Shu or Brother Qingshan. The Lu family members present were all shocked when they saw the two fighting. These people, at least, practiced exquisite level skills, which were a bit stronger than other family cultivators. But compared with Lu Lingxiao and Lu Qingshan at this time, they were simply not good enough. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun's eyes showed yearning and envy. Although he has cultivated the heaven and earth immortality method, he's expected to form a pill in the future. But who doesn't yearn to be like Lu Lingxiao and Lu Qingshan, fighting unparalleled and becoming famous? Unknowingly, Qingshan has grown to this point. Lu Mayaoj, Lu Maahun, and Lu Mayaoi looked at Lu Qingshan's fighting power and were a little surprised and emotional. Even though they knew that this son was very powerful, they had never seen him. Now that he was fighting with Lu Lingxiao, he showed amazing fighting power, and even Lu Mayaoj might not be able to suppress him. This boy's sword energy. Honglian saw Lu Qingshan's sword energy, her clear and beautiful eyes sparkled, and her expression was slightly moved. This sword energy was not only sharp, but also seemed to have an energy that could destroy everything. It didn't look like it was cultivated by a technique at all. But she heard that Lu Qingshan in front of her was only a 6th grade spiritual root, and his spirit body was only a Zhengjin spirit body. Even if the spirit body, technique, and mind were very compatible, and there was an opportunity, it would be difficult to condense the sword energy to this extent. Even this sword energy was not much inferior to the sword seed of the supreme sword bone that she had seen in her early years. It seems that this boy has a great opportunity, and it is extraordinary. Honglian thought to herself. Under such circumstances, Lu Lingxiao would have to nurture the embryo of the magic weapon, the golden fire vine tree, to a great success, and then he would have hope of defeating the other party at the same level. Otherwise, She would definitely not be Lu Qingshan's opponent. And she could see that Lu Qingshan in front of her had not yet made a serious move. The opponent's fighting style should not only have one flying sword, but also many killer moves. If that's all, it's not sharp enough, brother. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Lu Qingshan's mouth corners raised and laughed loudly. Boom boom boom, the rolling sound of sword thunder sounded, deafening and making people trance. Then, one after another thick sword energy appeared, like a dragon or a snake, fierce and domineering, swallowing up the sea of fire. In addition, there were also sword lights surging, like raging waves, the vast sea bursting its stem, pouring out countless sword energy. The strands of sword energy coiled around Lu Lingxiao, sharp and filled with terrifying aura. Even though Lu Lingxiao had a second-level physical body, he felt a deep chill from these sky-high sword energy. I lost. Lu Lingxiao took a deep breath and admitted defeat frankly. Failure is not shameful. The terrible thing is that he cannot recognize himself from failure and is frustrated mentally. Through this battle, he realized that his fighting methods were too simple and rough, and he did not do well in many places. Lu Qingshan's mastery and application of sword energy are much more exquisite than his own. He still has a long way to go if he wants to defeat this brother. It's already very good. I won't be much better than you when I was your age. Lu Qingshan made a sword flower, and then patted his shoulder with a carefree look. After this battle, this younger brother in front of him deserves his attention and serious treatment. Brother Qingshan, did you really use your last sword just now? Lu Lingxiao asked after a moment of silence. We are just brothers sparring, how can we really use it? Wouldn't it hurt you? Lu Qingshan smiled casually. Brother. Lu Qingzhu, who was not far away, immediately stepped forward and glared at his brother unhappily. Lingxiao just lost, and you still say that you didn't really use it. You don't know how to take care of people's emotions at all. Lingxiao, brother is just like that, don't mind it. In fact, your strength is enough to beat most people in the Immortal Gate, and there are few rivals at the same level. Lu Qingzhu's voice was soft and crisp, very pleasant to the ear. Sister Qingzhu, I'm fine. Brother Qingshan didn't take it seriously, which means I still have a lot of shortcomings and need to make up for it. Lu Lingxiao's face was firm and he said directly, without any comfort. If he was so easily frustrated, he would have been beaten to pulp by Lu Wangshu. There are people who are better than you, and there are heavens beyond heaven. Although your cultivation is better than that of casual cultivators and other clan cultivators, it is far from enough to meet the disciples of the Immortal Gate, the real genius, so you must not be arrogant. At this time, Lu Maoyan looked at the other Lu family members and spoke out, with a clear and pleasant voice with a hint of majesty. The family can only give you a relatively equal opportunity. But those who are gifted can rely on their talents, while those with average talents need to rely on hard work, concentration and dedication. Equal opportunities, those who strive forward, those who fall behind, so no matter what, you must always have a reverent, enterprising and humble heart. Lu Maoj also spoke, her voice as gentle as water. Thank you for your teachings, Auntie, we understand. These Lu family children also knew the purpose of being called to watch the battle today, and vowed. Today's battle between Lu Lingxiao and Lu Qingshan really shocked them. They realized the gap between ordinary people and geniuses. And there is also a gap between geniuses. Well, you can communicate more on weekdays. Lu Maoj and Lu Maoyan didn't say much. After looking at Lu Qingshan and Lu Lingxiao, they left with Ling Zixiao, Lu Maohan, Honglian and others. The Lu family children were left to communicate here. Wow, brother, you are so amazing. Lu Qingqi, wearing a snow-white dress and delicate appearance, came to Lu Qingshan and said with admiration. Although she seldom sees this brother, she has heard her mother and grandfather mention him many times since she was young, so she admires him very much. Especially after the battle just now, she felt that her brother was a perfect match for the image of a swordsman in her mind, and her eyes were full of stars. Ha, you just realized it. Lu Qingshan pinched his sister's face. Although he had no feelings for most of his brothers and sisters, he still had some instinctive closeness to this sister. But Lu Qingqi was more outgoing and likable. Brother, do you think I have a talent for swordsmanship? Lu Qingqi asked with her head tilted up. In her early years, she saw that her sister Lu Wangshu was an expert in talismans, and she had the idea to learn how to make talismans, but she couldn't get started. She even went to ask her Aunt Lu Maoj for advice for more than half a month, and finally used her father's third-level talisman pen to try to draw a low-grade talisman, and finally accepted that her talent in talismans was indeed not good. It was not that the talisman pen, talisman paper, and talisman inheritance in her family were not good. Xiaoqi, you can see at a glance that you are a rare sword genius, but practicing swordsmanship is hard. There is no need to learn these things. Just be happy every day. Lu Qingxin glanced at the girl for a few times, and then touched her head. Humph. Lu Qingqi heard this and knew what it meant. To cultivate the 100 arts of immortality, all kinds of magic, all need to be studied calmly. If you are really willing to calm down, you can naturally get started. At this time, Lu Qingxin, who was dressed in a green robe and had a handsome face, like a gentle gentleman, said softly. Although the two are siblings, they are of similar age and are often like brother and sister. Has Qingxun practiced the 100 arts? Lu Qingxin looked at this younger brother and asked. Lu Qingxun is the son of his aunt Lu Miaoj, so he naturally loves his aunt and all his family members. Moreover, it can be seen that this younger brother is not like his sister Lu Qingqi, and is still like a child who has not grown up. I understand the alchemy array, talisman and weapon, but I have not studied them in depth. Lu Qingxun shook his head and said. Cultivating the 100 arts of immortals is very time-consuming and can only be practiced as a side job. But his father told him to spend more time on tempering his mind, so he did not choose to cultivate the 100 arts of immortals. Not long ago, there was a fortune-telling inheritance in the family, and he suddenly became interested and wanted to see if he could comprehend it. If you are not interested in cultivating the 100 arts of immortals, it doesn't matter whether you cultivate it or not. Lu Qingxin said with a smile. Qingyun Sect is similar to Qingyun Sect. The core true teachings, unless you are interested, you don't need to learn the 100 arts of immortals. However, as the cultivation level increases, most people encounter bottlenecks and gradually delve into the 100 arts. Brother Qingxin, do you know about divination? Lu Qingxun asked. Diviner. Lu Qingxin was a little surprised. As for divination, he naturally knew about it. For a dam-forming seed like him, the sect would even use the soul lamp to help confuse the secrets of heaven. But this is very mysterious. Even if Qingyun Sect has a fortune teller, it is difficult to contact. Unlike the Dan formation and talismans, you can directly exchange for inheritance in the sect, and even ask the elders for advice. The inheritance of divination is very rare, and the threshold is also very high. But in this regard, you can learn a little or two. Even if you have the inheritance, it is best not to practice. Lu Qingxin said so. Divination is not only rare, but also difficult to practice. After practicing, it will shorten your life and fortune. He had seen a fortune teller in Qingyun Sect before. As a peak foundation building cultivator, he was only 150 years old, but he was hunched and old. Brother Qingxin, I know, I'm just asking casually. Lu Qingxun nodded slightly. Hey, is the inheritance of divination very rare? Did you have a book on fortune and fortune before? Lu Qingqi next to him heard this and tilted his head and said. Well, Qingxun, do you have a divination inheritance? Lu Qingxin immediately raised his sword eyebrows and looked straight at him. This look made Lu Qingxun feel that he was seen through, and he whispered, My father brought back a book before, so I was interested and read it in my spare time. Father brought back a book. Lu Qingxin was surprised. You know, divination inheritance is very rare. Even he can hardly get in touch with it now. His family actually has such an inheritance. But thinking of Wu Seven Light's Great Freedom Sword Sutra, his elder brother, Senior Tao Shen just now, and Lu Lingxiao, he felt that it was normal to have a divination inheritance. It's good to take a look at this kind of inheritance, don't spend too much time on it, indulge in it, and trap yourself. Lu Qingxin nodded and continued to instruct. Although after entering the art of divination, as long as you don't use it, you won't shorten your life and fortune. But with such means, how many people cannot use it? If you sense any opportunity, crisis, or your relatives and family may be in danger, can you not use it? Moreover, he heard that in the process of divination, if there is a slight mistake in the practice, the whole person will easily fall into it and go crazy. Brother Qingxin, I understand. Lu Qingxun smiled and nodded, indicating that he would not do anything wrong. Peach God, how big do you think the difference in strength is between Wangshu and Qingxin? In Zumi Cave Heaven, Lu Miaoj looked at Huanglin and asked softly. I haven't seen the two of them fight with all their strength, but the outcome should be 60-40. Huanglin said. 60-40. The women were all a little surprised when they heard this. As a talisman cultivator, Wang Shu has a third-level talisman. As long as he sets up a talisman formation, even Qingzhu will find it difficult to break it. But Qingzhu's sword energy is sharp, with a sense of destroying all things. If Wang Shu's talisman formation makes a slight mistake and is broken, it will be very dangerous. So it's hard to say if the two really fight. Honglian said so. Lu Qingzhu's performance today was beyond her expectations. She was surprised at the quality of Lu Changsheng's birth and his luck. Lu Mioj nodded after hearing this, and said nothing more. She had heard her daughter Lu Qingzhu talk about Lu Qingzhu before. Knowing that her son was too talented, he developed an arrogant and conceited personality. Today's battle also showed some frowns. So she thought of asking Lu Wangshu to practice with Lu Qingzhu to see if Lu Qingzhu could restrain his temper. But after hearing Honglian's analysis, she knew that Lu Wangshu would hardly be Lu Qingzhu's opponent without the help of external objects. But in practice, it is naturally impossible to suppress others by talismans. Miaoj, if you want to restrain Qingzhu's temper, just let Pingyan practice with him. Although Pingyan is much older than Qingzhu, it is not a big deal for a foundation-building cultivator, and the two have practiced for about the same time. Ling Zixio saw Lu Miaoj's thoughts and said with a smile. Pingyan's body training is a bit bullying Qingzhu. Lu Miaohu next to him said immediately. In her opinion, as a top genius, isn't it normal for her son to be a little arrogant? Which genius is not arrogant? Besides, isn't her son doing well? How can she be arrogant? After all the calculations, it seems that Pingyan has the highest talent. At this time, Lu Miaoyan suddenly smiled. Lu Qingzhu is already a top genius. But if you really calculate, Lu Pingyan is much more evil than Lu Qingzhu. After this, the women also realized that Lu Pingyan, who has been taught and cultivated by their husbands, seems ordinary, but his growth rate is extremely evil. In the future, Ling Xiao can still fight with Qingzhu. Honglian said in a light and elegant voice. In her opinion, although Lu Qingzhu is powerful, but Lu Xiao still has many shortcomings now. As long as these shortcomings are made up, the overall strength can be further improved, and it is possible to fight with Lu Qingzhu. However, Lu Qingzhu's growth rate is also very amazing. Especially his sharp and domineering sword intent. Even Honglian is not sure what opportunities he has obtained and how much he will grow in the future. If the two have always been a small realm apart, then Lu Xiao will find it difficult to beat Lu Qingzhu. As they talked, they also started to talk about other children in the family. They knew clearly which children in the family were able to build a foundation and had good talents. Chapter 497, Leader of the Five Poisons, is Master Yangming your Taoist partner? Jin State, Fairy Spider Market. Chu Changsheng, Yangming's Henrun. On this day, Meng Xiaojun saw a piece of news. A giant cultivator went to Yinming Ghost Sect to block the gate, and his fighting power was fierce. Not only did he suppress the elders of Yinming Ghost Sect, Guiguig and Ghost Shadows Henrun. The great elder of Yinming Ghost Sect, Ghost Bats Henrun, was seriously injured by this person. The reason is that Chu Changsheng, who is wanted by ghost demons Henrun in his early years, is the son of this person. Not long ago, ghost demons Henrun shamelessly bullied the weak and half-disabled Chu Changsheng, so this Yangming's Henrun went directly to Yinming Ghost Sect to ask for an explanation. This. Meng Xiaojun was stunned when she saw this news, and her face was full of confusion. What the hell is this? She naturally knew about Chu Changsheng, the son of her lover, Lu Quanzhen. A month ago, he was still recuperating here in Fairy Spider Market. How could? This Yangming's Henrun is Lu Lang. Meng Xiaojun immediately realized what was going on. Before, Lu Changsheng said that he would take Lu Quanzhen to solve the physical problem, but in fact, he was going to the Yinming Ghost Sect to ask for an explanation. This. Meng Xiaojun was shocked, her expression was dazed, and the whole person had a dreamy feeling, as if she was dreaming. But even if she was dreaming, she would not dare to be so bold. This is really amazing. You know, the Yinming Ghost Sect is one of the 3 major demon sects in Jin State, along with the 5 Poison Sect. Although the sect does not have a Yuanying's engine sitting in the sect, it has the treasure 10,000 Ghosts blood pool to suppress it, and it is not afraid even when facing the Yuanying's engine. But her lover actually went to the Yinming Ghost Sect to ask for an explanation, and retreated unscathed. It's worthy of being Lu Lang, so majestic. Meng Xiaojun's beautiful eyes looked around, as if she could imagine the scene at that time, and her heart trembled. She only regretted that she could not see her lover's heroic appearance. The supreme elder of the Yinming ghost sect did not appear. After a moment, Meng Xiaochen came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes slightly condensed, and she realized that something was wrong. There have been rumors in the outside world for a long time that the supreme elder of the Yinming ghost sect is in seclusion, preparing to break through the nascent soul. At this time, the Yinming ghost sect has not encountered such a thing, which means that it is very likely that the seclusion has reached a critical juncture. If this supreme elder breaks through the nascent soul, won't Lu Lang be in danger? Meng Xiaochen couldn't help but worry about Lu Changsheng and wanted to know how Lu Changsheng is doing now. Although the matter seems to be over. But everyone with a discerning eye knows that the behavior of this Yang Ming's Hunren can be said to be a slap in the face of the Yinming ghost sect, and the matter cannot be ended so easily. Immediately, she thought for a long time and felt that it was necessary to tell her master about this matter. Although it is difficult for the master to intervene in such a matter and give too much help. But the master must be able to know the details of this matter. At this moment, hundreds of miles away from the Five Poison Sect, the light rain fell on the leaves and ground, splashing a crisp sound. In a cave, the crisp sound of passing through the forest and hitting the leaves echoed. After Lu Changsheng helped Nangguang Mili refine the Wujian Gishao, he naturally continued to enhance their relationship. He said that his origin had recovered a little and he could warm up the golden elixir again. Facing Lu Changsheng's sincerity and the temptation of the golden elixir, Nangguang Mili did not resist or reject it. Thinking that it would take a long time before they could meet again after this separation, Lu Changsheng did not torment Nangguang Mili as hard as he did in the early years, but was very gentle. On the dark golden tiger skin carpet, Nangguang Mili's jade body was graceful, hot and enchanting, and her silky and delicate skin was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her eyebrows were like crescents, slightly frowned, and she was both shy and angry. The narrow and long Danfeng beautiful eyes opened and closed, revealing a charming and flowing aura. The beautifully curved Yao nose hummed from time to time, which was touching. The bright red and plump red lips were bitten lightly, like a juicy cherry fruit, delicate and tempting, and anyone who saw it wanted to suck and taste it. Lu Changsheng hugged the slender waist of the beauty, approached her beautiful and charming face, and kissed her two bright red lips. He felt the sweet fragrance overflowing, which made people immersed in it. It was beautiful. As I said before, Nangguang Mili in front of him was a natural beauty, and any part of her body was so attractive that people could not get tired of it. After spending these days together, Nangguang Mili had also improved compared to before. Under Lu Changsheng's initiative, when he was deeply moved, he would respond slightly. However, if he wanted to unlock more postures, he still needed to work hard. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it took, but the golden elixir was warmed up. Seeing that Nangguang Mili liked this kind of post-event tranquility, Lu Changsheng hugged the other soft and charming body with tenderness. Nangguang Mili's hair was messy, and her body was like a ball of mud, motionless. Under the thin eyebrows like the crescent moon, the beautiful eyes of Danfeng seemed to open and close, flowing like water. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, he actually felt a little reluctant. After this separation, I don't know when we will meet again. Nangguang Mili suddenly felt an indescribable loneliness and solitude in her heart. This was a feeling she had never had before. Lu Changsheng didn't know what Nangguang Mili was thinking. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. What's more, a woman like Nangguang Mili. But he could feel that Nangguang Mili had softened a lot in front of him, and even had some admiration and attachment. This was not only the improvement of feelings and the gift of the Wujian Gishao. There was also the shock and recognition that Nangguang Mili brought to him in terms of strength when he went to the Yinming ghost sect to ask for an explanation. After a long time, Nangguang Mili recovered from the afterglow. The beautiful jade body with undulating curves was covered with a luxurious purple gauze skirt, graceful and graceful. When are you leaving? Nangguang Mili opened her red lips slightly, and her beautiful and enchanting face was cold and noble, without any trace of the previous emotional look. This woman really doesn't recognize people when she puts on a skirt. Seeing her like this, Lu Changsheng complained in his heart, but also found it a little funny. The relationship between the two has come to this point, but they still have to maintain their attitude. However, the more the other party does this, the more he wants to conquer her. I'm going to see Xiaochen again. Lu Changsheng's eyes were warm, tender, and full of reluctance. Yet, Nangguang Mili avoided Lu Changsheng's burning eyes. If Xiaochen is willing, I would like to take Xiachen to Bihu Mountain. Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguang Mili and continued. Although the relationship between him and Meng Xiachen came from the love Laku. But Meng Xiachen has been deeply in love with him for so many years, he feels it is necessary to give her an explanation. When his daughter said goodbye, she also hoped that he would take good care of Meng Xiachen. Nangguang Mili's jade face was slightly stunned. I know Xiachen's situation very well. Taking her back this time, on the one hand, to see if her situation can be solved, on the other hand, it is also to give her an explanation of the result. And the Yinming Ghost Sect dare not do anything to you, maybe they will cause trouble for Xiachen. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. Nangguang Mili remained silent. She naturally knew Meng Xiachen's feelings for Lu Changsheng. If she had not been suppressed by herself and Nangguang Yao, she might have gone to Zhang State to find Lu Changsheng. Now that Nangguang Yao has left, it is impossible for her to keep her by her side. Moreover, Meng Xiachen is now at the 9th level of foundation building and has begun to prepare for the formation of the elixir. If she continues to suppress it, her state of mind may be damaged and it will be difficult to form the elixir. Xiachen has deep feelings for you and has affected her soul. If you want to take her away, then take her away. Nangguang Mili said expressionlessly, but a sour and lonely feeling rose in his heart. Now that his daughter has left, Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiachen are also leaving, and he seems to have become a lonely person for a while. The gate of Bihu Mountain is always open to you, and when I come to Jin State, I will come with Xiachen. Lu Changsheng held Nangguang Mili's fair jade hand and said in a warm voice. He took Meng Xiachen back to Bihu Mountain, in addition to giving her an explanation, but also thinking of using her to smooth the relationship between himself and Nangguang Mi. Got it. Nangguang Mili said with some irritation in his heart, trying to shake off Lu Changsheng's hand. Lu Changsheng held it tightly, smiled, and said, in this case, Mili, come with me to the fairy spider market. Otherwise, Xiachen will miss you as her master, and she probably won't go with me. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Humph. Nangguang Mili snorted coldly. This is also the point that she is most satisfied with Meng Xiachen. Even though she was infected with a love Laku and had deep feelings for Lu Changsheng, she still didn't forget her master. It means that her master's position in her heart is no less than Lu Changsheng. Soon, the two walked out of the cave and went to the fairy spider market. Fairy spider market. Master, Lu Lang. Meng Xiachen saw Lu Changsheng and her master coming, and immediately shouted happily. I don't know if it's an illusion, she feels that the two seem to be closer than before. Lu Lang, I heard. Meng Xiachen, wearing a purple dress, with a delicate and dreamy appearance, was concerned about whether Lu Changsheng was injured when he went to the Yinming Ghost Sect. Then she asked whether Lu Quanzion's situation had been resolved. Although she had received relevant information, she did not know the specific process. It's not a big deal. It will take some time to resolve Quanzion's situation. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. After that, he glanced at Nangguang Mili and continued, but this matter may indeed cause some unnecessary trouble, so I am going to go back. Xiachen, are you willing to go back with me? When Meng Xiachen heard this, her dreamy and delicate face was immediately filled with joy and surprise. She wanted to agree directly and express her willingness. But seeing the expressionless, cold and noble master next to her, she suddenly looked a little uneasy. If you want to go, go. Nangguang Mili saw her looking at him and said unhappily, but he felt very aggrieved. This bastard had snatched my daughter from me before, and now he wants to kidnap my apprentice. Hearing this, Meng Xiachen pursed her lips and looked conflicted. Although she wanted to leave with Lu Changsheng very much, not long ago, Nangguang Yao was accepted as a disciple by Yuanying Zhenjian and went to Qingyun Sect. If she left again at this time, wouldn't her master be left alone? The disciple chooses to accompany the master. Meng Xiachen said after a moment of hesitation, biting her lips. Seeing this, Nangguang Mili felt a little relieved, and her expressionless and cold face softened a little. She said, if you want to go, go. There is no need to force yourself. She needs to practice in seclusion next, and has no time to worry about Meng Xiachen. Moreover, the other party and Lu Changsheng have reached this point, and continuing to interfere will only affect the relationship between master and apprentice. Besides, Meng Xiachen, the apprentice, is still on the side of her master. Now that Meng Xiachen is going back with this bastard, she can also learn about the situation of this bastard and Bihu Mountain through Meng Xiachen. It's not like you won't come back after you go. You can come back anytime you want. Lu Changsheng ignored Meng Xiaojin's words and smiled at her. Although Nangguang Mili said that he didn't care. But if Meng Xiaojin really chose to leave with him without hesitation, she would be worried about it and the relationship between master and apprentice would be broken. Thank you, master, for your help, Xiaojin. Meng Xiaojin bowed and saluted after hearing this. After Nangguang Mili gave Meng Xiaojin a few instructions, he asked her to hand over the affairs of the fairy spider market, then left the fairy spider market and returned to the Five Poison Sect to prepare for retreat and cultivation. However, as soon as she returned to Xianzhu Peak, the manager of the peak said that the leader of the Five Poison Sect asked her to go over. Hearing this, Nangguang Mili narrowed her beautiful eyes and thought about something. Then she came to the Five Saints Temple, bowed and said, "Meet the leader. Come in." After a moment, a childish voice full of majesty sounded in the temple. "Greetings, master." Nangguang Mili walked into the hall, looked at the Five Poisons master who looked like a little girl in the hall, and bowed again with a respectful look. "Sky Spider Envoy, do you know about the Yinming Ghost Sect?" The Five Poisons master looked at Nangguang Mili and asked directly. "Master, are you talking about a matter of Yangming's Henrun?" Nangguang Mili said respectfully with a calm expression. "Yes, 3 days ago, the Yinming Ghost King came to pay homage to me. Although he did not ask directly, he talked about this matter." The voice of the Five Poisons master was crisp and childish, but it was filled with indescribable majesty. It means that the Yinming Ghost King calculated that this ancient old demon was in his Five Poison Sect, and Nangguang Mili had intervened in the affairs of the ghost demons Henren and Chu Changsheng. Reply to the master, "Yang Ming's Henren is my Taoist partner," Nangguang Mili said directly. She realized before that a rescue of Lu Quan's Hen might arouse the suspicion of the ghost demons Henren, and thus be known by the Yinming Ghost Sect. Taoist partner. The Five Poison Sect leader was a little surprised. She guessed that Nangguang Mili had a relationship with this Yang Ming's Henren. But she didn't expect that the two of them were actually in a Taoist relationship. After all, this Sky Spider Envoy didn't look like someone who would form a Taoist partner with someone. But thinking of Nangguang Yaoyao, she immediately asked, "Is he Nangguang Yaoyao's father?" "Yes, sect leader." Nangguang Mili looked calm. "Can this person be used by our Five Poison Sect, or come to our Five Poison Sect to serve as a guest elder?" The Five Poison Sect leader pondered slightly. Although the Five Poison Sect has a friendship with the Yinming Ghost Sect, it has no intention of offending Lu Changsheng for the Yinming Ghost Sect. The first thing he thought of was to take Lu Changsheng in and use him, adding a great fighting force to his Five Poison Sect. After all, the fighting power of this Yangming's Henren can be described as extremely fierce. One person and one pet, they beat the Ghost Bat's Henren seriously in a short time. If it weren't for the support of the Yinming Ghost King, maybe the Yinming Ghost Sect's elder would have fallen in the hands of this Yangming's Henren. This kind of fighting power can be said to be the best under the nascent soul. If their Five Poison Sect can obtain such a top fighting power, their strength will be further improved. "Master, the matter between him and me is a coincidence. Fate plays tricks on people. If you encounter danger, he is willing to help, but it is extremely difficult to let him join the Five Poison Sect and serve as a guest elder. And he has important things to do and has left Jin State." Nangguang Mili said respectfully. It is difficult for her to lie in front of a nascent soul true lord like the Five Poison Master. So what she said was the truth, but some information was concealed. It's a pity. If he comes to Jin State again, you can invite him to visit the Five Poison Sect. The matter between him and the Yinming Ghost Sect, this seat can resolve it for him. The Five Poison Master said so. Before the White Lotus True Lord came, he knew that the great catastrophe would start in the future, so he also had a sense of urgency and wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. "Yes, Master, I will definitely tell him when he comes to Jin State again." Nangguang Mili bowed and said. "Okay, you don't need to care about the Sky Spider Envoy, the Yinming Ghost Sect, and the old demon's henchman." The Five Poison Sect leader nodded slightly, his childish voice full of majesty and domineering. Now Nangguang Mili not only has Nangguang Yaoyao, a daughter who was accepted as a disciple by Yuanying's Henjin. He also has a Taoist partner who is under the Yuanying stage and has invincible combat power. So he has a little more attention to the Sky Spider Envoy. Chapter 498 Lu Changsheng, Qingyu is still as pure as ice and jade in my heart. After Nangguang Mili walked out of the Five Saints Hall, she thought of the attitude of the Five Poison Sect leader just now, and she felt complacent. In the early years, she only felt this emotion from her daughter Nangguang Yao. Now there is one more person. At this time, she looked at the jade slip in her hand. She wanted to see how Lu Changsheng was so vigorous in the Yinming Ghost Sect and how he forced the Yinming Ghost Sect to surrender. After all, she only heard about Lu Changsheng's affairs in the Yinming Ghost Sect and didn't know the details. After a moment, the jade slip in Nangguang Mili's hand broke, and her beautiful and enchanting face was as cold as water. How come this dog man has women everywhere he goes? It's okay to ask for an explanation for his son, but why is there another wife? Question mark. How many wives do you have? Question mark. You can still meet a wife when you go to the Yinming Ghost Sect. Question mark. Dog man. Nangguang Mili's beautiful eyes were cold, and she cursed in her heart. Then she turned into a rainbow light and returned to her Xiansu peak, entered the hall with a bang, and began to practice in seclusion. But looking at the empty hall, thinking about Lu Changsheng's affairs, my heart was sour and unhappy. This dog man was merciful everywhere, if it lasted for a long time. For a moment, this sky spider envoy, who was cold and ruthless in the eyes of outsiders, was like a girl in love, and she actually felt a little worried about gains and losses. But after a while, Nangguang Mili realized that her emotions were affected by Lu Changsheng, snorted coldly, abandoned distracting thoughts, and practiced quietly. I planned to go to Zheng Kingdom to see Xiaojun and bring her back after breaking through the 6th level of Jinden. At this moment, 9 Heavens Gangfeng Layer. A golden rainbow light tore through the layers of Gangfeng and flew towards the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. This time, Lu Changsheng did not plan to go through the border between Zheng Kingdom and Jin Kingdom, but planned to cross the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to go back. See if you can encounter some natural treasures and 3rd-level spiritual plants on the way. Also hunt down the Sun and Moon Tonghu butterfly that I have been thinking about for a long time. This Sun and Moon Tonghu butterfly is a 3rd-level mid-stage demon king. Due to the mutation of blood, his strength is comparable to that of a great cultivator in the late Jinden period. In the early years, Lu Changsheng was jealous, but he was not sure how to deal with it. Now that his strength has increased, with a golden-winged sky peng and Chu Ching Yi, he is sure to kill this Sun and Moon butterfly. Lu Lang. Meng Xiaojun sat cross-legged on the golden-winged sky peng, a little nervous, and asked if she had any attention when she went to Bihu Mountain. Just treat it as your own home. Lu Changsheng chuckled and told her about some of the family's situations. He also said that because of the things that happened between the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Chen family of Hongai Valley in the early years, Lu Mayaoj, Lu Maahun, and Lu Mayaoyan still remembered her and had a good impression of her. The only thing to pay attention to is to try not to fight in public. Although the poison skills that Meng Xiaojun practiced are not as bloody as those of the Xianxi sect and the Yinming Ghost sect, they also belong to the category of the devil. Ordinary casual cultivators and clan cultivators may not recognize it. But the foundation-building cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects can recognize that this is the inheritance of the 5 poison sect skills. Meng Xiaojun's face was full of sweetness. In her heart, as long as she could be with Lu Changsheng, nothing else mattered. Even breaking through the Jinden stage was not so important. However, Lu Changsheng took the initiative to ask Meng Xiaojun about breaking through the Jinden stage. He had 2 Ningjing pills in his hand. If Meng Xiaojun needed it, he would not mind taking one out. After all, none of his wives, concubines, and children at home were in urgent need of Ningjing pills. If Meng Xiaojun could break through the Jinden stage soon, her family would have one more Jinden fighting force. It would be much easier to obtain Ningjing pills afterwards. She could collect the materials for Ningjing pills herself and ask Honglian to refine them. If I practice with concentration, I will be able to practice to the peak of foundation building in 2 or 3 years. But if you want to break through the Jinden stage, you still need to constantly refine your foundation through the 10,000 poisons devouring heart art. Otherwise, even if you succeed in forming the Jinden stage, it will only be a low-grade flawed pill. Meng Xiaojun said so. She has a body of thousands of poisons and practices in harmony with the inheritance, so she practices very quickly. But this kind of practice has its pros and cons, and breaking through a great realm is much more difficult than other practices. More time must be spent on strengthening the foundation. Okay, I'll see if I can help then. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. His yin and yang energy can naturally nourish the Dao Foundation pill, which is equivalent to helping people strengthen their foundation. Yemeng Xiaojun responded happily, looking at Lu Changsheng with tenderness in her beautiful eyes. In addition to love, she was also full of admiration and admiration. The love laku not only makes people unable to suppress their feelings and love, but also constantly magnifies any advantages in the other person's heart, ignores the shortcomings, and thus cannot extricate themselves. In the past few months of getting along, the more Meng Xiaojun knows about Lu Changsheng, the deeper her love becomes. By the way, Xiaojun at this time, Lu Changsheng thought of Chu Qingyi and the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. Chu Qingyi will meet Meng Xiaojun later anyway. So in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he has to explain in advance. He plans to directly explain Meng Xiaojun's situation at that time. He said that the other party was his early lover, but he just joined the Five Poison Sect by chance. This time, the two met in Jin State, and under my persuasion, they returned to the right path. Meng Xiaojun is not as famous as Nanguang Li. As long as I explain it well, I think Chu Qingyi will not mind it too much. And after saying hello, as long as Meng Xiaojun does not mess around in Qingyun territory afterwards, there will be certain guarantees. Master Qingyi. Meng Xiaojun heard this, her pink lips slightly opened, her beautiful eyes surprised. As a true disciple of the Five Poison Sect, she still has some simple understanding of the situation of the four major immortal sects in Zheng State. She knew that Qingyun Sect had a giant master like Chu Qingyi. But she never expected that this giant master actually had an inseparable relationship with her lover. It's worthy of being Lu Lang. Meng Xiaojun was not jealous, and thought it was natural. Isn't it normal that many women like a great man like Lu Changsheng, who is handsome, talented, powerful, and full of charm? After explaining to Meng Xiaojun, the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand and entered it. When Meng Xiaojun saw Lu Changsheng disappear, she immediately carefully held the emerald green lotus seat. The golden-winged skypeng slowed down slightly, and an invisible demonic force surged to protect Meng Xiaojun. Otherwise, even if Meng Xiaojun had the 9th level of foundation building, she would not be able to withstand such a fierce gale. Dao Ialu. Chu Qingyi saw Lu Changsheng coming in the Xianyun treasure royal lotus and immediately called out, "Qingyi." Lu Changsheng smiled and walked forward, holding her hand very naturally. Then he said, "We have now left the territory of the Yinming Ghost Sect and are about to enter the Wanxiao Mountain Range. I plan to cross the Wanxiao Mountain Range to go back." Cross the Wanxiao Mountain Range. Chu Qingyi was surprised. You know, the Wanxiao Mountain Range is full of demonic beasts. Even if a giant and cultivator wants to cross the mountain range and go from Jin to Jiang, it is very dangerous. But when she thought of Lu Changsheng's golden-winged skypeng, she felt relieved. With such a top demon king, as long as he doesn't cause trouble, it is very easy for Lu Changsheng to cross the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Well, this time I want to see if there are any natural treasures, and hunt a demon king by the way. Lu Changsheng said so. In the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, there are groups of demon kings. If you want to hunt a demon king, you still have to be careful and must fight quickly. Chu Qingyi reminded immediately. Don't worry, I understand. Lu Changsheng had the experience of being hunted by a demon king, so he didn't plan to kill demon kings indiscriminately. His main target was the sun and moon butterfly. How is Quanzhen? He asked. The situation is better, but I still need to rest slowly. Chu Qingyi shook his head gently, and entered the palace with Lu Changsheng and came to the meditation room. Lu Quanzhen was dressed in a black robe, holding a diamond relic in one hand and a 9-eyed Bodhi seed in the other, sitting cross-legged on a cushion. In front of him was a light blue incense burner, burning wisps of incense, filled with a faint fragrance that makes people calm. Father, Senior Chu. Lu Quanzhen opened his eyes, stood up and shouted. His face was still pale, without any blood color, and his eyes were filled with blood evil, scarlet as blood. Quanzhen, how are you now? Lu Changsheng asked. Father, I am in much better condition now. With this Vajra relic, I can suppress the blood evil erosion. Lu Quanzhen said so. Lu Changsheng stepped forward and checked his physical condition. It was a little better than before, but there was not much change. Although this Vajra relic can suppress the netherworld blood evil, it takes a long time to take effect. Have you taken the longevity pill? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. I have taken it. Lu Quanzhong whispered. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng frowned. Although the main effect of the longevity pill is to prolong life, it is also a tonic pill that is good for the body and rejuvenates it. But Lu Quanzhong took the third-level longevity pill, but his body did not get better obviously. System. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he looked at Lu Quanzhong's attribute panel. Name, Lu Quanzhong, lifespan. 60/90, talent, 4th grade spiritual root, cultivation, 9th level of foundation building, talent, fighting compatibility, 71%, sure enough. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly. The third-level life extension pill can increase lifespan by 30 to 50 years. Even if the Yinming Ghost Sect's life extension pill is of ordinary quality, it can at least extend lifespan by 30 years. But Lu Quanzhong only extended his life by 21 years. The effect is only slightly better than the second-level life extension pill. This is not because there is a problem with the Yinming Ghost Sect's life extension pill. It's that Lu Quanzhong's body is too poor. Just like an old man whose lifespan is about to expire and whose potential is exhausted. Only in this way will the effect of the life extension pill be greatly reduced and unsatisfactory. Well, you can rest assured these days. I'll call you when I get home. Lu Changsheng said. Although extending life by 21 years is short. But as long as Lu Quanzhong takes good care of himself, he is still confident that he can get rid of the blood evil, condense the basic mana, and break through the dam formation within 30 years. Yes, father. Lu Quanzhong bowed and responded, knowing that the effect of taking the longevity pill seemed to be not good. Although he didn't know his lifespan, he could sense it roughly. Lu Changsheng nodded, walked out of the quiet room with Chu Qingyi, then looked at her and shouted, Qingyi. What's wrong? Chu Qingyi's beautiful eyes were like water, and she looked at Lu Changsheng with some doubts. Cough cough cough, Lu Changsheng suddenly covered his chest and coughed. Chu Qingyi's cheeks flushed like clouds, and she understood what Lu Changsheng meant. Qingyi, although my injuries have stabilized, I still hurt my origin and can't use too much mana. It may be dangerous to cross the 10,000 Beasts mountain range next, and the demon king I am going to hunt is extraordinary. Lu Changsheng explained, knowing that it was a bit of a stretch to say that his injuries were too serious in his current situation. But in this kind of situation, you have to give people a reason to convince yourself. Chu Qingyi lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and she didn't say anything. As a sword cultivator, she could see that Lu Changsheng had a long breath and full of energy, and he didn't look like he was in any serious trouble. But when Lu Changsheng said that he hurt his origin, she couldn't confirm it. After all, Lu Changsheng had such a crazy outburst before, it was reasonable to hurt his origin. But after being together for so long, Lu Changsheng has been labeled as a rogue, not serious, and shameless in her heart. She thought that the other party was deceiving herself again. Good Qingyi, just help me. Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi, who was still in disguise, holding her hand and whispering. Well, why is this line a little inexplicably familiar? Although Chu Qingyi was in disguise at this time, her appearance was ordinary, but she was full of shame and anger, and her blushing cheeks also had a unique charm. She bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, wanting to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Good Qingyi, can you bear to see me like this? Lu Changsheng knew that if he took action directly, Chu Qingyi would most likely give in to him half-heartedly. But for some reason, seeing the other party looking shy, a little aggrieved, but pursing her lips and not saying anything, he couldn't help but tease her. Chu Qingyi blushed like a rosy cloud, listening to Lu Changsheng calling her good Qingyi all the time, and with a pleading tone. Her heart was in turmoil, and she didn't owe this person anything. Then she sighed slightly and whispered, it's just healing. Yeah, it's just healing. Qingyi is still pure and innocent in my heart. Lu Changsheng nodded seriously and said, holding Chu Qingyi's jade hand, and came to a side hall. Chu Qingyi lowered her delicate head, her cheeks blushing, and couldn't help but spit secretly. She was like this with him, what, pure and innocent. Without waiting for Chu Qingyi to think more, Lu Changsheng kissed the beauty. During this process, chaotic energy flowed on Lu Changsheng's face, and his true appearance returned. Even though Chu Qingyi was not a face lover, she was still slightly moved when she saw Lu Changsheng's handsome face. Feeling the oppressive invasion of Lu Changsheng's gentleness, his hands kept wandering on her body, Chu Qingyi felt soft all over. Suddenly, she felt a little rebellious, pursed her lips, and did not untie her disguise. Good Qingyi. After a moment, Lu Changsheng put his arms around the beautiful woman's waist, looked at her beautiful eyes closed and her cheeks burning, and whispered, "Healing." Chu Qingyi complained in her heart, this person said healing, but he kept making trouble and didn't get down to business. Okay, healing. Lu Changsheng saw that she was protesting silently, and felt a little funny in his heart, and kissed her again. As time passed, the beautiful woman's black hair was messy, her blushing and hot cheeks became more and more red, and she almost collapsed in Lu Changsheng's arms. Soon, the elegant blue and white dress fell off, and a warm and wonderful fragrance hid her face. Although Chu Qingyi's appearance is ordinary and not outstanding now, her body is tall and graceful, with a slender waist, a perky buttocks, a jade back, white wrists, a neck, and beautiful legs, all of which are flawless. The embroidered shoes were taken off, revealing a pair of beautiful jade feet wrapped in white silk stockings. A moment later, a round of bright sun rose in the hall, shining with crystal light. It can be seen that the 10 toes in the white silk stockings are curled up restlessly. Chapter 499 Dao Embryo Pill, Qingmu Spirit Body. Xianeng Bao Huang Lotus. In the simple and antique side hall, spring is everywhere, and the purple gold incense burner beside the bed is burning with curling sandalwood. Lu Changsheng embraced the delicate and graceful body of the beauty, and felt physically and mentally comfortable, energetic, and relaxed. Dual cultivation can not only heal injuries, but also benefit the body and mind, relieve fatigue, and soothe the soul. Qingyi, you smell so good. Lu Changsheng looked at the fairy with rosy cheeks, and the cream flowed between his palms and fingers, like white clouds and gray dogs, changing constantly. Chu Qingyi's cheeks were flushed, and she pursed her lips and said nothing. This person practiced dual cultivation, and he always said something to tease her. And this person didn't look like he had heard his origin. But she realized that the other party was playing rogue before, so she didn't blame him. She just sighed secretly, if this goes on, she will really have to have an unclear relationship with this person. With your help, Qingyi, I'm much better now. I should be able to recover after a few more times in a few days. Lu Changsheng continued. Chu Qingyi's face was startled, her body stiffened slightly, and she looked at Lu Changsheng in amazement. I didn't expect this man to be so thick-skinned. He could even say seriously that he wanted to heal his wounds. After a long silence, Chu Qingyi whispered, Daoyalu is a heavenly man, why do you insist on this? Because I fell in love with Qingyi at first sight, I really can't let it go. Only in this way can I advance the relationship until I really have you. Lu Changsheng said calmly. Chu Qingyi was silent. Even though she had known the other party's intentions for a long time. But when she heard Lu Changsheng say it so directly, she couldn't help but feel a throbbing heart. The beauty of men and women is not conducive to cultivation, and the appearance of the skin is sensual and lustful, and the desires confuse the heart. Daoyalu should be able to see through it. She lowered her head slightly, wanting to continue to persuade Lu Changsheng. Back then in the Great Dream Fairy City, she and Lu Changsheng said similar words. But now when she talked about it, some inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. Haha, didn't I tell Qingyi that I am just a layman? I can't see through it, and I don't want to see through it. Lu Changsheng said with a casual look. If Qingyi is an ugly girl, can you see through it, fellow Taoist Lu? After a moment of silence, Chu Qingyi raised her head slightly and said so. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, looked at the beauty in his arms, gently pinched her chin, and looked at her ordinary face after the disguise. Then he said aloud, like Qingyi, even if she is an ugly girl, she is also a peerless beauty. Besides, it is meaningless to make such an assumption. When I first saw Qingyi, I was already in love with her. Although this is a bit false. But a female cultivator like Chu Qingyi has a transcendent charm all over her body, which raises her beauty by several levels out of thin air. Of course, if she is really an ugly girl, Lu Changsheng feels that it is hard to say. He may help her out because of the relationship between Yun Wansheng and Xiao Xiao. But it is estimated that it is difficult to sacrifice himself to save her, and take the initiative afterwards. Sure enough, I still can't avoid vulgarity. Lu Changsheng thought to himself after questioning his true heart. Then he smiled at Chu Qingyi and said, Why, Qingyi said that beauty or ugliness is just a matter of appearance? Why do you care about this? I'm just asking casually. Chu Qingyi's cheeks flushed, like a wronged young wife. She said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, no matter what Qingyi looks like, I like her, but I like her stunning appearance more. Lu Changsheng laughed, pinched her white face, and said, let's go, we are almost at the Qingzhu Mountain range. Although there is a golden-winged sky rock, it is basically no problem. But the Qingzhu Mountain range is full of dangers, so you still have to be careful. Well, Chu Qingyi was slightly startled when she saw Lu Changsheng's casual look, and pursed her lips lightly. After a while, the two put on their clothes and walked out of the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus. Lu Lang. Meng Xiaochen shouted immediately after seeing Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyi appear. Xiaochen. Lu Changsheng shouted with a smile. Then he introduced to Chu Qingyi. Qingyi, this is Meng Xiaochen, my good friend in the past. 5 Poison Sect disciple. Chu Qingyi saw at a glance that Meng Xiaochen was not an ordinary disciple of the 5 Poison Sect. However, as Lu Changsheng guessed, although she disliked Meng Xiaochen, she did not show any special rejection. She just told Lu Changsheng to be careful and pay attention. This kind of demon cultivator must be guarded against. If something happened, it might implicate Qingzhu Mountain. I believe Xiaochen. Lu Changsheng pinched her fair hands and smiled. Dao Ialu, you said you are going to hunt a demon king. Do you have a target? Chu Qingyi looked at the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in front of her with clear eyes and asked. Although she was a giant cultivator, she had never looked down across the 10,000 Beasts mountain range like this. Sun and Moon Butterfly, a 3rd stage mid-stage demon king. Lu Changsheng said directly. Sun and Moon Butterfly. Chu Qingyi didn't know much about the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and had never heard of this name. He just nodded slightly and reminded, if you want to kill this kind of demon king, you must be careful and don't provoke other demon kings. Don't worry, I know. Lu Changsheng smiled, then sat cross-legged on the golden-winged sky pang and chatted with Chu Qingyi and Meng Xiaochen. It's just that the two women don't like each other and don't talk much together. Jiang Kingdom. Outside the Wufang market, a 2nd-level spiritual boat with a golden luster slowly landed. This is it. On the spiritual boat, Lu Qingshan looked at the beast caravan in the distance, on which stood a flag of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, and said. Then he got off the spiritual boat with Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingxun, and Lu Qingqi. He came here to find Lu Ruai. Lu Qingxun and Lu Qingqi have never been far away, so they went out together this time to enhance the relationship between brothers. Well, Qingxun, Xiaoqi? Why are you here? Next to the caravan, a Lu family member who was stationed there did not recognize Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu, but recognized Lu Qingxun and Lu Qingqi at first sight. Brother Yu, sister Xiao. Lu Qingxun was handsome and gentle as jade, and smiled as he stepped forward to greet several people. Although the Lu family did not distinguish between legitimate and illegitimate children, they were treated equally. However, several mistresses and their children were still given some preferential treatment. As the son of Lu Miaoj and the more beloved son of Lu Changsheng, Lu Qingxun had a gentle and humble personality, so he had a good relationship with most of his brothers and sisters in the family. After hearing the purpose of Lu Qingxun's visit, these people immediately said that Lu Ruai was in the market, and then activated the communication talisman to greet Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu. Although Lu Qingshan had been away for a long time, most of the Lu family members were not familiar with him. But his name was very famous in Qingzhu Mountain. At this time, the foundation building priest in charge of the caravan walked out of the carriage and was surprised to see Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu. I didn't expect that the Lu family would have 2 more foundation building masters. This background is so terrifying. Yet, Lu Qingshan just smiled and said a few polite words. Not long after, Lu Ruai, wearing a golden soft armor, walked out of the market quickly. Seeing Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingxun and others, she was a little surprised and came forward to say hello. However, she was not very close to Lu Qingshan, just greeting and asking when he came back. Xiao Zuer. Lu Qingshan never liked such courtesy. After a few greetings, he shouted to his sister. Sister Ruai, the sword embryo you gave to my brother before, he has been thinking about it, so this time I came back, I prepared a little gift for you, sister. Lu Qingzhu said kindly with a smile, handed a storage bag to Lu Ruai, and introduced the treasures inside. These things can be given by Lu Qingshan, naturally extraordinary. The first item is a bracelet named Zhuangguang bracelet. This bracelet is a rare treasure, with both offensive and defensive functions. If it is activated in the early stage of foundation building, it can exert the power of a top-grade spiritual weapon. If it is activated in the middle stage of foundation building, it can exert the power of a top-grade spiritual weapon. Originally, Lu Qingshan gave this rare treasure to his sister Lu Qingzhu. But Lu Qingzhu thought that she could not use it, so she chose to give it to Lu Ruiyi. It's too precious. Lu Ruiyi shook her head and refused. In the early stage of foundation building, cultivators can only use middle-grade spiritual weapons at most, and they will easily run out of mana after a long time. However, this rare treasure only needs to be consumed by low-grade spiritual weapons to exert the effect of a top-grade spiritual weapon. If she holds this rare treasure, it will be enough to compete head-on with cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building. Sister Ruiyi, you should keep it. This is a little thought from your brother. Otherwise, he will always be thinking about it. Lu Qingzhu smiled with her hands covering her mouth, quietly saying that her brother's personality is like this. In fact, he is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Okay, thank you Qingshan, Sister Qingzhu. Although Lu Ruiyi felt that Lu Qingshan was not a cold-faced but warm-hearted person, seeing Lu Qingzhu like this, she still accepted it with a smile. Then Lu Qingzhu introduced the second treasure, which was a talisman. However, it was a very rare escape talisman. The third was a precious elixir, Dao Embryo Pill, which had the effect of condensing the foundation of Taoism. Even though Lu Ruiyi had been in charge of the Chamber of Commerce for these years and had seen many good things, he still felt that these three treasures were extremely precious. Especially the Dao Embryo Pill, which was invaluable in the market and countless people were scrambling for it. In addition to these three treasures, Lu Qingzhu also prepared several fine spiritual tools and natural treasures, which made Lu Ruiyi feel that the brother and sister were simply rich. The wealth of the two was not something that a foundation-building cultivator could accumulate. It can only be said that the situation of the brother and sister cannot be measured by ordinary foundation-building cultivators. Where are you going next, Sister Ruiyi? At this time, Lu Qingshan stepped forward and asked Lu Ruiyi. After this trip of supplies, we will finish some business in the shops here, and the next stop is the Fang family in Baishishan. Lu Ruiyi is quite close to her younger brother Lu Qingshan, and said with a smile. On the one hand, Lu Miaoji usually cares for her. On the other hand, this younger brother has a gentle personality, and his appearance and temperament are 7 points similar to his father. He is like a gentleman and very easy to get along with. Sister Ruiyi, we come out this time, and we also want to experience the life of the caravan and understand the situation of the Chamber of Commerce. Sister Ruiyi, do you mind if we accompany you for a while? Lu Qingshan grinned, revealing white teeth, like soft sunshine. Of course there is no problem. Lu Ruiyi smiled and said, with Qingshan, Qingzhu and you, I think this trip will be worry-free. Sister Ruiyi, does the caravan often encounter danger? Lu Qingshu asked with some curiosity. Not often, but it is inevitable that there will be some villains who will have bad intentions to rob the cultivators. Lu Ruiyi explained aloud, and while speaking, he took them into the market to handle the affairs and then prepared to set off. Half a month later, Lu Qingshan flicked his finger, and the sword light burst out, half crippling a foundation-building cultivator. He said with some doubts, where does this kind of trash get the courage to rob people? Lu Ruiyi and another guest official were stunned when they saw this method, and then they were silent, and some didn't know what to say. A foundation-building cultivator was suppressed by Lu Qingshan's finger snap. Horrible, this kind of strength is simply terrifying. Doesn't it mean that Lu Qingshan can attack them with just a finger snap? This kind of robber cultivator is just asking for a small fortune, Lu Ruiyi explained. Although the caravan has foundation-building cultivators sitting in the caravan, but facing the foundation-building robber cultivator, unless you use talismans or trump cards, it is difficult to kill. So if the other party is just asking for a small fortune, most caravans will choose to make money in peace. After all, if you take action and the other party escapes and then holds a grudge in your heart, it may cause more trouble. It is better to spend a little money to avoid disaster. Tisk. Lu Qingshan sighed and roughly understood the reason. In places like Qingyun territory, a foundation-building cultivator is already an old ancestor. No matter which caravan, unless there are special circumstances, at most 1 or 2 foundation-building cultivators will be sent to take charge. This also gives many robbery cultivators the opportunity to earn extra money. These robbery cultivators also know what is going on, and they will not make things difficult if they ask for some benefits. I met Lu Qingzhu today, purely because I didn't check the almanac before going out. Qingzhu, what is your current cultivation level? At this time, Lu Ruai asked, somewhat curious about Lu Qingzhu's cultivation strength. 6th level of foundation building. Lu Qingzhu said truthfully. 6th level. Lu Ruai was surprised. On the one hand, I think Lu Qingzhu is very talented at this age and cultivation level. On the other hand, I think it is really outrageous that a 6th level foundation building cultivator has such combat power. However, thinking of this younger brother's talent, it cannot be understood by common sense. By the way, Sister Ruai, you just mentioned the Sima family. If I go directly to kill all the foundation building cultivators in their family, will it cause trouble for our family? At this time, Lu Qingzhu touched his chin and suddenly said. He just heard about his family and the Sima family. The clever and eccentric Sister Lu Wangshu in his memory is still in Qingzhu Mountain, guarding against the Sima family's trouble. So he thought that he should make more contributions to the family this time. No, Brother Qingzhu, don't do that. Before Lu Ruai could speak, Lu Qingzhu beside him hurriedly said. He said that doing so would not only cause the Sima family to go crazy, but Qingyun Sect would also come forward to punish them severely. In recent years, there have been no major conflicts between Qingzhu Mountain and the Jin family and Sima family because of the deterrence of Qingyun Sect. Therefore, if there are frictions among the families, they are just minor fights and will not go too far. Jiang Kingdom and Yu Kingdom are allies. For the sake of Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Sect should not do anything to me, and I also have some relationship with Qingyun Sect. Lu Qingzhu felt that if he was only worried about Qingyun Sect, it would be okay. No, absolutely not. Dad and Aunt have told us that our family does not need to have conflicts with these family forces now, as long as we develop steadily. Lu Ruai said, worried that this younger brother would mess up. Brother. Lu Qingzhu also glared at his brother, signaling him not to make trouble. Lu Ruai and Lu Qingzhu may think that their brother is just joking. But she knows that her brother directly considers the consequences, which means that he really has this idea. And he has the strength to do so. I just said it casually, so that's it. Lu Qingzhu immediately made a gesture of surrender. The four of them followed the caravan for another half a month. After experiencing it, Lu Qingzhu drove the spirit boat and took the three of them to Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Wangshu has been in Qingzhu Mountain all this time. So Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingzhu, and Lu Qingqi all want to come and visit this sister and sister. If there is a force causing trouble, Lu Qingzhu can also strengthen Lu Wangshu's power. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. Puff. Under the joint attack of Lu Changsheng, Chu Qingyi, and Jin Pen, a demon king wailed, blood splattered in the sky, and was directly killed. Since he was preparing to hunt the sun and moon butterfly, Lu Changsheng naturally cultivated some tacit understanding with Chu Qingyi and Jin Pen in advance, and found a few demon kings to practice. The process was very smooth. Lu Changsheng first asked Jin Pen to restrain his breath and disguised himself as a third-level early-stage demon king to provoke. After the demon king appeared, Jin Pen immediately rushed into the sky with demonic energy and suppressed it through blood. Then Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyi attacked at the same time. Yin and Yang Qi captured and suppressed, and Chu Qingyi's sword tactics broke the defense. Jin Pen completed the final knife. However, with a previous experience, Lu Changsheng did not dare to do too much now that he was crossing the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. After hunting down 2 demon kings, he did not continue to hunt, so as not to cause siege. And Chu Qingyi reminded Lu Changsheng that this kind of thing should not be done too much. If the killing is too much, it will provoke the demon king to be furious, and it is likely to set off a wave of demon beasts and attack the human city. Although this wave of demon beasts cannot hurt Lu Changsheng. But the world of immortal cultivation has always had the theory of cause and effect. For example, if a beast tide is provoked, causing too many innocent people to be affected, there may be karma, which will increase the heart demon tribulation and heavenly tribulation when breaking through the nascent soul in the future. Although this statement is illusory, most high-level cultivators would rather believe it. A few days later, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind, accompanied by a mysterious throbbing. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 8 spiritual offspring, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Is this Qingqing giving birth, or Linger? Lu Changsheng paused. Bai Ling has been pregnant for more than 2 years, Almost 3 years. So in the past 2 years, every time a child was born, he was nervous, looking forward to it but afraid that it was the child in Bai Ling's belly. After all, he was looking forward to this child. If the child was born and the talent turned out to be average, I don't know how long he would be uncomfortable. Through mysterious induction, Lu Changsheng felt that the spiritual body of this child was average. His mind moved slightly and he looked at the system interface. Name, unnamed, lifespan. 1/89, talent, 3rd grade spiritual root, Qingmu spiritual body, medium spiritual body, cultivation, none, talent, spiritual plant, 43%, Qing's child. Lu Changsheng looked at the panel of this son and knew that this was the offspring born by his Taoist partner Zhao Qingqing. The other party had been pregnant for a long time, more than a year. 3rd grade spiritual root, Qingmu spiritual body is not bad. Qingmu spiritual body is similar to Lu Qingshan's Zhengjin body. It is one of the more common 5-element spiritual bodies. With such a spiritual body and 3rd grade spiritual roots, there is hope for Dan in the future. Moreover, this child is a Qingmu spiritual body, with a unique talent in spiritual plants, which perfectly matches the Baoding medicine King Sutra at home, and the early stage of cultivation can be said to be a smooth road. As long as you work hard and strive for yourself, there is a high probability that you can break through to Dan in the future. Chapter 500, Spirit Tiger Club, Hunting the Sun and Moon Butterfly. Hemming Mountain. Sister. When Lu Qingqi saw Lu Wangshu, who was wearing a pink and white dress, tall and beautiful, she immediately flew over happily. In Bihu Mountain, although Lu Wangshu had a gentle personality and seemed to get along with everyone, but Lu Changsheng knew that there were not many people his daughter was really close to. So later on, he always let Lu Lingxiao and Lu Ling get close to her. After Lu Qingqi and Lu Qingxun were born, they were often left to Lu Wangshu. So Lu Ling and Lu Qingqi were very close to this sister. Xiaoqi, Qingxun, why are you here? Lu Wangshu hugged his sister, smiled and pulled her fair face. Then he looked at Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu in front of him, and smiled and shouted, Brother Qingshan, Sister Qingzhu, when did you come back? Wangshu. Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu smiled and shouted. When they were young, they often hugged Lu Wangshu. However, after Lu Wangshu was old enough to remember things, the two of them joined the Qingyun Sect, so their relationship was not that close. However, Lu Wangshu was raised by Lu Miaoj since she was a child, and Lu Qingzhu always treated her as her own sister. He walked up to her gently and took her arm, saying that they had been back for more than 2 months. He heard that she had been in Hemming Mountain, so he came to see her and took Qingxun and Xiaoqi out for a walk. While talking, he took out a storage bag, saying that he had prepared some gifts for her, and asked Lu Wangshu how she was living in Hemming Mountain. Lu Qingshan, who was next to him, put his hands behind his head, made a bored tisk sound, and then looked at Lu Qingxun next to him. He saw him with a gentle face, saying hello to the cultivators and children of the Lu family on the Hemming mountainside, and chatting about the past. Seeing Lu Qingshan looking over, Lu Qingxun immediately introduced them. However, after Lu Qingshan made a few polite remarks, he felt bored, so he followed his 3 sisters, listened to them chatting about the past, and entered Hemming Mountain. The 5 people came to the hall, and after a chat about the past, Lu Wangshu told about a trouble he had encountered. 800 miles away from Hemming Mountain, there is a large market. In the past few months, a gang called Spirit Tiger Club in the market has been harassing their own shops and spiritual lands. Lu Wangshu is naturally not afraid of the Spirit Tiger Club, which has only 2 foundation-building monks. But Lu Lingxiao had to go back to Bihu Mountain for something, and she was the only foundation-building monk in Hemming Mountain, and she was unable to handle everything. She originally planned to wait for Lu Lingxiao to come back after his work, and then solve the problem of the Spirit Tiger Club. Now that Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu, 2 foundation-building monks, have come, she wants to solve it directly. After all, she, Fairy Wangshu, has never had a good temper. Spirit Tiger Society. Lu Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said, this Spirit Tiger Society is just a gang of casual cultivators. How dare they challenge our family? Humph, you don't need to think about it to know that this Spirit Tiger Society has surrendered to the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge, or it is just a dog of the Sima family. Lu Wangshu snorted disdainfully and said, this Hemming Mountain was originally the spiritual land of the Sima family, close to their Xuanwu Ridge. In this case, the Sima family certainly doesn't want to see us run this place, But they don't dare to do anything because of the Qingyun Sect, so they naturally find someone to do this kind of business. Before, the Spirit Tiger Society also revealed its intention and expressed its willingness to pay to buy Qingzhu Mountain as a spiritual land for the gang. But without the Sima family's nod, our family sold this Qingzhu Mountain to him. Would he dare to take it? Lu Wangshu's face was pretty and bright, and she said with disdain. Although she didn't know the specific strength of her father, she also knew that it would be easy for her family to destroy the Sima family. It's just that her father was worried that being too high profile would cause trouble, so he has been developing steadily. But the Sima family, like a dog skin plaster, repeatedly came to make trouble. In that case, I'll go with you later and deal with this Qingzhu society. Seeing that his sister was a little angry, Lu Qingzhen said with some amusement. Brother Qingzhen, I heard that you were invincible in the same level in the Qingyun Sect in your early years. I wonder how strong you are now. Lu Wangshu asked with a smile. The Qingzhu society can be a dog for the Sima family, so it must have certain strength. The leader Qiao Dao not only has the 6th level of foundation building, but also has a 2nd level demon tiger. The combat power is among the best in the middle stage of foundation building. As long as there are no fake pill cultivators, there will be no problem. Lu Qingzhen smiled and said directly. His calm and indifferent tone was full of confidence. Although his strength was not as good as some of the true disciples of the Qingyun Sect who were at the peak of foundation building. But facing these casual cultivators, clan cultivators, and straw bags, he still had no problem building the foundation. Since you said so, Brother Qingzhen, I'm relieved. Lu Wangshu smiled brightly, like a spring breeze. If the Spirit Tiger Society confronts her head-on, she can suppress them all by herself. But now all forces know that she, Lu Wangshu, is a talisman cultivator who is proficient in talisman formations, and no one will confront her head-on. Moreover, the Spirit Tiger Society, the Sima family, and even other forces are all paying attention to her whereabouts. If they see her going out alone, they may attack her in Qingzhu Mountain, and then frame the Sima family or a certain force. These family forces have done this kind of thing. After all, as one of the faces of Qingzhu Mountain, no force wants to see Lu Wangshu grow up. Lu Pinggan alone is terrifying enough. If Lu Wangshu breaks through the late stage of foundation building, relying on a talisman formation, I am afraid he can confront the fake Dan Zhenren head-on. After eating and drinking, Lu Wangshu and Lu Qingzhen discussed the matter of the Spirit Tiger Society. Since it is inconvenient to take action in Changsheng Market, I will go directly to the outside of the market to block all the people of the Spirit Tiger Society, and wait for Qiao Dao to come out, and then kill him directly. Lu Qingzhen said casually. In his opinion, the Qingzhu Society is just a clown, not worth mentioning. If it were not inconvenient to take action in the market, he would have killed it alone and directly wiped out the Qingzhu Society. Brother Qingzhen, the Qingzhu Society is just a scattered cultivator force. If Qiao Dao sees your strength, he may not show up directly, choose to escape, or even hide and ask the Sima family for help. And doing so will not have a deterrent effect and will not eradicate the roots. Lu Qingzhen next to him immediately looked at his brother and said, Oh, then Qingzhen, what do you think should be done? Lu Qingzhen raised his sword eyebrows and said with a smile. He has a safe method, but he just hates trouble. Now that his younger brother said this, he also wanted to hear his thoughts. The Spirit Tiger Society is backed by the Sima family, so if we want to do this, we must do it quickly and decisively, and kill one to warn the rest. In this way, other independent cultivators and forces will see the benefits and dare not be driven by the Sima family. Otherwise, the Sima family can support the Spirit Wolf Society and the Spirit Leopard Society afterwards. And the Sima family took into account the warning from the Qingyun Sect and did not dare to take action against Qingzhu Mountain openly. So if we want to really deter, this matter must be related to the Sima family and hit the Sima family. Lu Qingzhen has a handsome face and a gentle voice, speaking slowly and calmly. That makes sense, so what do you think is the best way to do it? Lu Qingzhen did not expect that this seemingly gentle brother had such a side, and the corners of his mouth rose, and he continued to ask. I wonder how strong Brother Qingzhen and Sister Qingzhu are. Lu Qingzhen asked. He had seen Lu Qingzhen fight with Lu Lingxiao. But he still didn't know the fighting power of this brother. You still have to fight to know the combat power, but for a casual cultivator like Qiao Dao, I should be able to deal with it with one sword, if not, two swords at most. Lu Qingzhen touched his chin and said, if he has a talisman with him and activates it at the first time, then it will take more effort. As for Xiao Zuer, she is not good at fighting, but if we really want to fight, ordinary people in the middle stage of foundation building are not her opponents. Although his sister Lu Qingzhu is only at the second level of foundation building. But the other party not only has several spiritual tools, but also talismans, strange treasures, secret treasures, puppets, talismans and other treasures. It can be said that if a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building is not careful, he may fall into Lu Qingzhu's hands. Lu Qingzhu smiled gently. In addition to the treasures prepared by her brother Lu Qingshan, she also has 10 third-level talismans given by her father and a second-level top-level puppet. Lu Qingxun was surprised to hear this. He didn't expect his brother to be so confident. Facing Qiao Dayan of the same realm, he actually said that he could kill the opponent with 2 swords at most. You know, as a casual cultivator, the other party was able to establish such a large gang, and his strength was beyond doubt. And the fighting power of his sister Lu Qingzhu also surprised him. He didn't expect that this seemingly quiet and gentle sister actually had such fighting power. He glanced at Lu Wangshu next to him. He felt that the fighting power of 3 people like this against the Linghu Club was simply a waste of talent, and there was no need for any calculation. As long as it's not the fake Dan Zhenren who comes, there's no problem. Lu Wangshu thought Lu Qingxun was asking about his fighting power, and pursed his lips and said so. Sister, who is stronger between you and my brother? Lu Qingqi next to him suddenly spoke up when she heard this. She had seen Lu Wangshu take action in the Red Leaf Valley market, and she was inclined to think that her sister was stronger than her brother. But when she heard this now, she couldn't help but want to see the two fight. Oh! Lu Qingshan raised his sword eyebrows, a little surprised. Lu Wangshu in front of him was only at the 3rd level of foundation building. He actually said that as long as the fake Dan cultivator didn't come, there would be no problem. You know, he only has this confidence now. Dad gave me a few 3rd level talismans before, so I can deal with the fake Dan monks. Lu Wangshu didn't say anything about Zuinit and Pearl, Golden Armor Bean Mother, dozens of 3rd level talismans. After all, if he said too much, it would be like he was showing off. It seems that Sister Wangshu has a lot of trump cards. Lu Qingshan chuckled, but didn't care too much. He could prepare so many treasures for his sister Lu Qingzhu. How could his father not give Lu Wangshu some treasures? If that's the case, it's very simple, Lu Qingxun said with a smile. He said that Lu Wangshu only needed to go to Chixiafeng City to lure out the people of the Linghu Society, and then fight with Lu Qingshan reasonably to capture them all alive. As for his sister Lu Qingzhu, she would stay in Hemming Mountain to create the illusion that Hemming Mountain was attacked. But for the sake of safety, he suggested to understand the situation of the Linghu Society first. Analyze Qiao Dayan's personality and try to be foolproof. For example, see if you can bribe the monks of the Spirit Tiger Society, use them to create the situation of attacking Hemming Mountain, and then use it to incriminate the Sima family. I have already investigated the general situation of Qiao Dayan and the Spirit Tiger Society. Lu Wangshu smiled, and her delicate face was bright and beautiful. She was going to take action against the Spirit Tiger Society, so how could she not investigate the information in this regard? She even tried to send people to infiltrate the Spirit Tiger Society. If Lu Lingxiao was not there and it was inconvenient to be alone, she would have taken action long ago. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. Qingyi, the mountain range area where the sun and moon butterfly are located should be ahead. On the golden-winged sky pang, Lu Changsheng looked at the topographic map of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range in his hand, then looked at it for a moment and said to Chu Qingyi, "Okay." Chu Qingyi was wearing a blue and white dress, and she didn't know when to undo her disguise. Her appearance was delicate and three-dimensional, with a feminine softness and a bit of cold and heroic spirit, very beautiful. After a moment, Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyi concealed their aura and landed quietly. Then, through his fiery eyes, he came to the place with the most spiritual energy and signaled the golden-winged sky pang to lead out the sun and moon butterfly. Cry. The golden-winged sky pang let out a long cry, and his body was shining as if it was poured with gold. The demonic energy that rushed into the sky submerged the world. Then his wings raised gusts of wind, like a tsunami hitting the sky. This behavior is a provocation among monsters, trying to fight for territory. Sure enough, not long after, a butterfly that was dozens of feet long appeared and soared into the sky. "Are you provoking me?" The butterfly was shining all over, flowing with a blazing luster, but the edges of its wings were flowing with a layer of moonlight like dark luster. If you look closely, there are many black and white spots on its body, but they are covered by the flowing golden luster. Is this the sun and moon butterfly? When Chu Chengyi saw this sun and moon butterfly, he instantly realized that this demon king was not simple. At least it was a heavenly bloodline. If Lu Changsheng hadn't been there, she would have run as far as she could when she saw this demon king. This sacred land, I want it. The golden-winged Sky Peng's voice was deafening, piercing through gold and splitting rocks, signaling Lu Changsheng to be ready. Where are you from? Why are you provoking me? This sun and moon butterfly was not simple. Although the golden-winged Sky Peng restrained his blood aura, he still sensed a dangerous aura from the golden-winged Sky Peng. Kill. The golden-winged Sky Peng said nothing, and his whole body burst into brilliant light. Murderous aura soared into the sky, and his huge divine wings cut through the sky and killed the sun and moon butterfly. You are looking for death? The sun and moon butterfly screamed. These demon beasts all have violent tempers. It is because they have intelligence that they can see that the golden-winged Sky Peng in front of them is extraordinary and has a dangerous aura, so they say a few more words. At this time, the golden-winged Sky Peng directly took action, which was simply naked contempt and provocation, and no more words were said. Tai and Du Pao. The sun and moon butterfly directly used its innate magical power. The moonlight with black sheen flowing on the edge of the wings filled the sky, and it seemed as if a black full moon rose above the head, and everything returned to nothingness, like a cloak covering it. This sun and moon butterfly is worthy of its bloodline mutation, and it has realized that something is wrong. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and without hesitation, he directly activated the 9 treasures Ruai bone. Boom boom boom. The 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest was like a volcanic eruption, bursting with brilliant divine light, and Lu Changsheng's cultivation and mana directly climbed from the 3rd level of Jinden to the 6th level of Jinden. Yin-Yang Yi Qi Great Capture. In the Qi Si Danshan, the Yin-Yang Avenue Jinden trembled and rose with thousands of feet of rosy clouds. The vast and mysterious origin of the Jinden turned into Yin and Yang Qi, rushing out from the top of Lu Changsheng's head, mighty and mighty, straight into the sky, forming a yin and yang hand with clear textures, suppressing the sun and moon butterfly. Sky Peng fighting dragon technique. At the same time, the golden-winged Sky Peng screamed, and the whole body was full of golden light, like a blazing golden flame, and the shadow of the Sky Peng real dragon emerged. The terrifying true spirit bloodline spread towards the sun and moon butterfly. Human breath, you deserve to die. The sun and moon butterfly trembled, and instantly knew where the danger came from. Sun annihilation divine light. Its wings trembled wildly, and golden light burst out one after another, like a big sun rising. The divine light destroyed all laws, and tried to break free and escape. But from the suppression of the yin and yang Qi great capture, the golden-winged Sky Peng's true spirit bloodline suppressed, the demonic power was sluggish, and the body was heavy, as if it was stuck in a quagmire. Clang. A sword sounded. Chu Chengyi also took action. Endless and brilliant sword light burst out, like a rolling sea, drowning a large area of the sky, slashing towards the sun and moon butterfly, forming a rumbling thunder. Boom boom boom, under the triple attack, even though the sun and moon butterfly had an extraordinary bloodline, comparable to a great cultivator in the late Jinden stage, it was still difficult to resist and was no match. Especially when it faced the true spirit level bloodline of the golden-winged Sky Peng, its strength was affected a bit. After a few breaths, the Tian Deizhuan Guang of the sun and moon butterfly was broken, and it was strangled by the golden-winged Sky Peng and the endless sword light, and blood splattered in the sky. The yin and yang Qi great capture was like an ancient sacred mountain, majestic and vast, rolling down, suppressing the sun and moon butterfly so that it could not move at all. After a few more breaths, the blazing golden luster of the sun and moon butterfly's body dimmed, and its huge body gradually shrank and was imprisoned by the yin and yang hand. P.S. I just looked at the timeline and found that Lu Qingshan's strength was a bit unreasonable. He originally had a spiritual body. The technique, the mind and nature are in harmony with the spirit body, and there is also a Dharma seed. The talent is completely top-level spirit body, and it is also the true teaching of Qingyun Sect, so it is more reasonable to cultivate to the 6th level of foundation building, from the 5th level of foundation building to the 6th level of foundation building. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.